Oh, she loves. Oh, so wait, what did you just say? Okay, philo, she loved anthropos, meaning humankind. So philanthropy. Oh, like okay, philo. I thought he was brotherly. No, why? I misspoke. Philadelphia. Delphi is brotherly. Really? Yeah, I think so. Why? I did this thing. Is that true? No. Philadelphia would be really. Okay, Phila's love. Philo. Oh, Alephos is brother. Really? Adelphos is brother. And Philios love. Okay, so what are we saying here? Philanthropy. So that's what? Love of humankind. Really? Yeah. What do you say? That to normal people means that you're spoiled. So you need to have something. You need to be something. Really? Yeah. Really? Yeah. It's like you need parnasa. You need a crest. Like, what am I? I'm a rabbit. What if I lost that? Software scientist. What if I lost that? I'm a project manager professional. What if I lost that? I'm a certified cloud practitioner. What if I lost that? I mean, you could take away a lot of things. I mean, I'm an accountant. What if a controller? What if I lost that? I'm an accountant. What if I lost that? I say a lot of things, but there's a lot to philanthropy. There's a lot to that lady, but it's like when you hear that, it's like, whatever. So what should she do? Go get a doctorate? You don't think she has enough money to go get a doctorate? Or what could she be? Go be a medical doctor and don't practice. Why? Just learn how to do it, lady. So then it would say she's a medical doctor and philanthropist. It would be like, oh, well, if she didn't just sit on a whole pile of money, she could be a doctor. Really? Yeah, that's what people want. Why? Because they don't want some motherfucker who's asking them for money. And it's like, you've never worked a goddamn day in your life, and you can't even hide that How many fucking nuns are there? Hey, Rabbi, why? So what happened with the nuns? What? Holy fuck. I can't believe this. Why? Because we have two fucking off numbers here. I was always on the number that there are 40,000 nuns in America. When I say America, it's not America. When I say America. I'm sorry about that. I try to change that. Because I'm very much fun in South America as well. And as we as just in the United States are like, okay, yeah, that's not America. Canada is maybe that whole fucking thing. Anyway, let's America with Gucci. Let's not get into all that right now. Let's go to okay. So there are 660,000 nuns in the world. Okay. And it lost like 100,000 nuns in a day. Really? So, European nuns regularly fare the worst. Why? There's been more emancipation of European women than Latin American numbers are stable. Why? There's still aren't a lot of opportunities. Why do people join the clergy? Because they don't have any money. They don't have any opportunity. I can tell you, every single clergy member I ever met, they all, I shouldn't say it, Judaism is different. Judaism is totally different. At least when I came to, well, let's think about this. Because I know Protestant, Jim is always charismatic and even that's not always true. I mean, could be very
So I'm going to try very hard to give you a carefully edited,
what do you think?
automated version of really quite amazing.
These people didn't have opportunity, so I mean, I could tell you. Did you ever think of going into
Sarah Bernhardt's life? I urge you to look at Robert Gottlieb's masterful biography. Very well written, engaging text published by the Yale series of Jewish Lives. It's entitled Simply
after
Sarah,
becoming Jewish,
I'm
becoming conservative?
very much indebted to his biography.
Practice too.
Anything that I say that is worthwhile belongs to Gottlieb. Anything that I say that's wrong is all wrong.
That's the thing. It's like
No, I was not. That's all, by the way, because
you hit me with a fucking car.
many
It shows it's Jewish. When the fucking detective was here, I said swab me. Take your pap smear, whatever the fuck you got to swab, and I will show up as a matrilineal mitochondrial Jew. Anyone else, right? They don't know. A lot of people don't know. They just assume that they go to shul. That's not a good assumption. Okay, are you done? So this thing has 600. All right, Asia to Africa are up. Why? It was an opportunity out of poverty, absolute poverty. So what would you do? Help people who were sick, or in like foreign nations and things like that. But I could just tell you, people who had sought clergy many times did it too. They didn't have a job, and there was nothing else to do. I mean, I think he was saying in one of these societies, basically, the first son got all the land, the second son might get a little something else, but the third son was usually, if they were Jews, they became a rabbi, perhaps, not always, but they were clergy of some sort. And other things. What else did what did it? I can tell you this, France is starting now. No, I never knew a girl that wanted My name is Rabbi, and I say that like she's just very, very not like some other people. Pete Grayson always very really. Every girl knows what is the problem. They just believe in the bullshit. But why do I say that? It's because when I'm thinking of them in my head, they look like nuts, but they're actually pilgrims. Yeah, so it's the second year. We had this thing where you could dress up as Indians or the Pilgrims. Really? Yeah, what were you guys? We were the Pilgrims. Why? Who the fuck wants to be an Indian? Turns out Indian. But, yeah. What does a pilgrim look? Kind of Jewish, but not really. Maybe with those big buckles in the future. Like this? No, they look like this. Really? Which kind of look like a habit to me. Really? Yeah, you gotta understand. The Amish and the Jews look the same to me. And women's pilgrims and nuns look the same. Really? Well, actually, Amish women and nuns look the same. And Jewish men and Amish men look the same. That's more happening. Really? How don't they? Watch. Look, play a game, kids. Amish man.
One of the aspects that I want to discuss this audience, I don't think will be surprised when I tell you that there is always.
This is kind of your giant Amish man. Dresses like this for me.
I give this lecture to undergraduates at college in the afternoon, and for them it's like eye-openers. What? Jewish criminals? Are you serious? But in fact,
Dresses like this. It's really not that different. Really? Yeah. I mean, the doctrines are totally different.
To a large degree, this is an expression of the illusions.
So, in conclusion, you think of people are gonna say, "You're full of shit." A nun's habit does not look like a fucking Mennonite head cover.
So it was natural to view the outside state as fundamentally toxic, as
Where is this number?
So criminal activity was a big
Oh, remember when they get that fucking shit around? When it's like the turtlenecks, they get those fucking turtlenecks so they probably talk like this. Look at this fucking cunt. Really? The turtlenecks, super modesty. These ladies are super modest. Where they have like, it's black and they're double chins. Really? Oh my god.
What is white collar?
Really? Oh yeah, we could find one of those bitches. Really? Look at this. Really? Yeah. That's that fucking monkey. Anyway. I don't want to come. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Whoopi fucking Goldberg. Really? No. No, but she has a tight little bag and looks like she's gonna stab your ass if you fuck around and call her Whoopi. How you dare call me Whoopi? Don't you dare call me Whoopi. Well, yeah. Why? This isn't Whoopi Goldberg. Is this a costume? Oh, damn. I thought that was a real fucking nun. Really? I still don't know. Really? Yeah, that's the thing. It's not like you can fucking hit a nun with a truck and it's like DNA tester. She a nun. But you can do a fucking garage job. Like, yeah, well, she Alright, Habit. What is this? This turtleneck thing that comes with turtleneck. I don't know. Should I put nun habit turtleneck? Turtleneck.
But here's the thing. It is fun. Someday I should take that class.
Turtleneck? Yeah. Oh, they used to wear. What is this shit called? I don't know. We'll have to learn it. What is that nun turtle? What clothing do nuns wear? What's this turtleneck thing? Really? Motherfucker, I've showered naked with priests. I don't know what that shit's called. I'm a nun. I was first a member of Enclosed Cloister Monastic Order. That's coming on the poor clares. Then I left with permission of sister. Dude, bitch, what would you have said? Here you go. Get ready to beat off. Boys. Then I left with permission to become an urban hermit. What the fuck is that? After a few letters, my cancer debilitated. What the fuck? Urban hermit. Is that on your resume? So, Sister Teresa Monica, I see you working as an urban hermit. And
less well known is Chihuahua food prostitution, which was especially significant
talking about your urban hermit in Seattle. Oh, 4 years until cancer. Oh, okay. All right. An urban hermit in Seattle. Oh, okay. Did you go to? Oh, Portland. Oh, Portland. Was that for the cancer? Or, oh, you received the hermit engagement. Okay. Well, I don't know what a hermit is. I mean, I know what a hermit is. It's somebody who doesn't fucking talk to the world. What the fuck is an urban hermit? I don't know. What the fuck is that? Bitch, we watch football on Saturday. I don't know what the fuck an urban hermit was. And I ended at our Kalias where I was having a day like this. Is that in Portland? In the monastery, we wore brown ink red dress. Loosely based on the shape of a towel or a T. It was clenched at the waist by white cord, as we call it. A long rope with 3 knots tied into it, representing 3,000 pound chest and weight. Excuse me, sister. Did you have a name for that? Yeah, it was called the long rope with 3 knots tied to it. Like, I want to know the name for that. Somebody had a name for it. Yeah. Why? They're like, oh yeah. Longy with the 3 ropes. 3 knots. We used to call it long rope with the 3 knots. Oh, you guys called it long rope with the 3 knots? Did you wear one of the brown things? Did you wear the white ones? Or were you the black and whites? Were you like a zebra? Really? Here we go. Poverty, chastity, and obedience. Ooh, this sounds kinky. On our heads, we wore a white bonnet. Okay, now I'm going to start a close-fitted cap. No. What the fuck is the name of that? You know that waist length veil. White for novices and black for the rest of it. I want this shit to have names. In my community also wore wooden carvings. Sandals on our feet. And those who desire wore rosary, chapel protection. In this film, always also wore dedicated as a hermit, I'm poor, really much the same thing. Now that I'm ill, only I have a mask or something to change the tea over to shit. I understand that. This picture, 2 novices and 2 professed Rabbi. Well, shout out to the sister, whatever. This day, hope she's alive. Jewish convert, Claire Edith Delacroix, Catholic sister, Jewish convert. You converted from Judaism? Jesus Christ, Sister Mary Joseph. What the fuck, lady? Where's that neck thing? It's like a turtleneck. Really? It's like a turtleneck. They don't have names for it. Well, maybe they do, but that bitch didn't know it. Damn, look at this. Hell. Alright, man. God damn. Parts? Uniform? What are the parts the nuts have? What is this fucking
was Sarah's favorite, and Sarah was, well,
No, I wanted to have a cool fucking, like the back. Oh yeah, that's the back.
when Sarah was a junior actress, I believe was it says, and
Since Vatican II, Catholic nuns place like
said something
to all went downhill after that. Oh, scapula. What did I call it? Vacuum. Oh, what, scapula? No, I call it scapula. What's a scapula? Isn't a scapula perineum? It's this part. What's a scapula? Oh, that's this. Really? Yeah.
Her childhood, though, was very unhappy. Mother was constantly dumping
Nuns typically were pregnant black sheep. Definitely were fucking sandwiches. What the fuck you're saying? Cross around and have celebrating.
come by every few months or so just for a very short visit. Might only last a few days. The young Sarah's reaction
Okay? None wants to fuck. We went all really fighting it. I don't have the phone, but I do have it.
demonstration of
That's complicated. That's not had a dog. What do they do?
marriage back when her mother apparently had married. He wished to remain primarily with the second mother, and Sarah was basically defending herself.
Oh shit, a nun isn't the same as a sister? I had no fucking clue. Really? I want you to get all the Roman Catholics out there
Okay, so her education
who are not nuns and or sisters. All of them. That's like a billion people. How many of you knew that a nun was not always a sister and a sister's not always a nun? I don't know if that's true. How did you know that nun did not equal sister? There would be exactly 0 hands raised. Pope didn't even know that. Really? He doesn't do a good picture. Nun is a cloistered religious woman who takes some life on life, usually ethnic nuns. Son of the Benedict and Ashley who was from Versado more, which includes version and stability, like the street of Rabbi, and found a daily destination of the divine office in the choir. Religious sister is a woman who joins religious order. Usually used to be having a outward personal sister usually is born with potential factor of higher judgment. Sisters usually will have just not sisters.
When she first met her, gave her a small
So what did you know? I knew a sister.
That was something that gave
Did you ever know a nun? I don't know. Most sisters wear a veil. This Did you ever see that?
Not necessarily places where young Catholic nuns were trained. There were boarding schools where
Somebody told me something terrible.
classes girls from all backgrounds as well and get an education at finishing school. So she took it very seriously and she
Who told me
attended
something terrible?
However, she was taken later to Paris, and where she was exposed for the first time to a theatrical production. And she
She's like, someone was gonna die. Was it a nun?
They gave up on them and she decided she wanted to become an actress. Again, one of her mother's
How can I tell this story?
clients offered to pay the tuition and pulled a few strings to get her a place in L'Oréal Française, which was the preeminent acting school in Paris at
I
the
don't think it
time.
was this person. Right?
Questions or distractions?
I've known a lot of coaches, so maybe. Okay, so somebody I believe is giving last rites to someone. No.
That's very charitable.
No, but something was like that. It was like Well, let's just say back in the day, if you got your hands on a fucking... That's why getting your hands on a church is so important. If you got your hands on a priest who could give flashlight, you could kill anyone. Really? And so, why, if that person's asleep or dead or dying, you could just have the bullet put a pillow over their face, not kill them. Anyway. Okay, I'm flying now. I'm thinking it. It's okay. Did you ever see those ones? Those are the cool ones. Really? Yeah. I did not know. No. Why? I would have done my whole life a nun and a sister the same thing. Like a priest and a father. Aren't they? A woman who should be the term is often used interchangeably with religious history, but different type of conclusion. I'm going to think nun. What's the difference between nun and sister? Really? This is the baby thing. No one knows. None choose to live contemplative like where sisters or nuns choose to have. That's not enough. A nun chooses to renounce ownership of all the property. Sisters can retain authority over inheritance or trust. Now we're talking. That's different. Really? Oh, but both are justices. That's why it was so confusing. Hold on. So you're saying that you might have known a nun and she was a sister? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you know the difference. I guess I have it. They don't all do it. Oh, that's really fucking confusing. Would you ever call a sister nun? No. Would you ever call a priest priest? No. Would you ever call a priest? Would you ever call just to look ahead a little bit to kind of carry there are significant differences. Really? Well, yeah, and here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. And this is my son. And she was perfect. She never tried to say my dad. Twice she said my dad maybe fine. She said, no, that was not married. This is changed. That will get me in so much trouble. I should come see it also. Okay, so that's so far we're telling the story of I can't say when I don't know. I've never known anymore. As a staunch rich patriot, she convinced the very like writers at that point that she was signed to which was closed because of the hostility so up until about 15 minutes ago, my whole life I thought nonsense.
and she was personally
Well, and that also changes things. Why?
going around town collecting supplies, give supplies to feed the people and so on. And she got a reputation really as a social
That
worker.
is one sort of thing. Very different. No, there's something to this. What? When we were kids, there were always rumors that a lot of our teachers were not. And that is
When the war was ultimately over, she emerged
not
as one of the heroines of
necessarily true. They might have been sisters, and that kind of changes my idea of what it was. Why? Well, I didn't know that it was like a yearly thing for sisters. I thought it was. I thought it was for life. Really? And yo, for life. Yeah. Are you done? Hey, sister, are you done? I would just say this. Hey, Roman Catholic Church, you are confusing as fuck. Why? I'm telling you, the Pope doesn't know that sisters and nuns are the same. He's gonna say, these ladies, you guys aren't the same. They're gonna be like, no, those other bitches have to sign on every year. We've done this. Really? Yeah. Like, oh, man, which one of you is the fucking really? When I'm Pope, my favorite about it. When I'm Pope, really? Yeah. So when I'm Pope, everybody's got to wear those fucking things. Sisters, nuns. Why? We're gonna know. Really? We're gonna have a different name for sisters and nuns. We're gonna call you nun. Hey, nun. Like sister. Nun Mother Teresa. Nun Teresa Monica, Teresa Marie, or Mary Teresa, whatever. My Teresa.
She was considered almost an anorexic. Caricatures of the day. She appears stick thin in the caricatures, although we can see she's certainly thin, but she does not appear amazingly thin.
That to me kind of looks like a habit. Really?
That the last 50 years,
why? I gotta find that one picture. There's this picture of this monkey.
That's that thing. Yes. She's playing habit in the 1880s. And that was.
What was your favorite?
Such a major habit is the she often liked to dress and I got a question for that. Shakespeare's time, well said, Mr. Peterson. Actually, fascinating studies 2 weeks ago that calculates how many young men Shakespeare often wrote his plays specifically for the actors that he had to work with. And so if he couldn't have, let's say, one male younger actor to play several female parts, they'd never be in the same scene.
Do you guys know how
cute this is by enough times that their costume changes.
that you can get to it in the Gulf of Mexico, in the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, the Plain River, Chicago River, Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, Lake Ontario, St. Lawrence Seaway, Atlantic Ocean, Gulf of Mexico. Really? Yeah. Are you going to go out yourself over
this was just something about her, and I can give you a lot more salacious details about her. Perhaps the most well-known is the coffin, which she used to carry around with her whenever she went on tour. She would sleep in a coffin like that. No questions one can ask about it. This particular photograph, God means that she kept the coffin so the music could actually sleep in it. But at one point, a maid service came into the room, and she happened to lie down it because she had given her bed to someone else, and the maid service was shocked. Bernhard felt the idea of the musician like a photographer, and she noticed this photograph and allowed it to circulate, to specifically generate.
Have you been watching Broncos TV? I don't think the Broncos are watching the Chargers too much.
This gets to the idea that everyone wants to know.
It was big.
And it's
Like a nice
a
small.
celebrity.
Nowadays,
What exactly is access to this day? I'll ask you as well. What exactly is a celebrity?
what's his name? Davis?
Very good. There's his example. He's famous. Being famous.
That's this guy plays golf.
He follows it, right? Like the Twitter emulates. I'm not sure what it think about it. Or people like Sarah. I don't think it has celebrities. It's an option. But people who are famous, they're typically famous for doing something, like winning a Nobel Prize, being a great doctor, lawyer.
All these people are really big.
Nowadays, we have
I think they're game time.
so much because they have very expensive careers. We have many people in our contemporary culture who are famous just for being famous. Who don't actually contribute anything to the quality of our lives, except by their very existence, and we're fascinated with what they do for no, I think, really definable reason. And they will go on and they will do outrageous things, like have romantic videos on and make sure that the videotape gets onto the web, or get married for brief periods of time, or say totally outrageous, offensive things, or burst on stage and steal awards away from other singers because they think another singer would be better. You can use your imagination. What did those people actually do? What did they give to us? How did they benefit our lives? Nothing.
Yeah, but he did. He was like a show on how to travel that money. And he was a philanthropist as well, but he just didn't sit on his fucking ass like Nita Mukesh Ambani. She owns a cricket team. I mean, that's cool as fuck. You think these days how fuck? You're married to someone at home. It's pretty cool. Really? She was born 22 days before Kennedy was killed. Really? Yeah. So, what, she's born, right? She could say. I mean, that's all cool and stuff. Like, sports is really cool, and I'm sure.
I'm sure, however, she was the topic of discussion.
Now, these people live in a sick ass house, really, in Mumbai. But here's the thing: she's a cunt. Really? Yeah. Why? She's like, oh shit, how do you know about me? You are a bitch. You have this one fucking house in Mumbai. It's a big fucking skyscraper, and it's super nice. And all of the streets around it were shit. So all that had to be really fucking nice. I challenge you. Before you buy another fucking team and win another championship, clean up your fucking streets. Really? Uh-huh. Why? Because I'm gonna steal that fucking house. I'm gonna fuck it. Really? Yeah. Are you done? You own the Mumbai Indians. I'm sure that's like the biggest fucking team. That's like the Yankees of fucking Indians. Really? How is it? How isn't the Mumbai Indians? That'd be like called like the fucking Washington D.C. Americans. Mumbai Indians.
She had no interest in horizontal belts.
Can you be the Tokyo Jazz? Can you say that? Why? Who bet you? Occupation philanthropy. No. Clean up your fucking street. Why? Your street is so fucking dirty. Really? She lives in this massive fucking house, and her street is so fucking dirty. Really? I'm telling you, this street has like a kid giving birth to another kid. It's so fucking dirty. And this woman has a fucking, it's the second most expensive house. In her thing, it's like she did blah 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 blah, which is also the second most expensive house. It's just it's like it's not like on her block in the city. No. Period. Anyway. Nita lives in the skyscraper private building in Tilla, which is also the second most luxurious and expensive house. Now watch, she doesn't live in this fucking place. I'm still gonna shit on her because she's not anything. What have I read that she's like, oh, and she invented American Eagle? Yeah, fucking bitch. And Tilla. Is it? Oh, it's on Bright Billionaires Road. Okay, so fuck all of you fucking cunts there. Your whole street is a piece of shit. Really? Why? Billionaires Road in Mumbai is like really, really nice. If you go back 1 or 2 blocks, it's not a long way. It's shit. And you got a kid having another kid. It's a kids on kids. And they're eating the kid at the end. It's fucked up. Do you know how many people shit in Mumbai on a daily basis in their hand? It's like, really? Is this that house? Yeah. Is it? It's a little bit. I thought it was. Hold on. It is. Is this that one? Is this that one? No. It's not. Actually, the one I'm thinking is shit. Carmichael Road. Oh, no. It is this one. Whatever house this is. Mukesh and Nita and Brian's private skyscraper in Tila. Is it this one? This is this fucking cunt rag's house. This is her house. This bitch's house looks like this. And guess what? It looks so nice. And it's a shit fest on the street. Really? Yes. Okay. I just randomly picked out this guy. The skyscraper man is one of the world's largest, most elaborate private homes at 27th Street. I'm stealing this fucking house. I'm gonna take a shit on every single story. Really? That's only 27 streets. I get that in a day. 173 meters tall, over 37,000 square meters, 400,000 square feet, and with amenities such as 3 helipads, 68 car garage, a ballroom, 9 high-speed elevators, 50-seat theater, terrace garden, swimming pool, spa, health, and temple. What are you doing there? A snow room that spits out snowflakes from the wall. A snow room that spits out snowflakes from the wall. That's how fucking disgusting this room is. And guess what? It has such a lack of empathy. It is an example of just mega wealth. And it was like stupid. These fucking Indians were so stupid. Really? The person who lives in there should be concerned about what he sees around him and asking how he can make a difference. If he cannot, then it's sad because this country needs people to allocate some of their enormous wealth to finding ways of mitigating the hardship that people have. It makes me wonder why someone would do that. That's what revolutions are made of. And that is Tata Group. Former chairman Ratan Tata said until shout out to Ratan Tata. Really? I mean, he's an industrialist and doing his shit. He's absolutely right. These people are stupid. Why? They built a fucking skyscraper in the middle of a goddamn ghetto. You don't think these people are pissed off at them? And it's such an, or it's outright. It's absurd. They need to start the India Fund. They need to sell that motherfucker to me for like $1, and then start the India Fund or help them with the other fucking Indian people. Why? That fucking Angeli from fucking Google, all these people. Why? The whole world now knows that you're a cunt for living in this fucking place. How do I know about this? It's like I randomly picked you up. Actually, I think you're hot as fuck. Really? Yeah. So I'm like, oh yeah, she's pretty, blah, 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 blah. And then I'm like, wait a second. All I read was, I read, blah, 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 the world's second most, no, not the world's most expensive house. It just says, Nita lives in a skyscraper private building, Antilla, which is the second most luxurious and expensive house. So it just was like, wait, what the fuck is that? And then I remembered, oh yeah, there's this fucking cunt rag bitch in India who lives in this massive skyscraper. I wonder if it's the same cunt, and it is. You fucking bitch. Why? You are such a cunt. Why? I'm telling you, when I'm a nobody, and I'm standing up for India, because you are such a massive cunt for building this superstructure in the middle of a slum. They literally, like, Slumdog Millionaire, this motherfucker. Wherever Slumdog Millionaire, was born, this bitch built her house on it. Really? It has 27 floors. Shout out to this motherfucker, Ratan Tata. Why? Because Ratan Tata, he's a cunt as well. He's a super rich asshole of fucking Indian. But at least he critiqued this bitch to do it. Yeah. But to build that in the middle of the slum, that's fucking cool. Really? Yeah. Is that what people would do in the future, though? Honestly, that's what it would be in the future. I'd call you out on it, but that's what it would be. There would be these massive towers of, wealth, and then but at least in Mumbai, which goes around, that one they clean up. Why? Because that one, I would just tell you, it's public perception. Okay, what's Bill Gates' house like? It's Xanadu. Okay, Xanadu 2.0. But it looks like a fucking lake house. It's got like a thing that and it'd be a thing. See all those fucking trees behind it? It would be a thing in the future. You won't be able to see it. You can't see it now. That's a long time ago. You can't see it. But it's like you'd wear this little pin, the baby, and it would change temperature wherever you were. If you wanted to be 70 degrees, you walk in. And he had a bunch of fucking contractors there who couldn't shut their mouth. And it was just war. If you go up to Seattle, guys are like, oh yeah, I worked on that back in the fucking 90s. He had, X amount, blah, 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 blah. And they had I could tell you how to get down there using Google Earth. All these people's houses are getting Google Earth. Why? Well, why would you do that? Truthfully, I'd wonder how does Bill Gates what does Bill Gates drive home like? And I wondered. I took the street from fucking from Seattle, from Microsoft in Seattle, and I drove a little street view what it would be like to get to Bill Gates' house, because I wonder what his commute was like if he had to actually go commute every once in a while. He might have to do. Is it cool? It's windier than I thought it would be, but to get down to that lake now, it's like it's on a lake. It's a big lake. What's that fucking lake? Gonna do this lake becomes really, yeah, everybody gets a fucking Medina Washington. Everybody gets a fucking process. What Lake Washington? What's Antilla? Oh, the man. Okay, so they get these super houses on here. Okay, so these are these super houses, but Bill Gates' house, and it doesn't look like that anymore. What's it look like? A bunch of fucking trees. Why? You can't really see what it looks like anymore. If Bill Gates wants to look at Lake Washington, he can walk outside those trees and see it. And you can still see it from spots. But what's the manor? It's not the manor. The manor, they fucking go back to that. That's the spelling manor. Really. That's fucking Petra Ecclestone's douche. Really? Yeah. Also known as spelling manor. Really? Yeah. Don't matter. Really? Petra Ecclestone. Chief extraordinaire. What about La Leopold of Passmore, Fairfield? Gates Computers Science? It's just called it's a hill. Play one and now it's talking. Really? Yeah, that's actually not good. Really? I was talking $124 billion. Then how much was it? I mean, it depends. I think that fucking thing connects to all kinds of shit. So, when did you want to like sell your stocks? But it was very expensive. Really? He paid for the lot $2 million. He paid $62 million. That's what they. 127. Here's the thing, kids. This motherfucker lives in Medina, Washington. Where is that? It's by a lake. It's across the lake. Not by it's on Lake Medina. It's far from. Lake Washington.
Many tours into the States and throughout Europe.
It's far from. Not super far, but it's far enough from Seattle.
So, well, I think this is the penultimate slide. Yes, the penultimate slide, which is important for us. And I just want to remark on one more idea. This is a
Can you
thesis
not
that
get
was
to Ocean from it? I'm sure we can't.
question is,
Are you done? Victoria's big seriously. Turn down so much big population, Mount Baker. Construction, Central Plant, what's the big one?
hundreds of Jews. And you're talking only a very, very small minority of Jews who contribute to Jewish culture and non-Jewish culture. Like Shmuel HaNakid, Rambam, we talked about several the first one. But in the 19th century, this new phenomenon of Jews who abandoned traditional Jewish identity and making incredible contributions, centuries lasting contributions to society. People like Freud, Marx, Einstein, Edwin Strauss, we go on and on. Dozens of people. It's things like they're aliens from another planet who are drugged into European society and make contributions to our culture. Why is this so?
His house he's not like a big fucking skyscraper. So did you close that off a bitch? Yeah, anyway. It's just some political piece of buy. I'm taking your house. Really? Yeah. But I still think it was hot. See, that's the thing. If you're hot, it's hard to and fuck I'm from McMillan. Oh yeah. Can't leave. So is this leave to see? But so this motherfucker just developed Samsung. Really. So we should actually do something. Leave young children. Why? No one knows his name. Really? No one knows Leave young children. Right? No one. Really? I'd be like, yo, you know who? Leave young children. Like, no, watch out for Evelyn Art, which is like Korea's fucking. Anyway, shout out to that guy. Thompson is on stage. Thompson, right? This guy's Canadian, right? Ryman? J-A-B. Let that fucking. No, this becomes big. What did they do? That's right, they become big. Einstein Brothers becomes big. Curry. This guy's a good character. So what becomes Pete's Coffee becomes bigger than Starbucks. Some picture one time. What else? Dewey Egberts becomes super big, and it's very good coffee. Caribou coffee is excellent coffee. It's cold coffee. It's hot coffee. Yeah. But they have like I'd say it's very good. Especially that Dr. Pepper. Oh, this company becomes bigger than Coca-Cola. This company becomes super big. How big? I thought it was Dr. Pepper Snapple. It's not. Do they have Snapple still? Who owns Snapple, motherfucker? Who owns Snapple? You? Oh, they own you? Don't. That ain't good. So this company becomes really? Snapple, goddamn it. Snapple. It's Kurt Pepper. Plano, Texas. Really? It's 50 years old. Full month. I'm off the doors. Really? Yeah, so this company, JAB Holdings, who is this? Joe? Johan A. Bankruptcy? This motherfucker? Who is this guy? Motherfucker.
comes taxiing up to the beaches of
Then I have founder of
Kelly gets out
the names of the company.
walks up to the president
Okay, so this is Kevin.
and says, "Wayne,
No,
take
wait,
off.
wait, wait.
I'm gonna have to go at
Is
least
this one of those fucking Nazi organizations? I'm gonna use this one. Why did it go from 1851 to 1980?
So tonight's lecture is sponsored by the let's go straight to it. Unlike most weeks, this is actually a week when I know a little bit of what I'm talking about.
And this company becomes bigger than Coca-Cola. Someone's got picture Coke. But Dr. Pepper is Coca-Cola. Why? It owns these brands, which become bigger than Pete's Coffee, Turbo Coffee, Gooey Eggbirds, Einstein Brothers, Keurig, Dr. Pepper, Krispy Kreme, Panera, Brewers. They have so much. Really? So they're just a holding company?
Unfortunately, he made some very powerful enemies.
There's something.
Was assassinated by his rival, Joseph Stalin.
Who are these guys?
Chronicle the main events of his life, but as is the nature of this particular class, we're going to look at the broader picture.
So is that one pretty impressive?
Russian Empire and the early Soviet period, and try to understand
How
the broader
does
social,
empires make money?
intellectual, political developments and so on, as they pertain to the Jews of Eastern Europe.
She's very
One little-known fact about Leon Trotsky and the Jews of Eastern Europe, as you can see from this photograph, which is his mug shot when he was arrested in 1905. One of the reasons why
So she grew up in a middle-class family. So I'm ripping on this bitch. Even more so. You are rags to riches lady. You should be so fucking famous. You should understand better than anyone. Bitch, what the fuck is your problem? You shouldn't be living in this house, lady, if you were born in the middle class and just shitting on these people below you. Really?
Let's talk a little bit about Karl Marx and socialism.
So it's your husband.
Understanding of what this political theory refers to. And then we're going to look and see how this was integrated into Trotsky's life, first as a Narodnik and then as a social democrat, and then we'll proceed to.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
So, first of all, I realize this is very basic information for many of you who
Hey, you stupid dropout.
in some ways, or
Finish your
have
fucking
studied
degree.
it and have experienced its effects in the world.
Okay, it's gonna be like something like, oh, they were friends with fucking, Prince Charles's
19th century German
deuce washer. Lucas was born on British Crown colony of Yemen.
like many of that
Which
generation,
started him to family. And he was used. Who was that? I don't know. Why do you go so hard against Indians? It's a lot harder to go against Chinese than Indians. Why? They're not as well known. It's like, I know some of the English, but like,
led to his later writings perhaps a very strong anti-Jewish
they're
phenomenal anti-Semite
the
subjugating Jewish much of the dispassionate political and social analysis that he
CCP is a thing. It's like, that's like a government thing. It's like, if I'm like, you motherfucking Chinese milk cunt, like this fucking Indian bitch, fuck you, middle class cunt, you fucking bitch. It's like, that lady didn't fucking control it. She's in a fucking, she's a cog in the fucking Chinese thing. This bitch is like middle class lady. Hey, I'm on the International Olympic Committee. Look at my 27 fucking story house in the middle of the fucking slum. I should not know that. It's like these billionaires. No, there are only so many fucking houses that are no people's houses that are no. There are only so many. In LA, what's the nicest house? Don't matter. Okay, but guess what? It wasn't in the middle of Compton. Okay, you put your fucking shit in the middle of Compton. Essentially, now Compton would be really, really nice. And then if I build one of those fucking things there, then it would be for like you could live there for free. It'd be like, hey Compton, sorry for the whole world to shit on you for so long. You can now live here for free. It would be an exact same thing. That 27-story high bitch, and that lady pays for it in Compton. I'd be like, somehow, somewhere, we're gonna make this work. This lady was a middle class lady, and she forgot from where she is. It's almost worse. That's almost worse than anything. You forgot from where you came. Why? It's like, it's one thing if you're born into it, but no, you just were basically good looking, and this motherfucker married you. Now, who is he?
Marx's principal contribution is to say, no, that's the wrong way to look at things. Rather than look at people as divided by their national status, look at them as divided by their class status. The proletariat, the working masses, are fundamentally the same in England and Berlin and Paris.
Here's the thing.
Each other's classes than they do with their compatriots of nation. And above them, you have the bourgeoisie, the middle class, and the petty upper class, and so on, all the way up. And Marxist.
So, as of 2016, Mbani was ranked 36, and since they have the title India's richest person, you would not want that for Mbani. You're stupid. Why? It's like you're in the world's most populous country. You're the richest motherfucker 10 years in a row. Can you ever think of that? Like, hey, and you're building a 27 fucking story? Honestly, you're lucky that they don't have like Indian Lives Matter. Like they have Black Lives Matter. If Black Lives Matter would burn your fucking thing to the ground. Guaranteed, it would be pillaged. There'd be some motherfucker on the 28th story, shirt off with a flag, with a Black Lives Matter flag. Really? Easy. Why? Because that motherfucker would be like, put this on TikTok! Put this on TikTok! Why? Somebody would go, would just be extra. I will light this motherfucker on fire for the 28th! Really? It's like, oh, there isn't a 28th floor, bitch! Anyway.
This idea was incredibly popular.
So,
with,
Rakesh Ambani.
Late 19th century Europe, and of course, it was translated into many countries.
Oh, now you're 6.
Speaking on a very significant way, particularly the Soviet Union.
I'm telling you, like, that's cool, but like, what does the world know about you? You got a hot wife who worked her way up, shitting on everybody in the middle class, though. Why? Because you live in a 27-story skyscraper. You have your own room that creates snow from the walls. Fuck you. Why? You are a shithead in Mumbai. Everyone in Mumbai hates you. Everyone. The rich people in Mumbai hate you. Really? Fucking, this guy owns like his own whole big entity. And he's like, oh yes, that motherfucker's so stupid to build that fucking thing there. Oh my god, we all hate you. Oh, you are so stupid. Really? Dude, tell me, just be like, dude, it was me, this idea. She just wrote a fucking shit on some bitch from high school. Please tell me that was it. Please tell me that was it. Why? Who had that story? Somebody had that story. What is it? That bitch who bought a town. Some bitch bought a town in Georgia? Who? Did Christy Brinkley buy a town in Georgia? No. No. 20% were Luft engine I know Christine Brinkley is hot as fuck. Christine Brinkley is hot as fuck as well. Really? Yeah. Are you done? Yeah. I mean, she's like disgusting. I don't want to even be on this. She's so fucking. But she's not by town in Georgia. Somebody's out of town in Georgia. Kim Basinger. Thank you. Don't forget about that. All right, Kim Basinger brought a town in Georgia. Really? Yeah. Why? That actually wasn't it. Someone. Oh, I remember Donald Trump's wife. This bitch was Jersey. Is that bitch or Georgia? That's where it was, Georgia. Oh my god, I love this girl. What's her name? What's that one girl's name? Tiffany's mom? Oh man, this bitch was on she was on Fresh Prince. What's her name? Fresh Prince. Hot as fuck. What about it? Marlon Maples. Something about what the fuck is it? Is that true? Marlon Maples went back to her high school with Donald Trump or something like that? Hold on.
He received a traditional education as a youth, but he had a very vivacious nature that was his earliest years.
Why? She's from Dalton, Georgia.
The way he was as a child, he was like that for his entire life. And he tended to be inquisitive to the nth degree.
What about her? She's hot as fuck. Everything's great about her. Tiffany Trump's hot as fuck. All that great. All that shit is great. Here we go. Attended homecoming. Oh yeah, she attended homecoming. Why? Because she was the homecoming queen, and she crowned out. So this whole scenario of like marrying Donald Trump for support is ridiculous in the 1990s. Secondly, on top of that, it's like you're their homecoming queen that goes back to high school. Marlon Maples attended homecoming at former high school. Really? Yeah.
Okay. Here's a picture of him at age 6.
Why?
He was in his late teens.
Well, let's just say I would do the same thing. But let's say it was not like this, but let's make it out to be like this with Marlon Maples. Bitches from high school, listen and listen well. I'm coming back home, and I'm the HBIC, head bitch in charge. She goes down there, and she crowns the new homecoming queen, and she's just so big. And she's in New York, and she's just la-di-da, go fuck yourself. Why? Part of me is like, I fucking hate you from my inner soul, but part of me loves it. You're my spirit animal. So, I don't know which one. So I want Nita and Bonnie to be like that, where she was like a middle class lady, a middle class girl, just more symmetric than others. Had her fucking dot a little right in the middle, not like to the left or the right, right there. She's like, no, you don't understand. I gotta have a fucking huge house someday. I want that motherfucker right in the middle. All right. And so they get this thing like, boom. They're like, what do you think of it? One person's like, no, a little left. All right, so it's like, how about now? She's like, no, a little right. So, no, move it up. How about right there? Is that right? She's like, what do you think? What do you think? Does it look right in the middle? They're all looking at it like, I don't know. What do you think? And then they're like, well, does it look like you're about to get sniped? That's the divine question. Does it look like you're going to get sniped? Then it becomes an even more divine question. How symmetric is the snipe? Why? Because if it's over here, it's like, no, then you're getting candidate back and to the left, back and to the left, back and to the left. But this is a very symmetric snipe. This is like front to the back, front to the back, front to the back, front to the back.
Very sharp and well-reasoned arguments.
So what is it?
Dramatic turn of phrase.
I'd be like, Nita, firstly, thank you for having a name that wasn't impossible to pronounce. Why? Because like half of your fucking country's like, oh yeah, my name is Nita. That's the short version. Okay, so what is your deal? So I just wanted to be like Nita DeLaw back in the day was in like Mumbai. She was, oh yeah, she is. Okay, so she was like, this was like back in the 60s. She was born in November, so this would have been like 1980. It would have been like, take us back to 1980 in India. It would have been like one of those Seinfelds where it's like kind of like grainy, but like really colorful. Nita is like, it's like grainy. It's got that like, that sound of like the fucking Zapruder film in the background. Alright, so it's like Nita embodies over there with some other bitch. What's her name? I don't know. Kapoor Rakajajan, who doesn't have such a nice name. Like, oh, it's Nita DeLaw. And Nita DeLaw is like the fucking prom queen, and she's Miss India 1970s, 80s, and all this other shit. And all of a sudden, she's a 15-year-old Miss India? No, she was a 17 Miss India. Depends when the fucking event was. That's not even true. Then it would have said she was 1970 Miss India and Alright. So this bitch is like, hey, I'm a champion. No, not then. Back then, she's like, I'm just some fucking middle-class Indian bitch with dreams of living big. And all of a sudden, she meets her friend Kapoor, and she's like, hey, what's going on, Kapoor? And Kapoor's like, hey, what's going on? Nita, Bonnie? No, even better story. Kapoor is like super bitch. Really? Yeah. And Kapoor's like, hey, Nita DeLaw, you symmetric sniping bitch. Everyone fucking hates you at our high school here in Dubai. Everyone. You're just a fucking middle class bitch who likes fucking sports way too much. You're not gonna be nothing more than a fucking philanthropist, you fucking cunt. And Nita DeLaw was like, listen here, Kapoor, you fucking cunt. In the back of her head, she took all this at like their homecoming, just like Marlon Maples in Georgia. Nita DeLaw is like, you fucking bitch. And she lives with all this bent up frustration. And she continues to be really, really fucking symmetric. She's like asking like foreign snipers, like, hey, are you calibrating your weapon? Take a look. How am I looking? They're like, damn, bitch. Did you do that with fucking lipstick? She's like, fuck no. Hey, you. How am I looking from your angle? They're like, damn, bitch. Did you do that with an ink pen? She's like, fuck no. Hey, you. How am I looking from your angle? Motherfucker's like, bitch, that looked like a Kool-Aid dot. Yes. Anyway. So this bitch is like Marla Maples in her way around Mumbai. And it was Bombay. And all of a sudden, like, Kapoor is like, hey, everybody, let's drink some Bombay Sapphire. And everybody is like, yay, let's drink Bombay Sapphire. And then Kapoor is like, yeah, everyone but Nita. And Nita's like, she's just a middle class bitch, never gonna be anything but philanthropist. And everybody's like, yay, everyone loves Kapoor. Everyone loves Kapoor. And they're just like walking around with Bombay Sapphire and like, yay. Little do they know, Nita has dreams of living big. So Nita starts drinking in the corner. Bombay Sapphire is like a hustler. Oh, we still have to learn what a fucking urban hermit is. Nita doesn't know what the fucking urban hermit is, except that outside my fucking house right now, guaranteed, there are 100 urban hermits within stick throwing distance. That's not even a baseball. Stick throwing distance. 8, 10 feet. Anyway, so Nita one day was like, motherfucker, Kapoor, I was sick, and she's drunk at some Diwali one day. She's like, Nita's like in the corner with this Bombay Sapphire, like, yeah, Kapoor. I got a grudge discuss with you. You may say I'm never gonna be anything, or I'm never gonna amount to anything, but you listen. I'm gonna be one of the philanthropists one day. I am going to own the second largest house. And everyone at Diwali or whatever this fucking homecoming shit these people that I'm envisioning would be like, bitch, what you talking about, Nita? And she'd be like, you heard me, right? Be like, you just said I'm gonna have the second largest house in stock. Where? Like Mumbai? She's like, no. The second largest house. Period. Some of the fight, excuse me, Nita. You got enough Bombay Sapphire. Second. Bitch, what you talking about? You can have the second largest house. You are a middle class cunt from Mumbai. We're all here at this fucking homecoming. You're here yelling at Kapoor. Kapoor just gave us free alcohol. Why are you fucking with our vibe? Nita may not know what to say, but I can tell you this. That Diwali would have been lit. Why? Can you imagine little Nita working her way up and from middle class and being like, Kapoor. She'd be like, come here. At this Diwali. I have to tell you something. And Kapoor would be like, bitch, I hate you. Slept with my boyfriend. Get the fuck out of here, you idiot. Bitch. Kapoor, come. I want to tell you something. I just want to tell you something. Really? Yeah. She's like, listen. Come here. You're my sister. We'll always be friends. Come here. I want you to know something. I'm right completely. I'm right. You have had way too much gin. Okay? Cut this woman off. She was just drinking it in the corner by herself. We had other people here. You know, people are mixing that with tonic water. She'd be like, shh, no way. Nita is a hardcore drinker. Anyway, so what about it? Why? Philanthropist. What else you got to do? When this is philanthropist, people just think they drink. Anyway. This is how I read this. Nita Mukesh Ambani is an Indian day drinker. She's the chairperson and founder of the Body Foundation. So this bitch would be like, come on. I love you, and we're sisters. We will always be sisters. And I love your street. And fucking people would be like, what the fuck are you saying? She'd be like, I love where you live, I love your house, and I love your street. Your neighborhood is the best. And fucking Kapoor would be like, what the fuck are you saying, you fucking Marla Maples? Like, bitch, this Diwali theme homecoming is a lot cooler without you here. You need to leave now. And Nita be like, I leave on my terms, and I am leaving very, very shortly because I am very, very devastated with this Diwali thing. But you need to understand something. You need to understand something. I'm gonna get me the Indian Donald Trump. I'm gonna come back here and I'm gonna be something. And she'd storm out of that fucking Diwali themed homecoming like a motherfucker. She'd put her little shoes on because they take the shoes off for some reason. Storm out those fucking doors, gym, cafe, nasium, the multi-purpose room, wherever this fucking thing is. Really? You wouldn't know it. 30 years ago. And it would be like, hey, Kapoor, knock, knock. Yeah, it's a nice house you got here. Be a shame if somebody knocked it down, turned the entire neighborhood into a giant slum, and built a 27-story skyscraper on it.
Tremendous amount of dissatisfaction. Nicholas II. Tsar was extremely ineffective, relying on persecution and discriminatory laws to try and keep society moving along. Society is moving too fast for him, and was unable to keep up with it. This is the pressures of the war, creating a cycle of discriminatory dissatisfaction. Peaceful March, Nicholas' policy in January 1905 was ended when Russian troops arrived in civilians sparking a massive nationwide revolt against the status quo. Essentially, the sense of scale topple locomotives off the tracks with dissatisfaction. Some sailors in Italy, Russian naval sailors, took their boats to Turkey. Wildcat strikes all of Russia. That's caused Russia Trotsky seized the opportunity. Russia after Russia got back the country and immediately began to break major cities, speechifying every possible opportunity.
Brings up.
Single most prominent speech
Cardinal Helen. Samson, what's that motherfucker drink? I still can't drink. Easy names? Hard name? What's an easy name? People have names like
Trotsky was hailed as a hero and significant for Russia again because of the backlash. Because once they finally elected
Sun Hung High Properties. So this motherfucker basically just owns one. Really?
changed the election
Large property.
wealthier landed classes. And second election,
Are you gonna make fun of him? No. Why? Truthfully, lack of energy. So,
it was at this time though that Trotsky
what the fuck is this? See no ties. That is Chinese. What the fuck is Chihuahuan Puppy? We're gonna rename the fucking companies right now. Sun Hung High Properties? Why don't you just call it Sun Properties? Jab Clothing Company? That's fine. Why? It's easy. Is it a good one? No, it sucks. But what would be a better one? Call it Lightning. Everyone be, oh yeah, this Lightning company. I want to buy that one. Why instead of Jab? Wait, who's Jab? This fucking guy from the 1700s who didn't even put his. Yeah, they own Curry. Oh, Lightning. Oh, Lightning clothing company. Oh, that sounds great. Why? They're fast, I bet. No. Thompson Ridge. Is Thompson? That one's fine. Right? Yeah. Samson's fine. How about that other shit? Like Hansel, BG. We'll figure out that shit. L'Oreal. That one's not. Yeah, that's right. Cargill, fine. Reliance Industries. Yeah, that's fine. Even though they suck. IKEA, yeah. Dior. Yeah. LVMH. Yeah, now that one's easy. Louis Vuitton. Moet. Hermes. That would be really big. Really, yeah, actually. Arnault would be really big. Really big. So Dior would be really big. Really? Yeah. Let me see. One of the greatest commercials of the ever is a Dior commercial. Should we just do it? Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, that needs to change. Unless you're trying to like not succeed in business, people don't speak German, asshole. Largest is one of the world's largest pharmaceutical companies. Respiratory, immunology, oncology services. Okay. The corporate logo says an edition of the central section of the Imperial Palace of Charlotte. It looks like a great. But your company is what? It's a privately held commanded sketch. Dude, German is so fucked up. You need to change the name of this company to something easier. Boehringer Ingelheim. Oh no, it's CH Boehringer Sohn AG. Okay. I'm gonna tell you what, you will not be successful in the next not with that name. Really? No. Why? It needs to be easier to say. You could call it Boeing, like Boehringer Ingelheim, but and I think Boeing would change. I think Boeing would change to Boeing. Boeing. Why? Because it's actually one syllable and it's easier to say. Boeing. They'd rather just have Boeing. Like boing, like boing, like a spring. I think Boeing would change his thing to Boeing. Like how I say Boeing. Like boing, 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 boing. Boeing, John Boeing's company would change his thing to Boeing. Why? Having a company's name be one syllable when it comes to advertising would be that important. If they would change Boeing to Boeing, I'm not kidding about that. So the company would be Boeing. Really? I think one day. Really? I'm not saying they're going to do it right now, but you watch. One day it would just be Boeing. And it would be and it's not even my favorite defense contractor. Who is Lockheed Martin? Perhaps. Really? Depends what you define as a defense contractor. Rafael, probably. But what American one? Lockheed Martin? Northrop Grumman? Why? Yeah. 40 years? Yeah. How about any others? I don't know. Rat. Mr. Rand. I mean, did you consider think tanks to be defense contractors? Generally, no, but they can be like NGOs, non-government. Okay. So, no. Rafael's my favorite. Lockheed's my favorite. American? No. There's Aussie, and there's all of them. We'll be doing yeah. But I'm just telling you, you guys should go with Boeing. Truthfully, you should go with just a totally different name. Your pharmaceutical company, that's cool. You should just call yourself the pharmaceutical company. Literally, that's the smartest thing to do. That's what fucking Federal Express did, Federal Reserve, Federal Mobile. They just took the fucking name. American Motors, American Bell. I mean, that's what American Telegraph and Telegraph. IKEA. People just Telegram because Western Union. Cargill. Okay, so are you fine with that one? No, that one sucks. It should be something better than Bo. They should go with Bo English. Really? Then people would at least know what the fuck I'm doing. Oh, Boehringer Ingelheim. Like, they could still go by that. Why? Because I don't want to take away, like, their founders. That's important. Volkswagen? Is that big? But that's pronounced. You mean Boehringer? Boehringer sounds big. It just sounds like a Boehringer. But it means kick-ass milk. but it means kick-ass motherfucker in German. I don't care. Not a lot of people speak German in comparison. I mean, if anything, it should be Chinese. We should be naming all these in Chinese. Volkswagen, Anheuser-Busch, Hermes. That one's more than other dumbass. Chanel, Inditex, including Zara. That's fine. Inditex, that's fine. Grupo Carso, Coke, that's fine. But I think we would change their name. Really? They might spell it K-O-K-E. Really? Yeah, because everyone calls it Koch. And they're so fucking... Why? Because it's spelled Koch. Oh no, it's Coke. And spell it phonetically. K-O-K-E. Really? If you wanted to pronounce that. Or call the company Coke Industries if you want to pronounce that way. But what about Coca-Cola? That's why it's K-O-K-E versus C-O-K-E. You're gonna have to compete at some point. At some point, then buy Coca-Cola. Really? You could buy enough stock easily. The Coke family could buy enough stock. They could buy the Berkshire Hathaway like amount of Coca-Cola stock and have enough influence to be able to take over. I'm just telling you, at a certain point, it's going to be Koch brothers, Koch Industries versus Coca-Cola, and one of you is going to have to win. When you say Coke, do you want us to think of Koch Industries or Coca-Cola? Who's going to win now? The way that the Koch Industries can do it is to buy a lot of Coke stock, and then you just think of them as one and the same. Koch Industries is Coke. How about Mars and Coke? That's fine. Singapore, that's fine. Walmart, Singapore, it's pronounceable. IKEA, that's fine. Reliance Media, Reliance Geo, and I'm not going to get into all of them. But if it's something really fucking hard, Samsung, Shinshikai, CJ Hansel, will Jung Ang Group work? No. Would Jung work? Maybe. But like something like that, it's not gonna work. I'm telling you, will that work in Iowa? Will that work in Kansas? Will that work in Kentucky? Jab Clothing Company, they should call themselves the Coffee Company. Really? Yeah. Really? Yeah. The BASF, the chemical company, they need to drop BASF. It's like Birkenheisen Soda Factory. Fuck you, you fucking Nazi motherfuckers. Just call yourself what you are. The chemical company. Okay, here's one that's never going to work. Shirarivavan. Hey, you dumb motherfuckers in Thailand. No one speaks Thai. You guys have a language no one even knows. There's a Thai conglomerate based in Bangkok. It's the largest private royal warrant, the Thai royal family. They're a big deal in the Thai family. Has the most amount of fucking honorary degrees of anyone, and we'll give that to him since that's where something comes. But you gotta understand, big dog. No one speaks your shit. You could name your company Wakana Wang. President Wang, and people know what that is, but he's Laotian, and that wouldn't even make sense. What is Charon Popcorn? Okay, what does it mean? Does it have a cool, is that a cool symbol? Will that work? You know, it's cherry and popcorn and foods. Okay, what does that mean? They're the largest producer of feed, shrimp, and... So they're the largest producer of feed. So, all the world's feed goes to churches and synagogues. It also operates 12,000 synagogues. Okay, that's cool. Then call yourself the feed company. What do you want to be? Chiroian. I'd be like, Chiroian, what do you want to be? They'd be like, well, we want to be the world's biggest feed, shrimp, and 7-Eleven company. It's like, yeah, that's not going to work. You need to focus on something, okay? BASF, they want to be the chemical company. So guess what? They're the chemical company. What do you motherfuckers want to be? Well, we want to be the largest producer of feed, shrimp, and a global top 3 producer of poultry. No, you got to focus on something. You want to be a holding company? If you're going to be a holding company, which is kind of what you're going, like a food holding company basically, then you need to go with something like a cool name. Really? Yeah. Berkshire Hathaway probably is one of the very few that's going to get it. grandfather, and maybe like Dane Cat. No one really else is getting it. Why? Well, in BlackRock. Because I'll just say that name is not going to work. That name's not going to work. That's not going to fly in Main Street USA. And if it doesn't fly in Main Street USA, it's not going to work. It will not be successful. Why? Main Street USA will hate you. It will aggressively attack if you do not conform to its stance. And it's like, well, we don't want to win Main Street USA. That's okay, but that is the most difficult consumer that there is. And if you can get that consumer, you can get any consumer. So if I say to like somebody in North Dakota, hey, there's this company, it's called Chiroan Puck Fan Foods, CPF. They'll be like, okay, what does that mean? I'll be like, it traces its being a small seed shop named Chia Thai. They could call themselves the Chia Company. Now that would be fucking huge. Really? Yeah. Why? Chia would be really big. Chia. Why? Because the marketing's already done. They should call themselves the Chia Company. Everybody would be like, oh, they'd have that fucking shit. They'd have all the Chia in the world. But they want to be bigger than that. They're not even the Chia, like, they're not that company. That's a different company. So they sold seeds under. So you really just don't. I mean, what? This is why is it called this? It doesn't make sense. They don't know. So what would you rename this? I mean, if they were smart, they would just name it, oh, we're going to be the sex company. And then we don't even do that. We're vegan chia and shit. But it's a good name. People remember. But what would they really name if they wanted to invest and things like that? I mean, CP Group is actually good. Really? Yeah. Well, what does CP stand for? Cheryl and what is that? Some fucking China. Okay. I mean, truthfully, they could also call themselves the Thai Company and do really pretty well with that. Fidelity Investment. This is the Johnson family? Okay, so these motherfuckers own Fidelity. They also own something like some part of TD Ameritrade, I think. Yeah. So what about them? They're big. They have some hot chicks in there. You have to go to some one of them. I'm gonna be like Abigail Johnson. I don't think you're one of the hottest chicks in the world. You're not terrible. But I'm willing to bet you're not the best looking Johnson person. I'd be like this. Hey, you dumb bitch, Abigail Johnson. I want to get some other motherfucker from the Johnson & Johnson family and Essie Johnson wax and have all you bitches go at it. Who the fuck is the best Johnson? Really? Yeah. Is she a bitch? No, she's a nice one. I call her a bitch. She's my friend. Really? Yeah. And it'd be a compliment. Why? Because this bitch is so fucking wealthy. She can wipe her ass $100 of bills. And I am about to get fixed. Okay. Hey, Abigail Johnson. So do you think she's, I mean, I give her shooting shorts, but it's not, truthfully, Abigail, I would say this. It has nothing to do with you. I give you the shooting shorts anyway. It has to do with what Johnson, was it Essie Johnson family? Essie Johnson Wax Family Company? Johnson Controls family? Is that the Diversity Company family? The Johnson family from TD Ameritrade. Fidelity. And Johnson & Johnson. And is that Johnson & Johnson a different Johnson & Johnson? Meaning, like, does a Johnson & Johnson have to beat the Johnson? Okay, you got J&J as well. J&J. You got the Johnson from Johnson & Johnson. one Johnson fights the other Johnsons within that Johnson, and then they get to fight the S. Johnson family and the Fidelity Johnson family? Is that how it works? Cox. You motherfuckers are assholes. But I wouldn't change the name. It's a great name. Every fucking rabbi I know. Really? Not everyone, but one in particular. Very fucking big. Really? Very big. Okay, BMW. Why? What motherfucker was a funny guy? Why? Really? Are they cool? Yeah. Why? Because they don't call their fucking company Bavarian Motorworks anymore. They probably would. Bavarian Lamorati? Yeah. Are you done, you dumb man? Fucking cunt. Yeah. Oh, Essie Johnson. Really? Edward Johnson? Abigail. There's that. My God, squad. Fritz, what the fuck is that? Hyatt Corporation? And Marmot. That's cool. Notice they don't call these fucking hotels Fritz. Is it okay to call them Fritz? Yeah. Really? Why? It's not a bad name. What the fuck is this shit? 1%? Anyway. Is this the 1%? Kids, when we talk about the 1%, we're talking about these bitches. Really? This is the 1% of 1%. Is it? So isn't that like the point? Oh, 1%? You got it. So you got the Hyatt Corporation and Marmot. Are those cool? Is it Marmot like an animal? Headquartered in Chicago. Yeah, no. Berkshire has a Union Tank Car. That's a Marmot? Is that an animal? It's a movie. So if I were these fuckers, I would rename this car as the Marmot Company. That's what I would do. I would rename Owen Talk Fan. What the fuck is a Thai animal? What's a Thai animal? The Tiger Goat. They call it the Tiger Goat. Everyone fucking loves the Tiger Goat. Really? Oh, that's the Tiger Goat. Little kids are like, oh yeah, that's the one with the tiger. I like that one. Really? Yeah. King Cobra. Oh, it doesn't have a tiger? King Cobra? That's a goat. Watermelon. Thai cat. Do they have a Thai? Tiger? Thai tiger? The tiger. Challenge news? Is there a it's like a fest. Oh, Thailand. Tigers and tigers. Yeah, dude, so I caught the tiger. Really? Why? Dude, already? Oh yeah, that's okay. Why? It's like they're an animal. It's super easy. It's never gonna be like, oh yeah, remember when that was a racist animal? Are there any animals that are racist? Nobody's gonna be like, that was a racist. Really? Or you could be like the Cherry Company. Why something so simple? Because it's like when you're buying a stock, it's like that's what you're selling. At the end of the day, They don't really give a shit. People are buying stocks. It's like, I like that one because it's red. It's gluten. Ooh, glitter. Okay, tiger time.
So
You do that, lady.
after this
Are you
period
done?
of tremendous chaos and bloodshed,
Churro and coffee fan. Deli Cox, hamburger.
in which he
Jerry?
Johnson,
What the fuck is that?
you know what?
Luxury goods. Is that how it said? Gucci, Alexander Queen, Egg Saint Laurent, Balenciaga, Bottega.
Why do we take it one step out?
Okay. Is this like a new one?
And during the last year of his life, he tried to implement a policy which was allowing engage in some small measure of
This is the biggest one. So, would you keep this one? Caring? Yeah, that's a good one. Wow, it's caring. You're only looking at things in an English way. Actually, I'm looking at them in a Yiddish way. And Yiddish will just incorporate this. But if it works in English, it will work in Yiddish. If it's clever in English, it will work in Yiddish. S.C. Johnson. How about that? Yeah, why? Actually, they should rename it. It shouldn't be S.C. Johnson. It's the family company. They always say S.C. Johnson, a family. S.C. Johnson, a family. They should just rename that company the family company. Why? Because there's Johnson and Johnson, which becomes J&J. S.C. Johnson is S.C. Johnson wax. S.C. Johnson. Oh, and then there's Jackson wax. There's all kinds of shit. So there's too much S.C. Johnson stuff. Be the family company. You'd sell as much as fucking. Does Procter & Gamble change? No. It's one of those rare ones that's P&G. That's what it is. Albert. What is this? Aldi Trader Joe's. Petra Laval. Boy, you're lucky there. What is this?
During this time, the identification of Judaism and communism focused on the picture of the identity Trotsky in the Ukraine and the Eastern European line. This would have extremely disastrous consequences for the Holocaust because the indigenous population of Eastern
Animal
Europe
husbandry?
everything bad about
What is the name? Where did you get your? It should have etymology. Where did you get your? Dude, you guys suck. Why? I still don't know what you do. Okay. They process food stuff, liquid, fruit, vegetables. So just change your name to the food company. Really, if that's what you want to do, what do you want to do? I would say to the CEO, what is your company? What is its dream? What do you want to do for the world? Well, we want to be Tetra the Ball. Okay, no one knows the fuck that is. Those are two made up words in English. Is that Swiss? Does that mean something in Swiss? Is Swiss even a fucking language? People have to look up. Is Swiss a language? Is Tetra Laval Swiss? Call it the Turtle Company. You like ice cream? Call it the Polar Bear Company. Call it the Penguin Company. Whatever. But you guys, what if we don't want to do frozen food? Okay. Penguins don't want to do frozen bears. Call it the Bear Company. It should be polar bears and brown bears. Have it both ways. Call it whatever the fuck you want. But if you call it Tetra Laval, no one's going to like shit. Is it Swedish? Is it Swiss? Swedish. Hold on. This is so fucking confusing. You're a multinational of Swedish origin, but your headquarters are in Switzerland. Do you know how little America knows about the world? What I just said there to mom and pop America is like, yeah, that's the same country. They're in Sweden, or they started in Sweden, and now they're in Switzerland. Swedish people speak Swiss. They can't help how they started and stuff. But if they were like, oh yeah, that's the penguin company. They started in Sweden, but now they're in Switzerland. They know all this shit.
culture, and this was basically true except for the time when it was.
So what would happen if you're a company? What would happen if like 300 years from now, penguins are no longer cool? They change your fucking name. But these giant multinational conglomerates would inherit these stupid ass names. Oh, Keurig Dr. Pepper. Keurig Dr. Pepper. What would you call it?
As I mentioned,
The doctor company. That doesn't sound too bad. People know Keurig now. They don't know how to fucking say that DG, that German. Django? What the fuck is that? If you do DJ like Django and Jane, no one's gonna pay attention to you. Really? And you're not even at your PT Django. That's like PT Barnes. Literally. Is an Indonesian closed cigarette. So these were like these were like old cigarettes. Really, yeah. But what is PT Django? They're gonna be like, but dude, not everyone is fucking English. I'll be like this. You're Indonesian. What's an Indonesian? Be the Komodo dragon company. That's an Indonesian thing. And everybody Komodo dragon is cool. And it would be like, I don't even know what the hell I just said for you guys. What's it called? The John. I was gonna say the Django and Jane company. You could call it that too. But I don't know. I think the Komodo Dragon Company is so cool. And here's the thing. If you guys are like, but our name is Needle, I'm going to be like, what does that fucking mean to Indonesian? They're going to be like, well, it has this deep meaning in our culture. I'm going to be like, oh, okay. Well, good luck selling your shit to only Indonesians. You're not going to sell it to people. But if you could identify with, oh yeah, Komodo Dragon, that's like a well-known symbol. Even the Dragon Company's bad. Really? Super bad. Dragon's not that shows. But yeah. Are you done? But they would tell you on Dragons. He's telling you the right thing. He's trying to tell you how to market yourself. Motherfucker, no one knows what the Django and Chain Company is. What about cardio? It's easy to say. It's a standard in the community. In rural communities. But the jar, I mean, wait, Bank Central Asia. Bank Central Asia, beautiful fucking name. Why? It's really, really simple. Estee Lauder Company. Normally I'd say, you gotta change that motherfucker. The ELC, but no. Why? Because like Brown Water, they're well known enough for brand. What about Roche Pharmaceuticals? Is that, am I even pronouncing that correctly? Because I think it's Roche. Really? Yeah. Oh, I knew a guy who was that wrestling. Really? Yeah. Is it Roche? Now, here's the thing. Hey guys, I have a pharmaceutical company. Oh, really? Yeah. You want to buy my stock? Sure. What's it called? Roach? Oh, okay. That's the worst name of a stock ever. Pick like an uglier animal. Oh, okay. Well, I've got skunk. I've got skunk pharmaceutical. It's like, even a skunk is cute. Roach is disgusting. And if it's like, oh no, it's like Roche, that's our fucking last name. That's great. Do you want to make money? I'd say they say this like fucking Kevin O'Leary. Do you want to make money, or do you want to fucking market your grandfather's business 100 fucking years? If you want him to be famous, he or she to be famous, great. Go put him on a fucking billboard campaign around every major city in the world. Everyone will know who they are. put them on every fucking smartphone. Great. You want to make money? You like money? Then name your fucking company something easy. Very few companies had like established themselves to where it's like they've done enough marketing. But some of these other companies, the Boeing company, that no one gives a shit about them. They haven't marketed themselves. We're the largest German motherfucker. Who gives a shit? To me, that just means Nazi stuff. Oh. Okay, what is this? I don't know. They do, don't they do classes and shit? They do cancer. Oh, okay. So what should they call them? Oh, yourself a cancer company? No, just what would you call? What would you call a company like that? A medical company, the future company. Does it have to have the plain company? No, but it doesn't hurt. You could just have. Oh yeah, our company's just known future. Okay, that's like really advanced. I mean, it's pronounceable. Really? Yeah. And how would you do this as a company? If it were I who was doing it, I would say we're future with a big T. Really? So F-U and there'd be a big T. Fuck you with a big T. Why? And then eventually I would market that to then everybody knew when you said future, that's our company, and I dropped it. I mean, then I have to. Goddamn right. Literary characters that developed in his letters, and he later became more or less associated with the literary character that he created. So is it Roche Pharmaceuticals? It's like, oh, where'd you get your fucking Viagra? Generic Viagra. Oh, Roche. It's like, oh, yeah, I want to fuck you now. No. Do you think it needs a better name? Well, I think that the Swiss flag had been displayed. So yeah, Israel would have a square flag and a circle flag too, but we'd have a fucking square. That's not the Swiss flag, right? They have a square flag. It's weird, right? And the flags are fucking. I don't have that. And Ferraro SPA. Is this the Ferrero Rocher company? If it isn't, I'm coming after you, motherfuckers. Ferrero Rocher? Is this that fucking thing? So you guys would be really big? But it was like, okay, these things would be really big. Really big. But how do you say this last name? Is it Rocher? Or Rocher? Because it's really similar to that. Roche? Roche? Oh, they make Kinder eggs. Those really, yeah. Okay, Nutella becomes really everything for it. Kinder, all this shit. How? Tic Tac? Oh, Tic Tac. God, really? Everyone just walks around with Tic Tacs because of that Seinfeld episode. Where she's wearing wrestling shoes? How the fuck do you say it? It's Rocher, isn't it? Or it's like Rocher and then it's like with a Rocher. Nice creep. Really? Why not? It's Rocher. I'm not. In French or Italian? But the Jews made tremendous use of it. Okay. First of all, by applying Hebrew letters to Arabic. Those little chocolates were not getting used in the top. We have the largest corpus of Aramaic writings. Oh, I forgot when I was getting married. There's a thing about Ben Folds. That's what I think. Drink for the tuna gas. Anyway, would this be a fine company? Yeah. Why? I'll tell you what, Americans don't like that Ferrero Spa. What the fuck is that? It's your fucking European bullshit. We don't like it. What is this? Company SPA. Societal corporation is a form of corporation, meaning company. So here's the thing: you're a global fucking company, right? Or are you an Italian company? Do you want to be an Italian company? You want to keep making fucking Ferrero Rochers in the fucking foothills of the Alps? Or you want to give them to the whole fucking world? You want to make them the whole fucking world? Don't put spa in your fucking name. Ferrero spa. Which is cool, but it's like, it'd be cool if it were a chocolate spot. No, you assholes are like, oh, no, that means societal of a fucking dude. And it's like, no. You have to understand something. No one gives a shit about Italy. No one. Not even Mussolini. Okay? Got it? Name it just Ferrero. And everybody, oh, there's Ferrari and there's Ferrero. No, there's Ferrari. There's, oh, yeah, there's Ferrari. Maybe it is. I'm sure. Really? Yeah, but they don't take marketing.
It's basically a mixture of German and Hebrew with a few other
Even the other guys. You know, honestly, I would tell Ferrari the same thing, motherfuckers. You guys are incorporated in Italy, right? So it should just be Ferrari Inc. I'm not going to blame it. I would say that we just need to come together as a global community and say we didn't need to put that shit. They could just be Ferrari. They could just be Ferrari. You definitely have to. Why?
Reciting the Hebrew alphabet. And in their lesson with their teacher, these are 5, 6 kids, they point out the letters of the Hebrew alphabet. They say,
well, here's a weird thing. Ferrari has S.P.A. Ferrari spot. And the other assholes have Ferraro spot. And it's like one word. So I'm not so fucked up that it's like, pick a fucking lane, no pun intended. You guys aren't the same. And then, oh, here you go. So Ferrero Spa and then Ferrero International SA. How many knows Ferrero or simply Ferrero? I think they'd actually choose Ferrero. Really? But anyway, Ferrero. Honestly, they'd be smarter to do this. Ferrari is such a good name that they should just be Ferraro. Whatever Ferrari is, Ferrari, they should just be Ferrari. Ferraro. And if they're like, oh, but the original guy spelled it Ferraro, it's like, okay, do you wanna live in the past and market that man's name, or do you want to make money? Because Ferrari already makes tons and tons of money marketing itself with that name globally, and you guys could do the same if you were just Ferrari. Instead, you're Ferrero, which is like, and I bet you guys could actually buy Ferrari. That's what you should do. Buy Ferrari. Really? And then name it Ferrari.
Languages are those ones that involve
Are you done? Are you done?
Yiddish is known as the
But they're gonna be like, motherfucker, his name is Ferrero. Now you want us to change it to Ferraro? I would say, no. You're cool. You're the Ferrero family. Do you want to make more money? If you ask a poll of 100 global people, what sells better? The name Ferrero or Ferraro? Ferraro sells better because it's more similar to Ferrari, which is already a very established brand. Does that mean that the fucking Michelle Ferraro has to change it? No, you're fine. Be that. But if I'm buying a stock, I'm telling you, when I buy Ferrari or Ferrari, I would see those two as one and the same almost. I'd see them as like a really good buy. There'd be sex appeal. Ferraro, I'd be like, is it 2 R's and then an E? Marina. Already, I'm telling you, you're fucked up. Why? Because you don't spell it like Anne Marina. Really, like this girl I knew. Where she was very pretty. What the fuck was her name? Hey, their fucking name? She's a thing. Really? Yeah, she had a friend who was a thing as well. Really? Yeah, Lisa Anderson. Really? What was that called? She like, really? Yeah. There's one day, my friend Brooke, actually, it's first time, was walking out of zombie. She's like, what are you doing here? I was like, I'm going to X, Y, and Z. You want to come? I've got two prospective students here that both come in. And it's those two girls, I think. One of them ended up coming. Really, very good. They were both very good. Grupo Globo, Red Egg. Now, I would normally be like, you know what? I'm not going to rip on a Spanish name because that's the second most popular, most commonly spoken language in the world. But it's Portuguese, so that's not the same. Grupo Globo, Red Egg. Are those two different? Grupo Globo, that's fine. It's Hank. What's Hank? Consumer goods. From Germany? Nazi. Loctite? Oh, you make Loctite? That shit's great. Why? That shit's like really strong. Super good. Crystal? You should just cut yourself like that. Ready? Or the... Well, they want to be more than just super good. And I think that's a pure. What would you call it? The pure company? Whatever. Okay. I'd be like, hey, motherfuckers, what do you want to be? Do you want to be the laundry company? Do you want to be the washing machine company? What do you want to be? What do you want to be? Oh, well, we want to be like a 30% stake in conglomerates, and then we also have 17% in 7-Eleven. Is Hank okay?
You can't simply translate it as Sabbath-like.
It's not ideal, but it's okay.
What is the Sabbath?
First, the salt, fruit, it's not good. Why? Oh, it's also him or Fruit Production Marcellus. Incredible. No one speaks French. Yeah. What, is it the UN that does French and English? And they just need to drop that French and just English. Really? Yeah. Drop that French shit right now. Really? Yeah. What about fuckers in Quebec? Quebec. I would just say we would adopt a lot of French into Yiddish, but just two language system. It's like if you're doing two languages, then do 8 languages. Or do like a lot more than just two that aren't even the two most well spoken in the world. I mean, can you imagine if you were an alien and you came in and looked at the United Nations, you were like, okay, guys, I know you guys got those translator things and everything, but like, what languages are your stuff? And what? English and French? And it's like, oh, okay, those are the two most well-spoken things I've heard on the planet. You're like, no. Which one of them is the most well-spoken? How are you supposed to have like inter-dialogue communications amongst like huge masses of society? Hey, dude, let's name it your song. Sorry, Scheffler. How about Scheffler? Why? I'd prefer something like the aerospace company, the space company, the boring companies. Oakhill Capital Energy Development. Gas. So we have like Schaefer, the salt, gas. The gas. Oakhill Capital. Why? Oakhill is where we tore shit up. Absolutely. Bill Gates is so nice. Absolutely. How about Henderson Land? That might be one of the best fucking names in any Asian company I've ever heard. Really?
one of the
Lead. Shall keep. Lead shall keep. It's fucking.
one of the important achievements of Shogolator
It's just
as
go
a
ahead.
scholar
It's like the most English name I've ever seen.
vocabulary
Really? Oh, it's perfect.
so much so that
It's the most perfect fucking.
parody
So, as a 31st, they bought Henderson Investment. This is a
distinction from the high standard Lithuanian dialect that came.
subsidiaries. They got Town Gas, Hong Kong
Slavic
Big.
elements in
But
Yiddish are very pronounced as the language of Jews of Eastern Europe.
really, I mean, they got. Why? It's just like Henderson Land Development. It sounds like a fucking
So there's a lot of
prospector
some of them are more complex. For example,
company. Like, oh yeah, we're just Henderson Land Development. 50 cents an acre, get a mule, and get the back 40. It's like, what the fuck is this?
you could say just as easy.
They're cool. Coffee Group. Coffee Group? CNA.
Means like
German Canada. Like, what one is it? Hey, Brandon Meyer. Oh, is this Meyer? Like,
it's like a special kind of
Michigan Coffer. You just have to go by code. I see this Coffer and I just think Village. Marino. Jenna Murray. That's the girl's name. Oh my god, I remember her name. And it's unique, right? It's not Jennifer. It's Jenna. Really? It becomes a big name. Oh my god, I'm so proud of myself. Really, she's very, very nice.
Now, sometimes, because of the cultural
Yes.
differences
She's from
between
Chicago.
these
Yep.
various peoples, we'll see some interesting shifts in meaning. So, for example, what is the Yiddish
Amani.
term?
You gotta change this shit to the song.
What is it?
D-Mart? Is that fucking thing that's here? It's H-Mart.
Exactly.
Whatever the fuck that is. What the fuck is D-Mart?
But the word they
But it's got a good name.
rated, which is clearly
Chang?
means boring.
You guys don't even have it.
So, Udek to Ukrainian is
It's just
boring.
H-Mart.
Udek to a Jew is an annoying person. So boring becomes annoying. Interesting kind of shifts like that. But nevertheless, very high level of Slavic elements in Yiddish. Taken together, however, Yiddish lacked authenticity, even though it was considered the weibische Sprache, the women's language. It was also called quite openly, including by
Queens Road
Shogolator,
Central.
the jargon,
Are you done?
the jargon. Just
No. They're just, they're
it was
cool.
the
Chang
pastiche of
Duncan.
languages. It was considered something that Jews
How many
spoke.
fucking
It wasn't. It didn't have significant enough literature to have a reputation as a teacher of language. Yes.
Here was it.
Yes.
Like Floyd Mayweather?
It's
Yeah.
not also there was a lack
Yeah.
of
Also like
how to
Jenner.
spell things.
Absolutely.
A lack of
Grace Doppler,
pronounced
Music
letters.
Top, Palmer's, Passion Trap, Shorter, Heat, Cat, Latin, Latin, I wish, Meringue, Castelli, but also from Greenberg.
But despite the fact that it was considered a kind of like a type of trio, nevertheless did have some literary origins. Most famous, especially because of its association with women, its tremendous work by the Salmon, which is a title is actually come and see. It's basically
Oh, is that Somali? No, he'd be on here. The Gaspers, Murdy, Alphadia, Hoover, Wilson. Look at it. Goodyear.
Yiddish and understand basically Rashi interpreted. It has been translated into English.
Rashi, Sopiri, Rakimalov, Crouch, Tesla, Center, Talbot. Is that?
Sorry?
Veneer,
I'm sure it doesn't. My wife's
Banteya,
Anyways,
Shelberty.
it's,
Okay,
very
so
prized work from
let me
the
tell you
16th
this.
century,
Um,
and
these people's names would make it into the like Grammarati. I'm gonna tell you this: would it work if I were hiring you? If I were hiring you, I had one position to
many of these have
do. Based on your last name, Hugan could work, Dylan could work, Wallenberg could work, Mayweather could work, Al Shuai will not work. Why is two?
life cycle events.
Jenner could work. The Grace will not work. Why? It's got that little fucking thing over it. Doppelmayr won't work. Why too long? But yours is long. I know, but it's super long. Not really. I'm saying now Doppelmayr would make it, but like now I'm just telling you, if you have one position and you have to take the best name, it's not gonna work. Sorry, lady. Jewish taught author with 2 fucking hyphens. Fuck yourself. And more. There's the door. Get the fuck out of here. Palmer's? That's a really easy. That one is. I might hire Palmer's. Really? Yeah, I feel like. Are you related to Jim Palmer? They'd be like, no. Who the fuck is that? That'd be like, you clicked on Cincinnati Reds. And they'd be like, what the fuck is that? And I'd be like, the Reds? And they'd be like, yeah. And I'd be like, they'd be like, I'm fucking Denise Palmer's. Who the fuck is you? And I'd be like, I'm here to hire you, Denise Palmer. You know Jim Palmer. And they'd be like, who the fuck is that? And I'd be like, here's a picture of the Cincinnati Reds. And they'd be like, what the fuck is that? And I'd be like, the Reds? And they'd be like,
Was one of the early writers in Yiddish. He was heavily influenced by the Haskalah at the time, but he chose
who the fuck is you? And she'd be like, I'm Denise Palmer's. And I'd be like, are you related to Jim Palmer? Who the fuck is that?
One of the major issues
But they might get the job. Really? Not with the name of Christian. By Hasselfast, really? Hi, we're the Hasselfast. Would you hire that person?
language was very, very political. Many of these
It's long. I'm telling you, simple names are good. And I'm not doing this based on race. Mayweather is a really easy. I would do that one. Really? Yeah.
Decide to identify as Russian, Ukrainian.
I'm trying to think of other people. Winfrey, Johnson, easy.
All at the same time.
Doppelmayr, that's kind of hard. Dunstig Tot Hoffer with, oh, excuse me, it has 2 hyphens and an umlaut. Oh, okay, let me take your order in Starbucks. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Leon, that would work. Would you hire that person? Yeah, I mean, fine at French. Leon, so is that talking to them? Yeah, but I mean, it's a big thing.
So much so that you can spend time in jail if you published a book in a language that was forbidden. Right up until 1933, actually it would be 1938,
Chaudhary?
1933, the Russians, for example, banned
Nepal? I'd let that slide just because they were Nepalese and it's like, that's really fucking high. How'd you even get a business up there?
It's like it's too complicated to explain why the letter G was so awful, but it was basically
Why?
had to do with language problems. So at this time, Jews were
Have you
faced
ever
with
been
a
in
very
Nepal?
interesting problem.
Ask anyone. They're like, no.
no.
Some people have. Maybe Bob Seger does a concert there. Who knows? But let me just say this: like, when's the last time you ever got anything with Catman? You're like, oh, motherfucker. I gotta, what? We gotta, it'd be like, oh yeah, we gotta get this pontoon to Kathmandu. It's like, can you even get a pontoon? Let's look and see if you can get a pontoon boat in Kathmandu, Nepal.
Unlearned person if you didn't speak Yiddish, like some kind of foreign transport. So Yiddish was overwhelmingly popular. And only a few glowing voices at the end of the
4-bedroom house rental in Cape San. No.
Why don't we just take
Kathmandu, Nepal.
make it a
Kathmandu?
language? Why don't we
The top Nepal boat rental.
justify the language that we speak?
Rafting boat in Kathmandu. $75 a day. 10 pontoon boat.
Started writing in a form of standardized Yiddish. We can create a literature.
Wow, that's actually
It's
cool.
not high-level literature intended to be
I was going to see this cookies.
force
How much is it?
parody.
I don't know. It's like $349. Oh, that's a picture.
let's go to our hero for the evening.
Wait, that's not like a pontoon. No. That's a Nepalese pontoon boat. I mean, give me a fucking pontoon boat from like Florida to Kathmandu. How are you gonna do it?
He was born in the highest level of grade in 1859.
Could you parachute in here? Just fly it over.
His father was a timber merchant of
Like one of those fucking cartoon parachutes on it.
later idealized as fictional places in his.
I don't think so.
His mother died young, and he had some difficulty with his father, especially when they had some business reversals. His father then remarried, and he wasn't on especially close terms with his his stepmother, although one of his very first literary achievements was.
Do you think you could get a catamaran in Kathmandu? Let alone a pontoon boat. How about a catamaran?
It's a funny thing, but it gives a sense of
No, it's
something that
let
really
alone
affected
pontoon
his
boat.
entire life.
Catamaran in Kathmandu? Do you think you could get a catamaran in Kathmandu? I didn't think I could get a pontoon boat to Kathmandu. Now you want me to get a catamaran in Kathmandu?
Jot it down, and then of course later up here in his fiction, he was constantly collecting these interesting little phrases.
Do you think that it's possible to get a catamaran in Kathmandu? I don't think you can get a pontoon boat to Kathmandu, let alone a catamaran in Kathmandu. And shout out to that family. Teak, investment property. Hey, Teak, is that how you say your name? Caps? George Caps? The rain gang custodian baffled settlement property. Real estate takes them out. Huh? Yeah. Is this just like the vacation? I'm gonna buy this Oh, Alpha here? That's never gonna work. Really? I mean, now it would. I thought, oh yeah, that's fucking Alpha. That motherfucker has one of those easy motherfucking names. It's just like Al Space Fahim. But it's like, I'm just telling you, Al Fahim, if you were trying to get a job at Wendy's, and it's between you and the Kruger guy, I'm going with Kruger. Why? Is that a racial thing? No, I mean, I like that name. Really? I don't like that it's 2 words. Why? I'm just telling that person, they've made it. They're like some UAE. Emirate? Chieftain? Whatever the fuck you call it, they're fine. They can be like, I don't give a shit if you don't like a fucking space in my name. I don't need a fucking job at Wendy's. But if I did, that motherfucker might just change his name to Fahim. Or it's not even that I thought it was like a bad name. It's easy to say. I'm telling you, if you have one job, if you have one position, if there's one life raft and you have to give to someone's name, you want it to be probably pretty easy and simple. Probably memorable. I don't know. Kruger? Obviously. Why? That's Costanza's boss at Play Now. Mr. Kruger. Evo. Molson, the beer company. They're fine. Why? You could look if Al Fahim was like, dude, we need a beer. If we had a beer and everybody in UAE was well, if they ever did drink beer, they need to call it Al Fahim, and then everyone would be like, oh yeah, Al Fahim, that's like the Molson family. That's Rosie. All around. Everyone needs to learn from the Rosie family. That's how you fucking market yourself. Add Rama to the end, and it becomes the best thing ever. Roller-rammer, Roller-rammer, Store-rama, Seller-rama, Bingo-a-rama, Sex-a-rama, Fuck-a-rama. Anything with a rama in it is the best. It's just amazing. They might be better marketers than y'all before. Why? Dollarama? Oh yeah, it's a Dollarama. Somebody was like, oh yeah, I saw those pictures of the Dollarama. Really? Yeah. Dollarama? Naming something like Rama or naming a product like, oh yeah, that's the Lever 2000. It's like, oh my god, 2000 flushes. Or the Binford 5100. It's the Binford 5100. How about Salt Carry? Whatever. I don't know the name of your company. Oh, the Rackham Clubs. Oh, around the Rackham Clubs over. It already sounds boring. But they were OTP Bank. They need to rename that bitch ODB. Oh, dirty bastard. Really? It'd just be ODB. Oh, dirty bastard. Oil company, Mobil, gas pump, and B2B. Oh, God. Keep coming over. Rouch. How about the Rouchers? Hey, Happy Day Jesus. I love it. Why? Happy Day Jesus. One of the greatest names. What about Rouchers? They own Happy Day Juices. They're fine. Really? It's not like, oh, yeah, we own gas pump. Hey, Hasselsteiner. Hans Peter Hasselsteiner. What the fuck is that? What is that? What the fuck is Strayback Ages? How is Strayback Ages so big that they don't even have, they're such a big company, these people are some of the richest motherfuckers on earth, and they don't have a Wikipedia for this, or it's not connected, or no one has connected it to this page? Why am I having to connect it for people? What is this? They need to rename this douchebag. Just call it douchebag, and it would be so funny. No one would ever forget the name of the company. It's a construction company. That douchebag construction company. Of course, it would be the fucking funniest thing. Yeah. All right. How about Talbot? Is that the Talbot's company? I don't think so. Veneer. Synthetic materials. They had Alliance Group. Is that like Alliance with the ALOINZ? ALINZ? That's different. Somebody needs to just take that fucking money. How about Charbatley? You know what? Charbatley is an amazing name for someone from fucking Saudi Arabia. Why? It looks like sherbet, but it's like, oh, that's what Charbatley is, really? Yeah, they don't wear one of the fucking things, really? Yeah, they're not. Why you go over there, they fucking got one of the flags, and all that fucking cursive over it. Really? Kids, when you start seeing this flag start, oh fuck. These motherfuckers, oh my god. If I ever had any stand-up, oh my god, it would be this. Hold on, I've heard this before. This is someone else's stand-up. I don't remember who, so I'm not gonna be like, I'm stealing this. But there's like some stand-up that's like, what was the name of these guys? Have you guys ever seen the Mujahideen? Hey, what's up with these guys? Have you ever seen their training videos? What? Are we going to be attacked on the monkey bars? Why? Ever see a Taliban video, man? Taliban rooms. Taliban training video. These guys were always... Really? I swear to God. My friend when I was in kindergarten, I was afraid of the fucking monkey bars. Fucking very afraid. Why? Because I was afraid of like the drop. Because it was onto concrete, or it was onto hard wood. They might have put a pad down, but I was just afraid of heights, and I psyched myself out of it. So anyway, Taliban trading video monkey bars. Really? Yeah, these guys. The terrorist monkey bars. Oh, we saw this shit. Oh, it's a Seinfeld. Thank you. I wasn't trying to steal it. Really? Oh, it's fucking hilarious. This is so great.
Essentially writing called today like detective novels.
Thank you.
Really cheap fiction. Plagiarized plots and characters, and he particularly wants to
It's true.
diluting the brand Yiddish. He essentially shuts it down.
It's a great question.
Kind of like Mark Twain. He has been compared to Mark Twain, the Jewish Mark Twain, listening to snoring, and Hamid, another writer, the outlet. Here's one of the great Hebrew styles.
Focus on the seesaw. On our side, we got so many fat kids in this country who could sit down on one end of a seesaw, hold those skinny terrorists up in the air on the other end.
Go to Chocolate.
That's the terrorism. You don't know whether to trust it. They jump
Yiddish
on the
kids,
seesaw.
the doers of the ghetto.
Now you
And
just gotta help.
by emphasizing the value of Yiddish as a legitimate language, he was diverting Jews' attention from Hebrew
Very, very funny. And
Zionism, and he was doing
if you don't know what he's referencing,
nevertheless, for the vast majority of the Jewish reading public, it was a tremendously enlightening moment.
we saw this shit so fucking much.
High culture
Really? Oh, it'd be like, look, guys, I swear to God, I have friends who've served there. I've seen this thing. You could be like, this is ISIS. And I'd be like, okay. And then they'd be like, oh no, this is the Islamic State. Okay. And then they'd be like, oh, this is the Taliban. Okay. This is the PLO. Okay. This is the Islamic Storm. Okay. This is the Islamic Brotherhood. It sounds like they're eating cornflakes. So I know exactly what you're saying. Why? Because it's like they literally showed us this same footage. They told us, everybody, this is everybody. They'd be like, oh yeah. This guy was suspected in 9/11. I'd be like, oh shit, we gotta up the NYPD's budget. This guy, he was thought to have bought a ticket at Logan Airport on 9/10. That wasn't even the same day. That's how good he was. This guy This guy's cousin was the motherfucker who drove that fucking plane in the Pentagon, but it was coming in like this with like right in that motherfucker. Like it's making like a fucking hairpin turn. It's like right in, motherfucker. It's like how the fuck did this thing fucking? It does like a 270-degree angle, like, and it's like, the motherfucker is hitting light poles at like 500 miles an hour. It's like, if you read the physics on this one, it's like, it's winged with a rip on it. Don't. Hey, Mujahideen. You ever see a Mujahideen underneath a grade school desk? This motherfucker, look at this guy, right? This looked like when I would drop a marker top when I would be in school. Ever drop a marker top, like a Crayola marker top? And it's like, fuck, it is way over. There's like 6 desks in the way. It's like all these fucking legs. And then you got like kids' legs, you got chair legs, you got table legs, and you gotta get your fucking marker. I want one of these guys doing it. Why? Look at this motherfucker like. They would be like, oh yeah, that guy, he was the jack of spades in that Iraqi deck. And it's like, holy fuck, why didn't you tell us sooner? It's like, huh? This was one of the greatest propaganda. Projects? What do you call them? Arts and crafts of the military industrial complex. What was this? It was like their hobby, where it was like, oh yeah, let's put all our enemies on a fucking stack of playing cards. And then we'll have like Tom Brokaw read every night. The queen of the slaves is allegedly in the spider bunker. What the fuck is this, dude? Most spotted Iraqi. This is so sad. A million Iraqis died over this. This is just not funny. But and 6,000 troops, like a bunch of nations over bullshit. But they made this fucking good. Really? Yeah. They'd be like, oh, yeah, did you see that motherfucker who was like the third guy in line after the monkey bars? They were jumping on the wood. That guy went to school with Rashid Ta'an Kazim. He's the 2 of spades. It's like, you motherfuckers couldn't even find 52 people's pictures. You're telling me that this kid didn't go to school? You couldn't have found a yearbook photo and been like, pictures on card are older than they appear? Even on the people on the milk cartons, it's like, well, this is what they might look like. How are we as Americans supposed to be like, see something, say something? So whatever happened to this? Did they ever get a picture of it? Hey, Rashid Khan Kazim. Hey, it was like, oh yeah, you know what? Just we only need 52 cards, but just run them. Just run the decks in like thousands of them. Send them all over the Middle East. Yeah, but we don't have a picture of this motherfucker. Really? Rashid Khan. Oh, okay. He's a prominent leader in the Ba'ath Party. This motherfucker's still alive? I thought we got that whole deck. Oh my god. You mean to tell me we did all that bullshit in Iraq and we didn't even take down the whole deck? No. We were like, I understand the whole thing about yellow cake uranium and weapons of mass destruction, mobile nuclear labs. I get all that. But we had a deck of 52 motherfuckers, and I thought they were all gone. You're telling me the first one I check out, the two of spades, is still living? He's a prominent leader in this fucking thing. This is his picture in Wikipedia. What the fuck? This guy's the funniest motherfucker. He's a real person. There's a real fucking picture of him. Oh my god, this is such fucking bullshit. Why? This is fucking the most outrageous bullshit. He was on the list. He was the 49th of 55 months, and we still don't have a picture of him. The picture on Wikipedia is two fucking spades. Are you fucking serious? Why?
And while he was here in America, he attempted to stage a few of his plays here.
The BBC says he's still on the run since 2006. That is 16 years. You're telling me this motherfucker didn't create a Facebook account in the last 16 years? You're telling me that he didn't get a text message from some one-night stand? That he didn't lead some bitch on red? Come on. You're telling me that he didn't fucking... Now this is bullshit. I would be like, I told the CIA to their fucking faces what was up, and I would do it again. You motherfuckers are supposed to have a job in this fucking world, and it is to essentially clandestine operations outside the United States. And when you guys have every piece of data on every motherfucker all over the world, and I got the two of fucking spades here, and we haven't heard from this dude since 2006, and you motherfuckers have people in goddamn Guantanamo Bay since 2001, and they haven't seen their families. You gotta let everybody out, and they shut the fuck up. Yeah, like fucking rip you, just smash you 1,000 fucking pieces of candy. Why? Because this is the kind of work that they're doing, which is probably perfect. I mean, to show you they're doing their job. Why? It's like, oh, we're looking. There you go. There you go. Motherfucker, this is such bullshit. I'm telling you, this guy created a fucking TikTok account at some point. Really? He hasn't been underground for 16 years. No one is that good. He's the two of spades. Fucking Bin Laden was the top dog, and we got him within like 10 years. You're telling me this guy's been on the list for 16 years. I don't know. Nobody fucking remembers those fucking cartridges for this fucking pioneer in fucking California. So is he... Dude, that guy, his kid, that motherfucker, you're telling me his kid's not like, you're not going to be at my recital, Dad? Come on, you never come to anything. This is the baby. You're telling me that there's $1 million on this guy, and we can't even get a picture of him? Who is this guy, Spider-Man? Kids, why isn't this motherfucker the FBI's #1 guy, like international crime boss, #1? Why isn't he like the #1 guy? Why? Nobody can even get a picture of him? He's a fucking avatar on Wikipedia? So the United Nations had sanctioned him, but they can't get a picture of him? I just don't believe that. Why is it this the best you can do? Shouldn't somebody be like, you know what, before we get sanctions on this guy, shouldn't we get a picture of him just to make sure? Why? Because it's like, what if we're sanctioning the wrong guy? Has anyone seen this guy? Whatever, truthfully, if you're the United Nations and you are sanctioning a person, it should be on the books. You have to know what they look like. What if they say, I'm Rashid Khan Kazim? And I'm like, I don't look like that. They're like, well, you kind of look like a tourist. I'd be like, motherfucker, that's a blank avatar that you put in for fucking. When you don't have somebody's picture, they're gonna be like, well, your head's like this. Hey, Rashid Kazim, where were you on 9/11? I'm like, bitch, I was on the stage in my fucking school. I was in the 10th fucking grade. I was in Dr. Malone's calculus group. Wait, did he get upgraded? No. So how about this one? No. But truthfully, the UN had to listen to me and be like, yeah, before we sanction someone, we need their picture. Why? I mean, it would be like, he could knock on my door. Retief Goosen, whatever his fucker's name is, Rashid Khan, because he'd be like, knock. Hey, man, want to go into business? And I'd be like, yeah, that sounds great. And he'd be like, okay, cool. And I'd be like, cool. What's your name? He's like, Rashid. I'm like, what do you do for a living? He's like, oh, I'm a basketball player. You look a lot like this guy was on this deck of playing cards back in the day. He's like, yeah, I Hey, okay. Don't call him a shit Kazim. But I'd be like, no, you don't look like him. Why? Because I don't know what the fuck he looks like. Nobody knows. No, but that should be okay. There should be some things in this book. We need your picture. Really? How did we go from like in the post office? They used to have wanted signs. Really? It's like when they wanted to do. When they wanted to do like actual work, they put shit in there. Like, oh, when it involves embezzlement of postal funds, really? But no, this is like a Saturday Evening Post. Money, $100,000. They used to do that. Okay, now you're telling me there's $1 million reward out there, and they can't get a picture of this fucker? There's $1 million out there. Look, if I tell someone in the like on TikTok, if I told someone on TikTok, look, if you get a picture of this motherfucker, one picture of it, it's worth $1 million to you. Somebody, I think, would travel or looking for this motherfucker and be like, yo, you know anybody named Retief Goosen? Go to Retief Goosen and be like, hey, Retief, do you know anybody named Rashid Khan Kazim? They'd be like, oh yeah, he's like, he ain't tall and he looks like this. Kind of like you. Oh, okay. All right. This guy was a politician. Somebody's going to be like, I voted for him. I know what he looks like. Oh, okay. Could you draw a sketch for us? For our playing cards? Like, they used to even give you a sketch. They didn't even give us a sketch. No, that's just when they're laughing. When the world is just laughing, you know, it's like 16 years this guy doesn't have a Facebook account. I don't believe it. Everybody's like, Rashid, you gotta join Facebook. It's like, I refuse. why he's like, oh, if I join that, then I'm gonna have to get a Snapchat and a Twitter, and I'm like, Twitter is gonna take it up my life. Really, they're gonna get a picture of me one of these days. No, but in all honesty, to the CIA, if you guys want us as like people to believe your bullshit, you gotta do better than this. Why? This guy's been on the run for 16 years. You have been storing motherfuckers in Guantanamo Bay for longer than that. And it's like, that's not fair to those people. Like, they were so into those people. Oh my God, that's what people. If I ever met anyone from Guantanamo Bay, I would just talk to them with the world. Because they're all they were
such as Lansky's National Mission Project, North, a tremendous amount of Yiddish material has been preserved and digitized. So, as much as possible, the actual corpus of Yiddish.
It's like, before I would have worried about ISIS and the fucking house, the fucking PLO, and the fucking what is that fucking thing called? I would be like, Mossad, why aren't you worried about this motherfucker? Hey, Mossad, why don't you? Can Mossad get me a fucking picture of this? Mossad could give me a picture of this motherfucker's butthole. Do they? No. But if I ever had any power, I'd be like, Mossad, you dumb motherfuckers, if you want us to like be afraid of people, you gotta let us know who they are. You can't just give us this. Really? Yeah, and I'd also challenge Mossad to be like, oh, you're like, I pray for you motherfuckers every single day. Give me a fucking picture of this guy. That's all I'm gonna tell you. If I want a picture of a motherfucker, I want either his dead picture or a picture of him when he was in like third grade. Doesn't everyone have a sketch of him? Can't we be like, so you went to prom with him, right? Do you remember? Was the lighting good? Can you sketch him? Did he look like a poo? What is he? Huh? Sorry to all of that. Why? There are still people who are at large in this shit. I would have been like, I'm sorry, if I were Bush, Obama, Trump, I would have been like, we fucked up big time. But there is this deck of cards that we have to complete. Dude. I bet you these kids are at a Facebook group. They'd be like, it's like, this is their Facebook group. I'm going to start one. Facebook group, it's going to be like, current living members of the 2003 most popular Saad Kasim, Rabbi, Abid, Latif. Really? Yeah. It's gonna be like, dude, they didn't even have my picture. Really? I could have been anyone. I'm a fucking mechanic in neon. Here's something that was interesting. There were no women on this card, even though they had queens. I was expecting it to be like, they're going to have 4 baddest Iraqi bitches out there. They're going to do those fuckers. I would never. I do remember They used to make fun of fucking. So now they're saying for having Viagra. And it was like, it's like an older man. I think that makes something of and you remember that. They make fun of that. So he'd be like, okay, that's cool. I'm Queen of Spades. Who's King of Spades? Why did they make him King of Spades?
Very significant character as
Why? Because he could have been the Queen of Hearts, everyone. I'm the Queen of Hearts. Okay, so I'd be like, motherfucker, here's my Facebook group. Rashid Ta'an Kasim, Saif Al-Din Faluya Hassanta, Rabbi, Rafi Abid Al-Latif Tifla, Tahir Jalil Habush, Abud Al-Tawab, Mullah, Huwaish. No, that guy was captured. So there are only four of them. It's like the Beatles. Tahir Jali Habush, Latif Abid Al-Latif Tafila, Saif Al-Din Falula Hassan Taha Al-Rawi, Rashid Khan Kazim. Oh, which one are you? Oh, wow, you look just like Latif, Gusev, and Raif, the other guy. Really? Oh, yeah. Hi, Rafi. Oh, cool. Dude, you look just like Rashid. You just look like Rashid. How about you? Oh, this guy didn't even get one. This guy didn't even get a playing card. He's the Jack of Clubs. Don't you think they would have been like, look, we want to end this fucking war in Iraq. We still got the Jack of Clubs on there. These guys are going to start their own playing deck. They're the top four guys of the next one. So we got 48 more ones to create. How is that a thing? We need a new set. Okay, so these are the top guys. So you got the Jack. No, hold on. So you got the, I guess it's Spade, Club, Hearts, Diamond. Okay, cool. So you got the Ace of Spades. That's Rashid Khan Kazim. You got the Ace of Clubs. That's Saif Al-Din Faluyi Hassan Taha Al-Rawi. You got the Ace of Hearts. That's Rafi Abid Al-Latif Tilfa. And the Ace of Diamonds, Tahir Jalil Habush. And I'm telling you, I could convince the UN better than Colin Powell with that little vial of meth or whatever he had, and as much yellow cake uranium as you wanted on Iraq War 3. And this would have had a better reasoning than both the other two combined, and that would be this. I already have a top 4 most wanted, and we have 48 more to go. Find me the 48 worst people in Iraq right now, and we'll add them. We'll get their fucking Facebook pictures, because there's no doubt that they have Facebook nowadays, and we'll make a really good set. And then we'll kill them. And I'm sure we could justify a third invasion.
By and large, failed of that period to invest in them a sense of the value of Jewish cultural tradition. They found it desiccated, meaning, and when they looked at the outside world, they saw only opportunity and possibility. And it was merely a small, meaningless ritual of baptism that kept them from joining the larger stream, larger current, shall we say, of participating in all of the exciting things that were happening out there. We, sitting here in the synagogue in the late 21st century, are the survivors of that phenomenon.
They always why things coming on things like a train ass. They always fucking said like, oh, what's the justification or whatever. And I always said that this was like, it's a poor justification, but it actually had some credence to it, as opposed to like yellow cake uranium in a vial. What was it? Was that anthrax in an RV cold? I don't fucking know. Was it Koreans and rice and that shit? Was Uncle Ben there? Was the Jerry Rice running the chair? Anyway. Condolingus rice? Condolingus rice sounds like a Mexican dish. Well, anyway.
Nevertheless, that is
I think I got a lot of good ideas for the bicycle cartridge.
and as we shall see, they were
Are you done?
put it in historical context.
Well, are you done with? Do you think you could get a pontoon boat to Kathmandu? Shit, kids. I don't think we could get a pontoon boat to Kathmandu, let alone a catamaran to Kathmandu. How are you gonna do it? How are you gonna get a catamaran? How are you gonna do it? You're gonna get a catamaran to Kathmandu? You're gonna get the pontoon boat there first?
So I have certain rights and privileges to live in this country.
All right.
And I can travel
Are you
relatively
done?
freely in and out of the country, things like that. But nevertheless, I am still a landed immigrant, and I could
Absolutely.
lose those rights and lose those privileges under all kinds of circumstances. I can stay here for a very long time. I have like a year on my card.
We gotta say that thing.
Things like that. But that's basically
Why?
the status of Jews in Europe.
That's my friend.
800 years. They were transients.
She'd be like, the reason why I stopped hanging out with you is because you thought you were too cool for school, and I would always tell you there's always someone cooler than you, and you were like, I think I'm easy. There's always someone out there cooler than you. It's friends.
But ultimately, France advanced
Make me feel tiny if it makes me still talk, but there's always someone cooler than you.
legislation keeping activities because at that time
Someone cooler.
they said, wait a minute, this is a mistake to investigate. Napoleon, very bold, asked that the authoritative body that the chance
Really? There's only you that makes you feel fine. Oh, there's always someone cooler. It's gone wild. But is it? Oh, what's someone called in here? Well, I'm like nerdy. Facial? Fortnite. Dude, really? Yeah. Am I missing something? What am I missing? No, this is okay. Let's see. I've never heard. I've only known people from regular. So, the Ben Folds velocity is really big. I don't remember anything like that. One more time. sword. I usually take over a saga. Well, actually,
All kinds of absurdities like the state constitution. Germany is spoke in the class on Rabbi about the Jewish response in attempting to slavishly imitate German values and German norms in order to demonstrate to the Germans that Jews are sin against the blood. How did Jews relate to Western Europe as opposed to Eastern Europe? That's the like Western Europe was only assimilations. Many Muslims themselves took Christianity and Judaism. So, whereas in Eastern Europe, basically, or the standardization of the literary Yiddish. In Western Europe, there are many leading non-Jewish intellectuals like Christian advocated for the Jews and argued that Jews should be given equal status. In Eastern Europe, none of that was happening, and not similar figures. We're concentrating on Western Europe. It's a spectrum. And then Judaism entirely and wanted to totally bury any kind of memory of the Jewish background. Others wanted to keep a Yiddish tom to things, and others really tried to keep Judaism in its integral form, as we discussed in the lecture of Irish, but without the externalities. You don't have a significant ultra-Orthodox population of Germany, and they're trying to deny everything. But
video The Wally theme homecoming. Really? What is that? I never had homecoming, so I don't know what it was. Really? What is homecoming? It was always a really big thing. I just never knew what it was. And my mom kind of always wishes I. What is that? Welcoming back alumni. I mean, that's every fucking Saturday. But so that's what it is. So homecoming is every Saturday. We didn't have a homecoming. Why? It was a really small school. So they have homecoming church. So that's what that means. It's when all the people are like, what? So that's why fucking Marla many people come back. Yoshi, that's why it's called. Oh. Are you done? So whose job is that to run? That's what I do. What the fuck we do? Gotta have homecoming. Gotta have. We have a prom. Do you have a prom king from itself? No, we didn't. And are you happy at how that went? You know, we might have went. I don't know what your name. Really? Oh, allegedly. Really? I was. Yes. And my head, you'd have been able to get rigged against you. I was a writing candidate, one, but they know one, I wasn't there, and two, the guys from not all of it did not and election, but I won. I was in a writing as a writing candidate. Of anything in this that was a surprise. No one would ever believe it, but there'd be significant. There'd be girls out there who be like, yeah, and that was good. What? And I mean, would it have been a big deal? I would have marketed myself as like pretty hard, and I think it probably would have went in a different direction in my life. It would totally change my life. Right? I could have marketed myself. So you losing that being rigged against you changed your life forever. I mean, I would have had such a big deal. I did, but to win that when I wasn't even trying, I wasn't even in it. I didn't even know about it. Are you done? No, she'd be like, hey, Mr. Notre Dame, are you done? It's not. Are you done? You're like, hey, Mr. Notre Dame, are you done? He's like, when are you gonna make Calcutta? What is it, Calcutta with a K or a C? Oh, dude, you gotta enjoy Mumbai for those bitches. Cavalcade of wheels, kids. Cavalcade of wheels. Why? That wasn't a cavalcade of wheels, kids.
not too much in the way of Jewish education. Part of the failure of Jewish establishments at that time was that people tended to rest on the inertia of thousands of years of Jewish culture. They just figured since I do it, and my father did it, and my grandfather did it, you'll do it too. They just keep going because it's always been going. Very little investment of energy in creative education for their children. The sons got a very rudimentary education, what was necessary to maintain a richer status, how to get the actual, that kind of thing, and the daughters got nothing. What made this a little worse was that this patriarchal attitude, in fact, the Rabbi very seriously, but her father told her, according to
I really have a thing from that. Didn't she die? Oh no, a monk. She got she injected her. She did cool. She's one of the reasons why I'm down. Right? Why the fuck did you? Why did you know about it? Something was fucked up in this world. She's with Kushner. You got fucking Nikolai. You got fucking the Hamiltons. You got the ones, and you got the Federal Reserve. Something was bound to kill her. Huh? Something bad shit. Are you done? Hey, hello. Yes, Mr. Yoshinobu. How do you know? What do you mean? Because you're one of India's got to get
if you're married, it's a separate. So you put that later. Yeah. I see. Okay, so anyways, but you can do other kind of by the way. You can make this thing to such that all is set up.
Did that put me in reaching? Right? Yeah, why? Like, if you tell me motherfucking Jews we just would hate that like somebody else done it that way, then it's gonna change. We might just change it because we've always done it. Then we fucking change it, right? People will be sick of that fucking saying. We do because we've always done it. So I love that more than anything. I do that forever. But you'd see people would not like that. But we've always done it. Now, if you could make sense of it, like with good reason, oh, but it makes sense because X, Y, and Z, but at this point, it just seems like you could. So people in your family with vaginas at disadvantage to those with a penis because that's how people did it thousands of years ago. If you could prove any other way, I'm here.
Slide that we just skipped over. One of the reasons we know so much about her and about her circular activity was because she literally thousands of letters which were devoted as a
How do you build one legit?
we have a tremendous source text database of what it was like to be a Jewish woman of this class at that time in Germany. She is kind of like a analog on the other side of the assimilationist divide.
I'm gonna yell at what they do. They like have normal style of company. It's not like, oh yeah, this is the Inkler-Gergash kind of company, and here's their company, church. Oh, and that's silence. Yeah, he's thinking about the future. It's sweet. It's fucking sweet. Oh, this is so funny. My roommate, I don't think much. My roommate, I didn't say it, but He brushes his teeth, he does not always brush the toothpaste on his teeth. My friend is so fucking funny. I have many flaws. And like I would write them all down on like a list and I work on it. And I had it on a piece of paper at my house or in my apartment when I was lost. It was like I'm not gonna list it now, but anyway, this girl was at my house and she saw my room was just covered in notes. It was unlike anything anybody had ever seen. With like lawn notes. And it was a really good way to do it. So it's actually a good way to do it. But it's like that guy, Mr. Doodle. I'm like that guy, but I did it lawn notes. And but on this one thing I had some like self-improvement things. And she saw it and I grabbed it off the wall. Like, I don't want anybody to see that. Anyway, they were like my favorite. But I later on introduced her, not yet, but like I introduced her months later to my mom and aunt, and wouldn't be aunt in the future, aunt, and what? And she asked my mom, "Is there anything that I do that is like, do I have any annoying habits?" And my mom said, "No." But if I had to say anything, when he was a little boy, oh, that was not. Do I have any? Did I have any annoying habits when I was a little kid? Something like that. Really? And she said when I was a little boy.
This is a constant refrain on her part, and she feels that it is her Jewish background which is keeping her really mixing with Jewish society. I know she's very admirable character, like many people of the generation, basically converted, and that was a ticket, as I had put it, to general culture, simply converted to Christianity, and it was all over, and you could mix with everyone. Of antipathy placed on Jews at the time was like many that can get hurt simply went to the parents' side and days and then she was off again.
This is her sink with toothpaste, and this girl would think this is so fucking cute. Why? It's like the same shit that was pulled on that I used to pull on my family. It's like being pulled on. But it was so funny. I remember she said, "Oh my god, that's so cute. My little sister does that." Really, yeah. So it's a potential recovery. There you go. Knock yourself out. Yeah. Are you done? What in the fuck is this? Yo, are you done?
Definitely more in the socioeconomic front, and there's a lot of seething mistrust that will eventually go into the streets against the 1870s. We'll talk perhaps in another class about Heinrich and his. Napoleon invades in 1806, and this spells the beginning of the end for Von in many ways. Her civil war is broken up because Berlin has been taken over by the French. Many of her close associates flee the town, and they're not able to gather in the same way that they have before. The family business falls apart. The brothers stop sending as much money to her mother, and they ultimately cannot afford the home that they're living in. So mother and Rahel have a huge falling out, and she moves to a small apartment, which is more in line with the very modest needs that her brothers are providing. In 1808, she meets Varnhagen. I don't want to go to his biography in great detail. It takes quite a while, but by 1814, she ultimately settles and decides to marry him at age 43. They do not have children. Her salon basically is all over. And that takes us basically to the end of her life. This is a picture, by the way, of our salon, a period picture. So if we look at her legacy, and I have lots more slides, usually I use the legacy as the last slide, but I promise there's some kind of upbeat sort of America. She is, even though I've given you really the highlights of her biography, it's not an heroic biography in Jewish terms. However, to the outside world, she is viewed as a cultural icon. Many times by Jewish women identify with her and with her frustrations. Most prominent which was, of course, her biography, the great philosopher Hannah Arendt, who also has a problematic biography of her own. She had some very close relationships with professors when she was in Germany, and those professors Nazis. She was a Jewish. And she wrote perhaps the most important biography of so for some women, she represents kind of like the heroism of someone who was constantly held down by a society that would not recognize that eventually has a gender, and somehow she rises above it to create something much greater than herself through her general culture. Literary efforts of she was a very effective writer, and they make quite exciting reading. But from a Jewish perspective, what kind of young woman is this? Why are we looking at her so much? So I would like to contend that looking at her specifically because the kind of problems that Rabbi experienced 200 years ago are precisely the ones that we are still dealing with today. To that end, I would like to share with you some statistics from the National Jewish Population Survey, and I will with the famous Heil criticism. Before I take you to these statistics, can I say a question? Yeah. You see, yes, yes. There are different features. In many ways, the assimilation of America is far worse. At least Von Hagen knew what a Passover sandwich was. He's a story of 4 sons. So my Rabbi, it's a good Rabbi, used to say, it's not 4 brothers, it's 4 sons. Zeta is he's the one who actually practiced Judaism as the and there's the father, he's the Russian, abandons Judaism and so on. What is all this for? He is the Tom is the grandson who sees that his father and his grandfather have some kind of conflict, and he just goes along with things. But at least he has some consciousness of what Zadie does on Pesach. But the 4th son, the great grandson, is Shadeo Deodishma. He does not know how to ask. He doesn't even have a concept of what Pesach is. So we're living, as he used to say, like orphans at a Shiva house. We have all these people coming in to visit us, and it seems exciting. If you ever see little children at a Shiva house, they think it's fun because, look at all these relatives and these people that they don't realize the reason why these people are coming is very tragic. So that's really our generation. Okay, so let me take you to the National Jewish Population Survey. This is a major survey that's conducted every 10 years by Federation. It is somewhat controversial. I'm showing you the 2000 results. There are 2010 results, which are slowly being released and are problematic. And 1990 results were just shocked the Jewish world. The Federation would really change dramatically with those results too. So there's a little bit of debate over the specific numbers. Demographers will be quibble about it, but let's just look at the general patterns. First of all, intermarriage in America, as the caption here says, have increased since 1970, but the rate of increase has slowed. So I think that caption is trying to put a positive spin on a really negative graph. Because ultimately, the last decade of the 20th century, 47% of Jews have now married intra-Jewish marriages, and the chances of those marrying another Jew are less. So that's a really scary statistic. Perhaps this is like
A supersized penis cut. Really? Yeah. Why? Because it's cut.
This is something we should all know, obviously, but the statistics really bear it out. Education at childhood level is the best. Jews, they do have an Jewish education, 23%. So, looking at the way, the height of Jewish education is possibly much higher chance of drops. 29% multiple days a week.
Like literally, there's like a 9% chance or something. Very high. That's very high. That's not Jewish life. That's straight up. Jewish life. I'm scared to work with a couple of kids.
My father was inquiring of his cousins and his sisters, what school should I send Henry to? And the parents said, well, send him to this school. They should send him to this school, that school. But whatever you do, don't send him to that Orthodox school because they're crazy. So my father, yes, he said, that's exactly what he said. It's just like movies. This is 23% Jews who attend once a week. Children who go to Sunday school. It's still a significant decrease in the risk of intermarriage. It's really half of Jewish education. And the Jewish day school initiative experience 7% intermarry. That's an alarming statistic, but it's certainly far less alarming than Jewish education. It's the best way to deal with this problem. Have an issue.
Don't try to sit home and do as I say, not as I do. Don't say, like, oh, that's okay, 9% chance of burning a house. No, there's like a 30% chance I burn this room. I'm talking about the whole fucking house.
Definitely are getting more Jewish than used to. Adults and children. Adults say 27% say they got no Jewish education. Children, 25%. One day, big adults said 13%. Jewish children said 25%. Jewish day students, Jewish actually 12% of adults can say they had a Jewish education. 29% of kids, 1 out of 3 kids.
10-year-olds or 110-year-olds. Dude, 110-year-olds will whip the shit out of you. Stop that. That's a fucking 10-year-old can whip the shit out of you. The question is, how many kids' asses that are 5 years, how many 5-year-olds' asses could full grown people kids? 42. After 43 and above, they will murder. You got fucking chance at 42. Or is that what I'm shot? Why is this my only fucking thing?
I'm going to share with you now the Highland thesis. This is basically this is taken from his portrait of the Jews in the latter half of the 20th century. He didn't put it in back and forth like this. Contrast Jewish community in America at the midpoint of the last century. About 1960, 1960, let's say, or 1950, with the Jews at the end of the 20th century, let's say 2012 or 2000. And if you were to roughly graph Jews in terms of their level of Jewish identification, you get two very different.
Who is this? I was just thinking though, like this girl isn't old enough to be a MILF. Like Chili from TLC, that's a fucking MILF. With Felicia Rashad, a bunch of fucking people. I really respect Felicia Rashad and that fucking wives of the NFL or whatever. She had a child too. Why? Well, it helped to promote her child, but also it wasn't. It made it not sexual. Really? Yeah, and it was like she's in a t-shirt, and it's like a big t-shirt. It's not like she knows there are some people in that prep. You gotta check that thing out. Like, it's gonna be so hard to that. Really, yeah, but this girl understands when she has kids. Hell yeah. 96%. What was it? Oh, really? For sure. Hey, man, thanks. Thanks for
Let's say keeping kosher home, but not being so careful about keeping kosher house. Keeping kosher home, one house, maybe not so much. You go to shul on Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, rest of the time. I'm not very careful fast on Yom Kippur, let's say. Or maybe you light Shabbos candles and then you watch the news. So there's like, there's all other, not religious terms, like Jewish identification, maybe something like, modern Jewish identity might be something like, visited Israel once. You give every year to the generation. You went to Israel once. You don't go to Israel every 5 years. But you did go to Israel once. That was a big trip. So that would be over here. All of American Jews would be in this section. Then you have down here at the bottom, a small number of Americans who are driving. These are the Jews who are completely initiated the world, who are completely within the Zionist world, Jewish socialist world. Friends are Jewish. They do Jewish things, read Jewish books, practice Jewish rituals, things like that. Essentially,
So does like what do you call this fucking? What do you call it? Generation X or Y, whatever. Gen Zers. This is Captain Millennial here. Did these hearts and plus signs, does that intimidate you? Why? I'm beaten up. No? Cheap. What becomes the big entry? The big. Seems like some of it's good, right? What becomes a big festival? Like parties, shit like. What's the smell like? It's like a urine. It smells like my hamster's cage. My hamster's made of stinky. Like stunk. But he was stinky before I even took him home. I remember in the car, my mom and my aunt. I got him in second grade, and they were like, "All right."
Jews are basically watered out, and here on the far end,
maybe it's time
clearly an uptick.
You get it in.
Highly identified Jewish population.
What's his name?
Sure has grown significantly.
Stinky? Why does he stink? My mom was like, "What about sneakers or shoelaces or something cute?" I was like, "Stinky," and they laughed so hard. It's like, that's just fucking me. People are gonna howl at that. But that was his thing. So what was your porn star name? Your porn star name is always your nickname, your pet's name, and the name of the street on which you live. And so mine was Stinky Igers.
give their money to the right. They always give their money to Jews.
Is that it? What is that? What is it? You're over here like, huh? I wonder if they did these captions with Final Cut Pro or Result.
March of Times and things like that, they're not Jewish institutions, right? And so all
I
the money
think
that used to fund this lifestyle over here has been disappearing dramatically, which makes it at the Heilman untenable for Jews to remain in this population. He actually ends his book on a very dark note by saying that this solution is not reached to this scissors crisis, where the expenses go up and the resources go down. And he says American Jews is a disaster that process keeping this population. And he argues that the solution is to bring this whether or not the majority of Americans no one yet has scary aspects of
This one. How the fuck?
Outside of all this, about how in many ways her drive to assimilate to Western society is endemic of a regional crisis where Jews fail to educate their youth. Seems statistically incredibly important right to education. How that was particularly sensitive to childhood and adolescent years. And I urge you to think about carefully when you decide on your information. Thank you very much for your attention. And he's always got my So there's this university in Oxford. I had but it's very, very difficult to really interplay. There's always big bells in it, and you have to bring some body strength to be able to pull the clappers and things like that to make it feel great. So they've been trying forever and ever to get just the right I have, but there's a chance to try and find it and have those auditions on
I like the story. Even though these are very milk, yeah, not those are all really, really close. Too close to home. How about
races at the bell, dives into the face beautiful, ringing sound that just resonates throughout his
another fucking caption?
He's amazed that, man, this is going to give me music, sure they give me music. And he's still running around, banging his head right into the key of the cells. After timing and
What the hell is that? What the fuck is that?
He just overindulges a little bit.
I was looking at signal facial and then all of a sudden something. Oh my god, you can't search like on caption and it doesn't. That one fucking disease that has like what's it called? Carbon. That one don't have that fucking when you get too much carbon in it. Carbon dioxide.
Tonight's class is truly amazing. I have to say, I spent a lot of time.
Respawn location. Just a question. We have some about respawn location. Is there anything about ticket points? Do you have anything in there about body armor?
And as you know, I teach a college level class on Wednesday afternoons with undergraduate members of TRUMAN. This material today is so amazing. Some of which positively energized by the media that we described to others who distinctly uncomfortable. We get off this topic because something else is fascinating. I think we probably have a similar range of responses to rather amazing life. Tonight's class is generally sponsored by the Zach Weiser, who is in right now. Thank you very much for the generous sponsorship, and also my daughter, Lisa, she has a part-time job, and she's regularly giving Weiser to the show. By the way, I mentioned that I did an analytics study watches my videos and these lectures, and it's amazing. I have like 7 people still, 19 Filipinos watching my videos in Sweden, Turkey, and it's crazy. It's really quite exciting that people are sponsoring the side representing the heart bit about this. So it's really exciting to see. The website is listed here. Jewish history lectures and organizations. So if you type in Jewish history lectures, it should come up on page 1. And really very excited. Let me tell you about this amazing maiden of she is positively has happened to God.
It's fucking good.
It's a little bit of an exaggeration. Actually, you can't be a little bit exaggerated about those things, but as Nathaniel Deutscher biographer, she is arguably the second most famous person in Jewish history.
I can't believe this is true. I just can't. I'm creating a fucking account. Do you believe it's true? Why? That's true? That's fucking really nice.
19th century, living in a fairly backward part.
You say it all 50 fucking states. Really?
Very, very beautiful.
Really? Oh, this is another thing.
So the published book, you have basically studying that in 19th
I don't know. Like,
say about 30 years after she died, and based primarily on very kind of sources. Hagiography, meaning like stories written, wonder stories about rabbis and things like that, which have sometimes dubious credibility. And folk tales and legends handed down from mother to daughter and mother to daughter about the amazing feats of the Yidderhood. And those sources are problematic enough. Her life is so fascinating that it's picked up by many different playwrights, novelists, and so on. And so they've used poetic license to fictionalize her life, and then it becomes even more difficult to tease out what's actually true and what's not true. She's been the subject of 4 novels, 2 plays, and she's also an important character in a novel by Isaac Bashevis Singer. And Yeshua is in part based on the play here, and also Lansky's famous play has a lot of depth to it. So let's try to understand exactly what was really happening.
just to see what you created a fucking account? No, I can't. Now I have to see this. Right? Then I have to look at the game stuff. Honestly, to me, it's a walk question. Really? It's a very interesting walk. That's why
This is essentially
why I like it.
completely on his analysis. Now, what do we know about TRILLIONAIRE? First of all, we know her name, sort of, although in some senses she actually appears as
What in the fuck is
because of the serial saying her name is sometimes transposed. Her father's name in English and her family name is most likely Rabbi. Okay, that is opposed to we know that she was born in approximately the year 1806. Some sources put it up a bit later, but approximately 1806, and that she is most likely deceased in 1888 in Israel, in Mountain Olives. We know that she led a life which was legendary for scholarship and piety, and she exercised leadership in a small Hasidic community. And much of her activity was associated with this particular the problem was that someone was sick long after she had left, long after she died. There is a what's perhaps most fascinating about your life is that on a functional, anthropological level, she really was a Hasidic Rabbi. Look at what she had for her time. She had all these measures. She had followers who came to listen to her Hasidic discourses, which she typically, male and female, Jewish and non-Jewish as well, which she typically delivered from outside an open door. Like in one room of the house, everyone else would sit and listen through the open door. On occasion, she actually delivered lectures in the men's section of the shul.
My question, Robin, if you got it, like it's crazy.
And she accepted Kitla. She accepted, like
Stretch, dominate,
petitions. She did the
dicks
kinds
down,
of things that a typical 19th century
form of
Hasidic
skinny hot pain, too big, monster, long kingdom,
which is entitled
really easy. Right to height, manhandle, takes the car, full tone, gut, blood, monster,
Rabbi and
motherfucker's dirty.
let's find out. How did she get started? What happened? So here's where she comes from. Here's a map of Eastern Europe. This is contemporary Federation.
So they go.
Western Ukraine, southern and you look at the map of Ukraine itself, these are various this small town of Volodymyr. It's a small town in the 19th century. The estimated population is less than 10,000 people, which about 7,000 Jews, which is a fairly typical profile of mid-sized villages of the area. Let's find out. And how she got paid is really important. But just patience up on us. We got to go just a little bit further. You know what? I have people complaining. I take too many questions during the lectures. Yeah, there we go. First of all, let's understand the historical setting of her life. I want to talk a little bit about the religious setting after that, which is going to be very important, especially when it comes to applying the Abramson tool of history. Very important. Understanding how it's and then we're going to concentrate on her life per se. So So the
Can you
historical
tell me
setting
that's
for Jews happens to be
why?
very, very
I have to be
dark.
very careful with these fucking terms. So
It's
hold
the
on.
nadir of Jewish life
Them
in
boy.
the Russian Empire this time, particularly when Nicholas I comes to power here-ish. And so, a decade after his coronation. Sorry? That is a real portrait. Exactly. This is seriously, this is a game. So, Nicholas I, very military man, very much inclined to use the military whenever possible. Watch rebellion and so on. In fact, he came to power after the Decembrist rebellion killed his father, and he suddenly came to power. He was not an anti-Semite in, let's say, the Hitlerian sense. He didn't want to eradicate the Jews, but he did take the Jewish problem very seriously. And what they mean, in 1953, the Jewish problem is what do we do with all these Jews? We're trying to develop a society, we're trying to shape it in a certain mold, send it in a certain direction, and the Jews aren't cooperating. Specifically in Russia, Nicholas I had three core values about Russia. He wanted it to be robust, which means everyone had to have the same ethnicity. Orthodoxy, which means Russian Orthodoxy, that there should be Russian Orthodoxy. They believe in orthodoxy, value of having a single leader and so on. So the Jews would go along with autocracy, and then go along with orthodoxy, sort of. Jewish orthodoxy. But with the Russians, people who it was a very difficult thing for the Jews to accept. So Nicholas I's strategy was the military. The Jews, historically, in the vast majority of European nations, were exempt from military service. This was primarily because the Jews really didn't consider themselves and were not considered citizens of the country. In fact, in Russia,
You think BBC
legally
think
called
of your
transients.
rabbi? The BBC.
They had like permanent resident status, but they were not
Why?
considered
It's just taking
citizens
over
of the
time.
Russian Empire right up until 1917, the 20th century. What they would do is Jews would pay a double tax to exempt themselves from military service. Jews fine, the governments were good with it, Jews were good to maintain their group exactly. Nicholas I felt that the only way that he could assimilate the Jews and get them to start behaving more like Russians with Christianity and so on is if he forces Jews to accept the inscription like all of the Jews. Secondly, we should realize what inscription meant though in the Russian Empire. Modern states, Germany, Israel, France, whatever, if they have inscription, it's typically 2 or 3 years of military service. Sometimes it's followed up, served to the afterwards with you. But you take it when you're 18 years old and you get it over with, right? Military service in the Russian Empire was 25 years. So if you went in, that's all. When you went in the army, that was it. You were a soldier for 25 years. It was not quite as bad as it described it because in reality, it was a clear choice for many young men. If they were, let's say, the second or third son of the family, and they didn't expect to get a big inheritance of land from their father, and they didn't want to become a priest. So, the army is a reasonable career, seagull things like that. But Jews never opted for it. Nicholas I said from now on, Jews must serve like everyone else. It wasn't universal, it was only a portion of the male population, but if a Jew is chosen, he's got to spend 25 years. Now, that isn't bad enough. Realize that by the time he was 18 years old, he was already committed to his Jewish back then, by the time you were 18, you've had your bar mitzvah, you may be married, you certainly had Chinese food a few times. You're not leaving this culture. So he lowered the age of conscription to 12. And then he added the 6 years of military reform school called the cantons. And so they could legally take a 12-year-old boy, put him in 6 years of military education. They were called cantonista for this reason. And then afterwards, they'd serve their 25-year stint with the army.
I want to see this
devastating. As you can
like
imagine,
the camera.
huge conversionary pressures on the Jews. And they were placed in these schools, and a lot of pressure to assimilate to Russian values. And in fact, most Jews who became
Alright,
Jewish
so like what they
simply lost to the Jewish people. There's a
did,
fascinating
time,
footnotes
like
about what happened
competition.
to some of them later, but I don't want to go into it at this point. One more, I mean, it just gets worse and worse. Another horrible thing that Nicholas I imposed, which has a lot of connection to the bitter point of her story, is that he placed the local Jewish communities in charge of deciding who would be sent to the army. It was not a lottery, it was not a democratic decision. It was a decision that was made by the kind of senior leaders of the community. And as you can imagine, most of the communities that we had, the children of widows, orphans, of poor travelers, those are the children of tenants. It generated a tremendous amount in terms of descent as the working populations, the masses began saying, what kind of Christian did you have up there? You know that Sarah lost her husband 4 years ago, her kid's going to go to the army and not, rich guy who doesn't have there was one possible out, which also had a lot of significance. Nicholas I did allow the children of students to be accepted from Russian Jewish schools that had a very transparent aim of converting the children to Christianity anyways. So the choice was, if you were a Jewish mother, you could send your little boy to school for priests teaching real Judaism, or you could keep your kid later at home which was a terrible decision that really was extremely close to and in fact was blamed for the organized was initially disbanded by Nicholas because it did cease to function. So this is the kind of environment and socioeconomic pressures that were happening at the time. Let me, I do have a question. It's a great question. Yes. Except very exceptional doctors, very wealthy. It's interesting. In fact, Catholic faith predecessor by some years had that gave the Jews more freedom, and they would, in fact, assimilate rapidly to Russian rulers. But it was not to be. His approach to it was take a big stick and try to beat it towards Mr. Jews tried all kinds of evolutionaries. There was an exemption, for example, to only sons. So all of a sudden, child was covered with suddenly were adopted sons from all over the place. Jews changed their names to try to correct that. Jews shot their trigger fingers off in an attempt to maybe themselves to try and look for toes as well. Anything to try and avoid being conscripted. My own Zadie, he ran from the Tsar in 1994. He was slated to be conscripted to serve in the Russo-Japanese War, and he felt that even though it was much more proximate to high-quality Chinese food, I had some. Why am I talking about Chinese? Okay, you know what? I gotta pause. I'm gonna go on with the lecture because this is so good. Now, that's what's going on historically. The most important thing is really this massive measure that lasts right up until 1917, but the intensity of these 1825 Now, religious things going on is seen as opposing to a new stage of development, which is not necessarily its highest stage. Because it's decline and destination. These three tribes, now to four generations his dates are roughly 1700 to 1760. There's several most common switches. There is the Kagi of Resurrection, dies in 1776. Your generation established
That's the thing. I kind of like try to figure out. What is
Is considered the ultimate tzaddik. And again, the anthropological says, what does a tzaddik do? So it said us tonight, oh my gosh.
I didn't say this. This isn't like today. It's like if that is really, if she's really talking to her son on the phone, and her son's friends doing that to her, there's got to be something that comes. Like, this is the most awkward afternoon ever.
Generations who got to by the time you get to the fourth and fifth generation, the qualifications are quite narrow. Basically, you have to be a son of the citizen. So it's dynastic rather than meritocracy. And this leads, as many critics have said, to a desiccation or reification of the Hasidic movement, which many of the Rebbe's, in some cases, even abuse their authority. Certainly several of them establish massive courts where there's quite literally tax on the members of the Hasidic population. They have to pay for the opportunity. In fact, they must twice a year. Their husbands will give their wives service and pay some expense in 2 months. That doesn't do for what they have to be fed, but they have to be entertained and so on. This is really a big institution. It went from being in the 18th century small charismatic groups of people who like turned on and fired up by a particular Rebbe. By the time you get to the early 19th century, some of these Hasidic dynasties, I wouldn't say all of them, I wouldn't say which ones either, are noted for their bureaucracy more than their inspiration, shall we say. Okay, enough said. Now we should talk about these ViralRabbi. I remind you, our sources are very complex and difficult to work with. Lots of oral traditions, lots of hearsay, very little hard, objective, verified data. So when I tell you some things, I have to say some say it was because of this, some say it was because of that, and you just have to tolerate the reality. What we know about her is that when she was 12 years old, she visited the cemetery where her late mother was buried, and she passed out there. According to some stories, it was as simple as tripping wrong. According to others, it was she was overwhelmed with emotion because she was engaged to be married. Not at all atypical for a 12-year-old girl in approximately 1806, 1818. But she was hopelessly attracted to her husband, and according to some versions, she could not handle the separation, the enforced separation before the wedding, and she had to endure to stay away from her intended. But at any rate, she was most likely in the graveyard inviting her late mother to the upcoming funeral. Very common tradition when she passed out. When she came to, some while later, in some stories, she actually spent the night there. She was a completely different person. She, for some persons, suddenly began to recite pages and pages of Talmud that she had never studied. According to others, she had simply decided to call off the wedding, which she did, and she just wanted to live alone and simply study and pray. She wanted nothing else in life. She just wanted to devote herself as a girl in a unique and solitary manner to God. Her critics later on in life argued that she was the victim of a possession. The term in Hebrew is a debek. It has a double meaning. Debek means something that sticks. In modern Hebrew, debek means glue. So debak means to to your wife, your mother, daughter, leave it to your wife. So her critics said that a malignant, wandering spirit that was unable to go into the next world had somehow seized on this young woman and had invaded her body. A possession, in other words. This is, by the way, the motto that Lansky used for his famous play of the same name. I'm going to see one scene from a reenactment of it. However, in Jewish thought, usually these demons make a person behave badly, very antinomian behavior, very challenging to authority, and so on. She didn't do any of these things. In fact, she just sat and studied Torah, and she prayed with tremendous intensity, and she was like really a very special young lady, just focusing on her studies. Some of her opponents said it was not a demon, but perhaps it was an equal. Is a lesson about mysticism. The present is overwhelming negative spirit, perhaps an unsatisfied spirit, and even her liars. In fact, she refers to a seemingly liar soul like that. Like a liar spirit, like a king or someone who comes and infuses his or her greatness into a person, inspires them to do still greater things. Is the same as pregnant, added, value added, so to speak. It's a positive aspect of now we don't know, all this is kind of in the realm of mysticism, what actually happened, but for sure she was a changed person. From the ages of 12 to 19, she lived a highly solitary existence. It could be, by the way, in terms of marriage, there's a lot more going on here. There are several legends that say that before she was created, her father was specifically by the that he should not marry her off anyone she was uncensored. Which is a lot of problematic anyways, but as a lot of she doesn't comply with a lot of questions. But the ROTHSCHILD said, your daughter in particular got in trouble. It's not a good idea. Another version says that on her deathbed, the mother had told her husband whatever you pick a fussy for Connor Ruffle unless she specifically approves. So she certainly had mind and an idea about who she wanted to marry. Various versions of who that first potential husband was. Some say he was an adolescent friend that she became infatuated with. Others say that he was her childhood chavrus. They went to Cheder together and studied together. You recognize the picture there. You can't see this light. That's left. Others say perhaps it was someone that the family used to have. Yes, she was a shtetl. The first yeshiva in she was which I believe was established in 19. That went to go show up. They had to find a place to stay. The custom was that they would say, okay, he's going to stay, he's going to take one. That's the thing. At any rate, she didn't marry this guy.
Pretty surprised with the choice there. Yeah, normally not. I mean, it's a solo girl.
It is consistent with a Russian tradition rabbis, what do I do with my daughter? And essentially she ends up becoming one of these recluse. You may wonder why I have a picture of Rabbi and Reb there, famous war propaganda. Women can't do it. It's because I really like the second picture. Right? Okay. Now, this is where it gets really when she's 19 years old, most asked one thing I would like to mention is that she comes from a fairly wealthy background. She comes from a fairly wealthy background. As soon as her father passes away, her mother died many years ago. She gets the entire inheritance, and she says, "Okay, I'm opening up a base madrash." And she opened up a little shul. It was on the second floor of a building in Philadelphia. And she just spent her days studying Torah, teaching Torah, and nothing. Everything that she did was entirely within the boundaries of Torah. It's true, there are many places who say that she should not wear Torah, but it's certainly not the way there are rabbis who back and forth exactly the same. And she never, tried this out in the men's section. There are some interesting stories that say that on Simchas Torah, what she would do, she would chase all the men out of the shul, and then they would take up sacred Torah, and they would all take turns. Of course, she probably covered in the month and so on, but she was really empowering women in a very unusual way, particularly in the 19th century. Definitely in a way that challenges societal norms, but not directly contradicting any halachic definitions of it. She maintained the tish, basically everything you think a Hasidic Rebbe should be doing with his day, that's what she was doing. It's kind of like the joke. The president of the shul takes his young son over to meet the rabbi, and the president says, "Rabbi, I'd like to meet my young son." This is the rabbi. And the rabbi says to him, "Shmuel, it's really nice to meet you. Tell me, do you have any questions?" And the rabbi says, "Yes, Rabbi. I'd like to know, what do you do all day?" And the rabbi says, "You're just like your father." So, what exactly does a rabbi do all day? The things that Hasidic rabbis did, she did. She maintained the tish, which is the table, and she would gather people around, and she would just teach Torah. Men and women seated separately, and last women, and she would teach Torah. Sometimes, she gave proper lectures, as I mentioned, would be on the inside the door. She would read and those people bring her petitions, which she would read. She would give blessings to them. The kind she would have audiences with women. She never had audiences with men alone. And in fact, many Hasidic rabbis came to meet her to see why they wanted to meet her. So she refused to meet with important people. She says, "What do you want to meet with me?" And she would send them away because she was kind of a stranger. With one exception, as we shall see. In every case, she maintained a strict adherence to the laws of modesty, always covered up and she dressed in white, and an unusual character with a lot of this sort of rabbinic activity. Here's a few of her teachings. This is it. This is it for her recorded teachings. She wrote nothing about herself. But let's just look at the first one here. One, a person whose holy thoughts accompany him on his life's journey is not alone and wretched, for the noble thoughts shelter him from loneliness. I think framed within the parameters of her life, that's an unusually profound statement. Two, every pure thought that flows from the desires of the heart, the intellect is unable to grasp at all. Just looking at these very quickly, I think that's a quite a profound thought myself. It reminds me of something that Rabbi and she came first. Three, although I don't need your read. Every moment of existence, yesh, is for itself. All that is in the present is no longer in the past, and if it was, it is renewed. I don't understand what I mean. A person who does not see the Holy One, blessed be He, in every place, does not see Him at all. interesting people. They're interesting kind of thoughts. Okay, now, let's go to his critics. Unfortunately, I have only the English translation. I presume she spoke entirely in Yiddish. When she moved to Israel, as we shall see, she may have had a following in Hebrew. No, it's probably unlikely. It was because it's still the 19th century. Yeah, it's most likely all in Yiddish. But again, I don't have the original languages. I don't have the text in the original. Now, as you might be presuming, not every Hasidic rabbi was thrilled with what she was doing at this time. And there was a lot of traditionalist opposition, but there was never head-on opposition because it's very hard to actually find anything that she did that really transgressed Jewish law. Definitely Jewish custom, Jewish practice, and perhaps the most significant opposition was the fact that she refused to marry. That, what is she doing? She was, don't forget, she's still quite young. This is basically a decade of her 20s, from 19 to about 28 or 29. That's when she's doing these things. And she refuses to marry during the entire period. But if we look at it a little bit deeper, we see that she is really exercising a kind of leadership that has the engine of traditional Vestian charisma rather than dynastic authority behind it. She is gathering followers because of who she is, what she's doing. She's not asking anyone for money. She's not asking anyone to even come. She's just offering Torah to anyone who wants to hear it. She's offering blessings. If you come, don't come. It's up to you. This is quite different from the institutionalized Hasidus that was happening, particularly in the region that she lived. And it was destabilizing to the status quo because her following was overwhelmingly, by the way, working class, simple, humble Jews, primarily with their backs and very simple menial jobs. That's all of the commentators emphasized, that she did not have like an erudite professional following. She had common Jews as her following. There also was a significant challenge to the revenue stream, because if you wanted to be a chassid of one of the major groups, there was an enrollment fee, and there was a regular kind of, you were expected to give your pidyonos, what they called ma'amados, which is the term used for the upkeep of the regular sacrifices in the temple. You have to pay your ma'amados every month, and now here, she's not asking for anything because she's independently wealthy. She has the wherewithal to simply do what she wants. If you want to join her, fine, and if not, also fine. And there's no doubt that there's a certain element of misogyny attached to all of this, that it's not right that a woman should have so much popularity and power when there are women or men doing the same thing. In fact, I think one of Nathaniel Deutsch's very prescient observations is that there are a lot of Hasidic holy women, but every single one of them is somehow attached to a Hasidic holy man. And she's the only one who doesn't want to be attached to a man. Like the saying goes, a woman without a man is like a fish without a bicycle. She doesn't need it. She says, what's more? So at any rate, in her late 20s, she is finally pressured upon by the current Chernobyl Rabbi to marry, showing enough already. It's time for you to settle down and get one. According to the legends that we have, he debated with her, always with another man present, so they would not have the problem. He debated with her for 3 days, convincing her that she must marry. That's not right. She ultimately consented, and they set a date for the marriage, and she chose as her husband own Rabbi. In the Rabbi of the shul that she owned, the guy who took care about the Elias, he was to be her husband. And in fact, there was a big celebration, and she got married for approximately 24 hours, after which she sued for divorce. Now, there's a lot of different questions. Why did she marry only for one night? Try and sort out the various opinions and various legends that we handed down. One of my favorites is that her Rabbi was too intimidated by his wife that he did not want to consummate the marriage. I mean, she was the holy Moed, right? She was the maid of Lumir, and so he refused to consummate. Another theory is that no, in fact, she followed through. She did not want to be so antinomian that she disagreed with the great Chernobyl Rabbi. She says, "Want me to marry you? Fine. I'm married. Look, I did it. I'm married. Now leave me alone." And she said, "Now I want my get, I want my divorce, and I don't want a ketubah. You don't have to pay me for the divorce, but just leave me alone because now you have more time to sell me. I'm married, all right." Another opinion is that in fact she did not ask for a get. She chose to remain an ootd, forbidden to other men. In that state, which is only considered a very terrible, awful state to be in, she said, "This way, no one will bother me. Finally, I would have no pressures whatsoever." At any rate, her marriage dissolved. She also completely abandoned her public role as a Jewish leader. According to many of the authorities, she wrote, she felt that she had lost her powers as a result of the wedding. Some say, one of my favorite aspects of it, that as the Hasidic custom was at the time when a woman was married, she cut off all of her hair. And when she lost her beautiful red hair, along with it, like Samson, she lost her powers of prophecy and so on. I haven't even bothered telling you many of the amazing legendary stories of what she would do with it, but she apparently lost powers. For certain, however, she simply ceased acting as a rabbinic type figure for 3 decades, and she sort of disappears from the stage of history. She's going to come back. But maybe I can take a couple of questions before I do.
Yeah, she is. How many nuns are there? 606.
We'll get to where she died yet. She's still living. What we don't know what the guy did.
It was close. It was like 666.
Well, the Stiebel
But the Jacqueline
went to
100,000 years.
fell apart, and
Wait till
very,
the bitches are
and there was pressuring her to marry. They ended up inheriting the Stiebel.
Yeah, I
She
have
stopped, having a tish. She stopped speaking in public. She just having a
Tumbleweeds. You ever see tumbleweeds?
most of the data that we
fucked up.
recorded are
Like out west, there are just random ass
from
bulbs.
and sometimes even more than one generation spread out. Again, the earliest source we have is 1909. She died in about 1888,
Right?
and her period of activity in Berlin ended in about I think 1835 or so. So it's really quite distant. Now it's spread out. There are all kinds of stories that go all over Europe, and there's consistency between them. So we know there's a kernel of truth to them, but we just can't get closer to the reality of Illinois than the sources that we have.
Hey, dude.
She left written record. Yes, last question.
Have any information as you can reach a higher officer level of being a Jew, or they have forget
Now that's an excellent question, which I'll repeat in case the microphone didn't pick it up. Could a Jew advance in the army without officially converting to Orthodoxy? I'm not sure. I think, though, that there was significant upward mobility. So the famous captain who served in Israel at Tel Aviv, wasn't he a captain? Yeah, so that's quite a high rank. Now, that was late. That's early 20th century. But I can tell you two quick Cantonese stories. We got to get back. What is fascinating about the Cantonese studies, most of them simply disappeared. They converted, they were lost to the Jewish people. I did meet a colleague of mine at Columbia University conference once, and he's a Ukrainian, and he has this really Jewish last name, something like Holstein or something like that. And I said to him, "No, how come you have this Jewish last name and you're so Ukrainian?" And he said, "Well, it's believed that my great-great-grandfather was in fact a Cantonese. And we don't know for sure if the Holstein is like a giveaway, but the fact is, the legend is, he walked into the village one day and he knew how to read And the fact that he knew how to read made it much more likely that he was possibly Jewish.
Really?
Last thing about Calvinist, go back to the point. The most fascinating Calvinist community, I think, are the Jews who ended up in Estonia. Because when you finished your term of duty for the army, even though you were Jewish, if you remained Jewish, you were exempt from the discriminatory laws that applied to Jews because you were a veteran.
Oh, this
And
is
so
so cool.
a lot of Jews
Hey,
served
like,
in the army. This
everyone
Calvinist
is like, hey,
moved up to
you are
Estonia,
one kick
which
away
is
from burning
way
down
out in the northern
a
section
house.
of the Baltic Sea, which is almost considered like a
Mikey.
resort type community for many Russians. And they set up these really interesting Jewish communities there, made up of people who had lost almost all their Yiddishkeit. They hardly knew anything, but they had hung on to their Judaism identity enough to create these basic communities. And they lasted as Jewish communities right up until the Holocaust. Okay, so let's go to the last period of life when Gitterman has a fascinating innocence. At the age of approximately 53, she decides to move to Israel. And in fact, when the Rabbi told her that she has to marry, he said either marry or move to Israel. One or the other. Move to Israel, I guess, means get out of here, but move to Israel. So at age 53, she in fact does, which is quite impressive. In the late 19th century, she left to Israel and all the different places. We're talking about the 1850s, late 1850s. And she moved to Israel, where she shows up in some of the census records of Moses Montefiore. And there she apparently gathered quite a following. Once again, she started wearing talis and tefillin again, living in Mea Shearim, not in Israel. And she is referred to in the Montefiore census records as Harabbanit Tzaddiket Mishpachat Ram, which means Rabbanit is ambiguous. It could mean Rebbitzin, but distinctly referred to the census records that she does not have a husband, so that's unusual. And Tzaddiket, the righteous woman, which is, that's not usually a term used in this context. Mishpachat Ram, from an elevated family, from a wealthy family. So once again, she was doing well, and she set herself up in Israel, and she once again went into the rabbinic issues. In this case, she gathered principally women, and she was famous especially for taking several groups of women several times a year to Kever Rachel, grave of Rachel, where she organized these rather unusual kind of prayer circumstances at the grave, and then brought specifically in reference to the famous passing of Ryan. And she's even noted at the time, of course, noted that even Arab women went to her.
The cool parts were the ones that were drilled through
Once
them,
again,
the
kind
ones
of
that you weren't
reached
supposed to
her
use.
within. She found that a rabbi
Okay,
the population as a whole. We have a record of a local Chana, daughter of Lodesh, from the correct region, who died in 1888. Her name is transposed, but it's most likely our and she was married on Mount Olives in the late 19th century.
Why?
Bringing her rather amazing life to a close. So when we contemplate life,
That's another element to the game.
this morning,
Why?
this afternoon, I had 5 to
You kind of
19
see like little hints when there's like a
reaction to her were all totally different. Some were just energized.
Yes.
I never know. You never know a woman can do things like
She
this.
just provided like
Oh my gosh, this is terrible. How can they allow this kind of thing to happen? At the same time, what were the rabbis at this time?
and like
It's
yeah,
fascinating that
pictures
she
of
is
them.
rather
But I just remember
complex.
every once in a while it's talking
21st century.
the whole thing. I think, why is there a hole in here? My grandma would be like, they give them away at
She led, she was a
you
leader
if you
not simply secondary to a male figure.
they can't use
And she did it in a highly idiosyncratic way, which was certainly facilitated by the fact that she had the economic means to pursue her. She was really a Wolfian kind of character in that she had a quite literally to do whatever she wanted. And in that space, despite the pressure of society, she elected to essentially act as a feminist. She defied those social norms, but she
just from yourself.
With that, I want to thank you as always for your great patience and excellent.
My Uncle Gary. Have you seen the Big Lebowski?
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Jackson. Okay, good evening, everyone. We'll get started. We're a couple seconds late. How appropriate that, especially when we're talking about a German thinker like Rabbi Samson is certainly hit right on time. So I have to have one of my favorite jokes tonight to begin the lecture, and it's one that I think really encapsulates. I told my daughter, Lisa, she's supposed to remind me of something.
My uncle and I.
No, I remember. I'm just reminding you that you're supposed to remind me. Anyway, she reminds me of carpool this morning. Don't forget to tell me you read that joke. So, the real joke is from before I tell you about the real joke. My daughter asked me, why did the real joke? You have to have jokes that are themed to the lectures.
He was like,
They must, somehow uplift and connect to the material. So I have been talking a good joke today. Before we begin with the joke, I want to thank especially Mr. David Sumner for sponsoring tonight's lecture. It is a direct, he has the hashpah of the influence of Rabbi Samson personally because we went to the Samson worship she was players and talk about what that actually we have two there.
why?
All of us here actually have other products.
What do you?
Tonight, actually, his lecture, his thought impacts on all of us. We are all Hersheyans. Someone say something. We are all entrepreneurs. We're all Hersheyans. So, thank you, Summer. For those of you who are interested, we have, I think, 3 lectures in the series yet that are waiting for sponsors. And it's a wonderful thing. If you invite the sponsor, we ask for $200 to offset the cost that the incurred in buying a camera, projector, and things like that. And but just being here is sponsorship enough. We're really happy to have you.
But
And please do visit the website because you'll see the lectures are all online.
have you seen this?
These lectures are now, we figured out that it's all in one video.
I think my cousin Andy was on time.
So here's the gorilla joke.
And he was like, have you seen this movie? And I said,
There's
no.
a
And you
Jewish
gotta watch
actor
it.
in LA, and he's looking for work. He's having a really hard time finding a part. This is a very, very uncommon situation. And he's anyways, he's having a hard time finding a position. So he's looking through the trades members and so on. One day he sees, and he kind of sighs, there's a job for a impersonator. He says, oh my gosh,
Actually, I think I
really have to
downloaded
sit
it
this slow. But otherwise,
using.
he's waiting his hand until the time says, I'll work on my Stanislavski. I'll figure out how to really get into the role. Do the best I can. Now,
Like after master, but before like iTunes.
It turns out that the local zoo has recently lost its silverback gorilla, and they need an impersonator to keep the children happy until they're able to purchase a new gorilla from Africa and bring it. So he's living in a gorilla cage, and he's beating his chest, and he's eating bananas and swinging from line to line. And after a while, his old drama school training kicks in, and he begins to enjoy it. And the kids are cheering, and he has huge audiences. And when he comes out of the cave in the morning, either he really starts to enjoy it. He gets it larger. So one day, as he's enjoying the role, he's swinging from line to line, and he gets a little bit too energetic, and he actually swings right out of the gorilla cage into the neighboring lion's den.
So it was like,
And he lands and he looks up into the face of the
I guess. My cousin was
So like
against
any
it, so I think I
observant Jew
downloaded
who's
it
aware this life is about to end, he uses that moment to crave the great unity of God. He covers his eyes and says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu,
and so
Hashem
what?
Echad. And then the lion
Sadly, I can't
says,
tell you
grandiose,
amazing.
and then the giraffe says, Shut, we'll get us all fired.
That's the first time I ever saw it.
Why I like that joke and why it's so perfect for the era that we will be
So when I saw it,
because
it
we're
was
getting
like,
into a very, very difficult tumultuous period in Jewish history, one that we are still dealing with intellectually, socially, culturally, and that is modernity. Specifically, the 19th century is the first time that Jews en masse realized that the doors were not locked, that in fact we could leave Judaism without necessarily walking into another religion, that we could adopt a secular
your religion is the big
obviously, this had disastrous consequences.
but now it's like, like
assimilation, wholesale conversion was a
Jewish holiday.
We're still reeling from the impact of it today, and we continue to experience that in our own generation. So we're looking, starting today and actually for the next few weeks, we look at various aspects of this period of great change in Jewish history. And in many ways, we are like the actors in the real estate suits, trying to pass while still trying to retain our basic identity. And we'll say Shema Yisrael,
So, I'm like to my uncle,
in an attempt to retain our basic Jewish life. If we are able to
when did
retain
you
our
watch this
thought,
movie
and
the first time?
particularly as Orthodox Jews, it is because of the thought and light
I
of
think it was in
because he was the first thinker to articulate a unique strategy for Jewish communities this period, and intellectual freedom
Honestly,
in the marketplace of ideas that we know as modernity today. So what I'd like to do today is look at his life, his main
so here's what
contribution
happened.
to thought,
At one point,
and the fact is he was a fighter. He was someone who was a great polemicist, and he enjoyed himself in a very, very deep and consequential struggle for the future of Jewish identity. So we'll look at the aspects of that struggle.
What else did I do? My friend Brendan, I think,
Notice if you look at
my
the calendar, I made a mistake.
and a good
We should have been talking about Rafael tonight.
what
And I don't know what happened. I just saw Rabbi Hirsch on the schedule. I completely forgot. I got so excited. I switched the dates. And then it was too late. I wasn't prepared. Never. So we'll do Rafael Varnhagen 2 weeks from tonight. I want to remind you all that next one tonight is Arab.
No, I was in high school,
I didn't
and I
prepare
stayed
tonight,
at
but I don't think any of you would enjoy what I would have to say.
and we watched.
So we're going to, it's Purim itself, I'm sorry, Purim itself. So you will meet 2 weeks from tonight, you will come Wednesday night, unless you're
I saw
prepared
it
to
in my classroom.
Yes. Polemicist, a fighter.
Who made you
Polemic
watch
means
my
to
friend
make
Brendan?
argument, but the opposite is politics. Kind of like marriage. Right. So,
Somewhere west.
his years,
I don't know.
his father and mother were from Germany, but perhaps before them, Hungarian. I know that when they preserved the Hirsch
And Brendan
home
was
in Frankfurt, they kept it exactly as it was, and all the furniture is still covered in plastic, just like it was. Okay, so let's look at his years are 1808 to 1888. His family came from
So I was really fucked up
significant background
on my
in
prospect,
rabbinic learning,
and
although his father was a
I
businessman,
think I found
and he helped for his son. His name actually was Shamshon, although in the English equivalent we refer to him as Samson. He did not have the middle name Raphael. That's a custom that many German Jews would take their father's name as their name. His father's name was actually Raphael, so it's Shamshon ben Raphael. That's been saved up. That's exactly what it says. But
I watched it
referred to
again,
as Samson
and I saw
Raphael.
it.
His father wanted him to go into
And I
business
got
as
it
well.
on my iPod.
But
I
he
downloaded
was
it on like
fascinated
design,
with
a video iPod,
great
and I
drama
downloaded it
of
and put it on there.
collegiate debate
But even
between
before that, I watched it in
Germany at the time that occupied his primary teachers, and ultimately he leaned towards the rabbinate. It was a slight disappointment. He was father, but ultimately he made phenomenal contributions as
It's good. There's one scene
someone who's
at which I'm at. Hold on. When's the
he also attended the University of
That's not
Bonn.
correct.
Although many people attribute to him the title of doctor, he actually he could never know if he didn't degree at the University of Bonn. There's a funny story. He's conversing with some high government official.
No.
Refers to him as doctor. He says, "I'm sorry, I'm not a doctor. I'm just a rabbi." He's not a doctor. And Rabbi Dersh says, "No." He says, "Oh, what a relief. We have way too many doctors." I really felt that personally. At any rate, his first rabbinic post in the town of Moldova, which is an unusual kind of post. He was actually the chief rabbi of this small part of northeastern Germany. With over 40 families in the capital city of the region of Moldova, but there were about 200 families that were scattered.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't like it was like at a certain point I knew I had to see it, but I was told you gotta see it.
Very few friends and connections in that area, although he was respected by a largely pious population for his
I
leadership.
think I fell asleep through it in college at that concert. And then what? When did you watch it?
And they proceeded to have 10 children. And also, as an indication of Madari, this is 19th century, all of them survived to adulthood. Great difference from what we have. Many of them went on to illustrious careers in various fields. But he was tremendously lonely. He had left his childhood education and many of the certain figures that shaped his youth, living alone in Baltimore, much of heaven. And so his father, in a beautiful letter, wrote to him, relating the phrase, which means get yourself a rabbi, and buy yourself a study partner. The context of his father's words were, let the pen be for you, my friend. Very beautiful kind of play. And in fact, he did so. And he wrote his two most famous works before he was 27 years old. Works that had phenomenal impact in the world at the time, and also to our days. The first was which is translated to English as the 19 Letters of Ben Lucia. This is a fascinating document. Nothing like it had ever been written before, which basically Rabbi Hirsch put the...
If you look, it's no dream. Anyway, when's the first time you saw him? This is the biggest thing ever. Why? Because he's the one male Jewish convert ever depicted on film. And I really empathize with this fucking character. However, he did it so well. He did it. He got weird. But here's the thing. Can you truthfully, could you go on Shabbat? It's not Shabbat, but I don't actually hear his reasoning. He just knows it's not Shabbat, and that's why he doesn't do it. Well, wait, I mean, what else about it? I mean, there's like the electricity of the thing machine, so that's why he doesn't do it. Why else? Well, you have to like mark it. You have to mark it. You have to like write it. Yeah.
Jews were still publishing, even at this time. Orthodox Jews, traditional Jews, publishing either in Hebrew or Yiddish.
There's nothing in the Bible about turn.
All written in Hebrew characters.
It doesn't have to do with it. It can be regular.
Even though he wrote it anonymously, he was widely hailed as a phenomenal genius, and eventually he was associated with Rabbi Hirsch and his style. He followed it up the very next year with another work which really changed my life, I have to tell you. But first, I'll take some artist question. Yeah, absolutely, because Jews were just rushing out of Jewish communities. quite often they were converting. It's not statistic, I'm not sure it's really accurate, but in 1810 and 1860, there was a very Jewish community. And never easing numbers but off. Still indicative of a very large trend. And they typically converted to kind of nominal Lutheranism, not what the Jews expected of them. And it was just done in order to not suffer any disabilities. As Heinrich the poet put it, by the way, Heinrich was one of the descendants of Hitler. He wrote that baptism was his ticket to European culture, which is something you have to do in order to get it. So he was able to really capture the feelings of the youth and then respond to them very directly. Yes, and active, and it's a great contrast to Moses Smith's. I think it's not uncommon for a lot of rabbis in the 19th century to use pseudonyms to try and avoid the guy that was part of authorship. I myself, for example, only write under Henry 8% time. And anyone to give me the companies that yes, copyright. Judeo-German. Yiddish itself was not standardized until the 1880s, and so there are lots of different dialects of Yiddish. Three in the Russian Empire alone. And as you move, wherever you go with Yiddish, it's more influenced by the languages in which it grows up. So Judeo-German is much more, as it sounds, very Germanic. The vocabulary, the syntax, absence of there's a special formation in Slavic that escapes me right now. But it's basically, it's a form of Yiddish. Okay, I better stop taking questions now. Fallback, which is his great magnum opus, is actually part 2 of a 2-part book. He never got around to writing part 1. It is basically a philosophy of the commandments. It is a magisterial work. In English translation, it's about 600 pages long, very small print, and it's a very dense English. It's very hard to read, even in very hard to read. But basically, he goes through all of the mitzvot, and he explains why we do them, which is a tremendous service. Most of rabbinic culture is dedicated to how we do them, when we do them, with what we do them. But very, very few of the commentators had it, and might not be the courage.
That lady that girl was kind of.
In many ways, this is a modern frame of Sefer Ahino, which is the 14th century Spanish version of essentially the same thing, where the anonymous author there went through all of the mitzvot of the Torah and gave the why answer for each. And this was written specifically for the 19th century. So many Jews were asking for it. So Fallback just launched his career so much further than the small shtetl that he was living in, and everyone recognized him as a great genius of Torah. Now, all of these works are written within the context of the Haskalah. I'd like to take a fairly long pause to discuss the Haskalah and its major tenets as a backdrop to the thought of Rabbi. The term Haskalah is a Hebrew translation of the German term of Klärung. Which means enlightenment, and so this is a direct translation of that term. The German term refers to that really originates in the late 17th century. It especially picks up speed in the 18th century. By the time it's the 19th century, it's already waning, but the Jews picked up a little bit later. And great Enlightenment thinkers, people like Immanuel Kant, talks about religion within the limits of reason alone, and things like that. A lot of the characteristics of enlightenment. It has its epicenter, the Jewish Haskalah has its epicenter in Germany, specifically in Berlin, where it's associated very heavily with this man, Moses Mendelssohn, whose activity is especially strong in the second half of the 18th century, and then it continues after his death into the 19th century. His dates, Moses Mendelssohn, God willing, when we do this series next year, we'll definitely spend some time talking about him because he's a very important thinker. He was personally very religious, quite observant, and he never ceased to be observant to his dying day. Although all of his children converted to Christianity. So when you look at the Tachlis, he really wasn't able to convince his own children to adopt the version of Judaism that he had. He was beloved in intellectual circles of non-Jews, primarily because he was the first Jew who was able to master German and high-level academic thought to the extent that he could compete in all kinds of essay competitions. In fact, he once beat Emmanuel Kant in an essay competition, and he was in all kinds of salons and circles. This is showing him, here he is in red. He had a hunchback, so it's kind of an interesting story about that. He's in discussion with Cosmo Lessing and others. His idea of Judaism was that it should adapt to modernity. Not necessarily that the Torah itself should adapt, but Jews should come out of the ghetto and engage as societally actively. One of his most controversial acts was he wrote in Judeo-German a translation of the Torah called the Bible, which was essentially on facing pages the Hebrew text of the Bible and Judeo-German translation. And even though there's nothing really controversial about translating it, many people at the time felt that he was using the Torah as a shovel to dig with. Meaning the point of the Biur, his critics argued, was to teach people proper German. It's true, it's through the Judeo-German dialect, but the idea was to get them to understand proper German. As a consequence, even though it was the Torah itself, the Chumash translation, it was burned in many Jewish shtetls in Eastern Europe, and it was regarded as an anathema as you went east of Poland. His influence on Haskalah created a few basic tenets that pertain to the 19th century. First of all, the Haskalah said that Jews should learn vernacular language. They should learn language that people really speak in. There's no reason, said the Haskalah, or its adherents were known as Hasidim. There's no reason they shouldn't be able to communicate effectively with their co-citizens of other faiths. Secondly, Jews should regard the state in which they live as their home and not as their temporary residence during the long idea in a long exile. It's a very important idea in the Haskalah that if this is our home here in Berlin or Frankfurt or what have you, then we have to stop thinking that we're going back to Israel. To give up the idea of what we later called Zionism, this is where we stay. And as a result, we should relate to the state in a positive manner. We should pay taxes correctly. We should serve in the military. We should do whatever the state asks of us because this is ultimately our home. An open attitude to non-Jewish culture. Non-Jewish culture should not be viewed as essentially toxic. Jews should appreciate Schiller and Goethe and Beethoven. They should be engaged in outside society and appreciate non-Jewish culture. What it is not regarded as fundamentally true. And finally, perhaps most importantly, the Haskalah argued that so many unnecessary and unwarranted accretions had developed in Jewish practice and thought, and they must be jettisoned. All kinds of things that Jews do are not based in Torah sources, Talmudic sources, and really these are unnecessary minhag and customs that should be abandoned because they're weird, they don't help us relate to the human culture. Basic ideas of the Western Haskalah. If you move to the east, you go to Russia and Ukraine, Poland, it has quite a different complexion. Perhaps we'll explore in other classes, but in places like Germany, England, France, this is essentially the Haskalah. But, like for example, this code would be a Dutch. This is a German code. Because Jews typically wore long coats. But this became the fashion in the 19th century. So if a Jew were to get rid of the coat or something like this, like a mini skirt, a white coat, it would be like this. So it was not, this is like, you don't have to wear a coat. Another example, maybe a better one would be something like trimming your beard. So a lot of Zohar passages that the idea of letting
Even with parents.
today, I got so many slides. Oh my gosh.
Greatest part.
In
Go
this
back.
context, liberal
Yeah, before 39.
liberal movement, which we call it American reform, has its genesis at the very beginning of the 19th century in Germany. It was a grassroots phenomenon, meaning it did not have a singular leader who stated the goals and ideals and practices, although many commentators, Abraham Geiger, was perhaps the most prominent of the time, but was something that bubbled up in the groundswell. Interestingly, by the way, Geiger was Vicious ever said studying and he had some praise for it. At any rate, it's important to note that in many ways, in my humble opinion at any rate, the phenomenon of the appeal of reform in the 19th century is directly attributed to the failure of the Orthodox leadership to communicate the values and ideals of Judaism effectively to young people. We have this myth of universal Jewish literacy. It's not at all true in the 19th century. Many Jews were ignorant of very basic ideas of Judaism, very little textual literacy. When Judaism interfered with other values they cherish, such as not being cynical with social advancement, economic advancement, they don't see the value of retaining to Judaism and stands in their way, and Judaism simply gets flattened. And as a result, there bubbled up in Germany in particular a lot of Jews who simply voted with their feet and wanted to make reforms in Jewish practice and thought, try to conform to secular values.
Are you the dude? I mean, I like the Eagles a lot. So, nothing. I'm a
This related very much to the process of emancipation. In another lecture, God here's what happened in France. Jews suddenly emancipated in 1791 with George to write Rabbi 2 years after.
Why am I sharing this guy's foot?
French
He asked me for it.
much more difficult process in Germany. Germany was divided in this time, many different principalities, conflicting ideals. They, of course, they had Napoleonic invasion, they had the revolution, created a lot of social upheaval,
That's like a
and there was no consistency of thinking of what to do with the Jews. And all the time, Germans are looking over their shoulder at France and seeing what's going on with French Jews being emancipated didn't necessarily help. What exactly did emancipation mean? Emancipation is a term that Jewish historians have used, borrowing it from American history, the emancipation of the slaves to apply to Jews in the 19th century. It's not an exact one-to-one match. Basically, Jews were given temporary residence rights in the countries they lived. Temporary meaning like 800 years. They were living in these countries. They had some discrimination because they were not considered citizens. It was actually the citizen at that time. The rights of Germans were not the same as the rights of Jews. For example, Jews could be expelled from a locality. Jews could be denied the rights to build a synagogue. That never happens anymore. Jews were not trusted at their word. So if a Jew was called to a secular court, they had all kinds of humiliating rituals, like they had to take their shirt off and hold the Torah scroll while standing on a pigskin, to give them a fear of taking the oath. Really bizarre kind of humiliating rituals. Some Jews would turn it down. There was a yearly ritual where on the eve of Easter, the head of usually had to appear in the town square, and the mayor of the town would give him a vicious slap in the face. Silly, ridiculous things like that. But most importantly, though, economic restrictions. Not allowed to enter certain trades, focus on certain trades, universities in some cases. And in 1840, there was in certain German municipalities a ban on Jews getting married unless they met a fairly high property requirement, which drove a great deal of German Jews to immigrate to this country in the 1840s, creating the establishment of German. So the idea of becoming emancipated,
I know, so that's a fucking fun stuff.
status means that Jews would come to the home where they were being secure, protected by the land, feel they can advance their careers in any endeavor as long as they go through that was the goal of emancipation. Not successful in Germany. It took Germany over a century to eventually get around to emancipating all the Jews. And then, in the last few decades, we have the Holocaust, which represents the greatest de-emancipation of modern times. So it was a real struggle in Germany, and it colored the Haskalah movement there. There are also some significant elements. Let me just skip ahead. I want to try and go to some of the essential ones. So, messianism, for example. The theory of the masculine in Germany was that we have to demonstrate to German society that we are worthy of emancipation. How do we demonstrate that we are worthy? By slavishly imitating German norms and showing that we are just as German as our non-Jewish neighbors. So therefore, they should accept it. So there was this very servile, wide-scale imitation of things for German. In some cases, an evisceration of Jewish cherished ideas. For example, the idea of messianic redemption. Think about it. If you are a masculine, if you want to say to your German neighbor, this is my home, I belong here, I've been living here for 800 years, and I want my children to live here for the next 800 years. But by the way, I am hoping that one day God will send us a Savior and take us out of this exile to this our true home of Israel. It's not very convincing. You're either here because you believe in it or you're not. So therefore, the earlier messianic references in the liturgy and downplay the whole idea of learning science. Just know that we get the 20th century, but the 19th century, very anti-Zionist, small c Zionist, because Zionism had not been invented yet as a modern political. One of the classic aspects of this nomenclature is what do you call the synagogue? The term synagogue is Greek origin. It means to gather together, synagogue, and it's a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, which simply means house of gathering, a meeting hall. That has a very kind of temporary quality.
And what's the first
This is where
action?
we make simplicium. We have Kiddushim here. That's what we also
What
have
about
here.
your,
That's what a synagogue
what
is.
is it?
We call something a
Miratorium?
temple.
Miratorium?
Merconium. Lexicon.
Merconium.
That's permanent. There's only
Merconium?
one of them. That would be in Yerushalayim. So if you call your synagogue a temple, it means you're said it done. We are here. We're here to stay. This is not a temporary synagogue. This is our temple on the street here. Gaza, what happened? So there was a shift from calling the synagogue to calling it a temple during this time, also in the context of the messianic tendencies. The temple is also dramatically changed to try and mimic German norms. Rabbis put on clerical garb that's remarkably similar to Lutheran ministers' garb. The shulchan is moved from the center of the shul to the front of the shul, so you get more of a theatrical-like experience. The mechitzas are removed in ethnic seating and women. All kinds of things that are designed to make the synagogue more church-like. The importation of church bells and the organ, and the one brief episode, Shabbos, Saturday, was the Sabbath, was actually moved to Sunday. Again, an attempt to show that, we're just like everybody else. We worship on Sunday. We also worship on Sunday. Just a joke like that, too. Okay, so that's basically the kind of intellectual and social conditions of the conservative movement. A break off from the reform movement that occurs in 1845 as one of the several conventions of reform that occurred in the middle of the 19th century. One of the motions that passed was a complete repeal from the prayer, which had in favor of German. Right? The idea is more German, so it's more understandable, and more people including non-Jews who may wish to examine what is included. Zacharias Frankel, shown here, was at this Reform convention, argued that that's really going too far, and so he broke off the Reform movement, just created a new movement, which was known at the time as the Historical Positivist School, and that later was renamed the Conservative Movement here in the United States. So it is, at its roots, it's a breakoff from Reform. The kind of objections that the Conservative movement had to the Reform movement was that while well-meaning, the pace of change was far too rapid, and was conducted without adequate consideration for the future and so on. And so the conservative movement theoretically was much slower than reform, but ultimately in the same direction. Zacharias Frankel was also related to a very important Hasilah movement at the time, the Wissenschaft des Judentums, which means the science of Judaism, which was a fairly significant scholarly experiment to try to study Judaism from an academic perspective, which had not been done prior to the 19th century. So all these things are happening at the same time, and Rabbi Hirsch is in the middle of it. So before I get to the Orthodox reaction, let me pause and see if there's any questions, arguments, objections.
Opportunity person. I feel like if you promote
He was definitely, it is a splinter from the Reform movement. He definitely agreed
yeah, because
with
if
the
you're
basic
like an
principles
equal
of
porn
reform
opportunity
that,
person,
question,
you're
for
gonna have
example,
like
the mutability of halakha. One of
you
the
would literally have
basic
to know people
ideas
that
of
like real
Orthodox
Judaism and
Judaism,
stuff,
theologically, is
not like
that
what they want to believe.
later generations
You'd have to know like
are
man,
hard pressed to contradict earlier generations when it comes to halakha decisions.
we know
There are
you're
exceptions to that,
but
but
you
based to understand it.
good men when they see you really want to fuck you in.
Basically, the main din of 2012 is not qualified to overrule the main din of 2012. And so halacha tends to be cemented in over time. Conservative and reformers said, no, our bate did today can make decisions, multiple decisions that were made in the time of the Rishonim, in the first millennium, or in the time of the Talmud, and so forth. Well, Hebrew was the specific making point here. He was not happy with the temporary move of Shabbos to Sunday. Later, for example, this illustrates it best. In America, the ordination of women is a hot topic. The Reform movement ordains its first female rabbi in 1972, and the conservative movement waits until 1983. So it's moving in the same direction. It takes longer, it has to be debated, and so on. Largely, I don't get too far off topic. But the main issue is how our decisions are made. The Reform movement adopts the concept of personal autonomy, which places much more control in the individual deciding their halakhic allegiance. In the conservative movement, at least in theory, there's a notion that there is a committee of rabbis that evaluates specific questions and makes a decision that theoretically is binding on all conservative Jews. How that is actually put into place in practice is an entirely different discussion. But the idea is the pace of change less than the idea of change itself. Okay, let's go over to the Lachanem for a minute. Talk about what's the Lachanem outside the Jewish. How does Orthodox Jews first of all, the term Orthodox was not used at this time, especially in Eastern Europe. The term was originally a slur on observant Jews. The term means orthos in Greek, on and dox is like doctrine. And so it was like you're saying, oh, those Orthodox Jews, they only know one way of being Jewish. It was intended as a kind of an insult. But later, as these terms are often transvalued, the Orthodox Jews said, okay, yeah, this is the only way we do it, so we follow the Orthodox now. Same thing occurs, by the way, in Israel, where Haredi, ultra-Orthodox, is originally an insult, the tremblers, ultra-trembling the word of God, and then they said, no, but they are Haredi, we do trembling the word of God. And so on the other side, the Chilonim, which means the desecrators, those who make it secular, they also speak with this. They're very happy. secular, but literally it means iridescent. So the term had not been coined yet. People were referred to as multiple language, and there were two basic responses. One now and some revolution before me too. One of the responses was articulated by this man, Rabbi Moshe Sofer, known as the Chacham Sofer, Sam Sofer, in other words, lived in northern Hungary. Very, very different kind of environment. He lived in a region where there was a very, very strong core positionless Jews. They saw the winds of change, and it was certainly happening in larger Hungarian cities like Budapest, but they were not directly demographically affected by it the same way the Jews were. And so the strategy that Sam Sofer advocated was to draw a line in the sand
People with
and
that
say nothing was he coined it in a very interesting way. There is a explaining this. There's a political discussion about
we met that guy.
meat of chadash, whether or not you're allowed to consume new meat that's pronounced. I forget exactly how it's pronounced. The opposite is called yasha. It's old meat. You're allowed to eat that meat. Anyways, the Torah, the Talmud concludes with the phrase chadash asur min haTorah. New meat is forbidden by the Torah. And the Sam Sofer, he proclaimed loudly in chadash, new, anything new, asur min haTorah, is forbidden by the Torah. Meaning, don't give me any new ideas, funny fashions, going to university or different professions or cell phones or ATM cards. I don't want to hear from it. Chadash asur min haTorah. And although this philosophy is very hard to actually put in place in practice, this is ultimately
People would ask me, when you're
very
21,
the philosophy of the Haredi, that resistance to modernity as
this
a
is like the
defense
year
against
2000.
simply saying,
In the year
"You don't want
6100.
anything new."
So what is that?
Resistant. This is,
Okay, but okay, what is it if you don't do 600? What would it be? So it'd be 58,
where we discussed it, for example, was
58,
basketball.
83.
The ladies' circles in Israel,
Or
particularly,
about
for young boys to play basketball is it's like heresy.
what?
Here in America, of course,
What would Friday night be?
basketball is a way of life, and it's not considered in any way impinging.
There'd be Shabbat and all that other shit.
Can you play basketball? No, probably not. No. So
There would be a contingent of Jews, Orthodox,
you know,
who would go to Long John Silver on Friday night, enjoy
one reaction, which
fish
eventually
and
comes with this
chips.
the Iranian approach, and is still very viable today in Israel and in parts of America as well. Rav Hirsch's approach was not like that. Rav Hirsch was living in Germany. He's already dealing with a situation where the barn door is open and Jews are already fled. And he has to create a strategy where if you were to say Chadash
With
is
cocktail
Torah,
sauce
no
and
one's listening. We already over. Sorry, the question. Did I see a question in the back or just? He said we can't do that. It's not possible
Yo,
for
he
us
said, oh,
in Germany.
because Long John Silver is Jewish.
A
I'd be like,
strategy
they're
that said,
like, no,
instead of drawing a line and saying, here it is.
no, not at all.
Create essentially
You know, she'd be like, is Long John Silver's Jewish? I'd be like, not to my or any other rabbi's knowledge on this earth. You know, she'd be like, how did you become an expert in Long John Silver? And I'd say,
So what you have to do is you have to have a strategic retreat, take out 100 yards or a mile back, and then you intentionally burn a line in the ground.
I never claimed to be one, Joe. He'd be like,
Then you know you can't stop the fire on its own. Just let the fire
when
get
was
to
his
that
birthday?
break. When it gets to that break, it won't
He'd be like,
burn.
do you know about meconium?
That's the
Like,
way.
yeah, like mercurium batteries.
So essentially,
Mercurium batteries. Like mercurium.
look at that
Mercurium.
aspect of
Like
Judaism
Long John
can
Silver.
legitimately abandon without contradicting our core principles. Our core principles are 613 and
Long John Silver, KFC. I'd always say, and then they make the one that's fucking A&W root beer as well. And what else? A&W brand? No, they don't. Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, Long John Silver's, KFC, all in one. They start doing that. Formerly known as Long John Silver's seafood shops, showcase. Sometimes it'd be, oh, Jay, you ever go out there? Really? Yours should be like, it's derived from Treasure Island, Rabbi Stevenson. Long John Silver is one main character. Yours should be like, Long John Silver is a fictional character and the main antagonist in the novel Treasure Island by Rabbi Stevenson, the most powerful and complex character. Contingent from popular culture, his missing leg and parrot in particular creates a character that and yours should be like, do all people with peg legs, are they Jews? I'd be like, there's a little bit of a clue. No. He'd be like, oh, just with the hook hands. And I'd be like, no. He'd be like, wait, is it all people with the hook hands are Jews? Or all Jews are people with the hook hands? It'd be like, he'd be like, oh, right. So, do you get your hair cut off along with your neck and a hook hand? Those hook hands are a thing. So, yeah, it's like a thing that, like, it's like a thing that goes over your hand. It's like a thing, like a rod. I think over your hand, and then it's like a pirate. Really? Yeah. Are you not? Oh, he has a parrot named Captain Flint in honor or master of his former captain.
It seems to be a worldly occupation, meaning it's good to learn Torah and have it.
So yours should be like,
the commentators work on this concept that you put a
so
job
do they cut your leg off or something in Judaism? I know they cut your dick off, so I know they're about cutting stuff off. At what point does that happen to Long John Silver? And I'd say, they had nothing to do with Long John Silver. And he'd be like, where was it started? And I'd be and he'd be like, oh, it's not owned by Young Brands anymore.
Hirsch expanded this to say, it's not just about a job, it's about the way
80% franchisee owned.
we are human beings, we live in human society, we are citizens.
Cape Codders would be a thing.
And, as it says in the Talmud, there is value in
So yours should be like,
certainly there are things which are antithetical.
why?
But it's up to
Long John Silver? Is he Jewish? Yours should be like, so Long John Silver's not was Jewish. And I would be like, he was? And he'd be like,
fully engaged and involved in society around them.
did he inherit his Judaism through the peg leg or the hook hand? I'd be like, was it?
Yet still remaining true to Torah values.
I'd be like, no, you can't inherit Judaism. It's not like in a will.
The ghetto now. The ghetto is all over. We have to live with other people.
Perhaps.
Communicate with them. But nevertheless, that is
Passed on through genetics. That is genetic. You should be
that is ultimately what we do.
off to Torah.
Doing it now successfully for close to 200 years, largely because he was the one who created this rules. Pause for a couple of questions. Maybe one more really crucial thing. Yes, please.
Watch out for AW. Yeah, all these are live.
Absolutely. That's one of the other connotations. It just, that's what I use with my kids.
Like, what's the difference between an A&W and a McDonald's?
It can also be, for example, it goes without saying. It says actually elsewhere in Torah.
So what's the difference? So what is it? McDonald's is like.
Precisely. University is a direct intellectual heritage.
Roughly. There's like a way you can do math very quickly. Is it right?
I'll stand by it.
It's rough. I mean, it's not like Rain Man, correct? But what would it be? 330 million times. I know, it's 220 billion. 22 billion. You made it 22 million. Do the real thing then. Wait, 22 billion. Do the calculator. Okay. Does it? There's like a way to make it scientific. How do you do it? It's okay. So if you can't do that, then what is it? 220 billion, 222 billion. So how could you do it? Make it 22. Or just 22 billion. Make it 22 billion. Divided by. That was 330 million. It's 66. It's not 120. Right? Yeah. But hold on. I do this incorrectly. Why? No. Check your math. It's way off. Why was it so off?
What you're saying is these are very, very
So I thought it would be like 20 times as much if it were a billion.
I'm trying to keep my.
Oh no, I wasn't right on this. But you weren't. Why? Yeah. And like 330 cents. Yeah. So do another one. Find another one compared to
Apologize. Your experience and your knowledge is overwhelmingly important. And I'm going to skip through a few slides. But basically, this is the first major contribution of Rabbi was that creation of that philosophy of Torah in their parents, and how it has been developed over the centuries.
So how would you
In terms of nomenclature, it's very
So that's about 20 about 22 times.
Persia's philosophy is generally known
Not
as
bigger, but it has more revenue than Heights. So Heights about
somehow contrast
So how about Burger King?
and occasionally is referred to as modern Orthodox. I don't think those terms
Man, I'm so off of that 120. Why did I think that
there's a
so?
lot of appreciations of connotations, not necessarily
I just
positive,
did the math. Okay, so Restaurant Brands International, that's fucking Burger King. So this is really easy. So it's like 6 times. How much? So fucking
Now, the second major,
what's like a small?
I mentioned Hirsch as a thinker and as a
Oh
fighter.
shit!
We talked about the thought,
Starbucks makes more. Okay. Wendy's is way a lot more.
Jewish communities.
Starbucks makes more money than McDonald's.
Basically, feudal in nature. Still,
That's incredible. Look at that thing says Mom on her stuff.
the Jewish community
Yeah,
was
yeah.
one community.
Look at it, it's just like circles with women. Right? Yeah. Fucking Starbucks chick, Wendy's chick, it's just
And
selling.
he was actually in many places, many municipalities, actually paid by the state. But first, when he was
Spread legs.
his salary was
They're
paid
just
by
selling
the
women in
municipality
circles and sex.
from a Jew tax that was collected from all Jews in town.
Really?
He complained to the state,
Yeah.
saying,
Okay, so who has good brands? I don't know, probably you need to have like a chick with like a circle.
So it's not necessarily to his benefit that he had a government job because it's hard to pressure the government.
So that's fucking weird. But who sucks? Young China? Your brand sucks dick.
Medieval in origin, it goes back a long way.
Panera? They didn't utilize that shit.
Let me give you an
Carol?
example of the
Oh,
structure.
what would be really big? Avon Paint would be really big.
Basically,
Really? Yeah.
self-governing communities of the Jews, and this could describe Sephardic communities, Ashkenazi communities, 9th century, 13th century, very
Wait.
similar, and it even describes most synagogues today, which are thought
I'm seeing revenue. This is revenue.
will be called TRUMAN here, which means the
Revenue doesn't necessarily mean profit.
typically male, typically
Yeah.
wealthier, and typically supporting the community with their charitable donations. And they form
You don't always find that out.
functional equivalent to the board of directors of the community, not just a shul, but the entire geographic locality. Under that would be
Okay, annual gross profit was 11. That's what you want to hear. So that's what you. Who gives a shit about that? That's just what you. So McDonald's 11.7, and what is the one that little one that we were saying? 330. Long John Silver's.
The Chevra Kadisha is the most important one. I'm going to show you something about them in a second. But you can also have a Chevra Shas for people who want to study.
Their profit is.
Chevra Slina to take care of people who are traveling. Chevra
That's the thing. It's kind of profit.
orphans. And this is one of the things that kept
They're like 11 times these guys support.
they're all exiled. Is that
The revenue is not profitability. I don't think they're gonna find it. Why? They're not always profitable.
for the sick, so on. We had all these things built
Really?
into our community. And so this is a larger community that many
Sales is not.
and there would be the big deal.
So it increased by 16 million.
Rabbi, and they would have
Oh, but that Long John Silver's grew to.
the enforcers will be charged with the task of making sure that people conform to the dictates of the big deal.
So
This structure pertained to every Jewish community in Germany up until revolution. Yes.
most of it between Schlotzky's, Jamba, these are the big Cinnabon, Carvel, Auntie Anne's, and McAllister's. All of these places would be fucking giant. McAllister's would be giant. Cinnabon would be giant. Jamba, Schlotzky's, Auntie Anne's, Carvel, all these places would be giant. Like, they'd be in every mall, no matter what. Like, you wouldn't have a mall without a Cinnabon. They have malls without Cinnabons now. Not, but they wouldn't, like Gloria Jeans, you would not have a mall without a Gloria Jeans, Cinnabon, and Auntie Anne's. Like, usually these are in one or two, they'd be in all of them. They'd expand food courts to major.
So I'm gonna skip past what they did.
Malls would be
Here's
they'd have like multiple layer food courts again. Do you remember
this
that
is a
used to
picture
be a
of
thing?
it's
Where there would
very,
be like
it's an authentic picture. I like this picture. A lot of people tell me I have a striking resemblance. Okay, so here's what Rav Hirsch did, which was extremely important and controversial.
Right,
Rav
well,
Hirsch said, when he was in
I don't
front,
think you're gonna find him
most
profitable.
important Stelle, his most important
Why?
position, he discovered that the community was so left-leaning.
So McDonald's
Was
11.2
constantly under
billion.
pressure to compromise what was behind the fireplace.
Revenue is
Say,
not.
we have to change this part of the synagogue. Let's just remove the second you work on. Let's do all these various things. And he was constantly under pressure. And he ultimately, in 1876, petitioned the Prussian government
Why? Because it is not profitable. So it's
to
still
create a second Jewish
hardly
community in
profitable.
the town of Frankfurt. This was called the Austritt, or the secession, which was highly controversial. Obviously, it meant that he was separating from the Jewish community, which on face value represents a contradiction to the basic Mishnaic dictum. Don't separate the community. We're a minority already. You want to like splinter us and fragment us like this? Rav did not take this step lightly, but he felt that, it's too late. The community is going in a direction which is untenable.
Okay, so let's say you reported a profit of 15.4 million. That's Carl Country. That's like $100 million of profit a year. And McDonald's is 11 billion. That's an easy one. What is that? That means McDonald's is 111 times more profitable than Carl Carter's thing. But it's way bigger. And that's not necessarily true. That's just a snapshot.
Engage in cooperation with non-Orthodox elements of the community, particularly formal religious organizations like.
But it would be really big.
It's
What would be even
it's
bigger?
a very
Than
complex
Hardee's?
position. On the one hand, you want to
Hardee's
preserve
would
the
be bigger.
purity of
But
your
I don't.
ideology.
I think Hardee's went up.
To do that,
Why would people like Long John Silver so much? In the future, shrimp, lobster, and crab are very, very inexpensive in comparison to what they currently are. Is that true? No. Synthetic versions of it are like fake versions of it are very, very popular. And lobster, crab, all that shit gets really expensive. So, but the synthetic version is not way So in the future, Long John Silver is able to sell like lobster tails, shrimp cocktails, crab legs that are like this for crab meat. That's synthetic. So it's a huge hit with butter, everything. It's almost like you could have a red lobster in a Long John, like a small version in a Long John in the future. Or, it's about pricing. Like, yeah, it would be very expensive to have attention, but not when it's in a synthetic form. Why? If you're able to grow synthetic lobster tails in a lab, perhaps in like a fucking warehouse, unlimited, perhaps like the opportunities are endless. Fun. Why? It's lobster tail. It's a good pun. Really? Yeah, endless lobster tail. That's fucking really funny. That I bet would be a thing someday, because it's a really good pun. Endless lobster tail and jumbo shrimp. All you can eat jumbo shrimp and endless lobster tail. Why? Oh, I guess you just say endless shrimp. That's kind of fun, a joke too, really, because you can just take off the tails. So if you took off the tails of the shrimp, you could say, you can make all kinds of weird seafood puns with this story, yeah. I'm so sorry. Like, seafood, if you take off the tail of the lobster, no, eat the tail of the lobster, take off the tail of the shrimp. What about that? Are you done? This thing?
Shelley, appreciate it. You took up a few minutes with the introduction, so I'm going to speak faster to make sure that we cover all the material. I just want to say a couple of words of thanks myself. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to Kahila for expressing so much enthusiasm for these classes. Academics, we just need someone to talk to. We just no one will listen to us. We're really useless. So it's so wonderful that all of you come out here and help me along with my personal therapy. Out of history and things like that. I certainly can't do that. So at least I can come here.
It's just quicker.
Edit this.
It's just quicker. It's not.
At any rate, special thanks tonight to several people. First of all, I want to thank Joe and Zohara Weiss.
Fucking ad.
I think you the rest of this class.
I do that.
They really set the tone for what should happen here, and I think you've noticed a few things. First of all, at the end of tonight's lecture, no one will have to turn the chairs around. And second of all, we have my lovely daughter Lisa, who's greeting you at the front, with all materials and so on. Then we have Mr. Rodriguez, one of our students at Jerusalem South, videotaping it. And in case I didn't think it was there too earlier, we're going to be putting these lectures entirely on the web.
So she's like, hey, you want to do some more? Way off, yeah. Way off. You're off by a figure of two.
In a small way, but also I want to thank my friend Stephen Mills, aka Meatloaf, has been a great supporter of the technical aspects of this project, and he's helped with the research engine optimization that we've done. Last thing, we do have a donation page that will help offset the cost. The school has been very generous. purchasing the camera and projector and screen, things like that, so we make these lectures possible. We'd like to give that money back to you. So when you visit the website, which is very hard to remember, it's www.jewishhistorylectures.org. And if you click on .com, it will still work because I bought both domains. Then you'll be taken to a link where you can donate directly to the show. That's great. We have two sponsors for this week's lecture. Lectures have to get sponsorships or not, but obviously we'd like to get before them. This name is Susan Leverton and an anonymous
Yoshi
have underwritten the costs of this week's lecture. We figured out for this semester it would cost approximately $265 to pay for everything we got per lecture. So we're asking $200 to sponsor the lecture.
Yoshi.
If you want to give okay, I think that's it for the general introductions. I think I met almost all of you. For those of you who don't know me, my background is I'm a historian. I received my PhD from the University of Toronto in 1995, and it coincided with my sort of discovery of Judaism.
See what happens when you have one really good student. No
And
matter,
so I
oh,
finished my
University of
graduate
Toronto,
career at
go
my
fuck
undergraduate
yourself.
career,
Like, oh,
bouncing around
that's what fucking
between
this
the
kid,
university
that's where this
and
motherfucker went.
Ursula,
Oh man, that's like better than McGill.
University and the Science Society and Harvard and a few other really great
Really?
schools, Cornell. And so I've had really a wonderful
Like, guys,
experience
this one was
in
fucking
some
fire
of the top
going on
universities in New York.
Really?
I've also had the experience of
No,
working for a wonderful time.
that
All
fucking
these
thing.
things really come together.
Oh, he'd be like, your
In
room
my
was
teaching.
right
I
ahead.
really try to strive for the high rigor of academia that I've experienced in the Ivy League, and at the same time the Farmkite and the grand Torah that I received in yeshiva. Now,
Hey, big guy.
this is
I'm off
class
the torrent.
essentially
Right?
a survey of Jewish history. It's like a first
Yours should be
year
on.
ready survey. It is a little bit higher level because so many of you in this audience are very well educated and very well read. But it's still generic enough that if you have no idea what the topic is on, you should come away with some useful information. The approach is going to be biographical, just like last semester. Well, I will use people, sometimes famous as today, sometimes not so famous, to illustrate the general trends of Jewish history and the forces that shape the Jewish world. Since I am primarily specialized in modern Eastern Europe, anytime I step, let's say, anywhere west of Poland and anytime before, let's say, 1648, I'd like you to please not ask any hard questions. It's not my real area of expertise, but that's basically it. Okay, so are we ready for a quick joke and then we'll talk about Rabbi Yosef. He's known as a copper in the yeshiva world. The author, meaning he is the ultimate composer of a book for generations. And that book, of course, is none other than the Shulchan Aruch, the set table, which is Jewish law that has become universally accepted. In that context, I'd like to tell you about some anti-Novian behavior. A fictional rabbi that has a relationship with this rabbi, years and years, all his life he's been tortured by it. The question is why? What does it taste like? He's shaking. He has, like, on Yom Kippur in particular, he has this terrible temptation. He just can't keep it. Besides, he has to exercise this terrible feeling of himself, and he's going to follow the advice of the Gemara, dress in dark clothes, tomorrow exercise his will and not have this deep goes way out like West
Don't forget, today, we're
He's
good
at
always.
his restaurant. He goes in the very back. dark place, and he's wearing
But
a baseball cap.
can't stop it.
But this time of year, there are all these people who come straight from Brooklyn with, the full black coats and things like that. But they're wearing a baseball cap. It's like they're in disguise. Nobody knows. They're covered. So, anyways, he goes and sitting in the back. He's wearing a baseball cap, and he says to the waitress the story. He doesn't say what the rabbi part. He says, why don't you give me He's sitting there, he's feeling so good about himself. And of course, in walks the presidium and the board members for a late dinner, of course, not associated with this show, particularly in this neighborhood. But the presidium walk in and they see the rabbi in the back of the room. He's trying to hide under his jacket, under his hat. And they walk up to him and they say, what are you doing here? And just as they're talking to him, the waitress comes. The best pork dish on the menu, of course, you guessed it, it's a suckling pig. A huge pig. Can you, move the camera over here? It's a big suckling pig. And everyone's speechless. And the rabbi finally says, can you believe this restaurant? You order a piece of fresh fruit, and look how they punched it up. Okay, I can start the joke better than the end. Let's go straight to the show. His days are 1488 to 1575. Rabbi Yosef Karo, sometimes spelled with a C. It's the same person, obviously. He was born in Spain, possibly in Portugal, and he certainly suffered the military effects of the Spanish and the Portuguese exposure, which we discussed last semester.
You put stuff in the actual plastic shell.
Most famous as a halakhist,
And it also
but he
puts
has
things in the bowl like you would
tremendous
in any
credentials
normal
as a
bowl.
Kabbalist.
Imagine just a bowl that had
tried to describe how these two
bottom you
factors
could unscrew
came
it
together to create a unique personality that's found
in the
itself. And as I mentioned, his
in
claim
the
to fame,
plastic.
his main claim to fame is that he is the author
How
of
is
this
it like the
whole
plastic?
Jewish love. His early years come from Spain and Rabbi.
What did you call it?
Later Spain,
I think it was called
where
Philip.
they were allowed to remain for
Good?
several
Yeah.
years, and then they were expelled.
Was it ever a
He went to Turkey and he began a rather peripatetic existence where he went from place to place. His primary teacher was his father,
it was a
and later his uncle. So it was really very much a family affair. The way
Yeah,
that he
you can
studied
flip it
the
over.
Torah. He was married 3 times, and he had 7 known children. 3
What did my mom do?
deceased him. Here's an interesting Israeli. That he should have we have no idea if this picture, which is the iconic image of actually looks like him, but that's sort of a picture of a rock hog that you see over and over again. And it's sort of like everyone's agreed that must be what he had quite close associations with many other rabbis in the period. And in fact, one of his daughters married the son of the famous Arizal, Rabbi Isaac Faria of Tzfat, and was a big military association.
That bag of chips off white.
He also had some interesting influences from Shlomo Ophel, who was a fascinating character, and perhaps we'll spend more time speaking about him in greater detail in a later class, perhaps 2 semesters from now. Shlomo Ophel was also a Spanish version. He was a verso. Like Uriel Dacosta, we spoke about some weeks ago, decided to return to Judaism. But whereas Uriel Dacosta was never completely comfortable with his conversion and could not find an intellectual space within the Sephardic communities of Amsterdam and elsewhere. Shlomo also kind of flipped out. And completely flipped out is the term that they use for the young people. When they go to seminary and they come back and they don't want to eat your food and things like that. So he really flipped out. He had messianic pretensions. He had difficulty associating with any Jewish community because they thought he was all just too radical. He circumcised himself when he was in his 20s, but they couldn't find a mohel who would do it. Brother, that's really extreme behavior. He had various negative relations with the Jewish community because he insisted that they should radicalize and they should take greater steps towards accelerating the pace of messianic clock. And ultimately, he got into trouble with the state that he was burned This is actually a highly stylized signature that gives you a sense of Rabbi Caro, however, was really quite impressed with the purity of motivation and intention. And among the many positive things they said about him was that after seeing his death, he prayed that he himself would come to a similar end. Caro wished to die a martyr's death.
Normally you would think you would just go to Persia,
Not receive that privilege. And there's not much to say about that. Rabbi Caro's fame really extends for a period of time that is
when I hear about those words, I think
already been working on his magnum opus, which was discussing Yosef, so he carried with him a certain measure of fame when he came to this very unusual circle of rabbis in this particular northern Israel city. There were a few factors that brought together some highly unique rabbis, including the Upper East Side I mentioned earlier, his student Rabbi Moshe,
one of them has been like, dude,
and
I
Yosef
need to get
Karo.
laid. I'm making
And Yosef Teitzak was also
one of them
the
was
teacher of Shlomo
I'm
Mofo, who was
telling you
there at
kids,
the time.
one guy would have been like, dude,
Perhaps I should say
I'm only
one of
the
the most
two
significant
of
elements was the igers of
Rabbi,
history. Once again, thank you so much. So hard to get money. There was suddenly Jewish money in the region. The Rothschilds had specifically secured part a piece of parcel of land
That's
in
what I want to
northern
see.
Israel that
Not,
would make it
hey,
possible to settle there
COVID-69's
and
here.
to pursue
I'm
their
like,
scholarship.
hey, motherfucker,
He named
this
Kemal.
motherfucker was in a fucking spider hole. He was in there next to Saddam Hussein's airport. This motherfucker was there with the ootd and Crusade. Why? He was ootd and Crusade's tutor. This motherfucker was there two spades. This guy was a dual plus and a dual spade. He was dirtier than fuck. Why? Well, look at that one guy, and then look at him. That's the thing. The UN, if you're gonna send a fucking slap on this, whatever the UN does, I need a picture.
Really, among Spartan,
Really?
particularly, more known for the big
2022. Three pictures of like everything. You can't tell me this guy. I refuse to have it. I refuse. I would be like,
slides on taking process and complication of why it was so significant to have a big commentary like the videos. Basically, one of the things that made the commentators and their creation of thoughts is that
and it's like, they made a Facebook. And they're like,
much easier for a codifier to simply say, this is the halacha, these are
they get in with those fucking
and
names.
later
Guys, they're like,
generations,
Creed, Safari, Fingerboard, Dorcas L, we from Mustafa, and it's like, oh, enter your password. You know, what? It's like, oh, please upload your profile picture. It's like, oh no, that happened.
not all of the relevant passages from the Talmud decision. In other words, completely explain.
Why? It's just don't shit.
He then went on to do the same thing about Maimonides in a commentary called the Kesef. And by writing his commentary, Yosef, he demonstrated that he had
Where am I looking? There to get my picture.
meaning of the text. It was the ultimate critical analysis of halachic code, and it was a phenomenal act of scholarship that undoubtedly provided him with
Oh, that's shit. Think about it. these guys are like the faceless, four faceless people. We have pictures of like Hitler on vacation. Like the Smithsonian Society, Smithsonian Institute, like every so often, and it's like, oh, here we got like Hitler's undeveloped pictures from when he's hanging out in the 80s, and that's in Austria. And it's like, he's teaching his kids how to speak Highlands. Oh, everyone, look at little fucking Von Trump, or whatever the fuck her name is. Look at this little bitch over here. Look at her. Look at her fucking, just like a fucking, just like a little Führer. Really? We got pictures of fucking, that's just pictures, motherfucker. We got running video in color of not a fucking Hitler in the 1940s. And you're telling me that we don't have this kid's yearbook photo from the 6th grade? Do they not have yearbook photos? In like, it needs to be a requirement. I'm gonna talk to these fuckers in Riyadh and be like, you guys have yearbook photos? Be like, yeah. Like, do you have to wear like all the shit in it, or can you like wear whatever you want? And they be like, no, you gotta wear all the shit. Like, so you mean like all the girl pictures are just them like this? It's just eyes? Oh, dude, I want to see a fucking yearbook from like an Arabic country. Is it just eyes? Really?
Nowadays, sitting at home on my computer in my pajamas.
Whenever I see a woman in a hijab, I always think of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. You ever see where he's like handcuffed? They have this weird bar that has this thing for eyes in the wall, and they can like move it and like see through this picture, like, and then they can like move it and close it back. I always think that that's what it's like to be in a hijab. Really? Like Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Specifically that scene with the thing with the eyes, where you feel like, are you done? Like, one day I'm going to talk to one of those ladies and they'll be like, first, I bet you're really hot under that. Not like, I bet you're smoking hot. Like, you're a good looking chick. That's where you got to wear all that. Yeah. But then I'd also be like, why do you have that? It's kind of like, I kind of like wearing this. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do my makeup. I don't have to do my hair. I don't have to do anything. So I can list the pillow. Like, that's cool, lady. Do you ever say crisscross applesauce? Hey, you have a yearbook photo? Like, yeah. I feel like, is your yearbook just eyes? Like, each person's just a hijab thing? Or do you take that off? I don't think so. I don't have to take that off.
People said, no, this is a real halakha. This is a law from Torah from Moshe and
I don't
Sinai.
know. We gotta look that up. That's gotta be a public document. What is it? Like a Middle Eastern yearbook. Like the Muslim yearbook. And that's not a joke.
Which we have in small areas like in Washington, Black and White, where this mikvah, but it's really quite a bit more extensive in the Talmud. And all the laws of the sacrifices, the laws
The
of
only
the
reason I wear this is to give you females a chance.
So what do we do with
Good
these
on
laws
you.
if they're no longer
Pico Umami.
having a template
I've
existence.
gone
Still,
all
they're
4
part
years
of
of
the
high school
success
without that
team.
hair.
Maimonides
Rayon,
created
yeah.
the
Yeah.
of
These
the
girls are
era.
hilarious. Oh, dude, they do.
Too much time to speak about that.
I was Beyonce in this school for Lady Gaga.
Richly
How cool are you, Rahafa?
comprehensive food that covers
You are so
the
fucking
period,
cool.
it covers the Messianic period, it covers all kinds of things like laws.
I hate having to say everywhere I wear a hijab.
Think, not
But
you should
if everyone must know all the murders possessed in any space is living in the back of my head.
harsh criticism.
That's
For
right,
several
Padma.
reasons, one of which was he did not have
Bill.
his
What?
ambition at the time.
Padma House.
Sources
Yeah.
back and forth.
You know what?
Why he
Ever
decided
noticed my
to take one
haircut?
position versus
Seriously, you're fucking hilarious.
I talked a lot.
These people are great as fuck. But no, I mean, my thing about I've gone all 4 years of high school without that hair. These girls are from no boy, it's not in my head. These girls are tight as fuck. Really? And then these girls are so fine. Yeah. Are you done? Yeah. Fucking these girls. Rob, I know. You look. Is this the tour clubs? Yeah, they could have put this motherfucker out there, and I would have been like, that's him. But then he'd be like, I'm not a terrorist. Well, now it's like a thing he's trying to fight, like Muslim extremism. I'd be like, dude, you know what the number one way to get yourself on the list is? Here's the thing. These people really fought a ton of discrimination. Really? Oh my God. In the United States, they fought so much discrimination in the 20th, 21st century. It was fucking ridiculous. If you had one of these names, oh my God. Try to get a job in this. I don't know. I South Dakota. Get a job in Wisconsin. Much more But here's the thing. To my man who's like, I'm not a terrorist. Well, here's the thing. I don't want to tell him how to take a picture, but he looks like he's gonna blow up the bus.
Tour is another code that departed from Maimonides' strategy altogether. Maimonides organized all of the laws of Torah in 14 books.
I feel like Raza. But bro, like, we're gonna fight Muslim extremism together. You need to smile, or everyone will think you are a terrorist.
And a lot of things that we're simply dealing with today. So it was quite a massive tour. Rabbi Asher in the 14th century went for a much more modest proposal. Let's just get right.
But Malia, you can't see me, John Cena.
He decided to admit
Really? Yeah, but no, that's hilarious. So the yearbook photo would look like that. Wow. I really need to see one of these things. Why? It would just be a bunch of eyes. I was the Beyonce in the school for Lady Gaga. You are amazing. Rahafa, I love you. Very good. Hot. Really? And you know what? She didn't shit on her friends either. She said that Lady Gaga or whatever the other people in the school. This is great. Really? All this is great. All this. Really? Yeah, what was your
Anyways, getting out of bed in the morning, then loss of prayer, the loss of saying blessings, and there's a whole section on the loss of Shabbat. That basically, horrifying is what the average Jew needs to know to live an observant lifestyle.
what? are you gonna do after you graduate? Get drunk with your friends every weekend? No. After I graduate, I'm gonna get drunk with my friends every night. Making dreams is what makes life tolerable. Yeah.
Second section of the store. Oh, by the way, or a high regular Jews. I mean, learned Jews, but regularly learned Jews.
Never underestimate the dedication of a small group of people to change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that I've said. Unique. Anyway, Novina? I was just making a joke, but I think that's what it would look like. Is that a cool thing? Well, I would be like, Novina, we gotta talk to Raza. Why? Well, I'd be like, Raza, do you know about that 52 card deck? He'd be like, huh? I'd be like, back in 2003, they had this propaganda deck that they put all over the main channel. It was right after Paul had that little thing of iron sugar, and it was a yellow cake uranium anyway, or was it poppy seed? Poppy seed coffee cake and yellow cake with uranium or something. Anyway, Raza was like, I was like, Raza, we go way back. Really? Yeah. I was like, Raza, you're never gonna go. Because get a question, is this chicken kosher? You can always sort of back out and say, you better consider it trade. And may have cost someone a financial loss in the case of the chicken, but you know, if you make a decision with monetary law, taking money out of one person's pocket and putting it into another accessory. He says, can he judge? Yes, he can judge. Do you really think I look like he's doing clubs? I was like, well, could be the two of spades. And he was like, you're just saying that because you think we all look alike. You're not just going to say, well, they're all alike. They're all the same avatar. And he's going to say, I'm not terrorist. I was like, everybody's going to think you're far with your avatar. It could be anything. It's like, oh, fuck, I don't know, man. You could, like, you could put in your yearbook photo that you're not a terrorist. And he was like, that's a great idea. I was like, I know. Make it your senior quote. And he was like, that's a great idea. I was like, yeah. He's like, anything else? And I was like, no. That's all you have to do. And you're fine. I didn't think I had to tell you to smile. Don't you think the photographer was like, dude, is this your first day in this country? You're gonna fucking... You're gonna be stuck in down under the dust when you walk in the room. You're not gonna be one here, what? Just the look on your face. No, I bet he was really, really cool. And I bet he's really fucking smart. But Raza, you look like the two of spades. I mean, not really. I do too. Why? Like, did you ever see that deck of cards from 2003 when Cole Ball had the sugar crystals with the Edmonds cake and Infused cake uranium, but it could have been a poppy seed muffin. Really? Just the top stuff. Really? I'd be like, have you ever seen that deck of cards? You'd be like, what's that? I'm like, oh my god, you are a dead fucking ringer for this. With spades, he's gonna be like, everybody tells me that. I'm gonna be like, this ain't everyone. I'm gonna show him, and he's gonna be like, but that could be anyone. That's the scary thing.
Do you think a person can drive 10 shots?
Why? Well, then I'd be like, you know, there are 4 people in the last 16 years. No one has been able to photograph them, and it'd be like, what kind of fucking world are you? I'd be like, they had this hermit. Oh, we gotta look at what an urban hermit is. Rosa, I'm gonna keep your fucking picture. Urban hermit. What the fuck is an urban hermit? And that lady was serious about it. She's like, oh, this is what I wear as an urban hermit. I have sandals, and I wear these this brown skirt, and these brown stockings, and I had this. I didn't wear a hat, though. I was a real nun. I was a sister. I was like, oh, sorry, lady. But actually, that's a really good thing. Oh, I forgot to say. Because we used to hear so-and-so might have been a sister, might have been a nun, and we would always think that they were like rock stars. But if you were a sister, then it was like a yearly contract, it sounds like, which is totally different.
I have to say, what do I need a teacher for? I don't have to ask any human being. I'll just decide for myself. And it's like a cultural orientation.
They're like 660. Motherfucker. Urban hermit. What the fuck is that? A different way of being. Is that homeless? An urban hermit is not an identity, but a felt sense of being. No, it's like a nun or something. Urban hermit nun. Nice, like it's a hermit.
Be able to navigate these section headings of the Shulchan Aruch. At least theoretically, he can tell you, or she can tell you about it. And this is a big shift in democratization of Judaism. Definitely is characteristic of
Urban hermit. Kids, I'm just telling you. Like, from what I've seen on the street, if we're thinking the same kind of urban hermit, these ladies are dead.
Yes, please.
Hermit and caretaker.
So it's jumping ahead a little bit.
What is an urban hermit?
4 large areas, and Shulchan also uses these 4 large areas. The vast majority of the person's life does not have to do with Shabbat. Hopefully, you don't have to have an answer minimally getting married once, let's say. You don't always need more time for a day. So, certain amounts of a Hungarian rabbi named Gottfried in the mid-19th century made one volume version of the Shulchan.
What is an
Now, if you find the English translation, it comes to like 7, I think, while there was the English translation 3. It's not so short, but it's called the short Shulchan Aruch, and basically, it's a version of horrifying for a day. Like, for example, for a day, it's cause of honoring parents. There's a for a day. If you only study horrifying, you're going to miss that picture section. Yes, no, hard question. Yes. The text of the tour is not the same as the text of the Shulchan Aruch, but he totally took over the numbering system And like a layman's guess would be maybe
This
30% of his life.
None.
Tour, absolutely.
None.
Tour was written.
Then that closed down. Then the Roman Catholic Church
Guess
talks
what? The
to be a
commentary
fucking
on the
nut.
tour.
Oh,
You're going to
insane.
commentary on the Rambam, and they said, that's it, I'm writing my own
And
halakha.
not, she said she didn't see any different. But then they let her wear the same headdress. They don't make her wear the fucking flying
descended
one.
from the tour.
Never was part of that thing.
No, it comes, it's a straight lineage tour. Beit Yosef, Shulchan Aruch, Kitzur Shulchan Aruch,
So what was this lady? This lady was a poor woman who fell on bad times, tough times, and urban
The context of this, you should understand, it's a very wild time intellectually for Jews, especially in Tzfat.
So, in my opinion, this lady,
That's going on is the
she's cool and all,
possibility of removal of
but
smicha.
she's an English woman, so she sucks.
Torah needs to.
She lives her crazy life. Drinking food, volunteer work in the U.S. That means you didn't have a job. Okay. So, like, you didn't make any. I'm not saying it's like a bad thing. I don't have a job. But, like, it's like.
This laying on of hands, to use the Christian term, was practiced for many, many generations. And that's how rabbis would ordain the Sanhedrin, the grand.
In the civil rights movement, an unhappy marriage followed by a divorce and a period that what is it? This woman went through a period, probably 70 years old. She's in the civil rights movement. This is very, very tough. You go through a marriage, and it was embarrassing for women a lot of times. So they don't want to be done with a divorce. So what? It was an escape. There's no money. You know, I mean, there weren't a lot of opportunities. So, what? Well, here's the thing. I still don't know what the fucking urban hermit is. What the fuck is the difference between a homeless person on the street and an urban hermit? Because why did the homeless people say I'm an urban hermit? Saturday evening. Is this I want relief in urban hermits. What makes them so great? Why aren't we just calling them religious homeless? I think of a hermit, and I think of somebody that lives in a cave or like underneath a bridge. I think a bridge is a troll. A cave could do a lot of things. Like bears or anything. Stalagmite.
Said it was going to cost like $3,000.
Are you done?
So I go to shul the next morning.
Stalagmite.
And this shul was when I went to the neighborhood. And the rabbi says to me,
This,
so how's the
stalactite.
Bible? I said, oh, rabbi, it's
Yeah.
I tell him the air conditioner busted and I
I
had
don't
to
know.
pay $30,000 for the air conditioner.
Stalagmite.
And the rabbi said to me,
To eat.
awesome. Okay, so
It's
I
well,
had breakfast.
this is like tight,
Asked me,
tight pussy.
yes, who's that shul? He was one of those.
And why is that?
She says, so I told
And then
her
white
that,
is like
I told the rabbi about the air conditioner.
yeah, but I just need tight pussy.
She said, why did you ask this time? I'm afraid of the rabbi.
I'm kind of an amateur spelunker. I've been to Rock City.
And I said, Rabbi, this morning, why did you wish me mazel tov? Somebody air conditioner. I said, oh, it's very simple. We have a basic idea.
So she converted me to nonsense. So both these women were so I should just be like,
Whatever money you're going to make the rest of the year, it's decided.
oh, here we go. Something changed in 1983. Line, okay, professor consecrate solitary hermit. O'Neill realized South Africa. What is this? I mean, I'll take it. What is it? You get like a fucking Xbox.
That's the case. Why am I?
7 years shot past. What is that? Like, you have the permission of Jehovah's sisters? Oh, Neil's hermitage is a one bedroom apartment. That's not a hermit. What is it? I want to take a hermitage. What is it? It's like you give me a house in which to live, and I just don't have to do anything. It's just like, yeah, but your bedroom, she has a private chapel where she has Should I say it like a Jew? How would a Jew say it? Eucharist. Jew.
And all these great rabbis
And there's nobody goes in there except when she says, "How do you get this gig? Who's paying for this?" This is the rest of the religion to deprive me here.
In other words, he wanted to resurrect
the outside was like 450.
1,500 years
What is your job?
And sure enough,
Such a
Rabbi had this unusual circle of individuals who yes, this is exceptional.
Those stories
The Rizal found it really much more equal than Shepard found the entire Hasidic movement a couple hundred years later.
I can't improve so
And Rabbi Yosef Karo.
Rabbi asked me how are we can play in an orchestra or a man,
Let's do it.
or even how one can have a singing. Well, it's like, it's got a tough name. It's like, oh yeah, what are you? I'm a rural gimp. I'm a gimp, what the fuck are you? I'm an urban hermit. It's like city house, country mouse, town and country.
Question. I'm pretty sure off the top of my head it comes from the French Revolution. Because Napoleon
What's a gimp?
he also reestablished the Sanhedrin. We'll talk about it in a couple of sections. When he reestablished the kind of
Well,
Sanhedrin, and he wanted to organize in France
Really?
the same system of organization as the
But,
consistory of the French Catholics, with a hierarchy of deacons and priests.
it was
all the way up
a
to
different word.
uh,
Why?
So he set the same setting as the Jews, giving them their own organization with a chief rabbi, a state-appointed chief rabbi. And I may be wrong, but I believe that system was emulated in England and in Germany and even in Israel as they structured. Of course,
They
we
use
have
the word.
countries like Israel that pays attention anyways, and everybody has their own chief rabbis. But whenever you involve money, and the idea of like if you want to be a rabbi in this country, you have to be licensed. You have to be associated with the official of the synagogue, and it makes a big difference. So I'm pretty sure that's where I don't think you have chief rabbis in TRILLIONAIRE.
Well, it's offensive.
Seriously.
Right? A physically disabled person, especially one who's lame. Really? So I was trying to make it like that because hermit to me is like a negative connotation. So I was trying to make it like negative connotation. But, yeah. It's also slang for a sexual fetish who likes to be dominated, just leather, rubber body suit, and massive chin. Either definition works, and both are hilarious.
I think trans is
Actually, that one's even funnier. I should have stayed with that one, but it was like
that system was emulated too much of the Europe. Okay, so what happens is now Rabbi Rabbi also, once he is ordained, the first real rabbi, the first Nathan, he of course ordains all the people who ordained him. So you
like
have
hermit. There's a negative connotation.
who are now ordained their students. Rabbi Yosef Karo himself, of course, was ordained, and he passed it along
Would you
several
teach him
ministers. But there are several passing literary records that indicate that
like
maybe he didn't take it so
like,
terribly
oh, my
seriously himself. He marveled at it, but you don't see a great deal of
what's that thing called when you murder someone? Watch that thing.
Nevertheless, this relates directly to the shooting of John Fantastic. Answer is yes. This is a good question.
They sing that. What
We'll
about
start not necessarily Sanhedrin. You have to get 71 rabbis.
I'm sure that
Not really so
let's make versions of the subject of the differences. When did I first see this movie? I don't fucking know. Do you like it?
Excellent question. Do you think the other great rabbis agree? No, absolutely
Yeah,
not.
it's fucking
And they did not. And what made
Are you
this
done?
very painful is that one of the chief critics of Rabbi Yaakov Rab,
When's the first time you
ordained
saw
him,
it?
and still he rebelled against it. No, I did not.
Alright,
But yeah, it was not at all universally accepted, and basically it kind of fell flat after about 2 generations. I don't think there's anyone today
Anyway.
who actually claim to receive back
Back to
just made
urban.
it good. They could not get enough traction in the outside world. It's true, you had a tremendous
Well, are
concentration
you
of
thinking like
genius
Hobbit?
and
I'm
strong
thinking of hermit, like someone who's living in a
Israel,
cave.
and what they said.
What do you think when I say hermit? Like a hermit crab. They're living under something like a rock or
Let us turn now to the actual work, which most people will reduce it down to
I don't know.
Now, the Shulman at this time, he's getting
There's not a whole lot in which they
his
live.
main work
I already said bridge, but that's a control.
and
I don't want to get into
the
that.
Kesef Mishnah is commentary
Rock,
on his
cave.
everyone knows that there's one
This thing's
person
kind of
on the planet
pleasant.
who
It's
knows the
like, what
halacha
is this
inside
gift?
out, all the various perspectives, and he said, okay, now it's time for me to just list my conclusions. Again, the way that they use
Your
it
self-discipline
is the
expert,
back
you
and
have a.
forth. It's a, you know why
What
the person
is
this is because of this position.
It was like a vacation. I see why. It's just like a house.
Lots of analysis. The Shulchan Aruch is just the bottom line. It's just this kind of chicken is not kosher. This kind of chicken
No,
is
this is a
kosher.
value.
And that makes it much smaller.
Wait, this is a value.
And as I mentioned, he used the same structure as the toy.
Is this a nun?
Widespread adoption. One small detail, however, troubled particularly the Jews in Europe, and that was the Shulchan Aruch. When he felt uncertain about a position, he took it to his Beit Din.
Who's this
What I mean by
Cunningham?
his Beit Din, or what scholars mean by his Beit Din, is three key opinions.
Who is Cunningham? Oh, Thomas Merton. Thomas Merton, that would be really big. Right? Yeah. That's really big. Seventh Story Mountain is so fucking big. Really? Yeah. Why? It is like that. Really? Yeah, and I read it like I never really read it. I said it really hard. Why? Actually, I should. It was always like, maybe it was like when you have struggle with something. It was like, at the end of it, it was I did not get on it. Random. Maybe so. Good, I forgot about that. Right. Who the fuck is Cunningham? I love going to Las Vegas and listening to that. I could listen to that song. Yeah.
16th century rabbi. He was a youngster when Yosef Karo was a senior scholar. He was so amazed by the erudition of its author. He decided that he would write a long compendium to that work.
Dude, I don't know, but truthfully, all these stories, what is an urban hermit?
Whereas the Shulchan Aruch is known as the set table, the Mappa, its commentary is called the tablecloth, as it were, covering the Shulchan Aruch. And it's
Called by God. Doesn't that mean that, like,
basically,
schizophrenic?
Ashkenazi spies.
Like, even God talks to
It
them.
makes more Ashkenazic the Shulchan Aruch.
Why?
By
I get
describing
instinct,
dissenting
but God
opinion of European
has
custom.
never talked to me. Nor
But
does.
from time to time, he disagrees with the Shulchan Aruch as well. Just on
You get
logic
instincts,
grounds on source
but
text, not
that's
necessarily
not
on
like
customary areas.
this is
One of
what.
the brilliant aspects
Can you get
of his
premonition?
work, however, and I've yet
Yeah,
to
but it's
discover
not
whether
like
this was his intent or whether it was the publisher's intent.
I
The
did
way
this
they
because
presented
God
it was genius. Instead
I'd
of
be like,
producing two separate books,
words? Like, you heard words? Like, God, what's his voice sound like? And if they were like, it was my own voice in my head. But you hear other voices in your head, and they're like, yeah, you need help. And if they're like, no, then I'm like, that's normal. People have the normal voice in their head. Really? And I'd be like, what makes you think that's God? And they'd be like, oh, well, that's just how I was raised. I'm like, well, that's not God. That's just your own consciousness. Conscience, perhaps. Within the consciousness. And they'd be like, oh, okay. Then what's God? And the energy. What the fuck keeps all this going? Us to have the knowledge that we exist. That to me is perhaps, is it divine? It's that which I do not understand. God is basically that everything that I cannot understand, and that's like really, really high. And type of thing. Is that what God is? That what you can't understand?
In terms of the smicha, before I go
Not
on,
good, because otherwise we're able to define that which it is. Understand? But does God exist then? Well, if it's energy, yes. But then we also throw into energy, I guess, that would be
the authority of the rabbis in Tzfat. This was the way of this Jews describing that this is the ultimate.
I don't know how the fuck that
Jewish forever. It didn't work out that way, but it was a kind of democratization of Judaism, specifically in this position. Now, one last thing that's very important to mention that ties us all together.
Are there rules? Like, who's paying for your fucking apartment? Why can't I be a fucking hermit? So we gotta pray. I pray every fuck. I bet I have prayed these motherfuckers.
But quite often, he introduces the Zohar as a source text in his writings, indicating that the Zohar for him, of course, the central Kabbalistic work that was discovered in the 13th century, indicated that this has a phenomenal import to his thinking. And in fact, as he confided to his students and possibly even wrote an autobiography, there's some controversy over the actual authorship of it, he claimed not to have figured out the halacha, not to have deduced it from the text, but rather he was visited nightly by a spiritual being called a Magid, who would relate to him everything he was supposed to write to the next one. There's a lot of debate whether or not this was actually his position or it was ascribed to him by others, but there's no doubt that he was deeply influenced by Kabbalistic thinking. And his work, although we tend to think of halacha as being fairly dry, straightforward, legalistic, and it is law, it's legalistic, but in reality it is infused throughout with the deeper sentiments of the mystical tradition. He brought these things together in
I need to know all this stuff, like history. The person who listens to Push. So what the fuck is this? This is a hermit. Pretty close. There it is.
He died at the age of 87. He was buried in Tzfat, and one of the eulogies spoken over him at that point referred to the pasuk in Song of Songs 5:11. Rosho Kesef Paz, his head is of fine gold, and the gold is Paz, spelled 87
Oh my God.
in the Hebrew Gematria.
I'd be like, Adams? He'd be like, should I get that?
Legacy to the Jewish people.
That's
And thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence. If you're on the mailing list, when I've got this loaded to the web properly, maybe Steve will help you with that, then you'll be able to review this and critique it with your friends. Have an excellent evening. For coming. I think we've got a fantastic class planned for tonight. I have to say a couple of thank yous to begin with. First of all, thank you to the Rabbi for that unexpected and very welcome greeting, and I especially appreciate the mention of my father, Yaakov Ben Papa. He should do me well. We're waiting for a date on surgery, and it's still kind of up in the air, but I hope it's true with this class, but if necessary, we have to come to Canada for the surgery. In the meantime, other thank yous. Do you notice how wonderful this screen looks now? This is all George's idea, but you didn't realize we had a screen last week, but he wanted it raised, and so it's come up to the heights, and hopefully that will be more visible to those of you in the pictures in the background there. Also, thanks to Joe and Zohara Weiss for sponsoring this week. The classes are free and open to the community. I really like the idea that it's just available to everyone, but the shul did incur some costs to get the equipment to put things together and to have the videos filmed, the lectures filmed, and to have that beautiful reader at the back door. They don't come cheap. So, if we get sponsors to offset the costs, it's really wonderful. We're asking for $200 to sponsor a lecture. Obviously, you can give half, give card, whatever you like, or just come, and your participation is a sponsorship in itself. By the way, I hope you all had a chance to view last week's lecture, which did go live last Friday, is at jewishhistorylectures.org. You can get to it straight through that URL, bring you straight to the youngisraelph.org website, the shul website, and click on Jewish History classes, and it'll take you there as well. Very lightly edited. Okay, so with that said, today's class is on a fascinating character, what Gershom Scholem, the principal student of this period of history, called the most documented Jewish life in the 17th century, which is a truly amazing statement, but in reality, it's quite correct. Even though he plays a somewhat minor role in the overall scope of Jewish history and the arc of our progress through the Middle Ages, he was quite notorious, and especially he was one of those Jewish figures who crossed the religious divide and was of great fascination to Jews and Muslims alike. He mingled with kings, and so we have official state documents, and we have a tremendous amount of popular documents written by Christians who were fascinated with the possibility that the Jewish Messiah had arrived, and so we have multiple valences to look at this individual character and see a lot about who he was and what he did. His dates are 1626 to 1676. He died just a few months shy of his 50th birthday. And of course, for those of you who are completely new to Jewish history, his claim to fame was that in the year 1665, he claimed that he was in fact proclaimed himself the Jewish Messiah, Mashiach, and he engendered a huge following all across Asia Minor and Europe. And many Jews were held in thrall by his teachings, the force of his personality, and his impacts on the world. And many very significant Jewish leaders were actually bound to his cause. They were severely disappointed when, only about a year later, he confronted the Sultan of the Turkish Empire, and he requested politely that he be given Jerusalem in order to initiate the Messianic period. The Sultan made a counteroffer. You can either convert to Islam or I will decapitate you. And he decided to convert to Islam, leaving his followers tremendously dejected, a huge mark on Jewish self-consciousness for the next several hundred years. And we will explore the ramifications of that decision. But I want to start with a little joke, and I have to tell you, I was thinking, could I possibly tell this joke? Maybe I could tell it in this situation, but I couldn't put it on the internet. And I thought about it, so I edited it very lightly, so it would be guaranteed not to offend. So the joke goes like this. Or at least it's not guaranteed not to offend, but hopefully it'll pass. And if not, I'll just edit it out of the video or do whatever. So the joke goes like this. And it deals, of course, we're talking about getting out of the video. It's in that vein. Reuven and Shimon, two Jewish guys, are walking down the street one day, and they pass by a religious institution of another faith. That's the part that I'm going to use. I'll Fred for the original. So I'm going to use the version that doesn't identify the religious institution, and therefore hopefully we'll avoid any casualties from other faiths watching this video. So they pass this institution of another faith, and there's a big sign outside that institution that says, Jews convert to this religion, $500 today only. So Reuben says to Shimon, what do you think of that? Isn't that amazing? And Shimon says, come on, just ignore it. We're proud Jews. We're never going to give up our faith. This is just a ploy. And Reuben says, but $500? I mean, it's a mitzvah. Why not? I'll tell you what, Shimon, I'm going to go in. I'll mumble a few words. I'll pretend whatever. I'll collect the $500. We'll go and have an amazing lunch. So Shimon says, you're crazy. Do whatever you want. So Reuben goes in. Reuben goes in. And Shimon's outside waiting in the park, and he's waiting. And finally, Reuben comes back out. And Shimon says, hey, Reuben.
It seems like
says, oh, there you are. And Shimon says, so, did they give you the money? And Reuben says to him, what is it?
Well, are you a hermit? Yeah.
I think we can just make that.
I mean, I guess I don't fucking know.
So there are two principal historical Grundlagen would be the German term, like the foundations of the Sabbatean movement that we have to consider before we look at Shabbatite space life itself. Firstly, we have to understand the impact of the Safed circle, the spot circle, that we discussed in some detail last week. This is the gathering of mystics and halachas that were very, very active in northern Israel in the beginning of the 16th and 17th century. And they had a tremendous impact. In particular, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, known as the Arizal. CL at the end of his name stands for Zichrono Livracha, blessed memory. The Ari is an acronym of his name, means the lion of blessed memory. So the Arizal in particular created or wrote about a new approach to Kabbalistic studies that was tremendously influential. And in particular, there was one element of Lurianic Kabbalah that distinguished it from earlier forms of Kabbalistic study. Primarily for our purposes, earlier Kabbalistic studies were
They'd be like, do you think it's working up open flames so close to your kitchen maze?
Process of creation, a lot of things which are much more theory than anything else. In the Lurianic period, however, there was a lot more emphasis placed on what is known as theurgic Kabbalah, which means Kabbalah that is designed to affect change in the universe, as opposed to earlier thought, which emphasized, just understanding the structure of the universe. This was about altering the structure of the universe. So through various prayers, through various kavanot or intentions during mitzvot, all kinds of things like that, where people were under the Ari's Kabbalah much more involved in actually shaping the world in which they lived. And of course, one of the biggest questions that Jews had on their mind was, when will Mashiach come? When will the Messiah come? One of the taboo subjects, which persist, by the way, right up into the 20th and even the 21st century, were groups of individuals who attempted through Lurianic Kabbalah to urge God to send the Messiah immediately. A lot of people were doing this kind of Kabbalistic thinking in the Jewish world in the 17th century. This is the element, the intellectual milieu, in which Shabbatai Tzvi began to explore his Jewish identity as a young man. In particular, besides these kavanot, these ways of unifying the Godhead, so to speak, there was this idea of tikkun, of repair. We have the term very popular today, tikkun olam, the repair of the world, which is sometimes understood as
no one else was.
The social action.
It was really powerful.
In the Kabbalistic sense of the 17th century, tikkun meant some kind of fundamental repair to a rift in the universe. Something was wrong with the universe, and the Tikkunim of the Jews who practiced this Kabbalah would bring about its amelioration. This is especially so after the Spanish expulsion, which we discussed last term, which was such a huge shift in the Weltanschauung of Jews who had understood Spain to be the ultimate, in many ways, the ultimate golden age of the Jews in the post-biblical era, and to see that crushed in just a matter of months, and the persecutions that followed in Spain and in Portugal, and the suffering of the Jews who had to wander to Turkey and points elsewhere, the idea of affecting Tikkun was much more profound than it ever had been, perhaps since the destruction of the Second Temple. So these are the kinds of intellectual ideas that are circulating. Young Kabbalists are feeling like through their studies they can actually alter the shape of history, and they took it very seriously. Any questions about the intellectual?
Yeah. If I can answer the questions, I was hesitant to say it. I don't want to contradict that. Why? Because I don't know his character. I would say
we have at least 15 lectures before we get up to the 20th century, 21st century. There are, what do you mean?
I would say that
people are inverting, and it's joint sight, as they say. So that's the spot circle and its influence. There's also a very important social and political element
Not
to
really.
the
Yeah, I mean, it was like
activity. And he
I was
himself
so
was
university
personally
oriented.
motivated by hearing about the proposals of 1648-49, in
people
fact,
for that little
one
area,
of his most
or
profound mental breakdowns
someone
was
from like
specifically
California.
related
It wasn't
to
like I
the
was.
day that he
It
heard
was just
about
like
the
the fact
events
that she
of
was local.
what is
She
known
wasn't
in
much
Hebrew
of
literature as the Gzerat Tachbatat. Tachbatat is the Hebrew acronym of the year 1648-49. To give you this in brief,
it was
we
like
will
I had
God
all
willing in
this.
another year
And
return
shit,
to
this
this
is
and
when I
understand
went
it
to
in
there
much more
for
profound
the
detail. But
I had all
task
this
for today's
encounter with my
conversation
friends
takes
at
me
university, and
for
not all that
approximately
encounter with her.
400
Why?
years, Jews had been
Because I met
moving
her.
into Poland, Ukraine,
It was like a summer thing.
certain parts of Lithuania,
Continued.
Russia itself.
It
Russia
didn't
proper
continue.
was actually
When
closed off
school
to
started,
Jews
they
from the year
couldn't
1479,
and
but Jews were
we
very
could, but it
heavily
was like
populated in the borderlands west of the Russian Empire. And
And it
in
wasn't
those
even something
areas,
just about-
they were principally active as middlemen
Yeah,
between
yeah.
the peasants and the landlords. There was an ethnic divide between those three groups, and in many ways there was a profoundly triangular conflict between the Polish landlords who often lived in the cities in the north, the Ukrainian peasants who lived in these large tract of lands called latifundia, and their Jewish leaseholders,
Fucking
where the Poles would hire the Jews as a community as a whole, would be given the task of collecting a whole slew of taxes from the Ukrainian peasants. These taxes would include, of course, a tax on produce, grain being
I'm really
the
thinking about
output
Osaka.
of the bread
Really?
basket of Europe. There would also be a tax on tolls if you wanted to cross a bridge,
What are you gonna
if you
do
wanted
though?
to go fishing, if you wanted to go hunting, if you wanted to pick apples, you name it. And there's even some evidence that Jews even collected taxes from the use of the village church, meaning that if you wanted to have your child baptized,
What is
you would have to go through the
in your opinion,
humiliation
what is it?
of paying the Jew to get the key
What
to
is
open
it?
up the church. Very, very limited instances of this, but even one
There
instance
are
of
people
that,
who live off
the news of it
the
spreads like wildfire, and it's very well known in
Roman Catholic
Ukrainian
Church.
literature, and is in fact a
and they
profound
don't do
element in their
anything.
culture, the idea of the oppressive
But
Jew
they're not
who would
homeless.
prevent
But guess
Christians
what?
from
Every
engaging in their
single one of
religious
these
activities.
motherfuckers
At any rate, the way the
is
economic
hopeless.
structure of Ukraine was so situated,
Without
the Polish landlord could increase the levies on the Ukrainian peasants. The
it's
Jews were
like
given the task of actually collecting
seriously,
it.
you could go to the
The
homeless
Ukrainian
shelter and
peasants
tell
were upset
someone.
with the economic oppression of
You,
the
man,
Poles, who, by the way, were a different faith. The
are
Ukrainians
no
were
different than this
Orthodox,
one.
the
Except
Poles
you
were
have to
Catholic.
just say
And they
every
saw the
day
Jews
that you pray
as
the
the
rosary
leading edge of the
or
hammer that the
whatever.
Poles held. So
And
there was a terrible uprising in the year 1648-49,
you
led
have to
by
say
a man named
shit to
Bohdan
anybody.
Khmelnytsky.
You could
You may have seen his
pour
name in
yourself
literature,
out.
spelled
You could
with a
do
CH,
phone
it's a Polish
sex.
spelling. Khmelnytsky,
23
it's
hours.
pronounced Khmelnytsky.
24.
And
Well,
he
I'll give you
led
that.
a band of disaffected Ukrainian Cossacks in a violent uprising against the Polish landlords. That attack on the Polish landlords was directed principally at the the Jewish leaseholders,
I'm
because
just
they
like,
were living
I
nearby.
I want to go to them and I want to be like, hey guys, I'm Jewish.
But the Poles are far away. The Jews are
This
right
whole
here.
this whole like solitude
Absolutely
thing.
horrific.
Can you do an OnlyFans? Can I like do
The
a
true scope of the
Chatterbait?
disaster is a matter of some debate among historians. The certainly exaggerated claims put the number of Jewish dead at 250,000, which
They
is
have
rather
laws.
absurd because there are less
It's
than
like
100,000 Jews living in most of those areas at the time. But it would not be out of range to say perhaps as many as 50,000 were killed, which is a
what
tremendous
the
amount
fuck
of
is
dead
this?
for a pre-modern uprising of this nature. The specific nature of the attacks are unusually cruel. I won't
Look,
repeat some of
I
the,
am not Roman Catholic.
examples of
I
cruelty
mean nothing to do
in
with
the
those
show,
motherfuckers.
but suffice it to say that if you read some of the
But
martyrologies of the period, you'll
shouldn't
be shocked.
somebody be like,
And
yeah, we
even
shouldn't
we,
have this
moving
as a
after the
rule?
Holocaust,
What
can't
is
be
it?
these kinds
It's
of
like
spiritual
you don't
battles
communicate with
with
other people,
equanimity.
which goes against like
So
Roman
there was a
Catholic
huge displacement
doctrine.
of this massive Jewish
And
center
why?
in the
Because it's like
17th
a
century.
generally like
Tremendous amount of poverty,
what does. I
tremendous
mean,
amount
they're
of
like Travis
dislocation,
doesn't
so
necessarily.
many widows,
It
so
goes
many
against
orphans, and this was kind of like following up on the Spanish expulsion. It was the next worst tragedy, and the Jews were intellectually saying to themselves, "What will be next?
It doesn't necessarily
Isn't
go
it
against Roman
already
Catholic
time for Mashiach?"
to me, it goes against the mission. whatever that fucking thing is, where it's supposed
So
to
in
be
the
like giving
intellectual
you.
foundations
You're not
of
to
the
be
thought
insolent.
circle,
It goes against, and not only that, then you just become
of
a.
the Gzerat Tachbatat, then we can turn specifically
You're
to the life
sucking
of
on the
Shabtai
teeth
Tzvi.
of the.
Let me
on
pause
the
and ask
Catholic
if there are any
Church. It's like,
questions to this point. Steve, no
hey,
questions?
Ron, let's get off.
It's good, right? Yeah, thank you. All right. So you can see what kind of person Stephen is.
Yeah,
Because
that's
when it comes to
they're not.
doubting, he sits right up here. He's right up front. He's punished for it.
Do you take that kind of way more seriously?
Sits in the back.
No. Way I take a
He was
fucking.
Shabbatai Tzvi. He was an Ashkenazi who was born in
I take
Izmir, also known as
Taoist
Smyrna,
hermit
which is an
over
Asian
a
minor.
Catholic non-hermit.
He was either actually born on Tisha B'Av of 1626.
Catholic non-hermit is just some bitch who doesn't want to be homeless and doesn't want to talk to
There's a
me
midrash that says the Messiah would be born on the ninth
or
of
do
Av.
anything. I hate to say it. What are their? I'm not saying I'm doing a whole lot here, but it's like,
Of course, he should be born on the day that corresponds
what
with
are
the
you
midrash. One of the difficulties of
What is
understanding
this
the details of Shabbatai Tzvi's
Why?
life
Because
is
what
that
would
a
you say?
lot of
Lady,
his
you're getting
life
free room and
story
board. Go work in the fucking
provide his
hospital.
followers specifically with an eye to conform to the various midrashim that assert that he is Mashiach. Nevertheless, in a pre-modern period, printing is now available, and it will actually play a dramatic role in Shabbatai Tzvi's revelation as Mashiach. This material disseminates very fast. Jews are avid readers in the
And again,
17th
why
century,
is it so
and they are
urban?
scooping up these books
Why
and
can't you
they're
just say I'm a
digesting them.
hermit?
His father
An urban
dealt in poultry, he
Like,
sold chickens,
You
and
think you're better than
he
all
was a
this?
struggling businessman, but his brothers, there were three sons in the Tzvi family, Eliyahu and Yosef, actually ended up becoming very successful merchants.
Urban.
They
Oh,
ended up
don't mind her.
following
Sister
the
Anne
Rosh
Marie's an
Hashanah
urban hermit.
in his movement, and as we shall see how that develops later. But he came from a fairly humble background.
Really? Yeah.
That was upwardly mobile. These are Ashkenazim living in
She's had a
Asia Minor.
stick up her ass
And
and
he
she
was the scholar of the family.
started hanging out the other dumpster and low
And
pops.
even his detractors are very happy to admit that Shabbatai Tzvi was quite a learned young man. Apparently, at the age of 15, he had run out of teachers. There was no one in Smyrna who could educate him, and so he studied on his own. And at the age of 18, a very precocious
Hermit's
age,
like living
he was
so
ordained
alone with
as a
someone.
chacham,
No,
which
I'm
was
talking
the
about whatever the fuck this is about. It's read this shit is. The new
He did, however,
hermit.
have a very
It's like,
profound ascetic sense. He was a loner.
I'm just like an early Chinese sage. It's like, you are homeless.
He liked to be by himself.
There's nothing different about you and a woman in a homeless shelter except you say you pray X amount of times a day. Not even. For ladies like that, once a day. Yeah, not X amount of times a day. No, times a day. Really? It's once, if that. During a time. Oh, there's Roger Cunningham. Wait, why did it show up then? Who is this guy? Oh, the rigid TV cat by walking. The nearby general store for coffee.
Again, his detractors and his admirers alike to be an exceptionally good-looking man, and he had an extremely fine singing voice. When he was in his up phases,
I promised my mother that I would have regular contact with someone who's sick. That goes against being a hermit.
Extremely pleasing to everyone. So the fact that he was good-looking and that he had a good voice actually did make a big difference.
Oh, I told my mother being a person. Oh, okay.
His
She was
reputation as a young
too
scholar
isolated. That's the point of being a
marriages. Both of them failed.
Then, back in his hermitage, a farm in New York, he began 45 minutes of Zen meditation service. I did breaks he worked alone in some of 50 separate gardens. That constituted, so he's a farmer. Then came a lunch, followed by more gardening. We did science stuff with no use of following the food. Everything I did was the same time. After dinner,
this particular picture here, I don't know what to make of these pictures. They're all, a lot of them are pictures of Shabbatai Tzvi. As I mentioned earlier, he is regarded as one of the most well-documented Jews in the 17th century. Occasionally, you have under here captions that almost always say,
it's like, dude, you're not going to be able to do that long, and you're just a fucking farmer You are not an urban hermit. You're obviously
Be careful about pronouncing it because if somebody here knows French, no,
This is Sister Laura O'Neill.
juif. Né à la ville de Smyrna en Asie, à 40 ans. This is he was born in the city of Smyrna, and this is the picture drawn of him when he was 40 years old.
So this is
And it says it's a very portrait.
this is like hold on.
Several of the other ones that are very different also say
I'm gonna lay into this fucking Laura O'Neill. She's gonna get it, really.
he had these 2 early marriages, and he seemed to have a difficulty with intimacy on a personal level and in a marital level, and this became through his life. The most profound psychological aspect of Shabtai Tzvi's life is that he seems to have been again, I'm a lay person, I don't know anything about psychology, but he seems to have been a manic depressive. He would go through periods of tremendous elation and euphoria that could last several weeks at a time, and then he would fall into the pit of despair, or as my eldest daughter, when she was about 10 years old, once said, I'm in the depths of despair.
No, I don't give a shit.
Negative shit. She said, hi, Rabbi. She's watching it from college now. She's very smart. She's in the honors program, things like that. But she was in the depths of it. So he would go through these periods of like tremendous euphoria, happiness, and he would be expansive. And he would be
That's
dramatic,
why
and other
it's the
times
second
he
picture.
would
O'Neill
be
tells her, I'm reading this. I'm like, who the fuck is
remain
coming?
shut in a room.
O'Neill tells the patient,
Talk to him at all.
listen,
Went through clearly
she's fond of the average of
in a
town.
bipolar kind
The door to solitude.
existence. He
She
called the
converted
periods
her
of euphoria illumination
Henry
because he felt he was receiving some kind of revelation and that he was like directly connected to God. And the opposite, when he was in melancholy, he called that esterpane, which is a theological term meaning the hiding of the face, the hiding of God's face. He felt he was in the shadow of God. He was no longer receiving the direct light from it. During his periods of melancholy, he became tempted to do what he called maasim zarim, strange actions. And believe me, they are very strange, and they're going to get even stranger. But I'll describe some of them for you as we go through his life.
What is that? You're so good at being homeless.
I don't know exactly what his relationship with women was, but there are several examples where he seems to have been definitely involved something to do with his relationship with women. As we see, he was conflicted with these things.
Nobody goes to
He was also fascinated with the tetragrammaton, which is the Greek term for the 4-letter name of God, the Shem Meforash, the name that Jews do not pronounce. For background, for those who may not be so familiar with the way we do these things, for example, we pronounce God's name when we pray, we recite blessings and so on, but the name that we actually say today is only a placeholder for the way it's spelled in the prayer books. The placeholder simply means our Lord, and it's a euphemism for the name which we are not allowed to pronounce. The name that we're not allowed to pronounce was only recited on Yom Kippur in the temple during the time that it was standing, and since then it's been totally off limits. We only pronounce.
What's your thing about this? I'm not going to go after her
He was fascinated
she
with
has
tetragrammaton, and he would walk around Smyrna pronouncing the name of God. And he did all kinds of strange things like this. He would occasionally call himself Mashiach, Messiah, even in his early years, but people basically tolerated him. He was regarded as some kind of eccentric,
that was a good idea. Whatever organization.
Harmless lunatic. He was just, the village fool. It's true that he was very learned, but obviously he couldn't pull his life together properly, so people basically tolerated him. Again,
And to pay for it. If you want to do it on your own, that's absolutely fine. And to pay for it. Why? In my opinion, those people would be much better if that lady, if she had to go, it was mandated by the diocese that she had to go to
Any questions so far? I've been talking a lot.
nursing home,
Nobody likes to ask
to
the
a
first question.
hospital,
Anybody have the second question?
a school, and do some type of volunteer. It doesn't sound like she
Amazing
does.
that joke always
I know
works.
she's got some help now.
Okay,
Like,
so
the other guy, he's like, oh yeah, I'm living on my farm, living on a boat. Dude, that's not a hermit. You somehow got your fucking way into this article. I was trying to learn about this. Like, why? Because I haven't learned one thing that some person's like, oh yeah, I'm a hermit. Well, what do you do? I can tell you, sorry, he starts to say, it's like, meditate for 45 minutes.
He began a period of breakfast. By the way, the kinds of things he was claiming was that he could fly.
But it's really farming.
And that when people would say,
It's
okay,
not
sure,
like-
so show me how do you fly? He says, you're not worthy. I can't show you because you have to be at a certain level. He claimed regularly to have various visions of God.
I'm really
And
disappointed
ultimately, they said, it's
with
time
this
to
urban hermit.
So by the 1650s,
Right. Again,
he's in his early
You think
20s
you're better
now.
than all the other hermits. You say,
His first
I-
teacher
by-
and the other
by
rabbis
default, if I hear you, I'm like, what do you do for a living? And
And
they're like, I'm an urban hermit. Stop. I go, what? You better say planner.
I can't find my last name. Smyrna is over here.
I got it.
The resolution is very good.
Because it's like, you're an urban hermit. Why wouldn't you just say you're a hermit? Why are you an urban hermit? I'm an urban hermit who likes unicorns.
Into Gaza and Jerusalem, make another trip back
That's
to
really hard to matter. You're a hermit. Let's get to that. Well, I'm an urban hermit. Okay, you're in a city and you're homeless. What's your thought? No, I'm not homeless. Well, are you like the nun kind of hermit? Or are you like
that period of wandering,
the farmer boat guy? That's
sent
not the
him
thing.
from town to town, and he hit the heights. He
Do
saw
you,
all
are
the
you
great
like
Jewish cities
living
of the
next to a
time.
dumpster by a
In
robot?
1658, he had been living in Saloniki,
Why?
which was a very important Greek Jewish
That's
center.
a commercial
When
avenue.
he
Why?
publicly held a
There's a
marriage
picture
ceremony
thing,
between
candy
himself
corner
and
to
the
it.
Torah.
Really?
He got a chuppah and a Sefer Torah, and he referred to
Really?
himself as Chatan Torah,
Are you sure?
a term that he would occasionally use.
I
When he
don't
was
know.
signing letters to his followers, he liked to call himself Chatan
I've
Torah,
been in a couple,
Mashiach
two
Hashem,
pubs.
the Messiah of Hashem, and occasionally even
Yeah,
God.
and then I
He
went
would
to
sign his letters to God. There's a joke that I'm not going to put on here for sure, but
maybe,
there.
but not more.
He was asked to leave from
Really?
Salonika, so then he made it to Constantinople,
They
Istanbul
were
at the
one
time,
was
which was
not enough.
also a very large Jewish center.
Whatever.
And he
Is
was
that
feeling a little bit
Protestant?
guilty there, so he decided he would use
I'm
the
just
urge
telling
of
you, it
Kabbalah
wasn't
to rid
mosque.
himself of his
Whatever the hell it was.
melancholy.
It was like, no, you gotta have one
Examples of this where he actually he did have what the
Really?
psychologist
Yeah.
called insight,
and that one did not.
realized
But
that
my
he was
cousin got
mentally
really
disturbed,
bad.
and he tried to
And it was
take some
nice?
action. However, he went to really the worst psychologist you
yeah,
could
no, it was
imagine.
really
We'll see in a few minutes with him.
Absolutely. Was there anything not
He
nice
was
about it? No,
banished
it
from
was really nice.
Constantinople because he celebrated
And that
publicly the three
church
pilgrimage
is
festivals
right between
in
my 2
one
friends'
week.
house.
Of course, they're
The
spread out
houses.
over the year,
They
Pesach,
live
Shavuos, and
in
Sukkot.
film and friends,
Would
they live
probably
maybe
save
like half an
groceries
hour
to
from
the
each
whole
other.
one week,
And
but he decided to, that was
that house
obviously
is nice.
antinomian.
But, yeah.
He also
And then
banished the festival of the 10th of Teves. He said, we no longer need the 10th of Teves. Now that I am here, we're entering the Messianic period, and therefore
I don't
we're passing the
know.
10th
What
of
was I
Teves.
saying?
That was popular. But he was asked to leave Constantinople
And
as
then
well,
this
and he
one
made
in-
his way to Jerusalem.
And
In
then someone like,
Jerusalem,
for this
he actually
funeral,
he did fairly well.
what
He
was
kept
it?
to
Was a
himself,
weird.
and he
I don't know.
he didn't, do any
Why?
strange kind of demonstrations of his messianic identity
It
and
was
so
my
on.
aunt,
And
yeah.
the rabbis there tolerated him. And in this context, I think it's fascinating to point out that if you want to have certain types of mental illnesses,
Really.
Orthodox Judaism
If you
is definitely
hear
the best
them
solution
speak
for
on the
it.
phone,
I did actually seriously.
I have
For example, obsessive compulsive disorder.
voicemail right on.
And you think it's funny, but I'm serious. There's a book that's written by 2 psychiatrists in Jerusalem.
Multiple voicemails, so you can hear her voice. And what my aunt Jan
say
sounds
that
like,
one
and
of the problems with
it's just New
mentally ill in the
England,
Orthodox community is that
New York. It's just New Yorker.
problems go
But
undiagnosed so long. Because when a person, let's say for example, is very, very careful
Are their voices
about the
exactly
mitzvah
the same?
of Netilat Yadayim,
No.
washing your hands,
But
and everyone else
can you
says,
tell the
oh,
difference
look
on the
how
phone?
filmy he is. He washes his hands 18 times. The rest of us do it maybe 2 or 3 times. 18 times. What a from guy. So ironically, a person like this gets praised for their OCD behavior So,
Yeah, I can
Rabbi
hear
Kara
them.
is also Shabtai Tzvi. If someone, we do believe in the power of prophecy. We do believe that under certain circumstances,
New
God
York
does
accent
things
is
very
stronger.
different.
Actually, my
Perhaps
aunt
through
Jan.
dreams,
Yeah,
things like
because
that.
she's
So
from.
the person walks around
It's so.
saying,
Well,
I
yeah, it's
had
closer than
a
thinking.
katana, I had a
Right?
small
Yeah.
prophecy.
As I was
But
trying to
then
hear it in my
also you say, oh, wow,
head,
you
my
must be a
aunt,
very
or
spiritually
my
elevated person.
well,
The reality of the person is,
relatives,
dime short of a dollar. But the fact is that in Orthodox
had a very
Judaism,
strong
this
accent.
kind of behavior may actually be
strong.
not recognized for what it is until it's too late. And this is exactly the kind of thing that happened in Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi.
Either of them
His
urban, or either of
erratic
them are
behavior, his extreme seclusion, his meditative silences, these were looked on as acts of piety.
I just think if you're saying you're an urban hermit, you think you're better than
So
anybody.
what happens is, in Jerusalem in 1662,
Right? If you're like, hey, I'm a hermit, I'm like, that's cool.
The elders of Jerusalem needed to carry an
Where?
important message.
And you could be like, in a city, you're like, oh, you're an urban hermit. And you're like, yeah, and then I can, like, have that.
Carrying an important message to
Or you'd be like, oh, like on a farm, oh, you're a rural hermit.
It was not such a difficult thing, but he had the appearance and he had the mannerisms and he knew the
Anybody
way,
else
so he
think they
just
would be
carried
anything
this
they
back
want to
to
be in
Egypt,
the world?
and he
They
was
grew up to be a
briefly
hermit.
a hero.
Ask them. I wonder if it's like intergenerational hermit.
He met the
Why?
head of the
Well, doesn't it go against the like the motto of the hermit to fuck and to reproduce? Why? Well, then you're kind of like, then you're a family, aren't you? At a certain point, you're not. It's like, I am an urban hermit. Here's my wife and my 4 kids. It's like, what?
It was at this time that he met his wife, someone who was just as unbalanced as he was. A woman named Sarah, who had an uncertain check past. There was a lot of rumors about her libertine behavior, that apparently although she claimed to have been saving herself for her husband, there's significant evidence that she saved herself for several husbands. But she was undoubtedly someone who had suffered greatly. She was an orphan of the pogroms of 1648-49, and she had been taken in by some of her family and was living in Amsterdam. But she also was slightly eccentric, and she had long from her childhood claimed that she was going to be the bride of Mashiach. And of course, how perfect it was when she found out that this guy in Cairo was to be Mashiach. So she packed up and she brought the whole shoe down to Egypt to meet Shabtai Tzvi. Shabtai Tzvi was just delighted to meet her, especially when he heard about her background. Primarily because there is a midrashic allusion to the wife of Hosea. Actually, it's not a midrashic allusion, it's explicit in Tanakh that the prophet Hosea married a woman who had a beauty. And of course, one of the most powerful haftorahs that we read discusses Hosea's tribulations, marrying a woman of this nature, and how he could not bear to send her away. So too God cannot send us away, even though we may betray him. So he ended up marrying Sarah.
Actually, I think it's the world's greatest gig. Somehow, some ways, a fucking big religious group, or whatever, was going to pay for you to live your life, and you didn't have to do it. You didn't have to do it.
No melancholy.
Well, those
It seems that
bitches
Sarah
are
was taka shit up for
Is that
him,
true?
and that was very nice. However, there is some
Oh,
significant
you
doubt
fucking
that
urban hermit.
he consummated the marriage with
So
Sarah
they still,
either. And this was
she was still a sister.
revealed in a bit
She's still
of
a nun.
absolutely bizarre theater several years
Is it like a
later,
Venn diagram? Is it
when
like
in the context
all
of
it's like
his,
sisters and then nun,
his proclamation of Mashiach,
sister?
he divorced Sarah
So you can call them
and
all
then
sisters,
remarried her.
but not
And
all
then the
nuns are
next
sisters.
morning, Sarah proudly displayed the tokens of her virginity. And that was all
And not all
to say
sisters
that
are
all
nuns,
these
but you
years they
can
have
call
been
them.
married. Oh my God, it's right. It just gets weird. Should I cut that part out of the video? But all these years they've been
They all
married
were
and nothing doing, and then all of a sudden they get remarried.
Mother Teresa
So
wears
it was
that
a
fucking.
kind of political theater, but it certainly worked, and his followers were taken in by it tremendously. Now, here's the turning point for Shabtai Tzvi.
Really?
On his way back from Egypt, he passes through Gaza, and he meets
She looks
the
like a
person who
space.
would change his life forever, Nathan of Gaza. Look what it says up here. Repost.
Why? We had this book when I was a kid. We had this picture of Mother Teresa next to it.
Nathan of Gaza
Picture
was
of a monkey
also a
that
learned
makes its
individual.
face.
Who
We were
was
studying
somewhat of a
history.
mystic. He
It's not the
claimed
same
later to have prophesied that
And
Shabbatite Tzvi would be
the two
coming to
pictures
visit him
haven't really
and
stuck out
was
in
in
my
fact
head.
the Mashiach. Of course, we don't hear about those things until later, but when
Damn,
they
it's
met,
Facebook.
the reason for their meeting was ironically because
Damn, Mother
Shabbatite Tzvi
Teresa.
went to Nathan of Gaza for advice on how to avoid the effects of his bipolar personality. We'll talk about going to the wrong
Nobody
person
ever talks about that.
because Nathan of Gaza saw Shabbatai Tzvi and said, "This is amazing. You know, you are Mashiach, or maybe cynically, I believe you could be Mashiach and we can make a lot of money out of this. Who knows?" But he encouraged him in his messianic intentions, and he created all kinds of theatrical venues for him to demonstrate
Perhaps she had
stuff
the opportunity.
on the eve of
She
Shavuot,
did these
the night
global
of the
campaigns
anniversary
where
of the
she
giving of
was
the Torah in our tradition.
basically
In
making
an
the
all-night
world
learning
aware that
study session,
she had
Nathan of Gaza fell into a deep
what people
trance
thought
and
were
began speaking in tongues. And in the context
It was
of
not
his
hot.
trance, he
was a place to die.
revealed to the onlookers
It
that
provided
Shabbat
no care.
Tzvi was
Really?
the Mashiach, and
Nothing
this
more
was the
than
first
fast.
prominent and public demonstration of his
And she went
identity
all
as
around
such.
the world.
Then
and
shortly thereafter, after he came to, he says, "Oh my gosh,
like
it's so
everybody
amazing!
suffered.
You won't believe it, but for years now, I've been studying this book that I discovered called The Vision of Rabbi
I'm not falling for this shit.
and it's this book about who
I
Mashiach
think
would be
you
like,
that's
and it was
Facebook.
written in the year 1200.
But even
But as I
if you
read this
did-
book, I see it's identical to the life of Shabbatai Tzvi. All the details in the book correspond to his details. Of course, Nathan of Gaza actually wrote the visions of Reb Avram, but he portrayed it to a gullible and
You were
you know, a desperate audience of Jews that this, in fact,
it
would
would
be
be like
Mashiach.
marriage with
So,
my kids.
you know, it just got crazier at that point.
You could use this person's
You know, at
and
this
say
point,
their name in one
Shabbatai
part of the
Tzvi
world,
just lets go.
and they were seen as the
Being
nicest
encouraged
person
by
on
Nathan of Gaza,
in another
he is
part of the world. They
Mashiach.
were seen
The
as
first thing he does, he turns to his best
like,
friends and he makes them
the angel of
kings of
death.
major countries. He says, you know, do this, you're the king of
What did you
Turkey
think?
and you're the king of France. Everybody's happy and they get these big tracts of land. He names people the head of various
I think she did
tribes. You're the head of Shevet Levi, the head of Yehuda. And he's like going around just handing out these honorariums left and right. And he's
it was
basically
very
doing this
improbable
unopposed by any
with the
major
outside world
rabbis. This is happening
due
principally
to
in Gaza and later in Jerusalem. The elders of Jerusalem were not pleased with this, and they denounced his antinomia and strange behavior, but they did not take any more profound action. Because at the back of their minds, perhaps, they're thinking, you know what? It is time for Mashiach. We really could have Mashiach. Let's see what happens with this guy. I mean, but nevertheless, they did in fact denounce him and distance themselves from him. Here's where it crosses the line to the rest of the world. There were several emissaries from various countries who in Jerusalem, later in Turkey, heard about these things, and they carried these things back to England, France, Turkey, elsewhere, and began publishing very, very popular accounts of the rise of the Jewish Messiah, principally in English, French, and German, and we have these contemporary accounts by Christians of it. They were especially nervous about one rumor, and these rumors just built one upon another, that the 10 lost tribes were coming out of hiding to begin the Messianic War, the Armageddon. According to this thought, the 10 lost tribes, of course, that we haven't seen since the year 722 before the Common Era, they have been in hiding. They have been living, according to some accounts, in the deep recesses of a cave called the Red Mountain, somewhere in Asia Minor. And they've been training there for hundreds of years. And now that the Jewish Messiah has come, they're all being released from these mountains. This is perhaps influenced by the invasion of the Tatars and the Mongols. And they are going to overrun all over Europe and they're going to make one big Jewish kingdom. Here's one of the many woodcuts that depicts the Christian woodcut showing Shabbatai Tzvi
A
with his
dehydrated
bands
turd.
of armies in the background.
That
Very
is
fascinating.
exact.
I never had anything like this kind of following,
That
at least on the military sense.
Like, look.
And a lot of people are fascinated
Why?
and nervous at the same time. So Shabbatai Tzvi becomes immediately a world celebrity for his craziness. And during this time, he just goes wild with the antinomian behavior. Antinomian is a term referring to a nomos, it means law. So antinomian means counter-halachic, behaving in ways that is not appreciated by the Torah. So, for example,
You know you
I
want
already
people
mentioned he
to follow
eradicated the
this
10
guy,
Tavis. He also eradicated the fast of the 17th of Tammuz,
You look
which is
like
much
you
better
got this
actually.
whole
Because the
fucking
summertime
thing to see
is a
the
lot
two
longer
black
fast.
eyes.
Uh,
What the fuck happened?
in one synagogue, this
You were
was
diving
criticized
and break your
publicly in one particular
capillaries?
synagogue, and he wasn't there at the time. So when he heard about it, it was on a Shabbat. He ran over to that synagogue with several of his followers and
Anyway,
wanted
that
to
motherfucker
enter
looked like some kind of reptilian.
but their claims. They
Yeah,
locked
bro.
the doors on him. So he got an axe and he started
And then he didn't
chopping
die.
at the door. Of course,
He
complete
just was like
violation of the
really
laws of
big time
Shabbat.
conversion.
And so when they see that he's
Then
trying to
he's
chop down the
living in
doors
an
of the prison,
apartment. He had two
they let
homes.
him in so he
It's
wouldn't
like,
destroy the door.
fuck that
He
shit.
came in and he took over the service. He proclaimed
They haven't been
himself
too
rabbi.
close in 1,000
Called
years.
all of the
All of a sudden,
local dignitaries that were in that
some
existing
asshole
shul,
watched Snapchat. He
various
got two
unkosher
homes.
animals, or the anatomy of various unkosher animals. And then he completely redid the Torah service, in which
Why not
he
three?
disdained the actual Torah scroll,
I want to be
said to put
TikTok.
it back in the ark, and he picked up a printed Chumash. It's
That's
relatively new at the time. They were printed for about 100 years. And he said that this is our new Torah. It's an interesting kind of thought that moving forward with technology, today it would be something like the rabbi pulling out an iPad and saying, we are going to now read the Torah from this. He ignored the
Oh, what
Kohanim
was
and
that?
the Levim,
How does
and he
it
called up women
It
to
was
the Torah. Again, very antinomian.
Wait, is
The
that true?
egalitarian nature of it is
Hold on, there
fascinating.
was one other person.
And
Where was that?
they read the Torah that Shabbat
I've
from
been to
the
other
Chumash
parts.
itself.
So I used to go to
And then, just to top it off, after the Torah reading was done, he sung a Castilian love poem, like a popular song.
Or like, I don't know
That
if
would
they
have been
maybe
the
like
rabbi singing a song by Madonna or something. And he said that this song possesses great secrets and it should be incorporated into the liturgy. Amazingly, people went with it. People felt that he must really be, what he says he is. And in fact, at that point, he asked that everyone should call him Amira, which is an acronym for the phrase Adonenu Malkeinu Yarod Moder. Our master and king, may his glory be elevated. So among Sabbateans, that's the code name for Shabbatai Tzvi is Amira. It reminds me, I can tell you a little sweet thing about my second daughter. She's, let's put this on pause for a second here. So, okay. So, now, sadly, a lot of Jews were taken in by this charade, and Jews from all over Europe, Ashkenazi Jews, Sephardic Jews, everywhere there were Jewish communities, there were followers of Shabbatai Tzvi. Many literally sold all of their possessions, converted into some liquid assets in order to be able to make the trek to Jerusalem, because they anticipated that, in fact, this would be the onset of the Messianic era. This is another Christian woodcut showing, probably fanciful, but it's not too much of an exaggeration, trains of Jews making their way to Jerusalem in order to anticipate the onset of the end of time under the Messiah. We don't have a good sense of exactly how many Jews did this. It is a debate between Gershom Scholem, the principal scholar of this period, and several of his opponents. But to say it was in the tens of thousands would certainly not be an exaggeration. Many, many Jews were deeply, deeply moved by this, and they bought into it completely, sold out their possessions and so on. So at this point, Shabbatai Tzvi is just riding a huge wave of popularity. He says, okay, now it's time to do it. He took himself to Constantinople to meet with the Sultan of Turkey and say, all right, now it's time for me to take over Jerusalem. he met first with the Grand Vizier, who's shown here. His name was Ahmed something or other. I'm sorry, I forgot it. And he seems to have been quite a statesman. And Shabtai Tzvi is really quite fortunate because he was dealt with some delicacy. He was met at sea. There were some storms that kept him from arriving, and many of his followers felt the fact that he eventually arrived was in itself a miracle. But there were some storms that kept him from sea, and then the vizier sent ships out to meet him, and they promptly arrested him, and they brought him back to Constantinople in chains. He was imprisoned, but the prison experience was really not so bad. He was eventually given a private chef and a private secretary, and he was allowed to receive visitors. So he was not exactly in a deep dungeon. He was, in fact, treated as something of an eccentricity. And while the Sultan thought about what he was going to do with him, while he spent several weeks in this constrained state, his popularity grew still further, and he was still infamous for doing antinomian things, such as, for example, when Passover came, he sacrificed a Paschal lamb, just like they would in the temple times, because he wanted to demonstrate that, in fact, the Messianic period had begun. His correspondence at this time displays that he's completely out of the closet on this. He's referring to himself as Mashiach, Katan Torah, even God. He would sign his letters God. Not so many people can actually do that with a straight face. But he was clearly just waiting for the moment to meet with the Sultan. The Sultan, several weeks later, eventually arranged to meet with him. The Sultan actually did dignify him with a face-to-face meeting. He viewed it from a balcony while Shabtai Tzvi was interrogated. And the Sultan had very little patience for him. In 1666, he said, okay, listen, this is ridiculous. You're here. That's very nice. I tell you what, how about you convert to Islam or I cut off your head, as I mentioned earlier. And Shabtai Tzvi did, in fact, the tone of his conversion is debated among scholars. His followers tend to portray it as a very grudging and sort of a disappointed course of events for Shabtai Tzvi. His opponents indicate that it was very opportunistic and simply a way of launching himself further in his career. In fact, the Sultan did have another motivation. He felt that converting a very prominent Jew like this, probably the most prominent Jew in the world at the time, would draw more converts into Islam. And so not only did he allow him to convert, but he actually gave him a royal stipend of 150 coins every month. So he was paid to be Muslim by the Sultan. Sarah converted with him, and approximately 200 families followed him into apostasy. Nathan of Gaza, who was not there at the time, although he did visit Shabtai Tzvi several times later, felt that his conversion was a great mystery. But ultimately, they worked out a new theology where Shabtai Tzvi's conversion to Islam was part of the gathering of the sparks, meaning he had to go to every religion and he had to go and collect up all of the holiness from all religions, and then eventually it would be the Messianic period. And of course, if he converted to Islam, then he has to also deal with Christianity as well. So in fact, at one point, Shabtai Tzvi sent Nathan of Gaza to Rome to meet with the Pope, perhaps to convert to Christianity there, but nothing came of that in the end. What ends up happening is that Shabtai Tzvi kind of fades into obscurity after this. He's living at this point as a Muslim for almost 10 years. But he seems to be some kind of crypto Jew as well. He's still practicing some Jewish rituals, and he has a circle of approximately 2 shuls worth of people who are staying, 200 families who are staying with him, and they're also, officially Muslim, but still practicing essential Jewish rituals. I mentioned earlier the divorce of Sarah and the remarriage, and we really don't know exactly what was going on in that little community, but the Grand Vizier felt that there was a lot of crazy things going on, and Shabtai Tzvi as a Muslim was no longer an asset, so he expelled him from the capital city of Constantinople to a tiny village in Albania, where he would live to the end of his life. His grave is still there. Fascinatingly, his followers They play a very profound role. These are the descendants of Shabtai Tzvi's original followers who converted to Islam. They played a very important role in the Young Turk Rebellion at the beginning of the 20th century. But then they were largely endogamous, meaning they married within each other's families for several hundred years. But by the 1960s, oh look, here's another Franklin thread. He doesn't actually he does call him the King of the Jews, 1666. At any rate, by the 1960s, there were only a handful of Jews left in Turkey, although several ethnographers have tried to study their unique way of life. Yes, especially. It's interesting. Excellent. Yeah, that's an interesting observation. The British certainly were. They did have an exaggerated sense of how important the Jews would be to World War I. And part of the motivation for the Balfour Declaration was they would hope that all of these German Jews who were fighting as German patriots would then throw down their weapons and refuse to fight for Germany and Austria. It didn't turn out that way because Jews tend to be patriotic wherever they are, and they didn't pay attention to the Balfour Declaration. But it's interesting to see the connection to the Din Man. I never made that connection. They were very prominent among them. So let's look at the legacy and we'll conclude tonight. Interestingly, 6 weeks before his death, Shabtai Tzvi wrote to his followers and asked them if they would send him a regular Jewish lesson that he could use in Albania, President Hurricane he received it, and then shortly afterwards,
And that was so funny, but like, seriously, if you smile, I don't think he had such a hard time.
By the time he passed away, he had already made his major impact on the Jewish world. It was a largely deleterious impact in so many ways. The Jews were still further deflated. Now it's 200 years after the Spanish expulsion and 50 odd years after the World Rumps of 1648-49, and many scholars have tied
They should have made a cool thing for the 1990s.
other movements that would rise in Eastern Europe and elsewhere.
What would have been cool
Nevertheless,
for
the
like
intellectual impact
like 19
of
guys?
Kabbalistic studies are only now being discovered by scholars, and there's a lot of fascinating connections that I myself was shocked to read about it. In
Like the
recent
game
scholarship.
Connect
For
4?
example,
Did you play Connect 4?
Shabtai
I
Tzvi,
did.
Ramchal, the Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto,
Pretty sneaky, says.
many other scholars in the
You
18th century were
connected
persecuted
Muhammad
because of their
Atta and
supposed
Osama bin
real
Laden.
connections to Sabbath and Kabbalah. But we can't take away from him that he was quite a talented Chacham. He was quite a brilliant scholar of Jewish sources, and he left behind many teachings that were studied for another 200 years by
What was your favorite one of those
mainstream
guys?
Jews.
All their
Nevertheless,
fucking names
his
all
name goes down in history
I just hate
as one of
they're all
disgrace,
good.
and perhaps we
I
should
should
pity
get
him for his obvious mental instability.
One man.
But nevertheless, it's a fascinating chapter in Jewish history.
Paris is another man.
With that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week. No children. Have an excellent night.
Yours should be what do you think, Ralph?
Okay, so tonight's lecture is on a topic that's very dear to me.
What's
I
that?
think it's going to be one that you find fascinating as well. I have some personal stories to share with you about the
So you even had it
Rum
see
Shop
that quote.
and his impact on my life personally, and hopefully on yours. If you've never encountered him, I hope this will
Well,
be
there's
an adequate
usually good
introduction
fucking
to his
evidence.
life and thoughts.
Seriously, it's
I want to thank all of you for your kind wishes regarding my father. Thank God he's doing much better. The surgery went very well,
dude.
although he's in his 80s and
If you
the
smile, you
recovery
would not need your
is
seat.
a slow and difficult process. So we
If
had
you
some
smile,
trouble
go
with him
to
getting out of the anesthesia,
I
and
get
after
paid
that,
all
some
the
problem,
time.
all the organs working right after they part of his colon. But thank God he's doing much better. In fact, today they moved him
What if he
from
doesn't have that smile?
a district hospital in Timmins, which is about 50 miles away, to my hometown where my mother can visit him much easier because she doesn't drive. And it's really cold up there. When we were there, it was 24 degrees below zero. And if you're wondering whether that's Celsius or Fahrenheit, why? It's really, really cold. It's cold to breathe at 24 degrees below. And that's before the wind chill factor, which makes it about negative 700. My family comes from a very remote part of Canada, northern Ontario. Just to give you a sense of it, the signs in the hospital where my father was treated are in English, French, and Inuit. And I actually brought back some pamphlets from the hospital. I forgot to bring them with me tonight, but it's a fascinating place to live in many ways. I'm very grateful to Akash Baruch that the surgery went well. I'm also very grateful to all of you for showing your support. I apologize that I couldn't be here in person last week to give a lecture on Google panel, which I thought was such a fantastic topic. I encourage all of you to visit the website and view the video there. I did make a video when I was up there. Alexander, my son, came up and interrupted quite a bit, but it's still, I think it's got some good material, and I should bring it to you because it's a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. I haven't got a transcript, but I have to think about it. This week's lecture is sponsored by the Young Israel, and that's just a nice way of saying no one else stepped forward to sponsor this week's lecture. It gives me a tremendous amount of personal pleasure, but I know that my efforts with these lectures help support the shul. So if anyone wants to step forward to sponsor future lectures, we have some of the dates are covered, and we're pleased about that. We're asking for $200 to sponsor the lecture to frame the cost, and a nice screen and a camera and a projector and things like that. The lectures happen anyways, and as I write to this, just being here is a sponsorship. It means a lot to me that you're here and enjoy the classes and so on. Okay, so today's topic is the Great Ramchal. I have to tell a joke to introduce the Ramchal. He is, without a doubt, the premier author of the tradition of Musar, which we spoke about several months ago when we looked at the photooftheday, which is also a very classic text in this tradition. But without a doubt, the Ramchal's Mesilat Yesharim is the preeminent text study in Musar Yeshiva today. And in this context, the only real Musar joke that I know that's clean that I should repeat in this context is one that I know I told you when we spoke about the photooftheday. So if you don't mind, because this is going onto the internet, laugh anyways. I know what I want to say. It goes like this. So the Musar, of course, there are many different schools of Musar, but the most commonly known one that emphasizes rigorous self-analysis and an unyielding commitment to determining the truth about your personality, warts and all, to quote the idea of knowing all your dark spots,
Straight up
racist, the self-analysis, and to be able to work on your weaknesses.
And almost like I could say,
absolute merciless. Musar is characterized as a kind of a harsh,
what I'm trying to say.
cold,
A Muslim person at the airport
and
is
sometimes
like,
even
or
masochistic
someone who's sick
approach
with the
to
turban.
self-development. And
It's
that's why we Litvaks really enjoy it so much.
maybe like
So the joke is
years
that the
of
Hasidim,
media.
they don't have the same tradition.
There's
They
been
have
like
the
the
Hasidus
stereotype
has a
of
totally
what-
different approach, and there are
what
many
it
different
is.
Hasidic
It's really
approaches as
built
well.
like that.
But in general, Hasidus is much
And-
more, uplifting, and there are Musar schools like this as well. I don't want to overgeneralize, but they don't resonate with Musar in the same way. So the
I
joke
would
goes like
say,
this: a Hasid wants to
to
know.
point out on the
Josephus,
Black Lives
what's the
Matter,
big deal about Musar? How come everybody's talking about Musar all the time? So this goes to a
we
Musar
don't
yeshiva,
say,
and he
here's
wants to see
what
what
we
people
don't say.
learn in a Musar yeshiva.
When
And
someone,
he goes in the room and he sees
no matter
there's
the
one
color,
person sitting in
personal
one
color,
corner, and
is
he's
being patted down,
Mesilat Yesharim, and he's kind of like wiping his brow, and he's
whenever
really
patted down
fetching over
in
his
and outside
upset
their
with
car
himself. And he looks
or
over
something
another
like that,
corner and he sees someone's reading Chovos
unjustifiably,
he's beating his
and
breast,
let's say
he's
we
feeling
see that
terrible.
as a
So he says,
bystander,
look, I'll try it. So he goes over, he gets a book off the wall, and he sees
We
the
don't
first
think
guy
that's
say,
right.
"Roy," in Yiddish.
And many
I have
times,
nothing. And he sees
Black
the other guy
Lives
over
Matter
there
and
saying,
other
"It's
people
been
will stand
God's
up for
story."
those people.
I'm
Good
entirely
for them
convinced.
to stand up for them and say,
So he
this
picks up
isn't
the
right.
safer, he starts
You're
reading
in this
something else.
neighborhood too often,
He
or
starts
you're
realizing, you know what?
picking on this group of people.
I'm
What I'm
also,
saying is Muslim people
very
do not
limited
have that
person.
specifically
I'm
in the airport.
I'm conceited, I'm arrogant,
I haven't been to an airport in like decades, so I can't tell you with absolute certainty. But I just hear what people say on media, and you still do these stupid ass jokes like, "Oh God, that guy's got a turban on. He might have a bomb." It's like that's not even the same religion. It wasn't. They're not even related. I don't think any person from a turban maybe has even ever had a bomb on it. Ever.
His years are 1707 to
Even been on a plane that had a bomb. Maybe no person with a turban ever has died on a plane ever. But there was this stupid, like from cartoons and memes that were in people's heads that was a thing.
This is something that is unfortunately characteristic.
So what do you think? There needs to be a Black Lives Matter for Muslim people in the airport? I don't think that's bad. I just think that, I mean, like the American Islamic Society, something like that, they do what they can, but I would just be like,
he was an exemplar of three main areas of Jewish research.
it's going to
And
take
ironically,
about
he's
100
known
years
to three quite disparate
for
communities
some members
for
of
entirely different contributions to Jewish knowledge. First of all, perhaps
it's
the most
just like
generic,
the propaganda is too deep.
eminent Jewish theologian.
It will take another generation to never have that experience.
Derech Hashem,
Why? I'm the one who's saying I think that Muslim people are targeted too often in
Hebrew, a cold law, and
places
entire
for
everything is
specific
in there, which basically
Right.
answers all of the questions of Jewish
Yeah,
faith
and I don't have that much
in one
evidence.
small volume. And this
Like
is
I'm
really
critiquing
quite an
myself.
achievement. For
Are you
example,
being
if you look at
racist
some very,
against
very basic
Muslim people?
Jewish philosophical questions
No,
like
I
what
just think
happens
people
after we
assume.
die? If you go to the Talmud,
And
you'll find a range of
this is what they say,
and it's very
specifically
difficult to
at
kind
air.
of negotiate. Well,
Better safe than
which one
sorry.
is it?
And they don't say that when the person's getting patted down
And you need
outside their
someone
car.
who kind of
And it's
digests
like,
it
what
all
the fuck
and
is the
says, well,
difference?
this is what we
One's a
believe
fuck.
happens
Who gives a
when
fuck?
you
It's a
go.
kind of fucking
And it's true there are these other
transportation. It does
statements
not
and
matter.
opinions, and these,
Well, it's a
there's
plane.
clarity on
Back
what
in
those
the
mean in the
1970s,
context
these
of
planes would get hijacked. And
what
I
is,
don't give a fuck. Fuck, they have
why is
fucking
it that the righteous suffer and the wicked flourish?
sky
These are
marshals and
basic
shit
theological
now.
questions. If you go to the book of
I'm
Job,
sorry.
which is perhaps the oldest
A
classic
plane
of
full
these
of
questions, it's very difficult to tease
I
out
won't
just
get
a
into
straight
the
answer
logistics of
from
it.
that book, even
It's
closer
just
to the end. And to go to the conclusion, it's
well,
very
there was
hard to
proof
figure it out.
that they could take it
So
down.
in Derech Hashem, he goes through all of these basic questions, and essentially,
Anyway,
most believing
done?
Jews believe the way the Ramchal said it did.
Thing.
Even if you
Done?
want to disagree with Jewish
Well,
belief,
it's just like
you basically disagree with the Ramchal because he is the theologian who kind of organized everything for us in a contemporary manner that we consider absolutely normal. In fact, when you read Derech Hashem today, it almost seems like it's, well, of course, that's what Judaism is. Not so clear in the 18th century. He basically set the standard for many Jewish theological beliefs. That's kind of something that affected all Jews across the spectrum. He is
I
also
actually think it's
extremely
bullshit
well
that
known
this
for
guy's
his
got
Kabbalistic work,
And
and
I
that's
have a
perhaps
picture.
his preeminent contribution to the Hasidic world.
What about
The
that?
modern Hasidic movements
Well,
of the Bechtian variety and onward are very, very much endeavored.
I guess I'm saying like there's a Black Lives Matter for it can't do everything, but it can help people with social change and activism. I didn't really think there was the same kind of thing for people who are Muslim. There are people who are Jewish up the ass. There are so many fucking things to support you. It makes you sick. How about if you're a Christian? Yeah, I would be discriminated against. Really? Yeah. So, I mean, if you want to make the argument, okay, fine. If you're an urban hermit, but like, I can tell you, a Christian, a nun, a priest in an airport is no big deal.
And then we looked at
is a Muslim a big thing? Not to me, but to a lot of people, with the amount of propaganda that they saw in this country, still they they find this unjust. And that's changed. It's gotten better, but it's still there. Deep. I think it's sad. Why? Because I think Muslims, if anybody got the worst rap of anybody. But there's nothing I can do about it except to defend it. It's
This is something I never learned in yeshiva, I can tell you. Now, later authors, and I don't think they're wrong, I don't want to exaggerate this, but later authors argue that these love stories,
for as many people who want to say Muhammad Ada, I can say Meyer Kahan.
They are very much Kabbalistic elements. It seems very out of character for him to write something. Maybe when we were talking about Shmuel umbrella, we can go into different interpretations. But not being very well familiar with myself, it's hard for me to make an informed statement. But I have a feeling that's probably the case, and I think you'll agree with me as I go through the presentation on his life and works. Okay, so that's who the Ramchal was. Let's get straight to his biography. But should I pause for some questions first before this discussion? Sorry? He was born in Padua. You have absolutely anticipated my very first slide. Second slide. Yes. He is a little bit earlier than the author of the Times. Tananya was first published, I believe, in 1787, and he died in 1746. Some of the early Rabbi Zalman's grandson. Well, that's a small detail. I don't know maybe I'll come back to that. Okay, so let's talk about his family background. He came from a very famous family, originally from Germany. The name Luzzatto was probably derived from the town named Lienz in German protectorate. And that name Luzzatto actually resonated deeply throughout Italian history. There were many, many descendants of Ramchal, either direct or from the family line, that made great contributions to Jewish thought. Some of them have acronyms of their own, the Shadal, for example, in the 19th century. And there are 20th century Luzzattos who are also active in fields like translation from Hebrew and archaeology and so on. There are also a great number of Luzzatos who left Judaism altogether and quite prominent in Italian society as well. Whether or not they're aware of their connections to Ramchal, they nevertheless, the family resonated throughout Italian history for several centuries. He was educated at his birthplace, Padua, which was a very well-known university town. This is a photograph of the world's first operating theater in the University of Padua, where they would perform surgeries here, and all the students would be lined up. It's amazing. The piece of architecture looked at. And this is the environment in which Ramchal was raised. His parents had a very enlightened Western sort of an attitude to learning in general, and they gave him a very rigorous religious and secular education. He was a child prodigy. He composed his first work at the age of 14 and published his first work at the age of 20. And he was known to be very well versed in classical languages such as Greek and Latin and their literatures as well, reading Ovid and Homer and so on. And you can see resonance of that in his Hebrew writings in particular. And there's some evidence that he had significant scientific knowledge from the 18th century. There's no evidence that he actually attended classes at the University of Padua, but as I will demonstrate shortly, a lot of his friends were university students, and he created a certain entourage of people who were very much associated with the exciting world of learning in this 18th century university. Specifically, he attracted to him a number of young men who are called by scholars now the Padua Circle. We'll look at a few of them briefly a little later on, but these appear to be, we don't know too much about their backgrounds, but these appear to be young Jewish men of at least middle class means who had the wherewithal to attend university. And the University of Padua was also open to these young men, which is also saying something because colleges here in the States were still using the juris clausus at that time and for some time afterwards as well. But the level of their attachment to Judaism should be examined. They were probably more like what we would associate with 18th century Bali Tshuva, meaning they're like newcomers to Judaism. Now, what do I mean by that? What we know about 18th century Judaism, and a lot of it comes from research of Professor Guterman, is that there's no secular identity possible. Unlike in America, where a Jew can simply disappear into the mainstream and can simply choose not to affiliate, not to believe, not to associate without joining another group. In the 18th century, you still had to belong to some club. You were either in the Jewish club or the Christian club. And there was a big wall between them called conversion. You really had to jump over. But that didn't mean that just because you were in the Jewish club, you had to follow all the rules. There was a certain level of what was considered societally mandatory, especially public displays of irreligion would not be looked upon with favor. But on the other hand, private attitudinal shifts or private lapses of observance would be considered pretty much typical. You would have what we might call today, let's say, nominal orthodox. And that there's only one shul. This is well before the advent of the conservative movements. There's only one shul in town, or various shuls are all basically orthodox. And, you have to show up at shul sometime because, your mother expects you to, your father expects you to, how you're going to get a shidduch anyways, that sort of thing. But ultimately, these are people who are not necessarily burning with the enthusiasm for Torah, the Asia Torah. They come to university, they're very excited by the whole world of learning as a whole, and then they come into contact with this genius, this young man who at 20 years old has already attracted a large number of significant followers who want to learn Judaism from him. And they're turned on by what he's doing, and they begin to shift specifically in one direction, which turns out to be disastrous personally for the Ramchal, and that is theurgic Kabbalah. If you recall, we spoke 2 weeks ago about the Shabbatite Tzvi. Kabbalah basically comes in two flavors in this context. One is theoretical Kabbalah, which is mystical thoughts on the nature of the soul, the structure of the universe, kind of like blueprints and trying to understand the way the universe works. And then there is theurgic Kabbalah, which is activist Kabbalah, where the practitioners attempt to affect a change in the universe through their studies or their behavior. So theoretical Kabbalah is still in the gray area where people can't study it under certain limitations. Theurgic Kabbalah, though, was definitely taboo, especially after the devil of Shabbat Tzvi, trying to force the arrival of the Messiah, for example, or to use incantations,
The
spells,
bimbo?
and the like
Is that a
to
thing?
bring
Bimbo?
about some sort
Why?
of
What is
positive repercussions for Jews, politically, socially, economically. This was very much frowned upon because of the disaster of Shabbat Tzvi. And it seems that the Padua circle began to move in that direction, and this would eventually create tremendous controversy. Just want to give you, I decided to organize this class a little bit differently after I wrote the lecture. This circle established a code of conduct, which is translated here, and writes, everyone who joined this circle had to take on this neder, this vow. This study will not be regarded as a private tikkun of the members.
Are they fun?
Whatever that means. Nor
They're
will it.
tons of fun.
This is by the way, 18th
Actually,
century
it's
way of
white.
spelling the words will it. Today we separate it into two words. But, well, believe me, don't you? This is a typo. It's amazing that I can say. Nor will it be atonement for personal sins, but it's only kavanah to be holy and dedicated to the tikkun of the holy Shekhinah.
He's great. Where did he go?
Georgetown? You probably heard the term tikkun olam, which means preparing the world, and often this is used in a social action context, like feeding the homeless and things like that. In its original Kabbalistic sense, Tikkun is some kind of positive activity, study, prayer, uh, mindfulness that is meant to kind of repair the rift in the world created by the Kabbalistic separation of the Kadosh Baruch Hu, which is somehow one aspect of God, and the Shekhinah, which is another aspect of God. I don't really know what I'm talking about. Why should it be any different right now? So the tikkun could be anything like you see it in prayer books today. For example, one of the most common places in an Ashkenazi non-Hasidic prayer book is immediately before Psuke Zimra. There's a little passage that says, "Arei ani mukhan mitzuman, behold, I am prepared and ready, to say these prayers in order to bring about the unity, the yechida, the bring it together, the Holy One who is blessed, and the indwelling presence." And that's a tikkun. Now, the Padua circle would spend hours doing these tikkun. And the whole point of these tikkunim were designed to somehow not be an atonement for their own sins. They're trying to do it l'shem shamayim for the Jewish people and the universe as a whole. In other words, trying to bring about the time of the Messiah, trying to bring us to that moment of perfection when the Messiah will arrive. And this got them into a lot of trouble. One of the things that I'll share with you is a little premature, but in one of his,
I think I'm the world
we
to
have his
identify whether
correspondence,
points of
scholars,
place
especially Isaiah,
in Russia or any other country.
Jerusalem, has published a lot of the private papers of the Ramchal, which were discovered many years later. And we have his correspondence with his teacher. And even his teacher, we'll speak about in a second, was constantly telling the Ramchal, lay it low a little bit, hold it. You are getting yourself in trouble with these weird Kabbalistic things. And
Why?
Ramchal responds, telling me at one point, but Rabbi,
I can identify
I really
Russia
have come
very
back.
well.
I am only doing tikkunim.
Why? They
No
just
more
always
than
look
once
sad.
every 15 minutes now. You can imagine he's walking around saying these
Describe
stalking,
Russia
saying,
in
I'm ready
one
for
word.
every 15 minutes. What kind of plane is he on? What kind of sensitivity to the spiritual universe around him? So, anyways, what happened with the Padua Circle was in 1727, they had a remarkable turning point in this direction of the Urge Kabbalah when the Ramchal first reported a visitation from a Maggid. And you'll perhaps recall 4 weeks ago when we discussed Rabbi Yosef Karo, the Maggid is a mystical figure, some kind of angel that in the Jewish tradition visit a scholar or a very pious person and relate some kind of ineffable wisdom that cannot otherwise be gained. And one of the amazing things about the role of the Maggid in the life of Rabbi Yosef Karo is that we tend to think of halakha, of Jewish law, as being very rational and analytical and cold, and something you can dissect and analyze. But in reality, Rabbi Yosef Karo reports that he wrote the Shulchan Aruch, the code of Jewish law, under the influence of the Maggid, coming to him at night in a visitation and telling him what to write. So the connection of Kabbalah and Halakha is actually very, very intimate. At any rate, at the tender age of 20 years old, Ramchal receives a visitation from the Maggid, and he tells the circle what is happening. And they are fired up, and they're so enthusiastic about it. They believe that they are really going to get closer to the time of Mashiach. This is the first of many visitations of the Maggid to the Ramchal. One of his students, a medical student named Yehusio Morton, who followed the Ramchal through his travels, recorded the Ramchal's vision and circulated it. Tishby argues that this may even have been intentional on Ramchal's part. He wanted people to know outside of the circle. I don't know how to determine the validity of that statement, but at any rate, it came to the attention of a local rabbi, one of the elders of the community of Padua, Rabbi Moshe Hagiz. And Rabbi Hagiz was enraged because he felt that the influence of Shabtai Tzvi, some 90 years earlier, had finally reached, actually a little bit less than about 75 years earlier, had finally reached into the holy city of Padua. And he called the Ramchal to task, and he demanded he appear before a Beit Din and renounce all of the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi that evidently he had been pursuing, and to cease and desist from all his Kabbalistic activity. And he wanted to put the Ramchal into cherem, into a situation of a ban because of his irreligious and Athenians worried about Socrates' influence on the youth and things like that. There's an interesting parallel. By the way, this is a true portrait of Shabbatai Tzvi. Yes, Mr. Lax's question. Any questions or arguments? Okay, so what ends up happening? Rabbi Hakiz brings him down for a beit din, for a court of law, to discuss what's going on with the situation. His teacher, and he got his teachers very early because he was a child prodigy, Rabbi Yeshayahu Bassan, came to the defense of Ramchal, and that he really is a very, very pious person, that he's extremely learned, and he is a genius, and so on and so forth. The controversy went on for 3 years with detailed arguments over what exactly the Ramchal was doing with his time, and ultimately the compromise was reached when the Ramchal was forced to turn over all of his writings to his teacher or Kabbalistic publications, and especially no more Kabbalistic teachings to the public until he reached the age of 40 and until he resided in the land of Israel. Only then was the Rabbi Moshe Hakiz satisfied that the Ramchal would cease and desist from his activity. Yes, Zahara. That's an excellent question, and I haven't thought about an answer. But off the top of my head, well, next week we're going to talk about Rabbi Israel Elliot and Eliezer the Baal Shem Tov, and there's definitely a very strong economic component to the separation between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim. And so, standing on one foot, I would like to argue that perhaps the influence of Shabbatai Tzvi was very, very profound in so many ways. And I think there's a fear that if a Sabbatean synagogue starts up, or even a breakaway minyan that follows the teaching of Shabbatai Tzvi, that upsets the economic apple cart. And all of the established powers that be lose their effective control over especially the tax income that comes on Jewish products. There's a heavy tax called charokta that's associated with kosher meat, kosher Shabbos candles, things like that. Nowadays, kosher meat is exactly the same price. And that besides the possibility that he's really filled with pious indignation that someone is following this heretic and influencing others to follow him, it could also be there's an economic incentive as well, wanting to maintain control over the economic community. And let me just add one more point that I think is valuable. I was really surprised after the Shabbatai Tzvi lecture. I got a lot of comments back like that. What really came out of it, and I never really thought about it this way, Shabbatai Tzvi definitely was a heretic. He was off the rails entirely. He was not practicing, correct Judaism. But on the other hand, we can vilify him, or we can view him as a brilliant scholar, which even his detractors admitted to, was mentally disturbed. And that creates a whole different approach to understanding Shabbatai Tzvi, and I believe that that's the approach that the Ramchal himself took, as we shall see momentarily. Yes. Very good. So sometimes I choose these pictures off the internet, and sometimes I just basically random, just trying to find things that add color. In this case, it's not. This is a Hasidic kameah, Kabbalistic kameah. A kameah is in English an amulet, and we have a strong tradition of amulet making in Judaism. It goes all the way back to the Talmud.
Great California snake up.
In the Mishnah, there's references to these kinds of things, which are essentially small-time theurgic Kabbalistic devices. Like, if you go to a Jewish bookstore, chances are by the cash register, they'll have these little laminated kameot, which are like little prayers for parnasa or for a shidduch or something like that. And you put them in your wallet or you put them in your baby's crib or something like that. And it goes back a long, long way. I even have a kind of a spooky couple of story I could tell myself. I just wonder if I should tell it.
Try to get
But I have to
not for me.
careful
Like, how you can put it.
Yes, last question.
This one is going off.
Between real cameo that work and fake cameo that don't work. Well, the Talmud has a very pragmatic measurement if it works. And there's a huge discussion in the Talmud about it's usually for healing. Usually amulets are for healing one thing or another. And in fact, again, I don't want to jump ahead too much into next week's lecture, but the founder of the Hasidic movement is known as the Baal Shem Tov, right? The master of the good name. That's because amulet makers were known as Baalei Shem, masters of the name. And there were so many of them that when he came along, they called him, he's the Baal Shem Tov. He's the good amulet maker. His amulets, Taka, are very good. So it has a long tradition. Maybe you've seen, the mezuzah that people wear around their neck, which has no basis in halacha. In fact, it's a difficult thing to wear. You can't go to a bathroom with it. There's all kinds of things. Nevertheless, that's an old amulet. And I don't want to. I'm not casting any asparagus at amulets here because I have some spooky stories. I'll tell you. Okay. So, anyways, 1730. The Ramchal is 23 years old. He's been constrained not to teach Kabbalah publicly, and only when he reaches the age of 40, which is considered the minimum age of stability. That's sort of like the end of American adolescence. He has to be married, which is also a sign of stability, and only then be able to teach Kabbalah. Now, the criticisms were that he was too young, obviously, and also unmarried. So one of the first things he does is he sets about to get a shidduch. I mean, he's only 23 years old. He doesn't even have a parnasa yet. And he finds a young woman named Sipora. Now, Isaiah Tishby, in his work, he makes a great hay about the idea that he specifically wanted to marry someone named Sipora because his name was Moshe, and Moshe's wife was Sipora. And in fact, the Ramchal wrote his own ketubah, which we have a copy of now. And the ketubah does make a lot of allusions to the original Moshe and Sipora. And one of the arguments that Professor Tishby makes, which I think is very difficult to disagree with, is that the Padua Circle felt that they were really on the brink of messianic times. And they felt that members of that circle if they only performed the tikkunim correctly, could actually be zoche, could have the merit of being some kind of incarnation of their originals. There's no question that in this model, as Professor Tishby puts it, the Ramchal saw himself as the Moshe of his generation with humility. I don't mind a lunatic because he was absolutely brilliant, and I want to share with you some of his brilliance and his thoughts from it. One of the members was going to be Eliyahu Navi, the one who would reveal who would be the Mashiach, and a third member was, in fact, possibly Mashiach ben Yosef, one of the Messianic figures. And it's really ancient, heady stuff. It's hard to imagine these group of young men sitting around doing these spiritual exercises, reaching for great heights in development and so on. And if it weren't for the fact that the Ramchal produced such phenomenal scholarship, you would like to cast them aside, but you simply can't do it when you read his writings. What happened to the Ramchal after this is, within a couple of years, he left Padua to Rome, and he was hoping to find a more conducive atmosphere to his research and study. He moved to Frankfurt first, but Rabbi Moshe Hakias had anticipated him and had already sent word ahead to Frankfurt that the local authorities should investigate this young man because he was very controversial. So he was brought to Beit Din a second time in Frankfurt. Once again, his teacher had to come forward and had to defend him. And once again, the Ramchal had to turn over all the writings that he had completed since then, and he had to leave Frankfurt without his manuscripts and so on. He continued on finally to Amsterdam, where he finally received some respite, because Amsterdam, as we discussed several weeks ago, was a very free-thinking town. It allowed many different, ways of approaching Judaism and so on. And so only in Amsterdam did he have the wherewithal, the peace of mind to be able to write. and it is in Amsterdam that he composed most of his greatest works. That said, there still was his followers from Padua. Many of them did travel to Amsterdam with him, and there was continued activity of the nature that I have described. Now, I want to go to his Musser now, so we can get to the things that are really more mainstream in terms of understanding Ramchal. This is, without a doubt, his most famous work. It's called Mesilat Yesharim, The Path of the Just, and it has been reprinted perhaps 200 times since it first appeared in 1743. The author completed it in 1736, shortly before he passed away. And it has received words of praise from the great luminaries of the Jewish tradition. The Vilna Gaon said that there were only 3 words that are out of place in the entire book. I'm very curious to know which 3 words those were. He didn't say. And he said that if the Ramchal was alive in his time, they were separated. Well, actually, the Ramchal died in 1747, and the Vilna Gaon was born in 1720, so they were almost contemporaries. The Vilna Gaon says he would have walked from Jerusalem, from Lithuania, from Vilna, all the way to Padua to study with him if he would have had the opportunity. And it is a truly brilliant work. The opening of this text reads as follows: I have written this work not to teach people what they do not know, but to remind them of what is already known and quite familiar to them. Which is not like a real attention grabber. You say, like, well, why am I buying this book if I already know this? But the fact is, it is a book that deepens its value with each subsequent reading. And in this context, I'd like to tell you a little personal story. I first encountered Mesilat Yesharim when I was about 25 years old, and I went to study in Yerushalayim in Yeshiva Sor Sameach. And I read it once, and I was overwhelmed. It was so fantastic. It's essentially a book on how to become perfect. It's a book on how to see. It's a book about how to make yourself ready to receive divine inspiration. It's an amazing sefer. And so I said, you know what? Based on a teaching in the Jerusalem Talmud, I said to myself, I am going to read this book 101 times. So I really absorb it into my being. I read it 6 times before I gave up. The reason I gave up is because when I got to the 3rd level, and I'll show you all the 10 levels in a moment, I got to the 3rd level. Every time I hit the 3rd level, I said, this is impossible. The 1st level, okay, the 2nd level, I see it. The 3rd level is like, you have to be an alien to be able to do this. So I set it aside for about 20 years. And then my eldest daughter, Rafaela, who's coming here, Baruch Hashem, in a couple of weeks for the dinner. And guess who's coming tomorrow? It's my second daughter, Denise. It's going to be great. She's coming tomorrow from Israel. So my eldest daughter said she wanted to learn it. So I said, oh, fine, okay, I know that book. We started learning it together. And you know what? I saw that the 3rd level was not so hard. You know, when I made it to my 40s, it's not like I got it down, like I knew it, but it just didn't seem so alien and so far from my grasp. Now, level 6, on the other hand, is still really hard. I really won't get to level 6 understanding it until I'm in my 60s. But all of a sudden, I realized that those 6 times reading it really did make a huge impression on me. And I have been trying, in my own little way, to inch along the Mesilat Yesharim myself. And so now I got back on track. I think I'm up to reading number 13 now. Very hard. You can ask me again in 20 years where I am. These are the 10 levels. This is basically what the book is about. I think you do need to know Hebrew properly to understand it well, because as soon as you translate, you're changing the text. Yeah, but that's true of any language. But there are excellent translations in English, in Spanish, French, Russian. It's a classic. And it's definitely worthwhile studying it in any language. So these are the 10 levels that the Mesilat Yesharim describes on the road to human purification. It's based on a passage in the Talmud that Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair says that, you know, if you master this, then you will achieve this. When you achieve that, you achieve a 3rd thing, and so on. There are three groups of them. The first group is defining your purpose in living. What's the point of your life? Just, he says, you have to take a minute and figure out why you are alive. And if you reflect on this, I think the vast majority of people I encounter have not actually done this. Most people just kind of go through life looking around at what their peer group does, and they just sort of trying to sort of keep up and be normal. But if you really want to lead that introspective life, a life of the mind, a life of the spirit, you should spend some time thinking about why are you here? Not only generally as a human being or as a Jew, but you yourself, your individual tasking, your goals, what do you hope to achieve after 120 years? What do you want your ancestors to say about you? That you played bridge well? What do you want them to say? What is it? That's worthwhile. Very, very powerful chapter. And again, I'm not telling you anything to show. There's nothing like, there's no pianos falling out of the sky here. This is something everybody should do. But very few people stop and do it. Then the second level is all about becoming a tzaddik. And as the Ramchal says, not everybody can achieve the third level, which is becoming a chassid. But he says everybody should become a tzaddik. It's kind of funny if you use the terms nowadays.
I'm still thinking about this fucking
But nevertheless, the Ramchal says that's
so you okay, sit down. Yeah.
everybody has to become a tzaddik. In order to become a tzaddik, you have to get through three basic character traits. I'll describe them briefly to you.
You
First
then
is
just a
you have to
verse.
master restraint. Zehir. Which is translated into, that's the exact translation of the word in Hebrew means caution. Right? If you look at the buses in Israel, they have these big signs by the back wheels. Zehir. Right? Don't put your foot under the big tire because you're supposed to be careful. Zehir means basically identify those patterns of behavior that you have that are harmful and stop doing them.
Is it?
That's it. Now, it takes a lot of art, a lot of kunst to be able to do it. Look at your life carefully. It demands a lot of introspection. And say, what do you do? Why do you keep making those same mistakes? Why do you keep messing up with people this way or not succeeding in business that way? What is it that you're doing that's hurting you? And then stop doing it. That's simple, but that's a high level. It's a right of Madriga. Do we know? I mean, everybody here, what do they say in America? You can never have too much parking or enough weight loss. Like that. We all have trouble with these things. And Zehirut is just a level of being able to restrain yourself and not doing things that are harmful. Once you've got that level one down, the second level is Zehirut, which means like zeal or alacrity, to jump to do something. I've translated that here as discipline. And it refers to if you can identify those things that will bring you closer to your goals, then get up and do them. The first level is not doing things that harm you. The second level is pursuing things that improve you. You know, you can sit at home and you can vegetate and you can watch television, or you can go into a class, or you can meet with friends and have conversation. It takes energy to be able to get up and move yourself to do it.
I think
That's the second level.
like,
That's the
don't you have the ability to
so he wants to stay away from things that harm you. So
like by the day? There should be a button and there could be a beat
I know it sounds so basic,
versus a thing, depending
those
on
who I
where
suspect
you
most of you
have
had
to,
children.
or
I
I
want you
think
to
that
get
becomes
this. It's
really
so
a
important.
lot of women get their breast reduction, put some kind of breast in there that makes skin.
That's
Really?
really basic, but it's so true.
Like an
The third level, this is
inflatable
where I got stuck.
breast.
Is,
But I don't know, using a fucking app or something, you could like have one tip bigger than the other. Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. I want that kind of thing. If some lady's like, I want my left tip bigger than my right tip, go for it.
You stop doing things that harm you.
How long?
You started doing things that are good for you.
Why
Now you have to look at them with a magnifying
everybody's
glass
going with bigger
and make
bimbo
sure
tips,
you're
and I'm
really
just
doing
like,
those things properly.
maybe you want
For
that
example, you know, he says in this chapter,
some days, but other days you might not. What if you want that to come down?
nobody is so low, so low, so common as to reach into someone else's pocket and take
Inflatable
up
thing.
We're not talking about that. That's already
You have to like stick a hose in there and
someone else's pocket.
like
Have you ever called someone
old
too
bike
late at
pump.
night and woken them? That's stealing their sleep. Have you ever
I think you do with
with
that.
someone with a
Does
long
it have this like a
conversation
vent?
they were busy? That's stealing their time. Look at every single aspect of your life and
You
try
can't
to
just have
imagine
women
memory
sticking
stealing
like
in a different way.
tubes in
Memory
their
stealing
tit
at a higher level.
and
These are just a few
deflate it.
characteristics he looks at.
Maybe it could be
theft,
like one of those
he looks at
shoes.
lust,
Remember the
and he
pump
looks at
shoe where it's like
arrogance,
shh,
for
shh, shh,
example.
shh.
And he gives you a magnifying glass of analysis.
So if she wants to pump up, she would just go
be
shh,
doing
shh,
this,
shh.
even though you're not doing the crude gesture itself.
That's actually a really
An
good idea.
example that I like to give my students is if you walk into
Meaning,
a messy room, so
the
very
tit
first thing you have
itself
to do
wouldn't
is you have to get rid of
actually
the obstacles on the
fill with
floor.
air,
And I know
but
this
there'd be like a
because
pump or
I
something.
have 3 sons. You go into the bedroom. The first thing you got to do is you got to pick up all the clothes and the toys
I
off
don't
the
know,
floor.
but I was
You're going to trip over them.
Who had those
You have to
shoes?
get rid of those
Randy
things
Yoder?
first.
Really? Yeah.
Second,
They
that's
had
like
pump
saying
shoes? Yeah.
getting rid of
I
them.
thought that was
Then, pretty soon, you have to file them away in their appropriate places.
They had
The
pump
dirty laundry goes into the hamper, the toys go into the bag. Life will put it this way.
You
Then,
remember when
the
this
key
kid
to
had
cleanliness is the
got
really tough job, because now you've got to get out the mop and the pail, and you've got to actually get down and scrub it. It may be organized after seeing what it's so it's not clean until you get down and really examine it. So that's just the first 3 levels. If you can master those, then you have reached the level of anxiety. And again, I emphasize that. Just because I now understand the 3rd level doesn't mean I got it. I'm still a little bit working on number 1, number 2, maybe. Definitely number 2. But the fact that now it sort of makes sense to me gives me great encouragement. The next 6 levels, becoming pious, are just mind-blowing and have totally transformed the way I look at myself and the world around me. In fact, this very class here is directly a result of some things that I specifically in the level of Tahar. It had a tremendous impression on me. It made me say, I should be doing this kind of class. So it's a great book that I strongly encourage you to study. It's phenomenal. Okay, questions, please. Yes, these are not really good translations. These are the literal Hebrew words. And I'm writing a book on this right now. So, not only my book is completed, you can buy 7 copies and send them to your 4 friends. And these are my translations because of the contextual information in each chapter. Yes.
Very interesting thing. And Rabbi Nachman was very similar after about 103 years. And your lifespan is exactly the same. 39 years old.
Dude, go ahead. We just like going on Amazon. Be like, oh, it's 4.6 versus 4.9. This one works better. Why has all these features if you really you don't need somebody to yeah. But what I think all the states, and this would be a federal thing. If you were deaf, my dad, if you were deaf, they had you could get free hearing aids. Yes, it's totally amazing. But yeah.
Okay, let me just jump to another sequence here.
That, yeah,
In Hebrew literature,
why? I don't
he
know.
was also,
Yeah,
yes,
they make these do kind. They go over your ear. Fucking Mr. Laughing at some of my other friends have. And those are
well, down in this context, again, we have his correspondence with his teacher. So we know a lot of the private background of it. And it's clear he was reading the teachings of Shabbatai Tzvi, and he was reading the writings of Nathan of Gaza and so on. And what he would say to his teacher, when he says, you got to stop that, you got to get rid of it, he would say, I keep the kernel and discard the husk. Very dangerous attitude. I mean, certainly it's something that maybe only a ROTHSCHILD could do. But he says, you know what? There are things of value, even in the writings of Shabbatai Tzvi. I'm reading them, and what doesn't make sense, I toss away, but what does make sense to me, I keep. And that can get him in a lot of hot water. Please continue your question. That's an excellent question, and it's an excellent question. I mean, the fact is, the controversy was very well known. That people knew about how he was hounded for his the criticism of his Sabbatean attitudes. I don't think the Jewish world believed them. I think that most people assumed that he was, straight as an arrow in every respect, and I believe that's probably because of the tremendous immediate popularity of his works. And as soon as they came out, they were so clear and so authoritative and so difficult to disagree with that people accepted him and simply forgot about the criticisms. It's only up to, historians who have nothing better to do with their time to dig up the kind of muckraking stuff. Yes, please. Absolutely. It is a basic staple of the Beit Yaakov's movement. I don't know. But that time, I am unaware of that. Don't forget, there's no organized education for women until the early 20th century. There is informal education of women, but only basically to the fourth grade level. And only exceptional individual women, usually if they come from rabbinical families, will receive anything more extensive than that. So there is a lot of debate in the 1840s as to what place Mesilat Yesharim belongs in the yeshiva curriculum, but there's no debate in the 1840s as to what place women deserve in the yeshiva curriculum. But nevertheless, the Beis Yaakov movement in particular adapted a lot of elements of the yeshiva curriculum to women's education, and the Ramchal was a core text. Although rarely is it studied from beginning to end. Only small portions are taken out, which is unfortunate. It really should be studied in its entirety. Definitely, I think you're absolutely right. The backdrop of Shabtai Tzvi for sure understand. Okay, just a moment on the Hebrew literature that he wrote, which I'm not as well familiar with. I haven't read anything in the original, but apparently he wrote his first work was called Maseh Shimshon, which is a book on logic. He wrote several other books on logic, specifically Talmudic logic, like TRUMAN, for example. And he wrote these two stories, Migdal Oz and Yishar Tehillah, which are both love stories, which reflect, according to scholars who study these things, some Kabbalistic ideas and his personal experience of persecution. I forgot to mention one little detail that I think comes from the questions you've been asking as well. A fascinating aspect of Mesilat Yesharim, which is curious, how many of you here have read Mesilat Yesharim? Okay, a few of you. Well, now I have a treat for you. Have you read the new version of Mesilat Yesharim? Oh, we have one. Okay. You're the person. We have the new version is like this. When the Soviet Union fell in the early 90s, scholars got into the archives there, and they found all kinds of Judaic treasures. And one of the things they found was a manuscript copy of a variant version of Mesilat Yesharim in the Ramchal's own hand. He basically wrote two versions of it, like he did actually with several of his works. The one version that we have today is called the thematic version, and it's basically the Ramchal talking and us listening. It's a didactic, straightforward narrative from author to reader. The version that was never published until, I think, 1999 by Machon Ofek, and that's the cover that I showed there, is a dialogue version, which is actually a drama. He has a lot of affinity with plays and playwriting. That what it involves is that there are two guys who, as children, went to school together, and then their lives diverged. One of them became this ultra pious, very spiritual individual, and the other guy, although he went to yeshiva and he learned Talmud and he got into business and things like that, he just never had enthusiasm for Judaism. I'm thinking of the Padua Circle members before they came to the Ramchal. And then by chance they meet up. They're probably sometime in their 20s when they meet up. And the kind of more moderate guy says to the more spiritually moving guy, he says, listen, I've always wondered, what do you guys do with your day all the time? Kind of like when they ask rabbis, what do you do all day? Right? What do you do with your day all the time? I mean, you're spending most of learning, saying to him and so on, and they have a debate that goes over about 300 pages. And in the beginning of the debate, it's got a lot of drama to it, a lot of juice to it. In the beginning of the debate, the more moderate guy sounds like the more rational, and he sounds like he knows it all, and he sounds like he's saying, you guys are just like fanatics. But by the time you get through about 50 pages, you see how shallow his life really is, and how the other person's living an inner spiritual life, and eventually they come to terms. Covering the same material as the shit I'm sharing. Okay, let's. No, that's actually the Mesilat Yesharim, the one that I showed you here. We talked about the 10 levels. It's written in 2 versions. Okay. Other writings, well, we don't have time to really talk about them. Let's talk about his legacy. He prepared to leave Amsterdam at the age of 38 to go to Israel and to begin a career that was truncated when he was 23 years old in Padua and began teaching Kabbalah. He took his wife Zipporah and their children, traveled to Tiberia, traveled to Jerusalem and Israel, and he was there for only a few months before he died of a plague that was sweeping through that time. And he's buried today in Tiberia. So his career, his trajectory was meteoric in perspective, and like a great meteor, it shed a tremendous amount of light over a wide, expansive territory of the Jewish mindset and his influence on Jews theologically, in terms of Musar, in terms of Kabbalah, is so profound it's still felt today. And I'm glad to have had the opportunity to share with you my personal encounter with Ramchal, and I hope that you all take advantage of this moment to perhaps explore some of his writings yourself. Thank you once again for your indulgence. Everyone, doing well. This isn't the usual video, and as those of you who are on the search site maybe know, I'm in Canada right now. My father is scheduled to have an operation tomorrow morning, so I'm come over with my son Alexander to support him in that time. And I felt really badly that I missed the lecture on the book of Pamela, who's a fascinating character. And I didn't want to push it off next week because next week we're talking about the Ramchal, who's an absolutely fascinating individual. And I really wanted to sacrifice anyone on the list of the scheduled lectures. So I thought I would prepare a bit and at least include our remarks on the Pamela on this video presentation. I'm not sure how long I'm going to speak. Those questions. That's it. I brought a copy of memoirs up with me on the plane, and I read them once again fascinating. And I made my little PowerPoint notes here. I'm actually put together the PowerPoint and get back to Florida. But in the meantime, here we are up in Iroquois Falls, which is quite far north. We're about 150 miles south of the southernmost region of the range of polar bears. I grew up here. My mother and father still live here. It's incredibly cold. 21 degrees below 0 Celsius the other day, and that would translate into something like let's see, about 12 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. It's really cold. It's fascinating for Alexander. He's never seen snow before. He's up here to support my mother and father and myself. He's taking care of the one things like that. Get through this difficult time together. But it's interesting because he's never seen snow before in his life. And he had a lot of misconceptions about it. He thought that if you walked in a snowbank, it would chew up. And he's learning a few basic rules, like for example, you put your gloves on last. You have to put everything else on. Then you put your gloves on. But we're having a pretty good time. And those of you who are keeping this through the link, through the email that I send out to our class members, you can see a few private emails from Alexander, for example, discovering the toboggan and discovering that you have to actually scrape the frost off from the chin, things like that. So everybody falls in. I'm really hoping that everything will go well with surgery and we're on Monday. Okay, let's see. Thank you to Judy C, because this lecture is sponsored by her. I appreciate it, Judy. Thank you so much. And now we're going to talk about Hamlet. Okay, so Hamlet is our topic tonight. She was a upper middle class woman in 1646. She passed away in 1724, and she lived, I think, a not unremarkable life by standards of her gender and social class at the time. But what makes her life so fascinating for us in the 21st century is the fact that she decided to commit to writing in a series of 7 books, which are known collectively as her memoirs. We actually have an extremely rare look into the life of a woman of the 17th century, particularly a Yiddish woman writing in a Jewish woman writing in Yiddish. It's exceptionally rare. We really have a very special document that tells us so much about her society, her class at the time, and so on. I'll talk about the value of the document for the next little while. The memoirs themselves were written between 1690 and 1719. And of course, they cover a period all the way up from 1648. Some of our earliest memories are mentioned there. Wake up, let's hear about it, 1648, 49. She comes, her name, Pico, means little fortunate one, or little happy one. In German means happy, fortunate, lucky. It's often pronounced Glück in Yiddish, or the luck. It's the same word, Glück. And the L is or the luck, happy, lucky, fortunate. Hamlet is the smallish city that she lived in for most of her life. She was born, she was married to a man named Chaim of Hamlet. It's people of Hamlet. At this point, Jews were not regularly using last names. That would only develop later as the modern European states would begin to assign people last names, and quite often these names were simply absorbed from their lineage. For example, my own name, Abramson. Chances are, at the time that my ancestor was first, required to choose a last name. Any questions in the back there? Just kidding. An ancestor was first required to choose a name. His father was probably named Avram, and so the name referring to the name Avram. So sometimes there were bribes involved in choosing names. For example, a name like Rosenthal or which are considered very fake roses and things like that. You might have to pay for those. You might have to be on a higher social class to get that. Sometimes they came from professions like shofet, if you were a Slav, or shoemaker, if you were a shoemaker, things like that. And sometimes they were punitive, especially in Austria. Jews would get names like Steve, which means onion, or my favorite, Katzenellenbogen, which means cats. And that was often because you fell out of favor with name granting authorities. But at any rate, her last name, she really didn't use one, but they knew her as Hamlet. She was actually born in nearby Hamburg, where her father had a prominent position. He was the Parnas of the Jewish community there. And at the age of 2, one of her earliest memories is that she was forced with her family and all the Jews of Hamburg to flee to Altona because they were expelled from Hamburg at that time. After a short period of time, they were allowed to return back to Hamburg, but they never received formal right of residence at the time, which meant that their existence there was basically year to year, nothing of the municipal authorities. And she describes the humiliation of not being allowed to erect their own permanent synagogue. They had to conduct their prayers in small platform. They form prayer houses in homes, and when these were discovered, then they would be immediately shut down, and the Jews would have to walk the 10 kilometers, so tall toner, for Shabbos services. They weren't allowed to have even the infant ones in there. This is one of the interesting things about the memoirs, is that you get a little bit of a sense of the tenuous nature of the status of Jews in Europe. And I am going to talk about that explicitly. First, this is where I normally pause for questions, so we get to get very delicious. Okay, go. So, she received as a child a very good secular and Jewish education. Although one of the things that she lamented for most of her life was the fact that she never learned French. It's fascinating. Later you see as she moves in high society, high Jewish society, she's expected to know French, and people would greet her in French. It was not at all a language that was open among Jews at the time. Yiddish was the vernacular, and business language might have been conducted in German or Polish, whatever had to be done in the streets. But French was the language of high culture, and a Jew who didn't know French was considered somehow, culturally illiterate. She does tell a fascinating story of a friend of hers who had a young daughter, and the was a Jewish businessman, and he was holding pledges against loans, kind of non-banking industry, which he was also involved in, and was very common in the Jewish community at that time. And a certain nobleman conspired to go back to retrieve his pledge, and then to run out of the house without paying, and then have the Jew come and try to collect the money that was originally loaned to the penny nobleman. So while the nobleman with his friend was waiting in the anteroom, and they had asked the Jew to go get the pledge so they could redeem it. Of course, they had no intention of redeeming it. They were talking about this with one another in French, not realizing that the land that the Jew's 8-year-old daughter playing the piano was in fact fluent in French because her father had given her lessons. And when her father came down, the daughter began singing in Yiddish, "Oh no, don't give them the pledge," and then he realized, of course, what was going on, and he demanded the money first before giving back the pledge. So, the parts of this story as an example of one more reason why we really have to learn French. At any rate, here comes my son in to check with us. I'm going to step into the camera and say hello. Okay. See you lecture. Give me the lecture. Okay, all right. So you can pretend to be the audience. All right. She did receive a good Jewish, and there's evidence, literary evidence from memoirs that she could read Hebrew, and of course she was fluent in Yiddish. Okay. So then she was quite familiar with a lot of halacha, especially business halacha, which I referred to from time to time in her business dealings. And she was quite conversant in Muslim literature, and she was frequently in the memoirs.
Professor, I have a question. Did you like peanut butter and jelly in your breakfast sandwich, or would you like just plain?
Okay, you could probably ask me this question later. Peanut butter and jelly. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor.
All right, okay. More questions, please. Very good. Okay. All right. Now she was.
I learned it from those Jones or Mara Weiss, but that was today.
Jones, Amara Weiss. Okay, good.
Go you guys!
Okay. Okay. All right. Let me get this lecture. Okay, this is my professional problem. All right. So she was betrothed, engaged at age 12 to Chaim, and then married to him 2 years later. Quite a long engagement process, which was apparently very common at the time. She would eventually bear him 13 children, a remarkable 12 of whom would survive to adulthood. I missed the first part of the lecture. So.
I'm policy.
Obviously, okay. Don't make these big flashes for tomorrow.
This guy's so good. I love it. He does it so good.
All right. Anyway, she was married to Chaim for 30 years, and then she was widowed at age 54. speak a little bit about her life after widowhood, which is also quite fascinating. But at this time, let's look at the memoirs themselves and their value for historians. So first of all, as I mentioned, there are 7 books. They date from 1690 to 1719. Her stated purpose for writing these memoirs was to inform her children and grandchildren of the nature of their lineage. She wanted to convey the sense of what kind of people they came from. So it has a strong genealogical trend within the entire work. Implicitly, there's a phenomenal amount of Musar in the text, meaning she's giving them exhortation as to how they should live their lives. It's extremely important to know that too, that they absorb some of the fundamental lessons of life that she absorbed from her parents, from her husband, and from the super hard knocks that she endured. She denies this. She actually has a very appealing, self-deprecating manner where she speaks of herself as a sinner and she speaks of herself as having, wronged many people and so on. But in reality, she is very conscious of her literature and she gives one in the text. We are not well served by editors. The first published version of Apple's memoirs came out in 1896, and a few other editions in German translation, Yiddish, and in Hebrew, and later an English translation came out. But almost all of them removed so much of the Musar material that she gives over, and that represents excessive moralizing and so on. And I think that's an unfortunate omission. I think it would reflect more into as well on a religious and ethical level. And I could have skipped a lot of the other stuff, but at any rate, the common English translation that's available today omits much of it and is not apologetic about it at all. Later, after the death of her husband, Chaim, she would state that the last 2 books in particular were written to drive away thoughts of melancholy. It was a cathartic therapeutic activity that she engaged in, and she used it as a way to exercise the demons that plagued her after having lost her life. Now, it's a fascinating text from a historiographic point of view. That is, when historians pick up a book like this, they say, what are we going to do with this text? On one level, this is just one woman's life as she describes it to her children. You know, she didn't like change the world in any dramatic and overt manner. If it were not for the memoirs themselves, chances are no one would have. Her audience was just the circle of her specific descendants and descendants after them. She had no larger literary ambitions besides that small group of readers. Although we do get a sense from her memoir of the reflections of larger historical currents, I'll tell you a little bit about some of the things that she says about Chopin's fee and the violence of rebellion and so on. So we sense how these made an impact on people of her class and so on. But I think the most important value we get from this book is that it gives us just a snapshot. We don't know quite how representative it is. We have to work with the text to try and. Okay, sorry about that distraction. The memory in the cameras. I did. And back. Okay, so what is what value can we get from this memoir? I'd like to say something. If you look through the book, there are 2 words that stand out. 2 words that are clearly the most commonly used in the entire text. The first one is lifestyle, and the second one is betrothal. The first word, the most common word in the memoirs of the kind of a graphs word, with the exception of the word thought, is the word lifestyle, which is human. So it's about money. There's a lot of discussion of money in this memoir. Who is worth how much, and who's married to whom, this, how much, and how much money you can make this way, and how much money you can make that way, and how much money you lost or gained. Money is deeply, deeply important to Hegel, and it's a major theme throughout the book. The second word, which is closely related to the first word, is betrothal. Hegel spends the vast majority of her memoir talking about making money, saving money, protecting money, and marrying her kids off, hopefully, to people with money. Now, I think it would be a misjudgment to say that that's all that she was about. But I would think that it's reasonable to say that these are things that are foremost in her mind, her most pressing concerns. She's definitely a very pious woman. Deeply pious sentiments, and I'd like to return to that later. But there's no question that this is a very bourgeois memoir. It's about the quotidian necessity of keeping food on the table, sometimes under very dire circumstances, and other times perhaps in the realm of more luxurious fare. But nevertheless, there's a lot about money and a lot about connections to people with money. We never even learn, for example, the names of all of her children. And even those ones that we know their names, we only get passing reference to them. Usually, A, when she's about to betroth them to someone, or B, if they get very, very sick, or C, if there's something interesting about them, either dealing with business or with learning. She does have a few sons who seem to show significant promise in learning, and so she has some interesting asides on their life as scholars. Nevertheless, it's really all about money and connections to money. That's certainly the most prominent theme that runs through it. And that says something about her class and gender. And I think it would be fair to say that this is an honest memoir. Most Jews today, too, and most people today are very concerned about these very basic things. She's extremely dedicated as a wife and a mother. She wants to make sure that her children have the wherewithal to maintain their lifestyle and security, and then to pass this on to the next generation. Now, in terms of the value of the book, I'm going to break this down into a few areas where we see this special value and a sense of things from the perspective. First of all, but it's extremely useful to illustrate the status of Jews in late 17th and early 18th century Germany. I mentioned earlier the right of residence, which was an ongoing issue for the privileges of being able to live in a particular region, to establish synagogues in a particular region, to do business in certain ways, in certain professions, and so on. Secondly, very, very significant is the issue of safe passage. Traveling from one region to another, even a distance of 20 miles, was life-threatening. All kinds of stories that she relates of, carriages being impounded, and then the Jewish owners being tortured until they paid ransom. And this is from official government personages. At other times, there are bandits and for example, describes how she had to travel in disguise so that she would not be seen as a Jewish woman. Passage over sea with pirates, and incredible dangers flying the kind of trade that we associate with this life. She was, by the way, worshiped gold and jewelry in particular. Later, she diversified into other things as well, but jewelry was her main currency. Related to this, for example, is the weak nature of the ROTHSCHILD, which they live, meaning the laws of the society cannot be relied upon to protect the Jews under all circumstances. As would be expected, she tells one absolutely terrible story about a Jewish neighbor who didn't come home one night. And, the wife is looking for him and can't figure out where he was supposed to be. And, the story comes out, it's long and complicated, but basically, they trick a non-Jewish maid from another non-Jewish home, into confessing that her master and mistress had murdered the Jew, stolen his money, and had buried him under the threshold of their front door. And the townspeople, the Jewish townspeople, were very upset, and they called the police constabulary. And the attitude of the police is, well, you have some evidence, you have the testimony of this non-Jewish man. We're not about to go digging at people's front, okay. We're not about to go digging at people's floors on the basis of your say-so. Okay, there is. And but the Jews are adamant that they believe that that's where the other Jew was buried, and the constabulary says, okay, fine, do this, but if it turns out that you're wrong, then it's going to go hard on the entire Jewish community, which is an absurd, ridiculous statement, but nevertheless, that's the kind of situation the Jews lived in. As it turned out, they dug out the floor of this person's home, they found the dead body there. Jewish culprits were in fact punished for this crime, and the Jewish community was there's also occasional references to the battles to the relationship of the Jews in Poland, the so-called Eastern Jews, have gone with some disdain by the German Jews. They get that sense from members of the Jewish as well. They sort of consider much more shady characters by the German Jews. And I think rather fascinating is the relationship with the Sephardic communities in Germany, who maintain themselves at some distance. They quite often had slightly better residence privileges and so on than the Jews. Okay, that's what are you doing? I'm giving a lecture, okay? I don't think it's a lecture. Okay. The Sephardic, especially fascinating in this context, I think it was with the Shoppingite State that we spoke about last week, in northern Germany. Whenever a letter arrived from Smyrna, maybe from David of Gaza or someone else who was associated with the Shoppingite State movement, the Sephardic would invite the and everyone would be dressed in green, and they would read the letter with great pomp and circumstance, and everyone was very excited about it. His own father-in-law sold everything that he had and placed everything in non-perishable goods. He stored much of it with cocoa for 3 years, waiting for the arrival of Messiah. So definitely, Shoppingite's leaving an impact on the Jews of Germany. The arrival of Messiah. So definitely, Shoppingite's leaving an impact on the Jews of Germany as well. We also get a sense from the devastation brought by the development of 1648-49, when so many refugees came to Germany that his father put them up in their home, and she came from dead for 10 of them staying in her home. Second thing of value in Little's memoirs is the status of women. It's fascinating because Little never in her memoirs mentions any disadvantage to her status as a woman. Clearly, she understands there's a division of labor, and her task is to produce children basically every 2 years. But she is an active partner in her husband Chaim's business, and she prides herself on being his most prominent advisor. And then, once Chaim passes away, she quite naturally steps into the shoes as the president. Set off the fire. Set off this one. I'm serious, okay? It'll upset your grandparents. Yes. Okay. She's quite successful in business too. She undertakes all of the same responsibilities that I, including the international travel. At the same time, rearing the 8 unmarried children that she still has at home, and working towards their betrothal. That's the work again. She even takes into her business one of her does not refer anywhere in her memoirs to any kind of disability that stems from the fact that she is a woman. She also mentions in this context some interesting stories, primarily that happen with various rabbis. There's an undercurrent of, on the one hand, piety and respect for rabbinical wisdom and learning in general, but a certain amount of disdain for the rabbis that she knows in particular. And they're viewed as sometimes even as charlatans. It's considered a flawed instrument of justice, but it's considered a chilul Hashem, a profanation of the divine name for Jews who have a dispute to take it to the secular courts, because they put up with the chance of some stories that cast some aspersions on rabbis in this regard. I think the most fascinating story that she tells, and this is one that perhaps she is at some disadvantage, maybe not so much because she's a woman, but because of her class, where she sends one of her writer sons, Joseph, on to study with a particular rabbi. I think it's a Polish writer, actually. And it's for 6 months at a time. And the rabbi asks if he can be paid in advance. So it doesn't matter to her, she pays him in advance instead of, in order to then she gets a letter from her son indicating that the Jews in that particular town are being hard pressed by the local authorities. They have to come up with thousands of dollars in ransom, and he's begging her for more money. And she shows up to one of her other sons because it doesn't seem quite right. And so she sends one of her other sons over there, and they speak to the young boy, and it turns out that this rabbi was fleecing her son for money, even so far as to cut off the silver buttons on his coats. And with the brother, they removed the son from that particular chosen issue. So she perhaps was at some disadvantage there, but again, that was more class, not really. Another area of value of the memoirs is in its description of religious rituals and folk culture as well. There's so many fascinating tales that fit into it. Maisa Shahaya type stories, things that happen type stories. I'll only refer to one of them because there's so many fascinating details to it. Apparently, a young woman died in childbirth, a woman to and she was married, and then she appeared to one of her friends in a dream, saying that her grave was robbed and her tachlifim were stolen, her burial cloths were stolen. It seems that burial cloths, which were normally made out of cotton or wealthy people linen, were of significant value, enough to actually rob a grave. At any rate, there was a human cry in the Jewish community, and ultimately they ended up exhuming the body, finding that in fact the tachlis were stolen. So that was kind of a story that's being there. And then the second part of the spooky story is that when the women got together to sew the tachlis, burial shrouds for the deceased, one of the women looked up and saw an apparition of the young woman sitting together with them as they prepared this burial. So the whole story contains so many elements of greed and mystical experiences and so on. These are the kinds of things that doors to so frequently in memoirs. There's also finally fascinating information, I believe, in German folklore, because she reports several stories that parables and teachings that have no Jewish source to me, and in fact, I would be highly surprised if in fact they do have Jewish origins. For example, she tells one story, and this is meant kind of like as a Moser story for her children. It's got kind of a bizarre twist to it. That a certain nobleman was sent away by his father with a huge amount of money and told to find true friends. And so he went away to an island and came back many years later. His father, the king, said to him, "So how did you do finding true friends?" And he said, "Oh, I found hundreds of true friends." And so the king said, "How do you She had those true friends, and hundreds of them. It was an amazing number. And he says, well, I used to give these lavish dinner parties, and I invited all these people, and I gave them all kinds of gifts, and they all became my true friends. And the king said, oh, you stupid guy, those are not true friends. If you want to know who is a true friend, then here's the part that doesn't seem to take a Jewish name. What you got to do is you have to slaughter a calf and put it in a big sack, and then carry it to all of your true friends and tell them that you have murdered someone and you need their help hiding the body, and you'll see who your true friend is. And so that's what the guy does. He carries a sack and he goes to all these true friends. None of his true friends will actually help him hide the body until finally he goes to his valet, his personal butler, and the personal butler doesn't want to do it, but he's afraid that he'll be implicated, so he ends up helping him out. And so the prince goes to the father and says, well, you were right, Dad, and only found one true friend, and that was the valet. And the king says, you didn't even find one true friend. He's only half a true friend because he really didn't want to help you in the first place. And so the prince says, so what should I do? He says, well, first of all, you should beat all of the other people so that they will fear you and keep the valet. It's a bizarre story, but these are the kinds of stories that Cluville feel in her discussions to her children as things that have a certain moral truism. And even though they may not be a Jewish source, they still have a valuable lesson to be learned. Another one that I really found fascinating as well is a father bird is carrying his young across a raging river. And the father says, while he's carrying the raging river, my child, if I carry you over this river, will you care for me in my old age? And the bird says, oh, yes, Father, I promise I will care for you in my old age. And the father says, liar, and drops him into the river and kills him. This happens several times. Again, this is like a particular Jewish story. And it happens several times until finally he's taking one of his chicks over, and he says, the question is, will you promise? And the baby says, Father, I cannot promise that. What I can promise you is that I will take care of my children as well as you will take care of them. And with that, the father was satisfied, and the father brought that children to his. Somehow I feel a connection to that story. Okay, so let's conclude by talking about the end of Lewis. After losing her husband, she remained single for about 15 years, and then she was convinced by her children to engage in a match to another individual, also a very wealthy individual, the Parnas, the community of Metz, very large. She was not inclined to do it at first. She describes her hesitancy, but ultimately she decides that she will in fact marry him. Their betrothal occurs in secret because here's another status of Jew issues. This is a huge tax on Jews leaving the town of Hamburg, where she was living at the time. And so she wants to clear out all of her business dealings, debts, and so on before she moves to Mainz to being with her husband. She's married to him for a couple of years. She gives him a lot of her own money, which is to be returned to her and to her descendants at the end of the marriage. And then he promptly goes bankrupt and loses a tremendous amount of money, and he places her in near bankruptcy herself. And then he dies. So all of a sudden, after marrying this individual, Yuval finds herself in very straitened circumstances that she had not found herself in since her actually nevertheless, she struggles mightily and is able to succeed in her business and to regain her footing. But ultimately, she is invited into the home of one of her daughters, having to marry into another very wealthy family. And it's an interesting kind of statement about Nicholas' life as well, which I think is especially evident upon reading the mother of her son-in-law, was one named Frau Jagd. And throughout the first and she has significant disputes with Frau Yapik. When her daughter is engaged to Frau Yapik's son, she receives a letter indicating that Frau Yapik's son is not at all the way he has been portrayed, and that it's not a worthwhile match. And she goes back and forth in correspondence with Frau Yapik for quite some time, with pushing off the wedding and trying to come to some terms. Well, why don't you bring the son over here so we can check him out? And Frau Yapik says, no, you bring your daughter over to us, and then we'll let you meet our son. And it's a huge da-da-dum about this marriage. And Nico clearly has a lot of reservations about it. But in the end, ironically, his Frau Yapik and her son-in-law will take her in and treat her with tremendous respect and honor as she moves out the last of her days in tremendous comfort. She eventually passes away in 1724. So to return in conclusion to the criticisms of her work, certainly it does display a dress to be a bourgeois values. There's a lot in there which is really all about the Reichstag and all about the bourgeois and its relations to Reichstag and so on. But this is the way people have to live. Money is an essential part of human existence, and the movement is just being rather honest about what's important. And I think it would be unfair of us to judge her, particularly in a work that was semi-private. It was really intended for her descendants to pass some kind of judgment. Had she known that millions of people would be reading her book in the next few centuries, perhaps she would have changed her tone, perhaps she would have modulated it. We don't know. But even saying that, there's a phenomenal amount of absurd and basic human piety in it. For example, even though Reichsthalers are very important, it's clear that Glickle is scrupulously honest. Even when she has extremely extreme circumstances, she describes the pain that she goes to in order to pay off each and every debt. And the pride that she feels when she has no debts left whatsoever, that she has in fact returned everyone there to, is very clear and is honest. So we can certainly identify those positive values of honesty in business that Glickle refers to. In fact, one of the highest words of praise that she could offer to her ancestors was a phrase that repeats over and over again. He was respected by Jew and Gentile alike. Meaning that, my father-in-law, my cousins, they're all respected because of their honesty in business. And I think that's something that says great things about her. She herself was deeply pious, as I mentioned. She wished to retire in the land of Israel. In fact, it was her children who talked her out of it to have her get married once again. And it's clear that she has a very strong religious sense of her. She refers often to going to synagogue, some of the Psalms, and so on. Her legacy is of inestimable value for students of the 17th century, students of Jewish history, students of women's history, to some degree, students of Jewish German history. She went on to have many significant descendants throughout the 19th century, including the great poet Heinrich Heine, who was a descendant of and we rejoice in reading her memoir and trying to understand a little bit about what life was like for her at the end of the 17th century. I'm especially grateful that you would sit through this video if you listening to it. And I'm looking forward to speaking to all of you in person next Wednesday. If you have my father in mind, his name is Rabbi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how do we get started? It's already 7 seconds late. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. I can understand the position of the Rav trying to shush the people in the back there. Wait a second, two of the people in the back are my offspring. Girls, stop talking. Send everyone up here. Okay, good. Yes, today's a special day because we have in town my famous second daughter, Danita Malka. and she's just come back from Israel for a short visit. And the aura in our home has changed. It's been elevated by her presence. And I've learned a lot of interesting things about her seminary experience. She's looking forward to going back to the beginning of the year. She's not coming back here for Pesach. She's only here for the dinner next Sunday. We're very pleased to have her here. And thank you all for your kind wishes regarding my father and his recovery. Baruch Hashem, I'm happy to report that today he came home from the hospital. And this is a big change, and that'll be a lot easier, I think, on my mother, who's the primary caregiver. And I was asked in the back if my father is a kvetcher. And my father, he's not a kvetcher. He doesn't change, but he's not a kvetcher. He just does what he does. That's it. So we're very pleased that he's back. Tonight's topic is Israel ben Eliezer, the Baal Shem Tov, the Baal movement. And I think it's a fascinating topic. It's very, very contemporary. A lot of the issues we'll discuss today are quite relevant to our contemporary Jewish world and our local community as well, because we have a strong Hasidic presence in this neighborhood. And I think we'll learn a little bit about the intellectual and the economic origins of the Hasidic movement. And it'll be a useful discussion. I'm also grateful to report that since last week, when I indicated that we need some sponsors to help pay the shul back for all the equipment they purchased for this lecture series, we immediately got 3 sponsors, and that's really very gratifying. Again, just coming here tonight is a sponsorship. You could be at home cleaning your fingernails or something, so it's really great that you made your way over here to this class. I appreciate your presence here. But if you want to sponsor the lectures, we offer them for $200 a lecture. That's actually a little bit less than the cost of all the equipment, but that's the price that we thought would be appropriate. And we certainly encourage that. It's fully tax deductible, of course. It just goes straight to the shul, and that's it. Thank you to our anonymous donor if you're here. Thank you in person. And if you're not, thank you virtually, because the lectures are now on the internet. So I should start with a little bit of a joke. And it's getting harder and harder. I think this is maybe the 22nd lecture I've given here, and I really only have a dozen jokes, and I recycle them. So I've either had to make up new ones or find really poor ones. And this particular joke, I don't often tell it because I think that it can be misunderstood, can exploit a certain stereotype of the Jewish people that I think is less than salubrious and maybe one that we rather want to avoid, but I think in the context maybe will work anyways. So the joke goes like this. This is set on a train in Tsarist Russia, and a Jew is sitting on the train, and he's going a long distance, and he's eating his lunch. And a non-Jewish peasant comes up and sits in the chair opposite him while they have chairs facing each other and says to him, "You're a Jew, right?" And he says, "Yes, I am." He says, "I'm very curious. You Jews are all so intelligent. You excel in so many areas of activity. What is your secret? You really got to tell me." And the Jew says, "It's no secret, but just work hard." He says, No, I don't believe you. There's got to be some special thing that you do to make yourself so smart." And he starts using the Yiddish expression, "Cocking him a China, he won't let him go." He keeps saying, No, I really got to know what's the secret. So finally, the Jew says, okay, listen, I'll tell you. It's the herring. It's the herring. We eat a certain special herring. This joke already. There's a special herring that we eat that, really bulks up our intelligence. And it's the herring. What can I say? The guy says, really? Yeah, it's the herring. Okay. And so the guy says, well, do you have it? And he says, it's my lunch. I'm not giving you my herring. It's my lunch. And he says, I got to have some of that herring. So the Jew says, I'm going to an important business meeting. I have to eat my herring, so I'll be ready for that meeting. He says, no. I'll give you 10 rubles for your herring sandwich. He says, 10 rubles? No, I can't do it. Finally talks with 25 rubles. And just to get him off his back, he gives him the herring sandwich for 25 rubles. The non-Jew is very excited. He unwraps it from plastic wrap. This is the 19th century. He unwraps it from a newspaper. And he takes a big bite, and he's chewing. And he says to the Jewish guy, wait a minute. This tastes just like regular herring. And the Jew says, you see, it's working already. Okay. the most appropriate joke. Maybe we'll edit that out, but because it casts some asparagus at certain stereotypes of Jews. At any rate, let's talk about the Hasidic movement. What is the Hasidic movement? What is Hasidism? It is basically an 18th century religious revival. It is, ironically, the first modern Jewish reform movement. It is a rebellious movement that strove to challenge the status quo and created, in many ways, a rather different form of Judaism that had been practiced heretofore. It was a dramatically vibrant movement that drew in literally thousands of followers within its first few decades, and now is arguably the largest single demographic element in the Orthodox world. I can't quantify that. I don't have any statistics to support it. Rabbi Wein says in one of his videos, and it's probably true, that at least the plurality of Jews, if not the majority of Orthodox Jews, are Hasidic. So it stands to reason we should understand something about this movement. The origins are in southern Poland and western Ukraine, and I'll give you a few maps later to see exactly where it begins. And it's more than anything else a populist movement. It is a grassroots movement that, at least in the 18th century and early 19th century, spoke to the masses where they lived and was supported by the masses not only intellectually, religiously, but also economically. And we'll discuss the economic aspect of the origins of Hasidism in a few moments. In many ways, it is very innovative. A lot of new traditions, like, for example, shuckling or movement during prayer, is essentially a Hasidic innovation, which has swept the Orthodox world. It's very hard to find a real Kalta Litvak who doesn't shuckle many times. That is one of thousands of Hasidic innovations. In some cases, it's even antinomian, meaning it has bent halacha to a point that many non-Hasidim would feel that it's broken. And we'll discuss those as well in the course of the next 50-odd minutes. But at its base, it is a movement that was a reaction to a traditional, reified Judaism, feeling that Judaism had become stale and brittle and lifeless. And the Hasidic movement infused new life into traditional Judaic practices and beliefs and even learning styles that gave it new life that allowed it to proceed dramatically into the 19th and 20th centuries. So let's first of all look at the term Chassid. Of course, the term is in Tanakh. It occurs throughout the Bible, and it's difficult to pin down precisely what it means. We use the term pious as kind of a placeholder translation, but that's not really clear. I would like to suggest that the term chesed can be understood as a form of doing more than is required. Meaning, you can do someone the right thing, and then you can do them a chesed. Chesed is like a kindness. It's extra. It's beyond it. And this, I think, is a fair characteristic of the movement that we're going to be discussing today. The term chassid has been applied to many individuals and groups over the centuries, long before the advent of Judaism. David HaMelech refers to himself as a chassid, for example, in Tehillim. And there was a very important 13th century German movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz, the Hasidim of Germany, which has no relationship whatsoever to the 18th century Polish Hasidic movement. But in this context, it seems to make a lot of sense that the term chassid means doing more than is required. I'll give you one example. The commandment in the Torah is that a male may not, or a male Jew, may not destroy the corners of his face, which is understood through the Talmudic tradition to mean you may not take a straight edge razor and shave the corners of your head like this. Corners in Hebrew, of course, is peot, not to be confused with peyote, something else on the head, but peot or payas. And so, Litvaks or traditional non-Hasidic Jews will not shave the sides of their head. Using scissors, on the other hand, is perfectly legitimate. That's not called hashkatza, or destruction of the corners. And so therefore, Litvaks don't grow peyotes today. I go on peyote. However, the Hasidim developed this custom where they said, look, if we can't cut them with scissors, we're not going to cut them at all. We're going to let them go long. We're going to be flaming. We don't care. avera, a sin, to trim the scissors, but they won't trim it all. It's like going beyond what is required. And we see this in many different examples of Hasidic practice. It is a rebellion specifically against the traditional Judaism, which had its intellectual center in Lithuania, specifically in the town of Vilna, which is known as the Yerushalayim Delita, the Jerusalem of Lithuania, the home of the Vilna Gaon, whose life span basically brackets the period of Lenin Hasidism from 1720 to 1797. Although his reaction to Hasidism in particular, we won't be discussing in great detail today, but was decidedly negative. And so the Hasidic movement is kind of an expression of a center-periphery tension, where the center, the intellectual center, was in Lithuania, and Hasidism developed way on the outskirts. To a large degree, this has to do with the difficulty that the Ukrainian and Polish Jews had in franchised in Judaism. Let me step back for a second, and I'll have a small quiz. I don't think it'll take very long. There are 3 ways to establish status in the Jewish world. What are those 3 ways that you can get status? Okay. So everybody got money, right? That's the Abramson rule. And you either inherit money, you make money, but if you have money, you've got status, right? It counts. What are the other 2 ways? Education, learning, very good, traditional learning. And the 3rd way? You know, I did this with my undergraduates today. It took them about 10 minutes. Maybe not 10, 4 minutes. But it took them a long time to figure it out. Obviously, this room is filled with very experienced people who know about status in the Jewish world. And you put it in the right order, too, by the way. But so now here's the thing. If you don't have years, you don't have lineage, you don't come from a famous family, and you don't have money never, then the only way to get status is through learning. And so Judaism, as a culture, developed a meritocracy, particularly in the Lithuanian expression of Judaism, that really emphasized the status of learning and privileged those who were able to negotiate the annals of the Talmud, with very complex vocabulary and syntax, and placed those people on a high pedestal for their learning. If, however, you were not able to achieve any of those 3 markers of status, the Lithuanian society basically had no place for you. And if I can perhaps open up a small window into our contemporary period, I think that in many ways we are failing our youth today because we don't have all that many avenues open to young Jews who are perfectly willing contributions to our society, but they can't do it in one of those 3 ways. What would be terrible if we had a really conscientious, hardworking Jewish plumber? Such a terrible thing. I mean, we need all kinds of people in our society today. But today, you know, like someone who doesn't get a master's degree is sometimes considered like a high school dropout in the Jewish community. We really have a problem, I think, and that carries over from the Lithuanian one. So learning Talmud was considered really the be-all and end-all of status in the 18th century, and there was a particularly pernicious type of Talmudic learning that was very popular at the time, something which the greater rabbis, such as the Vilna Gaon, really railed against, known as pilpul. Pilpul was a style of learning Talmud that was developed in the 15th century in Poland, and it emphasized kind of a mental gymnastics where you could take a Talmudic text, learn the simple meaning, and then twist it in 18 different ways, none of which have any bearing on the actual meaning of the text. And this demonstrated your intellectual acuity, it demonstrated your creativity and artistic flair, but it did not necessarily demonstrate your commitment to the truth of the text as you saw it lay before you. So with this emphasis on that kind of like, if you will, crossword puzzle kind of Talmudic study, the Polish and Lithuanian Jews felt like they just weren't getting any access, they weren't getting any care and love from leaders of the community as a whole, and it stands to reason that they would find themselves drifting further and further. What the Hasidic movement did to try and bring them, we're going to focus on the founder of Hasidism in just a moment, is that they inverted some of the traditional values of learning, and they took the Kabbalah, which which had been considered by the Lithuanians to be the ultimate form of learning. I mean, first you have to reach the age of 40, you have to finish the entire Talmud, you have to be married and have children, all the post-game legal decisors, and only then could you study Kabbalah. The Hasidim essentially took Kabbalistic ideas, they watered them down somewhat to write them in a format that was much more accessible, and they offered them to peasants. They offered them to Jewish dairymen like Tevye. And this was like incredibly, impassionately, is that a word? Impassionate? Is it incredible? Edit this out. It was incredibly ennobling to have just a glimpse of these Kabbalistic ideas, which are very, very powerful. It just turned people on and made them much more interested in learning, at least in that particular direction. So let's have a quick look at the geography of classes. This is not my favorite map because it's all black and white. You can't really put it in context, but basically, we're looking here at Central Eastern Europe. Here is the Poland here, center. I think it's better when it's done out, but it has a few kind of like stretches in it. My son said to me when he saw me in the video, he says, "You look like you have a six-pack." Looking like you had a six-pack. Anyways, so here's the Baltic Sea up here, the Black Sea will be around here somewhere. Russia, of course, Königsberg in this region. Russia proper well known here. The heavy thatching is where Hasidism first develops, and you see how far it is from Vilna, which has virtually nothing happening Hasidically. And then it expands from here to see where the more less dense thatching are there. Well, interestingly, that Lubavitchy up here is the home of the Chabad movement, and the Lubavitch are considered in many ways to be the most Lithuanian of the Hasidic movements, and they have many of they borrowed quite a bit of the Lithuanian style of learning Talmud, and among the Hasidim, I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of comments back on my video, but the Lubavitch are clearly the ones who are the most interested in traditional learning historically compared to the other Hasidic groups. So that's basically how it spreads. Let me pause and take questions from. Yes, please. It's an excellent question. I'm not exactly sure, and it goes back far before the Hasidic movement. We see it already with the Maimonidean crisis and the compromise of the Rashba. 40 is considered in the Mishnah the age of Bina, wisdom. The 20s are the age of pursuit. You're running after a job. You're running after the age of stability. 50, which I'm pushing, I'm going to be there soon, God willing, that's the age of advice. And oh my gosh, are my kids going to get it? That's under 50. Because up until now, I've been holding back 20 and 50. That's it. Okay, so I think 40 is like considered, that's like stable. At 40, you should sort of have it together. Also, numerologically, it's four square. It's like 4 points on the ground. It's not tilting, it's not moving, it's nice and square. Yes. Hi, how are you? Welcome back. I think that's very fair. There are definitely in the Ukrainian and Polish regions. This is a very backward region in terms of culture. They're very, very low levels of literacy. And by the way, Jewish literacy, although it's been vastly superior to non-Jews historically, even 100 years afterwards, the census shows that only the Jews living in this region only had 60% literacy, meaning 4 out of 10 Jews could not read in any language. And that was far better than the surrounding peasant population, but still pretty shocking that 4 out of 10 could not read. So there were itinerant preachers of various types. There were actually some messianic movements that were popular among the peasants. And so to a large degree, there's a certain amount of borrowing back and forth. I would also say, and I don't get moving because I'm going to get to this in the lecture, but this is a region where folk culture has a very large impact on religions in general. And a lot of specific behaviors really cross that divide between the Jewish and the non-Jewish world. In some cases, they result in what the posting call a mitnach, a stupid custom that has to be eradicated. In other cases, they actually become very warm and welcome customs that we absorb in our tradition. Okay, let's go a little bit further. How did the Jews get there? I have a couple of maps here, but I'm not sure what I'm looking for. But basically, this map shows the migration into Eastern Europe from Germany from the 10th through the 15th century. They're basically invited into these regions to act as leaseholders for the Polish landlords. And so, in these small villages that surround the part of Poland and Western Ukraine, they're in very close contact with peasant cultures, in particular with women. There's a lot of cultural cross-fertilization with women. That's why actually we had a great speaker here in the Shabbaton last week, Mayor Soloveitchik. He gave a fantastic question, fantastic talk on Yiddish. But I took him to task because if you don't know Slavic, you miss a good 50% of Yiddish. It's really so crucial. We borrowed so many terms and really the juiciest insults. Like paskudna. That's a Russian word. It's a Slavic word. And he talked about the term shlemazel. Shlemazel, and he had difficulty understanding it, but the word saleh in Slavic means bad. So shlemazel means simply bad luck. Bad luck. Shmiel is a little more difficult, but at any rate, it was a great talk, very interesting. Here is Poland, where the Jews were living around the time of the Baal Shem Tov. This was actually Europe's largest country at the time, the result of a dynastic union between the Polish and the Lithuanian crowns. It was an incredibly weak state, politically and economically, very backward, and it was ripe for capture by its neighbors, which in fact happened in the 18th century. Almost exactly what happened in the 20th century in World War II. Germany, Austria, and Russia all felt that Poland was too weak to exist, and so they simply divided it up amongst themselves. It was a series of three partitions. That was the map. In terms of the Russian portion shown here, it became the heartland of the Pale of Settlement, which is the region that Jews were allowed to live in up until the Russian Revolution. We'll come back to this map and discuss the implications of it when we talk about Leon Trotsky a little later in this series. To orient ourselves, this region here is where Hasidism first feels itself. Little Ukrainian towns like Mezhevich, and then expanding through Poland and Lithuania, and then further out through Ukraine as well. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Israel and Eliezer himself. His years are approximately 1700 to 1760. We don't have a lot of really solid historical information about his life, and I'll discuss the implications and sources shortly. He is known as the Baal Shem Tov, and this is a fascinating moniker. He's the only person who is so called. He is called the Baal Shem Tov because this was the period when there were literally hundreds of people called Baalei Shem. A Baal Shem, or a master of the name, is an amulet maker. Basically, what you have happening in this part of the world, again, this is a lot of folk culture. It's not really necessarily high Talmudic culture, although the idea of the amulet definitely goes back into Talmudic tradition. If you would have a problem like you needed a shidduch, or your business was going poorly, you needed parnasa, or your wife was having difficulty conceiving or something like that, you would go to your local Baal Shem and you would pay a fee, and the Baal Shem would write you a mystical amulet, which you would then dispose of in some way. You would put it, let's say, under your bed, or you would put it on your door, or you would carry it around with you. And these were kind of like, so to speak, a good luck charm. Again, it is definitely authorized by the Hori tradition of the Talmud. There's long discussions in Tractate Shabbos, for example, as to whether or not you can carry one of these on Shabbos, can you wear one of these and so on. But it was an industry. It was a business to buy these amulets and effect various secular onto various cures. If I took a poll right now, we had 100 of these Baalei Shem, how many of you would think that they were on the up and up? I'm not going to take the poll. The fact is, the majority of them were not very reputable. And people, this was a business, and they would make a little bit of money by scribbling something for an illiterate Jew who couldn't figure out what's going on anyways, and that would be a small part of suffering. However, there was one Baal Shem who distinguished himself as making really high quality amulets, and he became known as the Baal Shem Tov. His amulets taka really worked. And so that's why the name was applied to Israel Ben Eliezer, and he distinguished himself in all kinds of stories of actually being able to effect miraculous cures and other changes to the physical universe, which we'll discuss in a few moments. He was born in the Carpathian Mountain region, perhaps the most backward region of all of Europe. And he eventually settled in a medium-sized village called Medjibish or Medjibosh, which I will show you shortly. Now, trying to understand his life is very difficult because the sources are heavily corrupted. He was a charismatic religious figure, and the vast majority of texts we have regarding his life are in the category of hagiography. Hagiography means basically legendary stories, and you can't really accept them on a face level. You can't accept them as absolute truth. Even the second generation of Hasidic followers, the third generation, said much the same thing. There are various rabbis who said, for example, if you take the stories about the Baal Shem Tov, Besh, as the acronym goes, if you take the stories of the Besh seriously, you're a fool. If you don't believe them at all, you're an epicurus, you're a heretic. So in other words, you have to read these stories, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're accepted based on this joke. He was not well educated. Well, he had a rudimentary education, probably somewhere around primary grade school level, and his education was more characterized by his tardiness and absences than by his actual advanced studies. He was often found wandering in the woods, meditating and things like that. But nevertheless, his amulets were considered highly effective at the time. We'll talk more about this. Now, the sources that we have, such as, for example, Shidchei Habesh, rays of the Baal Shem Tov, have been demonstrated over and over again to be corrupted with stories that refer to other miracle workers and then pasted in with the Baal Shem Tov's name, and contradictory events, and all kinds of mystical things. It's very hard to deal with them as a historian. So I'm going to try in this class just to focus on what we know from the actual historical data that's verifiable and objectively confirmed. That's not to take away from the tremendous power of the Gadol, the great one, the Baal Shem Tov, but just for our purposes, I'm going to try and keep this as a history lecture specifically. We know that he was orphaned at a very young age. His parents were not very well educated, but well respected members of the communities, were manual laborers. And at age 5, he lost his survivor, parents, his father. His father, apparently on his deathbed, charged him to, above all else, love every Jew, which is very, very characteristic of his teachings and his practice. He had phenomenal Ahavas Yisrael. Something that really you can see as a common thread through all of his teachings. Just to give you one example, we were talking about Pirkei Avot earlier. So there's a beautiful, there's a Mishnah in Pirkei Avot that reads, Harchek mishachem, separate yourself from a bad neighbor. And that's pretty clear advice, right? Don't hang around with people that'll drag you down. Harchek mishachem. So apparently the Baal Shem Tov says you're putting the combat in a place. His teaching was, Harchek mishachem. If you distance yourself from a neighbor, that's a bad thing. You gotta get close to your neighbor, you gotta bring him close, and so on. That's kind of like emblematic of his teaching. He, as I mentioned, he did not go very far in school, but again, this is the Ukraine, this is southern Poland, there's not much to speak of anyways. There's a tiny amount of school to about grade 4, and then you're expected to go off and make a living somehow, apprentice yourself, that sort of thing. He ended up doing all kinds of odd jobs. One of his most well-known jobs is he was a Baal Helfer, which was, as you see from the picture here, sort of like he drew a primitive children's carpool. No, his job was to bring children to school. That is, you walk around the homes and you collect up the children and walk them to school, and then bring them back at the end of the day. He was a shamish of a shul, cleaning things up around the shul, all these kinds of manual jobs. And then much of his married life, he dug clay for a living. Until he really was well established in Medjugorje, he dug clay and lime and sold that for a living. Again, not such an III profession, but something that really put him in touch with common people. This, by the way, is a picture of a hand dug well that is reputed to have been dug by the Baal Shem Tov himself in this period. It's near the town of Medjugorje. He was married young and unfortunately became a widower very young. And then perhaps a major turning point in his life was when he remarried to a very wealthy woman named Kana. The story behind his wedding is actually worth repeating. He began to develop a reputation while he was still single. He began to develop a reputation as someone who could effect mediations. He was able to, if there were people who were arguing about something, he was able to bring them together before they went to Beit Din, and he was able to find a pshara, a compromise that left both parties feeling satisfied. And he had many, many cases like this on an informal basis. And his expertise in this regard was observed by a particular wealthy man whose name unfortunately escapes me at the moment. And this man interviewed the Baal Shem Tov, and he said, Taka, I think that you might be right for my daughter, Kana. And he wrote down on a paper that information. My daughter's name, Kana, this is the address, and I'd like you to come visit me, and we'll talk more about this. And they separated, and then the man died. So the Baal Shem Tov went to visit his potential marriage partner, and he was greeted at the door by his future brother-in-law, who thought that he was a beggar asking for money. You can imagine how he was dressed. So his future brother-in-law went to give him some money. The Baal Shem Tov said, no. He pulled out the paper and he indicated that what the story was. His brother-in-law didn't want to hear anything from this because, it's his sister. Look at you, look at my sister. And, this sounds like a scam. She's a wealthy girl. But when his sister Hannah heard that her father had suggested this might be a match, she insisted on marrying him. You hear that, girls? Bring anyone. But she insisted on marrying him, and she went from her house of great wealth. Her brother-in-law, her brother was not at all pleased with this, and she joined the Baal Shem Tov for many years. She delivered the clay that he dug out of the ground. It's a tremendous self-sacrifice. And they had two sons together, and at this point, his life begins to turn around because his fame as a miracle worker is growing. I'd like to pause for a second and take you to some of the research of my colleague Moshe Grossman from Bar-Ilan University. He and I work in similar fields. He's more 18th century, but we were both. He had a big influence on my thinking in many ways. My first book was published by Harvard University, and it joined publication from the Ukrainian Research Institute and the Center for Jewish Studies. And that was the second such collaboration that those two institutions there accomplished. The Center for Jewish Studies and Ukrainian Studies, they generally didn't get along so well. But the reason I published with that particular organization was because Moshe Grossman published his first book with a similar kind of organization. So I'm very grateful to him on many levels. At any rate, when the Soviet Union fell apart in the 1990s, Moshe Grossman went to Poland to look in the state archives for evidence of the life of the Baal Shem Tov. And he found it. He found all kinds of data about the Baal Shem Tov. He found tax records, real estate negotiations, he found contracts he was involved in, all kinds of things about the Baal Shem Tov that the Jewish world had never known before. All as a result of getting into the Soviet archives and the Czartoryski family archives. And what we learned about the Baal Shem Tov is that by the time he arrived in Medjugorje, he was already quite a respected figure. He was referred to as doctor, which is something that was generally a term used for important religious figures who weren't priests. And he lived tax-free. The state of state at the time, but the family had granted him free access without taxes to his property and so on. And he held title to a particular home in Mexico for many, many years. And there's strong indication that he had a significant number of followers that came around him in his town in Mexico. Here's a picture of his shul, this picture was taken in 1915. It was destroyed 20 years later, but we see that it's quite a significant structure for the 18th century. And so we see that in fact, the Baal Shem Tov was a real figure with significant weight and stature in the times. We can pause and take some questions, perhaps. Well, that's an excellent question. What exactly is the Judaism he needs to be educated? He was not a Talmudist. He never wrote Chidushim on the Talmud. But he had a deep and profound abiding sense of Jewish morality. And the stories of the consideration that he had for other people were legendary and inspiring. And people went to him because he was a charismatic individual they felt really cared about. And I'm going to get to that specifically when I talk about past Israel ben Eliezer and going to the Hasidic religion. This is like the father of Hasidic. Yeah. But he himself didn't have any background. Just that he was a good person. I should actually pause for a second here. Remember, I'm restraining ourselves just to the historical data. According to Hasidic lore, he studied with an angel. His name is one of the Tanakh figures of Tanakh. I can't remember exactly what it is. Not funny, like it's Achi Melech or something like that. But apparently he had, like some kind of, according to legends, he had a mystical supernatural teacher that, from the top of the class. But we're restricting ourselves here to the historical verifiable data. There's no evidence of that in Moshe Rossman's research. Yes. Well, if you actually, let's look at the map again for a second. And this map shows Hasidism really in the 19th century. There's right down here is Urkach, major center. There's a mountain range here. And it took a while before the ideas to flow over the mountain. Once you get to the southern region of the Carpathians, this is huge. This is a very, very strong Hasidic stronghold, but it's primarily in the second half of the 19th century that becomes significant. Earlier in the 19th century, it hasn't penetrated the mountain region. Well, it's basically an Ashkenazi movement, to be sure, and I suppose you can have Sephardic Hasidic, but you can also have Lithuanian Hasidic too. Besides Chabad, you can have fellow travelers. I think I consider myself sort of a closeted in many ways. Okay, let's go on because we have some important other things to discuss here. I'm going to go on the social protest elements right now. Let's understand why did so here we. I mean, really, what David's question is quite profound. So here we have a person who does not have the status of money, doesn't have the status of lineage, although later on, his lineage will be attributed back to King David, who certainly was recognized in his early years. And he doesn't really have the status of learning, at least through conventional completion of curriculum. So, what's the big attraction besides the fact that he's a nice person? So here's the money part of it. There is definitely an economic element to it. We have to understand the way the non-Hasidic rabbis got their jobs in this. Recall that the Polish latifundia, these large landholdings, were owned outright by Polish owners. And the villages in these latifundia were completely under their control. So whatever happened in the villages was really a direct result of Polish noble sponsorship, including, I give you a few examples. You couldn't bake bread in the Lord's bakery without paying the tax on the bread. You couldn't fish in his pond. You couldn't hunt in his fields. You couldn't cross his bridges. Everything had to be done with the authority of the noble. And one of the things that developed as the Jews moved into Poland is that the noble reserved the right to appoint the chief rabbi of every temple. was a 19th century eventually became an object of sale, so that Jews who wanted the job of rabbi would buy it. So why would you want to buy the position of rabbi? Okay, there's a bit of kavod and things like that. It's nice, but really, if you got the position of rabbi, you got an automatic revenue stream from kosher taxes. Because the Jewish community paying all kinds of taxes for certain Jewish services. Like, for example, today, we live in an age where kosher meat is exactly the same price as treif meat. So they tell me, okay, obviously we pay a tax on kosher meat because, it costs money to do the shkita and to do the hashkafa and things like that. And all kosher products have that kind of tax applied to them. There are all kinds of things like this, but in Polish society, if you wanted to get your chicken shechted, you brought it to the shochet, it was done, you had to pay the shochet. The shochet collected a tax, which was then forwarded to the rabbi. If you wanted to buy Shabbos candles, if you wanted to take in all kinds of Jewish activities, there was the chief rabbi, and you had to pay a tax for all of these things that went straight to the chief rabbi. Now, once the rabbi is ensconced in this kind of position, and he's got his revenue stream intact, doesn't necessarily care about the pastoral aspects of the job. Make your whole day, visiting the sick, and counseling people with problems. What do you want to bother yourself with people with problems for? You can basically show up and show up late, sit on the eastern wall, let everybody else dump it, and just collect the funds. So not surprisingly, a good portion of the chief rabbis of these Polish towns were good for nothing. And people felt, they felt like so far from Judaism, and no one cared about them, and everything in the Jewish establishment was far from their identity, really no spiritual encouragement whatsoever. And so when you put in place a local charismatic Rebbe to distinguish him from the Rabbi, the Rebbe actually does care about their learning, about their joy in Judaism, offers them a glass of mashka, and maybe sings with them and engages them in appreciation of Judaism that is outside of the traditional activities, then all of a sudden people get very enthusiastic about this. And so instead of going, we'll talk about more details, but let's say, for example, maybe I'll have to give you one example. And then I say a question, Joe. So let me just give you the example, and I'll take the question. Let's say, for example, so there are certain antinomian aspects of the Hasidic movement, things that were not done the way the halacha was interpreted traditionally. For example, if I were to take my iPhone out and punch a few buttons, I would see exactly the times of prayer. Right? And you're supposed to, you can't pray before a certain time in the morning, and you can't say the Shema with the brachot appropriately after a certain time. They're very strict standards for praying. But especially if you live in the northern part of the world where the sun rises very early in the summer, it's like, why should I get myself out of bed so early to be able to fulfill the mitzvah of saying Kriyat Shema? I'm half asleep. I'm not focused. I'm just going through emotions. So if you have a Rebbe who says, does God want that kind of prayer? No. Get your rest. Wake up. Pull yourself together, and then you can daven like a mensch. So that means you have to have a separate minyan that davens later. And that means that people stop going to the traditional shul, the chief rabbi, and they start going to the shtimer, the home-based minyan of the Rebbe. And all of the pledges on Simchas Torah, they don't go to the traditional shul, they go to the Rebbe. And all of a sudden, this opens up a new revenue stream with an alternate power structure that really alters the balance of power in the Jewish community. There are reasons for it which are philosophical and theological, and very much so economic. I can give you more examples of this in a moment. Yes, Joe. I can see why you agree to me that. Yes.
It was a very interesting addition. As far as media is concerned, it started very early morning, right immediately after
After the dawn.
and it was always continued until the something 10 o'clock, 1 minute. Where is the Rabbi still? It's not the synagogue.
Interesting.
It's so you don't miss him even if you go to work. And
state. They had to have normal qualifications, but the Polish nobleman was not giving them any kind of air credit. He was basically saying, you show up, you're going to be the rabbi. Am I going to have a problem with the Jewish community if I appoint you? No, so fine, you've got it. You got two bidders, one will get a little bit more of a bribe, the higher bidder gets it. And it just totally brought down the whole effectiveness of the Jewish community at the time. So it's not surprising that the Hasidic movement jumped in to address it. Now, the anti-Hasidic protest took about 20 years for it to really make, but then it got so hot that the controversy between the Hasidim and the Litvaks, the Lithuanians, who came to be known from this time on as the Mitznagdim, or the Misnagdim, which means the opponents. They're opposing Hasidism. So what exactly was so upsetting about it? Let me give you a couple of examples. This, by the way, is a purported picture of the Vilna Gaon. It's most likely not what he looked like, but these are the pictures of that. On a generic level, on a general level, there's a question of not separate from the community. And in many ways, the Hasidic movement was developing in a parallel development with the Lithuanian community and creating, as I mentioned, this totally alternate power structure. By the way, right now I'm borrowing heavily from the research of Ben Dinkler from the University of Jerusalem, who did some pioneering work on the economics of the Hasidic movement. But there were some legitimate halachic disputes, which also had implications for the multi-kosher issue. For example, I mentioned the time of prayer. Another very important aspect is the issue of slaughter, kosher shechita, as the Hasidic version. Some of you may be more knowledgeable of this than I. Please don't hesitate to correct me. In the laws of shechita, there are 5 specific things you can do wrong with slaughtering the animal. 2 of them are you're not allowed to push on the neck. You can't force the blade to cut. And the second thing is you can't have a nick in the blade. In both cases, you're causing the animal additional pain. It has to be really sharp, so you can just draw it across the neck of the animal, and it has to be perfectly smooth, so it doesn't tear the animal. Now, the problem is, if you want to do both of those things, you have to strike a balance between the rigidity of the blade and the fineness of the blade. So if you have a razor sharp blade, it's so easy for it to get nicked. Even just moving it on the cow's neck, you can cause a nick on it. So you have to find some kind of balance between how sharp it is and how rigid it is. So the Lithuanian standard was one way, and I've forgotten whether the Hasidic standard was a sharper blade or a richer blade. But at any rate, they developed a different opinion on how the blade should be prepared. So all of a sudden, you have a whole new system of shechita. Oh, did I get that wrong, Joe? This is going to be funny. Daniel, yes. Amazing. What do you do with that kind of story? That's interesting. But at any rate, think about it economically, right, in Marx's terms, if you will. I'm sure Karl Marx loves it that I'm using him to illustrate shechita. Loving it. So, sorry. Claude comes into it a little bit later, but let me pause on Claude for a second to say that if you could, so let's say we have 2 different ideas of how shechita is done appropriately, Lithuanian style and Hasidic style. So all of a sudden, if you want to hold a Hasidic shechita, that means that your kosher meat tax goes to the Hasidic shochet and the Hasidic Rabbi. And so that again, it reinforces the separation between these communities. Another charge against the early Hasidic movement was that they engaged in raucous behavior, which was very true for the 18th century, somewhat less so as you get deeper into the 19th century. But for example, some of the early Hasidic teachers believed that in order to get rid of your gahava, of your pride, your arrogance, you have to literally turn yourself upside down. And so they would quite literally turn somersaults in shul. And this was kind of weird for Lithuanians to see such things. Karlin Stolen, another Hasidic movement, argued that you have to pray as if someone is about to plunge a dagger into your back. And so they would pray out loud with full volume. I've seen this, it's amazing. It's a totally different form of behavior. So there are all kinds of ways. The Breslover Hasidim are very happy to clap even during Shemona Esrei, which the Bucks consider a time when you have to be really silent. And these kinds of behaviors were considered undecorous by the liberals. The attitude to learning, again, except in Chabad, which had a very position, a lot of the early Hasidic movement said, you have to achieve devekus, Hashem, cleaving unto God. And you don't necessarily have to do that through the pages of the Talmud. You can do it through song, through dance, through alcohol, all kinds of ways of reaching closeness to God. I mean that seriously. Alcohol played a very important role in the Hasidic dish, as it does, some would say, today. But perhaps one of the most difficult aspects for the Litvaks, for the Misnagdim, was some of the rituals that surrounded the Rebbe, particularly as we move into the 19th century, the fourth and fifth generation of Hasidic leaders. Rebbe became an almost saintly figure that was very close to the object of worship by the Hasidim themselves. In particular, there was one issue at this point, I'm relying on the research of Lamb, the former president of Yeshiva University, who did a lot of pioneering work in Hasidic theology, and also Joseph Weiss, Hasidic prayer. There is this idea of Mesirat Hamach, transference of thought, in which, let's say, you're an ordinary Jewish peasant and you want to pray to God, but you say, who am I to pray to God? I'm just a worm. I'm nothing. I dig clay all night in my life. What am I going to do? So, my Rebbe, on the other hand, he is a very, very holy Jew, and I'm sure that his prayers are accepted by God immediately. And therefore, I am going to pray at my prayers in my Rebbe's prayers. And this is kind of like a transference of prayer from myself to my Rebbe to God. And a lot of the Misnagdim said, well, that's not Jewish at all. All Jews pray directly to God. No intermediaries. Don't pray to saints or to angels or to human beings for sure. So there are all these charges against the Hasidim, some of which were well borne out by the evidence. And what ended up happening is, in the bitterness of the dispute, particularly the last quarter of the 18th century, this is long after Baal Shem Tov himself had passed away in 1760, but very much characteristic of the generation following the Maggid of Messer, which passed away in 1772, that where the Lithuanians would literally complain to the Russian authorities about some of these antinomian practices, indicating that the Hasidic movement was like fomenting dissent within the Jewish community, perhaps even anti-state dissent. And the Russians would say, okay, fine, let's just take one of the leaders and throw them in jail. And then sometimes the Hasidim would come back and do the same things. And they would place bans on each other, left and right. There was a period of tremendous dissension with the Jewish community, not something we should be very proud of. It all ended in approximately the year 1815 in a major rapprochement, as the Lithuanians and the Hasidim realized that they had a much more powerful common enemy. And that was the Haskalah that we're discussing really next week in greater detail. The Haskalah, or the Jewish Enlightenment, which began in the 1780s in Germany, began to penetrate into Eastern Europe, and some of the ideas of the Haskalah were very much against the Jewish ideas of both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim. For example, the Hasidim and the Misnagdim were arguing over how to shech the chicken. The Misnagdim were saying, why don't we just serve pork? So they realized, wait a second. Sorry, did I say Misnagdim? That was like a sort of Hasidic point. I assumed it over here. It was the Maskilim, the people from the Haskalah, right? Sorry. So the Maskilim were saying, let's just serve pork. That's the culture of it. So then, obviously, if they're arguing about what makes the chicken, kosher, and the Maskilim are saying there is no such thing as kosher, that's a huge challenge. The Hasidim and the Misnagdim are arguing about whether they can daven before 9:30 a.m. or not, and the Haskalah is talking about moving Shabbos to Sunday for greater convenience. So clearly they realized that they have to present a united front where there's going to be a much more serious challenge to Jewish belief and practice, and that's ultimately what happened. The Hasidim and the Misnagdim stopped feuding in the second decade of the 19th century, and they effected an uneasy truce that has implications for the present day. Mr. Kalman. By the time you get to the second, third decade of the 19th century, it isn't quite that far. They're already putting church bells in synagogues at that point. There's already, I think, one vote to move Shabbos to Sunday. The Philadelphia platform, which was in 1888, that's the most egregious example, I think, when they actually had some kind of convocation ceremony and the menu had pork and shellfish all over it. I think it was 1888, so that's a little later. But definitely, not so much for Moses Mendelssohn, but his team, his students, David Einhorn and others, definitely very open to all kinds of these maneuvers. So the Hasidim and Misnagdim said, obviously, we have to join ranks because we disagree with these people. We have so much in common; it's ridiculous. It's like I can't put this on tape. I'll tell you afterwards. I can't tell you what that says on tape. Okay, no, I don't put it on. Let's finish the lecture and then we'll go to the end. So the legacy of the Baal Shem Tov, who passed away in 1760, he had two principal students who continued in his teachings, and after one of them, in particular the Maggid of Mezrich, you have 5 different schools of Hasidic thought developing, and we now have literally tens of Hasidic movements, all tracing their ideologies back to one figure, the Baal Shem Tov himself. Here is his gravestone. Actually, earlier I showed you the building top from which it's built. The Hasidic movement has had a phenomenal impact on Judaism as a whole. I've already given you the demographic impression I have of them. But it's also interesting to note that the culture of Hasidism has, in the century and a half since that rapprochement, really come to make an impact on Lithuanian style Judaism and vice versa. For example, this is the research of Joseph Dunn, who has looked at contemporary Hasidic and Lithuanian movements. The movement has been very taken with the Hasidic adulation of the Rebbe. And the regard for the Rosh Yeshiva, in many ways, is a transplantation of Hasidic attitudes into Lithuanian. The concept of Das Torah, which has very controversial repercussions in some circles, is certainly something that moves from the Hasidic world into the Lithuanian world as well. And at the same time, the Hasidim have clearly moved far away from their early deprecation of traditional Talmud learning, and now Hasidic yeshivot, although they still have balance of the curriculum in general, about how much time they spend learning Talmud, how much time they spend doing chesed, for example. Nevertheless, traditional Hasidic yeshivas now place Talmud at the center of their curriculum as well, influenced highly by the Lithuanians. With that, I'm going to conclude for tonight. Thank you, as always, for your attention and indulgence. I'll see you after the next week.
Our topic tonight is the historical Jesus. What can we really know about the historical Jesus? Was there a historical Jesus? What can we say about the historical Jesus? And what does that matter? And what are the implications for Christians and everyone else? I start by providing a little bit of context by looking at the historicity or questions about the founders of other world religions in addition to Christianity. So let's look for a second at the historical Gautama Buddha. So according to Buddhist tradition, the religion's founder was born as an Indian prince named Siddhartha Gautama. He's raised in a palace. He's shielded by his father from any kind of suffering. So inside the walls of the palace is only wonderful, and the child is not, or all up to young adulthood, he's not able to even see an age or disease or anything like that. And it's only when he gets outside the walls and he kind of goes on the tour of the real world that he observes, someone bent over in old age, walking, and he sees, what's that? Somebody has grown old, infirmity. He then experiences or observes people who are suffering terribly from a disease, and finally he also sees someone who is dying or who has died. And in each one of those cases, those are new realizations for him, considering his sequestered life. So these observations in the story lead Gautama to Buddhism's first noble truth, which is life is suffering, or life is unsatisfactory. However, we translate that into English. He then renounces his princely status and his property so that he can instead focus on spiritual goals, including becoming an ascetic, which is to say, not indulging in all sorts of worldly pleasures, and then also a mendicant, in other words, someone who is begging for life's necessities, because you're not focused on worldly things, you're instead focused on the otherworldly and spiritual path. And then there's more stories in this general, overall kind of like traditional biography of the Buddha that explain kind of the pathway that he eventually charts, the middle path between extreme asceticism, it's the kind of things that some of the monks have been doing, where they try to eat on very little, or to give up almost every kind of food, or whatever, all the different kinds of things that you do eat, they did give up. But anyway, a middle path between giving up everything or almost everything, and then also just being worldly indulgent. So kind of the middle path of that. All right, so that's kind of like just a very brief thumbnail of the story of the Buddha. And we don't know exactly when that historical Buddha, the business in art of Gautama, when exactly he lived. One of the traditional or dates that scholars kind of have given is, let's say, living between the middle of the 500s BCE and then to the very let's say early 400s of that century, so kind of like right in that kind of time period. However, the kind of maybe earliest kind of possible date for the composition of Buddhist texts is, let's say, in the 300s, but the manuscripts of those don't actually exist until 100s, or the odds of BC, the first century BCE. And the kind of first real mentions we have in the historical record of the historical Buddha is during the reign of Ashoka, who's the emperor of Mara, one of these Indian Empire, and he gives a series of edicts that include mentioning the Buddha. And so Ashoka here is essentially a ruler who is instituting Buddhism as kind of his state religion. And so in some ways it would kind of be like for Jesus, the first kind of, because it's really the first actual evidence we have of the historic Jesus comes with the Emperor Constantine, who was instituting Christianity, 3 centuries after, more than 3 centuries after Jesus' life, as the state religion of the Roman Empire. Obviously, that's not the case in terms of Jesus. We'll get to what we have in between those kind of things. The earliest biography of this comes even later, in the first century of the Common Era, the first century AD, and there's actually other important components of the biography that went in the centuries after that. So anyway, it's kind of to get from the time period when the historical Buddha have been alive to our sources that describe him. And so, like I say, for that, from that kind of historical figure to maybe the earliest texts, maybe it's 100 years in there or so that it separate them, because we don't know exactly when the historical Buddha have been alive. So I think most historians agree that probably was a historical Buddha, and it's possible that if you glean through the earliest Buddha, and it's possible that if you glean through the earliest texts, you can reconstruct some basic details of the historic figure's life because, again, it's only separated by maybe a century. But when we get to that biography, like I was telling it, kind of this story of a prince who has been shielded from suffering and so forth, that's almost, 5 centuries or more separated from the historical figure. And that's too long to preserve historical details really in just oral tradition. And so rather histories, I think almost all historians agree that these are foundational myths of the religion of Buddhism. And by foundational myths here, I mean to say stories that are told to explain and share and experience the identity of Buddhism for Buddhists, as opposed to an actual historical story of how Siddhartha Gautama actually developed the religion. It's actually written in reverse ways. We already know it. It's what the first noble truth is. So the story explains how that insight is achieved, or is written to explain that. So, although historians agree generally that there was probably a historical Buddha, very little can be said about his actual life. And like I say, even the proposed dates are as far as a century apart, so we don't necessarily know where when he would have lived and where that's a good idea. Portraits like this one that you're so familiar with are very, very late. So this picture is from the first century, the second century of the CE, the Common Era, and it's again one of the earlier anthropomorphic portraits. The earliest representations of Buddha in Buddhist art with just his footprints because he's gone. So the biographical stories of the prince, like I say, shielded, those are identity myths written later by Buddhists. All right, I wanted to also add context for another founder. So Moses. So Moses is traditionally understood to be the author of the Pentateuch or Torah, which is to say the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible. And as such, Moses is very, very important in the foundation story for the earliest era of Judaism, what we call, historians call First Temple Judaism, the time of Judaism that existed, the destruction of Solomon's temple by the Babylonians. So, according to the Bible, Moses led the Israelites out of slavery in Egypt to the land of Canaan, which was a land promised to them by God, but which they in turn conquered militarily. And according to the book of Joshua, anyway, they exterminated the Canaanite inhabitants in order to do that. So let's again kind of try to look at some of the dates and try to give ourselves a timeline framework for this. So the dates again for Moses, we don't really know. In rabbinical Judaism, the rabbis kind of identified 1391 BC to 1271 BC for the dates of Moses. The famous Christian fundamental and literalist Bishop Ussher, who tried to date everything for a short Earth chronology, was a century or so earlier. Anyway, we'll just put these down here to kind of show. If we look though at the composition for the earliest source text of the Torah, it's maybe in the generation immediately before the destruction of Jerusalem, so that Babylonian captivity period, where the nobles of Jerusalem are taken to Babylon, and before Babylon is conquered by Persia, and the nobles are allowed to go back and refound Jerusalem and create the Second Temple period. So that 587 to 539 BCE period. So it's possible. Earliest source texts for the Pentateuch and Torah were written before that. The Pentateuch and Torah, as we have it, were edited together after the Babylonian captivity. And so, in any event, it's a fair distance from the actual dates of Moses. The manuscripts are centuries later still, but are are many of them witness, for example, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and so they're quite old still, first century BC and so forth. But anyway, still fairly not far removed from the composition moment. So the time frame here between maybe the dates of when Moses would have been alive and when the text would have been written is some 600 or more years. And so, as with the Buddha, many centuries separating the composition of any stories about Moses from the time he supposedly lived means that the details of the story are almost certainly mythic. And as with all texts, the stories, as reflect the context of the author, in other words, when the person is writing, so that may be, like I say, as early as the late First Temple period, and it is certainly also reflecting the early Second Temple period in terms of when the Pentateuch, the Torah, is actually edited together, rather than the period of time when the character was supposed to have lived, that 600 years earlier when Moses would have been alive if he were a historical figure. And so one of the reasons why is Moses most likely thought to be entirely legendary as opposed to the Buddha? So unlike the figure of the Buddha, who can potentially be discerned from the teachings and the historical movement of Buddhist mendicant monks, the Exodus story, as we have it in the Pentateuch and the Torah, actually contradicts the rest of the historical and archaeological record. So, for example, the Exodus itself doesn't fit into recorded Egyptian history. Egypt has the kind of wonderful distinction of being the most stable ancient society that has just massive amounts of records that have been kept at chronology and king lists that go so much further back than almost anywhere else. Nowhere does this fit into the actual Egyptian story where they talk about people who are as numerous as them leaving and so forth. Usually, even if the Egyptians always put a good spin on their history, they at least mention they cast them out or something like that. If they were going to try to say that they wanted them to go or something like that, there's no mention. There's nothing in the archaeology about any such thing. And the time frame. When people would like to fit Moses into Egyptian history, let's say around the time of Ramesses II or something like that. The problem is, at that point, the Egyptian Empire actually owned the land of Canaan. So they haven't actually been going anywhere. In other words, that's still under Egyptian dominance at that time. And then also the problem is, from the other side, the archaeological records, the archaeological what we have of Canaan also records the destruction of all the Canaanite cities. There's no time period when an alien force of Israelites came in and absolutely leveled everybody. And rather, what we find is, when we look at the archaeological evidence and also the linguistic evidence, the ancient Israelites are in fact the same people speaking the same language, more or less the same customs and so forth, as all of their Canaanite neighbors. And so what historians have concluded is that not that the Israelites were interlopers who came in from somewhere else, but rather they evolved as a distinct people out of their Canaanite neighbors, and that in fact Syrians, Phoenicians, Canaanites, Israelites, they're all essentially the same people. But they diverged, altered different identities out of that same common origin from being from that place. Okay. So, historians then kind of agree that Moses is therefore a legendary figure. The stories that are told about him, if they were based on, like I say, kind of these late First Temple sources, they may have originally reflected the identity of a line of Israelite priests who looked to Moses as an ancestor. And so they're talking about things that he did in order to explain and create identity, their role as priests within originally the northern kingdom of Israel area, and then later in the kingdom of Judah, the southern kingdom, and their role in and above let's say, the other priests who claim descent from Aaron, who were the priests of the temple in Jerusalem. But the Exodus story, as we have it, when it got edited together and became central to the Torah as we know it, when it was compiled, returned from Babylon by the exiles, you can immediately see why a story of people coming out of Egypt and coming into a promised land, why that would be central to the identity of the exiles as they are returning from a foreign land, from Babylon, and coming to Jerusalem to rebuild the temple, and so on. And so Ezra, who is a leader of the Israelite exile community that returns, an official in the Persian Empire, he is one of the first people in the book of Ezra who reads the law for the first time, and this may well be a reflecting of the story where the Torah has now been edited together, possibly by Ezra or at Ezra's, at his command within his bailiwick or whatever in his school, and that may well be the first kind of reading of Torah as it now existed and speaks to the Second Temple of Judaism. Okay, so those are kind of our context, just looking at what we see for his, historical founders and other Judaism and Buddhism. So Jesus of Nazareth is generally said to have been born at the end of King Herod the Great's reign, which is around 4 BCE. And then, after he's baptized by John the Baptist, he gathers disciples. He shares teachings to those disciples during a relatively brief active period of his ministry, a couple of years maybe 3. And then he is generally understood to have been executed during the administration of Roman official Pontius Pilate. And that would have taken place then either in the year 30 or the year 33 of the Common Era. Okay, so let's do this kind of framework exercise where we have here 4 to, let's say, 33 as possible dates for Jesus. The very earliest composition dates for some of these Christian texts may be the 40s, so it may be that the Lost Sayings Gospel Q, it may be the Science Gospel, and other are composed there. As early as that would be the earliest kind of possible date. Other Christian texts are being written by the 50s by Paul and so forth. Our earliest manuscripts are only a few decades later, the beginning of the 2nd century. The earliest gospel, Mark, is right around 70. And then we also have this additional figure in the time frame of the historical Jesus, the ministry of this guy, Paul. So this is by history, active planting of Christian communities by the earliest surviving Christian author. And so Paul is active as early maybe as 31, but definitely after Jesus has died, so that would only be if Jesus died at 30, but maybe as late as 36. Anyway, somewhere within just a few years of Jesus' death for the next couple of decades. And so the time frame here is just amazingly shorter than what we saw either for the Buddha or for Moses. So, maybe it's 10 or 20 years before texts start getting, after Jesus' death, the texts start getting written. It's 40 years to the earliest, biography-like book, the Book of Mark, and maybe just 2 to 5 or so years between Jesus' death and the first kind of active historical person, for certain known historical person, Paul, is actively spreading Christian teachings and writing letters and stuff that survive to us. Okay, so in contrast then to the centuries separating stories about Moses and the Buddha from their own time frames, Christian sources are only a couple decades removed from the historical Jesus. Now, nevertheless, like Socrates, the historical Jesus left us no writings. But unlike with Socrates, most scholars have concluded that we don't actually have any eyewitness accounts of Jesus. So Socrates didn't write anything to believe in that, but we have the writings of his students like Plato and Xenophon, and so there's very clearly writings of lots of Euripides. There's also negative writings of people who were contemporaries who didn't like him, like Aristophanes, the comic playwright, who makes fun of Socrates and so forth. So what do we mean by there's no eyewitness accounts? Doesn't have to be obvious in the New Testament filled with eyewitness accounts. So although the earliest canonical gospel, which we call the Gospel of Mark, was written within 40 years of Jesus' death, all four of the canonical gospels, which we attribute to Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, those attributions are actually simply traditional. So later Christians said that they don't. Those books don't say, "I, Matthew, the apostle of Jesus, am writing this text." When Jesus comes and calls Matthew to be one of the apostles in the text of the Gospel of Matthew, it doesn't say, "And then Jesus called me." There's nothing like that. The texts do not claim to be written by Matthew. Early Christians who were trying to figure out who might have written them kind of just assigned these to those, and those have stuck as attributions. So we've explored this at our previous lectures, and so I invite you especially to go see, or to go maybe rewatch if you haven't, the Lost Gospel Q and Recovering the Science Gospel, kind of go into a lot more detail about kind of this kind of question. But likewise, our other letters and texts that are in the New Testament, while often written in the names of Jesus' apostles, sometimes they're also anonymous and just attributed to an apostle. And it may well be that that the texts are reflecting communities that might have been founded by those apostles at some point or other, or even schools that were maybe established by them, so that the followers felt that they were writing in, say, Peter's name, or in Peter's authority, or the authority of James, and so forth. Again, scholars do not think they were actually written by them. So, for example, Peter's not the author of the letters of Peter, nor James's letter, nor John's letters, in addition to the Gospels. And even though lots of Christians even continue to think that the book of Revelation is also written by the same John, John the Revelator actually does not claim to be John the Apostle, and the writing styles are so very different that clearly different people, simply different John. There's lots of people named John. There continue to be lots of people named John in this thing. Okay. So how do we know that? Well, anachronisms and literary criticism is the way scholars have pieced these, studied these for centuries and come to these conclusions. So apostolic authorship in general is discounted because the texts themselves tend to contain anachronisms. So they'll often talk about, let's say, developments in Christianity that only occur decades after the death of a historical figure. Early Christianity was evolving pretty rapidly in the first years, and so we can kind of tell when they're talking about later, more orthodox, more structured, more Christian ideas, that those are anachronistic to the time periods of the first disciples. Another example would be, the historical Peter, as it's described in the stories. He's got rather humble beginnings. He's an Aramaic speaker. He's a Jewish fisherman. Not an educated person. He was highly literate and able to compose, letters in Greek. It seems very unlikely that would have been the case. Also, the letters we can tell were not written by him. So for example, the second epistle to Peter, it's although canonically in the New Testament, part of the New Testament text, literary criticism in this case has pretty much conclusively demonstrated that the text is in fact a reworked expansion of the Epistle of Jude, which again is not written by the person who says wrote it, but anyway, it was written between, let's say, 90 and 120 CE, and therefore long after that source text is long after Peter died, and indeed because the text is simply a reworking of another text and not by Peter, it's also clearly not by Peter. Peter was written by somebody in the 2nd century of the Common Era, and so that's somewhere between 50 and 100 years after Peter died. Okay. Even though the texts, though, that we have are not by Peter, John, and James, we actually can be confident that Peter is an actual historical figure, because we do have a known historical figure who tells us he met Peter a couple times and spent time with Peter. So, in his letter to the Galatians, which is written somewhere between 50 and 60 of the Common Era, Paul of Tarsus, the first Christian author, Christian author whose writings survived, describes meeting Peter along with Jesus' disciple John and also Jesus' brother James. So Paul's letter is to a group of Christian communities that he founded in Galatia, which is an area in Asia Minor or Anatolia that we now think of as Turkey, or has now become Turkey. The context of this letter is that rival apostles, with what Paul kind of disparages as human credentials, and we don't know exactly what those are, but perhaps they have letters from the disciples in Jerusalem that say, so-and-so who has come to you as an apostle comes with the authority of Peter, or comes with the authority of James, or something like that. We don't know, because Paul doesn't want to give these guys any. He wants to just call them false and so on, and demean them by saying that his own calling comes from God, not from any human beings, and so forth. Anyway, these rival apostles have been preaching what Paul calls a different gospel to the Galatians, other than the one Paul has presented. And he also says, he calls it a different gospel. It's not really a different gospel, because there's only one gospel, so they're just preaching falsehoods. Anyway, so throughout this letter, Paul is really on the defensive, and it's therefore very, very interesting. So I'm actually going to read a bunch of it, because I think that we can see very, very interesting. So I'm actually going to read a bunch of it, because I think that we can see an awful lot. It's kind of very critical to understanding both early Christianities and what's happening here right at the very beginning of Christianities. So kind of a formal writing of a letter. Paul writes at the beginning, Paul, an apostle. You start with your own name, and then you're saying to in the Roman style. Paul, an apostle, sent neither by human commission nor from human authorities, but through Jesus Christ to the churches of Galatia. So he's setting up right from the beginning. I'm not being called here by some human qualifications. I've got a bigger qualification, which is from God, right? I am astonished that you Galatians here are so quickly deserting one, me, who called you in the grace of God, and now you're turning to a different gospel. So he's very upset that that these rivals have arrived and are turning the churches against Paul. He says, am I now seeking human approval, or am I seeking God's approval? For I want you to know, brothers and sisters, that the gospel that was proclaimed by me is not of human origin. For I did not receive it from a human source, nor was I taught it, but I received it through the revelation of Jesus Christ. And so he is turning here what might have been a very big liability in the minds of the Galatians. Here the Galatians have been receiving these other apostles who maybe have credentials from the church in Jerusalem, maybe from Peter, maybe from Jesus' own brother. But Paul's saying, no, that doesn't matter. I don't have the human credentials. I have credentials from Jesus Christ. You have heard, as he tells a little bit of the story now, you've heard, no doubt, of my earlier life in Judaism. I was violently persecuting the church of God, and I was trying to destroy it. But when God was pleased to reveal his Son to me, when he had a vision of the risen Christ, that happened so that I might proclaim him, Christ, among the Gentiles, which is to say, the non-Jews. And when that happened, he says, I did not confer with any human being, nor did I go to Jerusalem to those who were apostles before me, but I went at once to Arabia, and afterwards I went to Damascus. So he's going on and just going about his business as an apostle, fulfilling his calling to preach about Christ to non-Jews without seeking any human authority or even, frankly, any instruction from Jesus' pre-existing apostles. Then, after 3 years, then I did go up to Jerusalem to visit Cephas. And so Cephas here, this is the Aramaic word for stone, which in the same way is Petra, Peter in Greek. And so the name here is for Peter's nickname, as Paul is recounting it. So the guy's original name is Simon, but Jesus calls him, the rock. And so he's called by that nickname here in Aramaic. Anyway, because that would have been the way that Jesus and Peter would have spoken. So I did go to visit Cephas, Peter, and I stayed with him 15 days. But I did not see any other apostle except James, the Lord's brother. So here Paul is saying that after his brother, 3 years after he had his own vision of Christ and began to consider himself to be an apostle of Christ, he went to Jerusalem, met with the church in Jerusalem there, the leaders there, and among those were Peter and James, the Lord's brother. In what I am writing to you before God, I do not lie, he says. Then I went to the regions of Syria and Cilicia. Then, after 14 years, I went up again to Jerusalem with Barnabas, one of his missionary companions, taking another one of his missionary companions, Titus, along with me. Then I laid before them, though only in a private meeting with the acknowledged leaders, the gospel that I proclaim among the Gentiles, in order to make sure that I was not running or I had not run in vain. So in other words, he had a private meeting with these leaders in Jerusalem, and he outlined before them his own kind of teachings on the gospel, his feelings about and his interpretation about how Christianity can be spread among non-Jewish Christians. My slides are not working. There we go. This now works. Sorry about that. So, thank you. Great with that. So this continues. So he's had that meeting, but even Titus, so his missionary companion who was with me, was not compelled to be circumcised, though he was a Greek. But we did not submit to them even for a moment. And from those who were supposed to be acknowledged leaders, what they actually were makes no difference to me. God chose no partiality. Those leaders contributed nothing to me. And so it goes on to call James and Cephas and John the acknowledged pillars of the church. And later in the letter, he actually tells the story of how, when he is in Antioch with Peter, he rebukes Peter. So Paul calls Cephas, Peter, John and James, James the brother of Jesus, the acknowledged pillars of the church. And nevertheless, he's forced to explain his disagreements with them over his interpretation of Christianity's relationship with Jewish law. And so this is an embarrassing story for Paul to make. If Paul were making the story up, he would be much more likely to claim that Peter, James, and John had given him, let's say, the full authority as the apostle of the Gentiles. And indeed, when the author of Acts kind of retells the story, the author of Acts retells it in a much rosier way. And that's how it's remembered in Christian tradition. But it's only because there are these rival apostles in Galatia, maybe ones that are even authorized by James, and that they're talking to the Galatians, that Paul is forced to kind of tell this story and kind of lay out this disagreement and his difference of interpretation. And so anyway, because of Paul's account, I think we can be pretty confident that 3 of the direct disciples of Jesus were actively leading that movement in the 40s of the Common Era from Jerusalem. So Paul identifies one of these 3 pillars as Jesus' brother. And so as a result of kind of this testimony, this eyewitness testimony, we're actually within 2 degrees and frankly, just a handful of years from the historical Jesus. So talk a little bit about how we also have confirmation of a historic James. So multiple attestation is one of the ways we establish historicity. And so beyond that direct experience that Paul has with Jesus' brother James, again, an experience that is kind of one of rivalry, not one that Paul is like wanting to make up in order to, if he makes it up, everything would be very positive, like I say. The character figures also in multiple other Christian sources, everything from the letters of James and Jude to Mark, Acts, and many other non-canonical texts of the Christian texts that didn't make it into the Bible. But James is also mentioned by the Jewish historian Josephus. And when I say James here, this is really confusing to anybody who's not an English speaker, because the Bible, the New Testament, is translated from Greek into English during the missionary James, it's the King James Bible, to flatter the king. Everywhere where the name Yaakov or Jacob in the New Testament appears, it gets translated as James into English. And so we could also be calling these guys Jacob or Yaakov or something like that. That's kind of what we mean by the name. Anybody else keep saying James, because that's how we say it in English. But anyway, it's a far translation difference in English from the original name. So, okay, who's Josephus? So Josephus, the later part of the first century of the Common Era, he's a Jewish noble who defected to the Romans during the first Roman-Jewish War. So he defected in the year 67 of the Common Era. So he's actually, may not be a contemporary of Jesus, but he is a contemporary for sure of the emerging early Christian movement. So he becomes a client of the Roman Emperor Vespasian, and in a general in fighting that war, and then later is able to seize the throne and become the Emperor of Rome. So under Vespasian's patronage, Josephus writes a number of histories. He writes a history of the war. He also writes histories of the Jewish people and autobiography. So it's a very prolific writer, and because of all of that text, Josephus really gives us the most detailed accounts of Jewish history that we have for the first century of the Common Era, and he also has more writings about Jewish history before that than anything outside of the Bible. So he's a very important source for both Jewish and Christian history. Josephus' works provide non-Christian accounts of figures that include people like Pontius Pilate, King Herod the Great, John the Baptist, Jesus' brother James, and possibly Jesus himself, although unfortunately his component of where he describes Jesus, that text for sure has been vandalized by a Christian scribe, and it may just he may not have ever talked about Jesus, and that passage itself might just be a Christian addition. So in order to survive the text have been copied in the manuscript tradition by Christian monks and so on, and some of the monks were not they weren't able to stop themselves from wanting to fix it so that Jesus is in there, or that what Josephus said about Jesus is more in keeping with what Christians understand. So a lot of scholars think that the part about Jesus is actually it was an actual mention of Jesus that has been vandalized by a Christian interpolation. But even so, that aside, view that as a favor. They have to get into that one. There are other passages about John the Baptist and about James, the brother of Jesus, that almost scholars kind of universally agree are actually non-vandalized and are the way they existed in Josephus' original. So I'll read the passage here that Josephus has about James, the brother of Jesus. So Josephus writes, this younger Ananus, as we have told you already, took the high becoming high priest. This is talking about again the history of Jews. So this is the high priest of the temple in Jerusalem. So Ananus took the high priesthood. He is an old man in his temper and very insolent, according to Josephus. He was also of the sect of the Sadducees. So these are the nobles who are the traditional priests who consider themselves to be descendants of Zadok, so descendants of Aaron. So this priestly elite in Jerusalem. And the Sadducees, Josephus says, are very rigid in judging offenders above all the rest of the Jews, as we've already observed. So he's talking about the different sects within Judaism before. When therefore Ananus was of this disposition, he thought he now had an opportunity. So Festus, who had been the Roman procurator of Judea, was now dead, and Albinus, the future one that's being appointed, was but on the road. So Judea here is under Roman rule. There have been Roman procurators who were in charge of the province. This is part of the Roman Empire, but they have also been allowing regular Jewish worship to continue, and they've been appointing different local Jewish nobles, Sadducees, to the high priesthood. And so now there is no civil administration for a moment. That local religious administration, saying, well, this is our time that we can get rid of our enemies, according to Josephus. So Ananus, the high priest, assembles the Sanhedrin of judges, the local Jewish council, and brought before them the brother of Jesus, who was called Christ, whose name was James, and some others. And when he had formed an accusation against them as breakers of the law, he delivered them to be stoned. But as for those who seemed the most equitable of citizens, such as they were most uneasy at the breach of the laws, they disliked what was done. They also sent to the king, desiring him to send to Ananus that he should act so no more, for what they had already done was not justified. So Josephus is just talking about this as getting rid of some people when they have an opportunity. The local high priest decides, okay, this is an enemy that's hanging around here in Jerusalem. Now that there's no Romans watching us, we can stone them for that. But that a lot of the people in the city didn't think that this is a justified act. Just take the last one. Okay. So, James, the brother of Jesus, who was called Christ, is essentially an important example in this story. Josephus is actually talking about Jewish politics during a change of Roman administrations. So scholars accept this as original to the text because the Christian would write, Jesus who is called Christ. The Christians would just more or less say Jesus who is Christ. And so in other words, Josephus knows that James and his followers called Jesus the Christ, the Messiah, but Josephus doesn't agree with the title, so he's saying Jesus who is called Christ. And nor, as we see, is the story Christian focused. It's Jewish focused, or told from a Jewish Christian perspective, and so on. So, in other words, it seems very authentic to the rest of Josephus's text, and all it is doing is giving us a detail that there's a group here, whose leader here is James, who is the brother Jesus who is called Christ, who was executed then by Jewish officials in this time period. So there's another passage too that is also generally accepted or universally accepted, I think, by the scholars on John the Baptist. So this comes earlier in the story. Now, some of the Jews, Josephus writes, thought that the destruction of Herod's army, and a lot of people in Herod the Great's dynasty, all of his descendants also have the name Herod. So what we mean here is Herod Antipas, who is the son of Herod the Great. So a lot of the Jews, or some of the Jews, thought the destruction of this Herod's army came from God, and that very justly, as a punishment for what he did against John, that was called the Baptist. For Herod Antipas slew John, who was a good man. Herod, who feared lest the great influence John had over the people might put it into his power and inclination to raise a rebellion. Accordingly, John the Baptist, was sent as a prisoner out of Herod's suspicious temper to Machaerus, the castle I before mentioned, and there was put to death. So we can see here, anyway, there's a historical figure, John the Baptist, who has a lot of influence on the people, according to Josephus. Josephus thinks that that's why Herod had to put to death for political reasons, to prevent there from being any kind of a religious movement that might lead to rebellion against Herod and his rule. So, like the James passage, scholars conclude that this is authentic because it's actually confirming also that New Testament accounts that John was a religious leader that was executed by Herod Antipas. So, for example, in the account in Mark, Herod Antipas keeps John in prison, and he ultimately beheads him at the behest of his wife / niece Herodias. So this is another descendant of Herod the Great, a Herodian princess who was married then to her half uncle, and demands John the Baptist's head according to the text. All right. In his description of John the Baptist, Josephus does not even mention Jesus. So, in his view, John is an important leader in his own right. And this actually is another kind of interesting and characteristic of in favor of talking about a historical Jesus. Jesus is mentioned in it, and that's because it starts to bring a criterion, we kind of call it criterion of embarrassment, and it fits with the embarrassment that the gospel writers approach John the Baptist. So John is very clearly an important leader, and John baptizes Jesus, and so the role and the symbolism of the story really makes it seem like Jesus is subordinate to John, and maybe the actual underlying history is that Jesus began his career as a disciple of John the Baptist, and it is only after John the Baptist's execution that Jesus emerges as one of the main leaders, without being leader of that movement in his own right. So I want to read how the gospel writers deal with John the Baptist and how they make sure that nobody has that interpretation that I just gave, that perhaps Jesus had been John's disciple. So in Mark, which is the earliest of the four gospels, we read, John the Baptist appeared in the wilderness proclaiming a baptism of repentance for the forgiveness of sins. And people from the whole Judean countryside and all the people of Jerusalem were going out to him and were baptized by him in the river Jordan, confessing their sins. Now John was clothed with camel's hair and a leather belt around his waist, and he ate locusts and wild honeys. In other words, he's an ascetic again, just like the kind of influence here Buddha is doing and so forth. He proclaims, though, this is what he says right away, the one who is more powerful than I is coming after me. I am not worthy to stoop down and untie the thong of his sandals. I have baptized you with water, but he will baptize you with the Holy Spirit. In those days, it goes right after he says that, the text says, in those days, Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee, and he was baptized by John in the Jordan. So, right from the start, in Mark's narrative, into John's mouth, we have a statement, a testimony that he's not the leader, that actually the person who's coming next is the leader. This is built upon the Gospels of Matthew and Luke, both of whom use Mark as a source, and so include most of Mark's narrative, and then they add this. So Matthew writes, Jesus came from the Galilee to John of the Jordan to be baptized by him. John would have prevented him, saying, I need to be baptized by you, and do you come to me? But Jesus answered him, let it be so now, for it is proper for us in this way to fulfill all righteousness. Then he, John, consented. And when Jesus had been baptized, so he puts it in the passive tense there, instead of saying John baptized Jesus, it now says when Jesus had been baptized. It doesn't say by who or anything like that, so that's even softened there too, from Mark's account. And then also Luke's account, same thing. So when Herod the ruler, Herod Antipas, who had been rebuked by John because of Herodias, his brother's wife, and because of all the evil things that Herod had done, added to them by shutting up John in prison. Now, when all the people were baptized, and when Jesus also had been baptized and was praying, and the heavens opened up. So Luke actually, the author of Luke here, actually includes this detail of John being imprisoned by Herod Antipas before mentioning that Jesus, was baptized, kind of again passively past tense. It doesn't say that John baptized Jesus, but in fact, actually, because John gets imprisoned, it's Luke's narrative, or at least is mentioned about that, the confusion that maybe the author is trying to have here is not that, well, maybe John didn't baptize him at all, right? But seeing that, this subordination of Jesus in Luke's account. And finally, the Gospel of John. So this is a different John than John the Baptist. It's not. This is attributed to John the Beloved. But anyway, the fourth Gospel has the last and least role for John the Baptist in this whole baptism scene. So in this account, we read, "This took place in Bethany, across the Jordan, where John was baptizing. The next day he, John, saw Jesus coming toward him and declared, 'Here is the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. This is he of whom I said, after me comes a man who ranks ahead of me because he was before me. I myself did not know him, but I came baptizing with water for this reason, that he might be revealed to Israel.' And then John, I saw a spirit descending from heaven like a dove, and it remained on him, and I myself have seen and testified that this is the Son of God." So this vision that exists in Mark of the Spirit descending on Jesus like a dove during the baptism scene of Jesus, that's in Mark, that's in Matthew, that's in Luke. Now here in John, this happens without anybody having mentioned that Jesus is getting baptized. So in other words, they preserved the Spirit descending from heaven without explicitly mentioning that Jesus is baptized at all. So already, as we saw in Mark, the evangelist puts into John's mouth, "I'm not worthy," in comparison to Jesus. In Matthew, John the Baptist initially refuses to baptize Jesus. What would it do? He should be baptized by Jesus, not the other way around. And in Luke, as I showed, John is already kind of put into prison, and so again, both of these, Jesus' baptism is kind of put in passive tense. It's not John baptizes him, but Jesus is baptized. And then finally, in the Gospel of John, the fourth Gospel, baptism isn't mentioned explicitly anymore. And so these are increasingly kind of like strident, I think, apologetics as Christians are at pains to kind of explain away this story, this idea that maybe Jesus was a disciple of John the Baptist. All right, so we're talking then about a scholarly consensus about the historical Jesus. So given that Jesus' disciples, Peter and John the Beloved, are, and the beloved part may not have been his real title, but anyway, there's the John that Paul says he met, right? So he says he met Cephas and John, not John the Baptist, are authentic historical figures, and given that James is a known historical figure, and he's also Jesus' brother, and then given that Jesus' baptizer, or maybe mentor, maybe previous leader, who knows, is a known figure, and also then given the real proximity of our sources to the historical Jesus, there is a scholarly consensus that Jesus existed in history. So John the Baptist, Jesus, James the Just, Peter, John the Beloved, these are all historical figures alongside Paul. All right, so despite that scholarly consensus, we are in an age of disinformation. There are many conspiracy theories that appeal to readers who really aren't aware of the sources, maybe, and they probably aren't trained in historical methodology. We just aired last week debunking of the Da Vinci Code. Some people in the comments were asking, well, why do you need to debunk the Da Vinci Code is just fiction. It's not meant to be. The problem with it is that some of the ideas that have been popularized in that idea that Jesus is married to Mary Magdalene, that is absolutely baseless. We could say, no way, it's not the case. There's no basis for that. Nevertheless, people think, oh yeah, Jesus must have been married to Mary Magdalene because they read, what people say is a work of fiction that I shouldn't be on, but ended up doing. So anyway, this one is presented as if this conspiracy theory is presented as if it's actual history. Joseph Atwell theorizes that Jesus is simply a propaganda idea that's invented by the Roman emperors, that same Titus and Vespasian dynasty, who are employing Josephus in order to control Judaism in the aftermath of that first Roman Jewish war. So Atwell imagines that Josephus, in his own works, occasionally is inserting weird cryptic references to the fictional Jesus, and that he is helping the empire concoct the Christian texts to promote the idea that it's Titus, Vespasian's son, and its later emperor in 79-81, is actually the coming Son of Man that Jesus is always talking about in the text, and so on. So, in order to, believe this conspiracy theory, you have to ignore all of the texts, what they actually all say, all of Josephus, their history, and then also really have to be kind of amazed at how unsuccessful Christianity was among the Jews of the first century, given the fact that it has this imperial backing. I mean, the amount of patronage that the emperors actually did have that allowed Josephus to write all these massive texts that he wrote. And in comparison, the really actually paucity of texts that are actually in the first century Christian corpus, it's a preposterous flop. It also doesn't create a Christian. It doesn't create a Jewish Judaism more controllable, by Christianity, or appealing, or make a kind of Judaism that is more consonant with the Roman Empire yet, because in fact, actually, what Paul and the other early Christians find is that actually Christianity has a lot more success among non-Jews. And so even though it starts as a Jewish religion, actually what it does is it converts a lot of pagan Romans, and they continue to be all sorts of Jewish people who mostly become absolutely reject Christianity and ultimately organize Second Temple hundreds of Judaism. So anyway, it will be a flop. It doesn't have any. I'll have to do, I guess, maybe a whole debunking of it, but we can just say that it does nothing to this. There are a couple of people who are not just conspiracy theorists, but who are holding to the idea that Jesus is entirely a mythical creation, and that retains proponents. I think the most popular person on the internet is Richard Carrier. His work, he's written several books. One of them is called Proving History. Provides, I think, scientific seeming results. And so one of the things that he does is he takes a theorem to make kind of an equation that generates like odds. He's like trying to calculate. And one of them calculates that there's as little as 1 in 12,000 odds that Jesus is a historical figure. But this methodology, as all historians have kind of commented on it and written on it, is entirely faulty. He created an equation. History is a math problem. The reason why you get numerical results out of this equation is that Richard Carrier has to assign arbitrary numerical values on the input, then you run it through the equation and you get the answer and the output. And so essentially garbage in, garbage out, the results are meaningless. The chances that Carrier's methodology has any value is 0%. So there's a statistic. Anyway, it doesn't even, there's nothing to it. There's another comment that this Robert Price, who's much more methodologically sound, which means, generally speaking, that it kind of has to retreat to skepticism. Obviously, the skeptic defense it's always the most defensible. So when you don't make any assertions, you just say, well, we're skeptical that anything happened, he's agnostic on the historical Jesus. That's the most defensible position, although we have to be then amazingly skeptical of the mythicist position, which is, comparatively just immensely less likely. So there's a reason why there's a historical consensus. So for the non-scholars, however, these ideas are very popular because I think separating the historical Jesus from the storybook Jesus, maybe the Jesus that you heard about in Sunday schools, the existence of a historical Jesus does not mean those stories, does not mean the gospel accounts or history texts. So just because of the historical Jesus, that doesn't mean that somebody who's walking on water or we have witnesses of that or any such thing. Not at all. Establishing a historical figure just means a very minimum of details. There was a guy named Jesus of Nazareth, and he was born in the early first century. He was executed by the Romans and so forth. He was baptized by John the Baptist, been a disciple of John the Baptist. He gathered disciples of his own, and so on. Those details are there. That doesn't mean all the rest of this doesn't mean that follows. So as we've shown in many past lectures, actually there's good reason to believe that much or most of the narrative of Jesus' life in the Gospels are actually typologically constructed from Old Testament antitypes. And so the Gospel writers, that we say, they're anonymous, they are writing in a different language, they are not eyewitnesses, they believe very strongly, they're already Christians, and they believe very strongly that Jesus' life was a fulfillment of Old Testament prophecy. And so when we don't know details of Jesus' life, they feel very able, to write out details based on what they believe that Jesus should have been doing according to Old Testament prophecy. And so we talk about this a lot in some of our previous lectures. I point you to the lecture we did, is Easter historical, recent one last month, prophecies and Christmas stories, also one on lost Christianities. So if the only positive images or the only detailed images that we really have, though, are from the gospel portraits, how can we construct the historical Jesus? So we do have tools, the tools of literary criticism, which involve that source criticism, looking at those gospel sources. And so one of the things that we do is we read each individual part. Are they consonant with the rest of the historical archaeological record? So we look for multiple attestation from independent sources, like we did with finding figures like John the Baptist being a religious leader beforehand, and James, the brother of Jesus, being a religious leader after. We look at things like where the accounts are dissimilar from early Christianity. So if we know how Christianity develops, if some of our early texts describe something very different from what Christians later believe, well, that dissonance is maybe preserving something that goes back to the historical Jesus. Likewise, the criterion of embarrassment, like we said, when something happens that early Christian writers are embarrassed about, they're trying to say, no, well, John the Baptist was very clear that Jesus is greater than him, and so forth. That maybe also points us to an actual historical detail, and obviously historical plausibility is also part of the way we historians, the toolkit for historians. So there's all kinds of things that we can list that have multiple attestation. So one of the most ubiquitous is Jesus' association with the Galilean village of Nazareth, and that's attested throughout the sources. So Jesus is often just called of Nazareth. That's how he's identified. He's also sometimes called the Nazarene. They're used as if they're like surnames, although obviously they're not. It's not a family name. It's where he's from. And so, as we talked about last month in the Christmas story lecture, only the infancy Gospels associate Jesus with Bethlehem because of Old Testament prophecy, whereas Nazareth had no other important historical associations. And so what almost all, I think all scholars, I think all scholars maybe agree that Jesus was born in Nazareth, not in Bethlehem. Criteria of dissimilarity from early Christianity. So Christian writers would like to tell Jesus' story in keeping with their own practices. So by contrast, though, the Gospels record that Jesus' followers did not fast. So fasting became an important part of early Christian tradition. There's fasting in Paul's time and so on. But in the Gospel of Matthew, we read, John the Baptist's disciples came and asked Jesus, how is it that we, the disciples of John the Baptist, and the Pharisees, one of the sects of Judaism, fast often, but your disciples do not fast? And so there's an apologetic that Matthew inserts. Jesus said, John the Baptist came neither eating nor drinking, and they say, he has a demon. The Son of Man, Jesus, came eating and drinking, and they say, look, a glutton and a drunkard, a friend of tax collectors and sinners. Yet wisdom has vindicated her deeds. So this is a passage in Matthew that's actually taken from the sayings Gospel of Q, and so one of the earliest kind of sayings that is attributed to Jesus is I've had a bunch of pulls from there to this. And so what it kind of seems like it's been saying here is that although early Christians valued asceticism and fasting, so in other words, not, maybe refraining from drinking alcohol and not overeating and so on. Critics, according to Q here, as we're repeated in Matthew, called Jesus a glutton and a drunkard. And so in this sense, that may be something that goes back to the historical Jesus. In other words, that he didn't practice, and we talked about that middle path of asceticism, the practice of Jesus' practice did not involve fasting. So also the criteria of embarrassment we talked about here, the embarrassment of maybe Jesus being a disciple of John the Baptist. Another is Jesus' execution in Jerusalem by crucifixion by Pontius Pilate. And when that happened, he was abandoned by all of his disciples. That certainly isn't what was expected in Second Temple Judaism by almost anybody for the Messiah. And so that also is very consonant with the contemporary record. The Romans putting to death, revolutionary troublemakers and so on. And it also is embarrassing. It also has multiple attestations. So that's one of the things we can probably say about the story of Jesus, that he was crucified. So from that bare bones, though, it is very, very possible to create competing and plausible and even academically defensible portraits. And I'm just going to mention just 4 of these very briefly, but maybe if you go into each one of these as their own lecture, to talk about through them all. One of them here is from John Meyer. Painting a portrait of a historical Jesus